Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 909 to Chapter 962. Kai nodded and said, yes, these phones can be used in any background inside the space. If you take them outside the space, they can only be used within a radius of 10,000 meters around you, young master. Outside of this range, they cannot be used. Zhao Hai nodded. Now that the monitor was in a new place, the range of the monitor was 10,000 meters around him. It seems like this was all because of the space, so the phones could be used outside. Zhao Hai looked at the phone in his hand. He couldn't tell what brand it was, but it was very beautiful. There weren't too many buttons on it, except for the buttons on an ordinary phone. The screen was very big and black, it looked simple and elegant. Zhao Hai nodded with satisfaction and pressed the power button. The screen immediately lit up. It was different from the opening animation of any phone that Zhao Hai had seen before. When the phone was turned on, the opening animation was of a farm. Then the farm slowly disappeared and turned into a background of blue sky, white clouds, and green grass. At the same time, a desktop image appeared on the phone. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with this phone. When he was on Earth, he had played with a lot of phones. Speaking of which, there weren't many people on Earth who hadn't played with a phone. Zhao Hai turned to Laura and said, Laura, what's your phone number? Laura looked at Zhao Hai's movements. Zhao Hai's movements when playing with the phone were much more skillful than her. This made her very puzzled. Now that she heard Zhao Hai, Laura immediately gave her phone number to Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai heard Laura's phone number, he couldn't help but stare. This was because Laura's phone number didn't have 11 digits, but 7. It looked like a phone number that hadn't been upgraded. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about it. He dialed Laura's number on his phone. A burst of pleasant music was heard as Laura's phone rang. Laura took the phone and excitedly said, Brother Hai, this is your phone number. Zhao Hai looked at the number on the screen and almost fainted. This number was too overbearing. 6 and 1. It was the first time that Zhao Hai had seen such a number. Zhao Hai glanced at the numbers and said, why didn't you choose a few numbers that were next to mine? Why did you have to pick these numbers? After saying that, Zhao Hai pointed at his phone. His phone now showed Laura's number. Laura's number was very interesting. 7 numbers lined up together, it was very awkward to read. When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she smiled faintly and said, Brother Hai, isn't this fun? Right, Brother Hai, how do you know how to use a mobile phone? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, don't forget, I'm the host of the space. It's not strange for me to use a mobile phone. When they heard Zhao Hai, Laura and the others nodded. Naturally, Zhao Hai couldn't tell Laura and the others about Earth. That was his secret, he wasn't prepared to tell anyone. Zhao Hai saved Laura's number on his phone. The phone could also take pictures, so he took a picture of Laura as a profile picture. Seeing Zhao Hai skillfully using the phone, Laura and the others couldn't help but surround him. They wanted Zhao Hai to help them with their phones. Zhao didn't refuse. He saved their cell phone numbers in his phone, and then set an exclusive ringtone and profile picture for each of them. That was the end of it. Seeing Laura and the others happily playing with their phones, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. To be honest, Laura and the others weren't very old. They were only 20 years old while Meg and Mir were 18 years old. On Earth, girls of this age would spend a lot of effort to dress up and even cry when they quarrel with their boyfriends. But Laura and the others were now independent women. The gap between them was too big. Seeing Laura and the others playing with their phones, Zhao Hai didn't bother them. He understood Laura and the others' feelings. The first time he got a mobile phone, he didn't sleep and played with it in the middle of the night. Back then, he was even more serious than Laura and the others. Zhao Hai took the laptop that Laura and the others prepared for him and opened it. He was very familiar with the computer's interface. But unlike the computer on Earth, there weren't many programs installed here. There were only some programs that came with the computer. Moreover, there was no way to connect to the internet. Zhao Hai looked at Kai who was sitting on his shoulder and said, Kai is there anything stored in the computer? Kai replied, young master, aren't these things stored in the computer? Right, I also stored some information about magic formations in the computer. Zhao Hai remembered that although he had a computer now, this wasn't Earth. There was no internet here, so he could surf the internet. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "How do you solve the problem of electricity?" Kair smiled and said, "Young master, you can rest assured. I prepared a lot of light energy chargers. They can be used to charge your phones and computers." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good. Right, prepare some computers for father-in-law and the others. They're researching magic formations, so they need the help of computers." Kair nodded. At this time, a prompt was heard from the space, "The Hell King ship has been modified. Does the host want to summon it?" Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately said, "Summon it." As soon as Zhao Hai's voice fell, the Hell King ship appeared in front of him. Zhao Hai looked at the ship and saw that there weren't any obvious changes. It didn't look any different from when they went in. This made Zhao Hai puzzled. At this time, Laura and the others also saw that Zhao Hai had summoned the Hell King's ship. They followed Zhao Hai and boarded the ship. There weren't any changes to the ship, so Zhao Hai immediately activated it. When the ship started moving, Zhao Hai felt that something was different about the ship. In the past, when the Hell King's ship moved, it would accelerate. In other words, the Hell King's ship wasn't that fast in the beginning. It had to slowly accelerate in order to reach its maximum speed. But now it was different. As long as Zhao Hai willed it, the Hell King's ship could reach its maximum speed. Moreover, it was more stable and flexible. When the Hell King's ship moved, a lot of magic formations would appear on its sides. These formations almost covered the entire ship, making it look more mysterious. Zhao Hai tried a few more times and discovered that the Hell King's ship had become more flexible. In the past, the Hell King's ship was too fast. If it went at full speed, it would be very difficult for it to make a turn. But now it was different. As long as Zhao Hai gave an order, the Hell King's ship would be able to make a turn even at full speed. It was as flexible as a fish swimming in the water. In addition to its speed, the Hell King's ship's offensive power had also been improved. In the past, the ship's battering ram could fly out and kill enemies. However, it wasn't as flexible as before. But now, all of these problems have been solved. The same was true for the flagpole and the magic cannons. Zhao Hai tested the ship and knew that its fighting strength had improved a lot. However, the waves below the Hell King's ship didn't seem to have any changes. Zhao Hai thought that the space didn't change the waves. But he still tried to make the waves roll up. When the waves rolled up, Zhao Hai discovered the difference. The waves weren't as random as before. Now, there were many magic arrays inside the waves, and those magic arrays were still rotating. With a single glance, one could tell that the waves were much stronger than before. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with the changes of the Hell King's ship. Then he led Laura and the others into the ship's room. There weren't any changes to the ship's room, but it looked bigger than before. It had turned into a small space. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with the changes of the Hell King's ship. He returned to the cabin with Laura and the others. Then he turned on the monitor and looked at the O'Neill family's situation. At this time, George's letter had yet to reach the O'Neill family. Zhao Hai didn't know what the O'Neill family's opinion would be. However, it can be seen that before the O'Neill family's reinforcements arrive, George wouldn't make a move on the spatial rift. With this, Zhao Hai felt relieved. What he needed to do now was to wait for news from the foreign races. As long as the foreign races can delay the divine realm for some time, then Zhao Hai would be able to turn the divine realm's continents upside down. At this point, nearly 10,000 warriors of the Devil Legion were wearing the magic scorpion armor. They were also adapting to the magic armor. However, Zhao Hai discovered that the combat strength of the Devil Legion couldn't be compared to the divine race. However, after thinking about it, Zhao Hai understood what was going on. The combat strength of the Devil Legion was inferior to the Supreme Elders of the divine race. At the same time, it was impossible for the Supreme Elders to use their ultimate weapons all the time. For them, ultimate weapons would consume too much energy. The space might have thought of this when it collected the combat suits as seeds. Therefore, the reason why the combat suits couldn't display the strength of the divine race's ultimate weapons was because the people wearing them weren't strong enough. Moreover, the difference between the combat suits and the divine race's ultimate weapons was that the combat suits didn't have a secondary function like the ultimate weapons. Let's put it this way, to the divine race's supreme elders, an ultimate weapon was like a 3-year-old child. Even if the supreme elders were to use an 18-gene sledgehammer, they would still be exhausted to death by the sledgehammer. On the other hand, the combat suits in this space didn't have such a flaw. The combat suits were like tailor-made clothes and weapons. If it was in the hands of a 3-year-old child, it would be ordinary clothes and a wooden sword. If it was in the hands of an adult, it would be a full set of armor and the best weapon. After thinking about this point, Zhao Hai didn't think about it anymore. Although the Devil Squad couldn't reach the level of the Supreme Elder in a short time, Zhao Hai was still very happy. Zhao Hai understood that a bird in the hand is better than 100 birds in the bush. Good things need to have the ability to use them. Although the space's magic scorpion armor wasn't as good as the divine race's ultimate weapon, it could still greatly enhance the Devil Legion's combat strength. For Zhao Hai, this was enough. The Devil Legion was an army that Zhao Hai valued very much. This legion's potential was immeasurable. If the magic scorpion armor could be used as an ultimate weapon, then Zhao Hai wouldn't give it to the Devil Legion. Although the Devil Legion's combat strength was weaker than expected, it was still enough. At this point, Zhao Hai really wanted to equip the undead with weapons in order to increase their fighting strength. Zhao Hai didn't have any suitable weapons at the moment. His original intention was to equip the undead with the magic scorpion armor. However, the amount of armor required was too much. Zhao Hai didn't have enough. Therefore, he could only delay this matter. 3 days later, Zhao Hai was observing the O'Neill family's situation. This time, George and the others had gone far. It wouldn't be easy to send a letter to the O'Neill family. After 3 days, the letter still hadn't arrived. However, Zhao Hai didn't have the time to think about it. Binjia had just come to see him and brought news to Zhao Hai. The divines had dispatched troops, the divines had only dispatched troops, and had yet to engage the foreign races. However, Zhao Hai also understood that he needed to make preparations. After sending Binjia away, Zhao Hai sat in his room and looked at the O'Neill family's people on the monitor. His eyes didn't move for a long time. Laura and the others were sitting on the side, fiddling with the computer. Ever since they learned how to use the computer, Laura and the others became very fond of it. Although the computer didn't have any games, it was still very convenient for Laura and the others. These days, Laura and the others were trying to find a way to input the materials they collected into the computer. This wasn't a simple task, they had a lot of information before. Even if they didn't type it out, just sorting out the information was enough to keep them busy. Zhao Hai was now thinking about how to deal with the divine race. It was impossible for the divine race to not guard against him. Moreover, the divine race already had some understanding of his strength. If the divine race were to make arrangements, then it wouldn't be a good thing for Zhao Hai. But regardless of whether it was a good thing or not, Zhao Hai must deal with the divine race. These divine race people were Lu Wei's most loyal dogs. They must be dealt with. However, when facing the remaining 9 divine race continents, Zhao Hai needed to find a place to attack first. He needed to choose a place that would attract the attention of the divine race. Only then would the divine race withdraw their troops, freeing Zhao Hai from the encirclement of the divine race. Zhao Hai was now suspecting that when the divine race sent their army to deal with the foreign races, they didn't have any supreme elders. When Binjia said that the divine race had 7 supreme elders, Zhao Hai thought that it was fake news. The divine race released this information in order to lure Zhao Hai into attacking the divine race continent. Moreover, they had prepared a pocket there, waiting for Zhao Hai to jump in. If this was the case, then Elder Star's plan to send troops to deal with the foreign races in the Taurus continent must have been deliberately made known to Zhao Hai. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai's mind couldn't help but turn. In the past, he had fought against the divine race a lot of times. And every time, it was because of the space that he was able to gain the upper hand. The divines should have also noticed this. Even if they didn't know about the space, they should have thought that Zhao Hai had a long-range surveillance ability. Because of this, Elder Star and the others deliberately talked about sending troops to deal with the foreign races. In fact, they were just trying to get Zhao Hai to enter the divine race's territory. Although there was no such thing as attacking Wei to save Zhao, everyone understood this principle. Elder Star and the others had used 5 supreme elders before, but they couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai. Now that they had two supreme elders, why would they think that Zhao Hai wouldn't attack the divine race? This was obviously unreasonable. Because of this, they knew that Zhao Hai would attack the divine race from the beginning. Therefore, they were waiting for him there. Everything they did before was to make Zhao Hai believe that they would attack the foreign races. The more Zhao Hai thought about it, the more he felt that this was possible. His fight with the divine race wasn't just a day or two ago. Although most of the divines that he defeated had entered the space, it was hard to guarantee that there weren't any fish that slipped through the net. The divines should have some understanding of Zhao Hai's methods. In the past, Thunder Yun wanted to use this method to force Zhao Hai into a decisive battle. But in the end, he failed. At that time, Zhao Hai went to the Radiant Empire and caused chaos in the divine race's base. Thunder Yun and the others had no choice but to retreat and suffer a big loss. The divines wouldn't suffer such a loss a second time. In this case, the divines still wanted to use this method. This was too strange. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai turned his head to Lizzie and the others and said, "Lizzie, do you think that the divine race's attack on the foreign races is part of their plan?" When Lizzie heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare. Then she knit her brows and said, "It's possible. If that's the case, then our trip to the divine race would be very troublesome. Big Brother Hai, how about we deal with the divine race army directly?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's no need. The divine race has already lost a supreme elder. They should also understand that if the supreme elders were to separate, then I would be able to deal with them one by one. Therefore, even if the supreme elders were to act together, we would still have a chance." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The divine race has already lost a supreme elder." Lizzie thought for a moment and said, "But the divine race still has 9 continents. How do we know which continent they would set up a trap for us? Even if the divine race didn't use such a thing before, it doesn't mean that they don't have it. But don't forget, our enemy is Lu Wei. Even if the divine race didn't have such a thing before, Lu Wei might have it. Lu Wei's avatars have been destroyed by me twice, so he hates me to the bone. I don't know why he didn't send his avatars to the lower realms, but even if he can't come down, he can still give the divine race some things so that they can deal with me." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's not important. Even if the divine race didn't have such a thing, Lu Wei might have it. Lu Wei's avatars have been destroyed by me twice, so he hates me to the bone. I don't know why he didn't send another avatar down to the lower realms, but even if his avatar can't come down, he can still give the divine race something to deal with me." When Lizzie heard Zhao Hai, her expression sunk. Laura and the others also came over, their expressions weren't good. Lu Wei had always been a thorn in their hearts. If it weren't for Lu Wei, then they would have already been promoted and wouldn't have stayed in this place. Laura said, "Big Brother Hai, what do we do now? Do we know that it's a bag full of treasures?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right. Even if it's a bag full of treasures, we still need to drill it. I want the divine race to understand that even if they have a bag full of treasures, it would still be useless against me." Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big Brother Hai, what do you mean?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "After the Hell King's ship was improved, its speed has become even faster. Before, the divine race couldn't catch up to the Hell King's ship, so there's no need to talk about its current speed. Even if we go to the divine race's continent and cause trouble, they wouldn't be able to do anything. In any case, the war has already begun, so there's no need to be polite. We need to end the war as soon as possible." Laura and the others nodded. "Big Brother Hai, what if Lu Wei gave the divine race other powerful weapons? Then wouldn't we be in danger?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Even if Lu Wei gave the divine race powerful weapons, they would still need to use them. If no one uses them, then the weapons would be useless. Lu Wei has already lost 2 of his treasures to us. If he gave the divine race more, then what would he use? There's no need to worry." Lizzie nodded and said, "Then Big Brother Hai, tell me. Which continent do you want to attack first?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The central continent." Lizzie stared, then with a puzzled expression, she said, "The central continent? That place is very far away from us. Why would we attack the central continent? Even if we attack the central continent, we would still be surrounded by the divine race. Wouldn't that be more dangerous?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, what you think is the same as the divines. Because of this, the central continent's defenses must be the most lax. One more thing, although the 13 continents seem to be on equal footing, especially the 3 foreign races continents, the central continent's people seem to be unknowingly superior to the other continents. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, the central continent's people seem to be on the same footing as the other continents. Lizzie thought for a moment and said, it's true. When they dealt with us last time, the Supreme Elders seemed to be very obedient to the Supreme Elder of the Central Continent. If that's the case, then attacking the Central Continent would be a good choice. This way, the entire divine race would be mobilized. Then we'll be able to eliminate them bit by bit. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Lizzie and the others weren't afraid of the divine race's ultimate weapons. Instead, they knew that if Zhao Hai went all out to deal with the divine race, then Zhao Hai would ascend immediately. At that time, the divine realm would be left with a mess. Most importantly, Lu Wei was still waiting for them. Therefore, what they needed to do now was to defeat the divine race without letting Zhao Hai go all out. There was only one way, and that was to destroy them one by one. When dealing with an enemy, one must not be lenient. One must find the enemy's weak point and give them a fatal blow. But where was the divine race's weak point? Where would the divine race save them? There was only one answer, the central continent. This might not sound credible, but it was a fact. The central continent had always been a special existence among the divine race. This was because of their location and their ultimate weapons. The central continent's geographical location was at the center of the divine realm. And their ultimate weapons were compatible with the ultimate weapons of the other divine races. Because of this, the central continent had a special status among the divine race. The other divine races would generally maintain a certain level of respect for the people of the central continent. Actually, the reason why the central continent had this status was because of their ultimate weapons. They were able to restrain the ultimate weapons of the other divine races. If Gold Ben and Elder Star fought, then Elder Star could use his ultimate weapon to restrain Gold Ben's ultimate weapon. This way, Gold Ben's ultimate weapon would only be able to display 80% of its strength while Elder Star would be able to display 120% of its strength. The reason why the divines couldn't do anything to the 3 foreign races was because the 3 foreign races didn't fight Elder Star. The supreme elders of the 3 foreign races also knew that Elder Star's ultimate weapon could restrain their ultimate weapons. Because of this, every time they fought the divines, they didn't face Elder Star. Moreover, the supreme elders of the 3 foreign races generally acted together. They didn't fight with the supreme elders of the divine race. Instead, they used Zhao Hai's method of attacking the 3 foreign races' territories. Because of this, the divine race couldn't do anything to the 3 foreign races. Although the 3 foreign races suffered a lot, they were still able to persist for many years. Because of this, the central continent had a special status in the divine realm. The foreign races had attacked the other continents many times, but they didn't attack the central continent. Because of this, the central continent was able to develop very well. It had the largest population and the strongest fighting strength. Naturally, it became the center of the divine realm. And this time, Zhao Hai wanted to attack the central continent. He suspected that the divine race were waiting for him there. Since that was the case, he needed to find a way to deal with the divine race. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to change his plan. Zhao Hai was afraid that if he went to deal with the divine race army that was attacking the foreign races, then the divine race army wouldn't be waiting for him. Wouldn't that be the same as bumping into the divine race army? Moreover, the initiative would be in the hands of the divine race army. Zhao Hai could only be led by the nose by the divine race army. This wasn't something that Zhao Hai wanted to see. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't change his plan. If the divine race were to attack the foreign races, then he would attack the divine race. In the past, Zhao Hai only wanted to deal with the outer continents. But now, he had changed his mind. He wanted to deal with the central continent. Wasn't the central continent the strongest? That's good, then he would fight the strongest. Let's see if the divine race would be able to save the central continent. After making up his mind, Zhao Hai told Feier and the others about the defensive line. Then he led Binjia and the others to leave. With Feier and the others in the defensive line, Zhao Hai wasn't too worried. After all, the spatial rift was only so big. It was impossible for the O'Neill family to send too many troops to attack them. Zhao Hai also left a lot of magic cannons and undead in the defensive line. He could also provide support when needed. Therefore, there shouldn't be any problems there. After talking to Fei Er, Zhao Hai and the others left the Taurus continent. However, they didn't fly this time. Otherwise, it would be too conspicuous. Zhao Hai believed that whether the divines were planning to attack the foreign races or just plotting against him, they would definitely pay attention to the Taurus continent. If the divines were to discover that he was heading towards the divine race's continent, then they would make arrangements in advance. Zhao Hai didn't want to fight a hard battle. Because of this, when Zhao Hai came out of the Taurus continent, he immediately released Bubble. Then he had Bubble wrap the Hell King's ship as they entered the seabed and headed towards the central continent. This was the method that Zhao Hai came up with. Bubble was the mother of all seas, the sea was his home. He was as ordinary as a drop of water in the sea. Even if the divines were powerful, they wouldn't be able to distinguish between two drops of water. Therefore, with Bubble leading the way, there shouldn't be any problems. Bubble's speed was very fast. At the same time, Zhao Hai was sitting on the deck of the ship as he looked at the surrounding sea. Actually, Zhao Hai had already seen the scenery of the sea. Back in the Ark continent, he had stayed with the fishmen for a long time. Therefore, he was already tired of looking at the sea. At this time, Zhao Hai was studying a map on the table. This map was given to him by Binjia and the others. It was a map of the Divine Realm's continents. Laura and the others were also looking at the map. On the other hand, Binjia and the others were looking around curiously. They looked like country bumpkins who had never seen the world. Zhao Hai looked at the map and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This map was too simple, there was no scale to it. There were some obvious signs on the surface of the sea. For Zhao Hai and the others, this map wasn't very useful. After studying the map for a while, Zhao Hai gave up. Then he turned his head to Binjia and the others and said, "Binjia, are you sure that we're heading in the right direction? Can we reach the central continent if we keep going?" Binjia recovered. He now admired Zhao Hai even more. They were now moving under the sea. Moreover, the magic beasts didn't attack them at all. It was as if they didn't exist at all. This made Binjia and Binjia shocked. Zhao Hai's actions made them even more shocked. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Binjia understood what Zhao Hai meant. He immediately replied, "Mister, there's no mistake. As long as we don't deviate, we should be able to reach the central continent." Zhao Hai nodded. He wasn't worried about deviating from the Ark. Other people might deviate in the sea, but not Bubble. Zhao Hai also looked at the magic beasts in the sea. He understood why the magic beasts didn't attack them. It was because of Bubble. Bubble was like seawater. Have you ever seen a magic beast attack seawater? Because of this, the magic beasts naturally wouldn't attack Bubble. Laura and the others studied the map for a long time. In the end, they were defeated. Lizzie rolled up the map and threw it to Binjia as she said, "I really wonder how you managed to protect your territory all these years. How can a map like this be used for war?" When Binjia heard Lizzie, his face couldn't help but turn red. He didn't dare refute and just retreated to the side. The reason for Binjia's reaction was because he saw Zhao Hai's map of the Taurus continent. This map was something that Zhao Hai had Kyer print out from the Spaces map. It was very clear and had a scale. Everything was clearly marked. When Binjia saw the map, he couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't believe that there would be such a clear map in this world. However, when he saw the signs of the cities on the map, he couldn't help but admire Zhao Hai even more. Because of this, Binjia didn't refute Lizzie's disdain for the map. With the map in front of him, he couldn't refute it even if he wanted to. Sailing in the sea was actually very interesting. You can see all kinds of plants and animals in the sea. It was as if you had suddenly arrived in another world. However, Zhao Hai wasn't idle. He was still paying attention to the O'Neill family's situation. At this time, the O'Neill family had received a letter from Penny. Penny also told the family about his discovery in the demon realm. This caused the O'Neill family to be shocked before they became ecstatic. The O'Neill family invaded the Ark continent for only one purpose: minerals, all kinds of minerals. At this point, they had already discovered dozens of minerals in the Ark continent. For the O'Neill family, this was already a pleasant surprise. Now, they even discovered a space that wasn't any smaller than the Ark continent. For the O'Neill family, this was a great news. At the same time, Penny also told the family about the undead and magic beasts mining. However, the patriarch of the O'Neill family didn't have any intention of backing down. In his opinion, if they want to obtain the Ark continent and the Demon Realm's mines, then war would be inevitable. In the worst-case scenario, the O'Neill family was already prepared for this. The O'Neill family's reaction was completely seen by Zhao Hai. To be honest, Zhao Hai already knew why the O'Neill family came to the Ark continent. Now, Zhao Hai just confirmed it. Zhao Hai was already preparing to withdraw the magic beasts and undead from the Demon Realm. In any case, the space no longer lacked iron or ores. There was no need for them to continue mining there. Most importantly, Zhao Hai thought of another way to get these ores, and that was to rob them. Didn't the O'Neill family want to mine these ores? Let them mine them. After they're done, Zhao Hai would rob them. This would save him a lot of time. Zhao Hai wanted to do this for a long time. He has never been polite to his enemies. And now that the O'Neill family was his enemy, naturally he wouldn't be polite. On the third day after Zhao Hai's group entered the sea, George's letter was placed on the desk of the O'Neill family's patriarch. After reading the letter, the O'Neill family's patriarch couldn't remain calm. Ever since the O'Neill family came to the Ark continent, they had been very smooth. They didn't encounter any enemies. They discovered a lot of ores as well as an unknown space. However, the O'Neill family's patriarch was still worried about the people of the Ark continent. The disappearance of the people of the Ark continent was a mystery in itself. If they couldn't find the truth, then it would be a threat to the O'Neill family. And now, they finally met an enemy. The patriarch believed that the enemy that George encountered was related to the people of the Ark continent. The O'Neill family's patriarch had been under a lot of pressure recently. The people of the Ark continent had disappeared. There was also the innate domain that was constantly expanding. Although the expansion wasn't very fast, sooner or later, there would be a battle. Most importantly, the area of the innate domain was too big. It wouldn't be easy for the O'Neill family to deal with it. Additionally, the disappearance of the people of the Ark continent might become a hidden danger for the O'Neill family. As the patriarch of a great family, it was impossible for him to not consider these things in advance. However, the O'Neill family had invested a lot in the Ark continent. And now, they had discovered a lot of minerals that they needed. Because of this, the patriarch couldn't help but be worried. Because of this, he urgently wanted to know where the people of the Ark continent went. This was something that even the patriarch dreamed of. George's news was definitely good news for the patriarch. Invisible enemies were the most dangerous. If you can see them, then you can find a way to defeat them. Because of this, the patriarch was very excited when he heard George's report. Although George had suffered some losses, this wasn't important for the patriarch. Upon hearing this, the patriarch immediately called for the generals of the family. At the same time, he also arranged for people to support George and Penny. George's side needed to be supported. After all, the enemy had been discovered. But no matter what, the O'Neill family needed to know what was behind the spatial rift. At the same time, Penny's side needed to be supported. Penny had discovered a lot of mines there. Moreover, these mines were still being mined by the undead. For the patriarch, this was something that he couldn't accept. In his opinion, these mines belonged to the O'Neill family. Anyone who wants to get their hands on them would be a provocation to the family. The patriarch had completely forgotten that he was an invader. Zhao Hai was also paying attention to the O'Neill family's response. The O'Neill family's response was within his expectations. He didn't expect that when he saw the O'Neill family supporting the Demon Realm, Zhao Hai would immediately return most of the undead and iron armor beasts to the space. In the Demon Realm, Zhao Hai only left a few undead to tie down the O'Neill family's forces. Zhao Hai did this to reduce the pressure on the defensive line. Secondly, he wanted the O'Neill family to think that the undead in the Demon Realm had nothing to do with the spatial crack. Walking in the sea, you can see new sceneries every minute. Even if these sceneries weren't very attractive to Zhao Hai and the others, they wouldn't get bored just by looking at them. Therefore, they were very comfortable these days. However, Zhao Hai was still able to discover them. The divine race weren't fools, they had also arranged people to monitor Zhao Hai and the others. However, these divine race people didn't enter the sea. Therefore, while Zhao Hai was able to discover them, they weren't able to discover Zhao Hai. There were fishmen in the Ark continent, and there were also fishmen in the divine realm. However, the fishmen in the divine realm and the fishmen in the Ark continent were different. The fishmen in the Ark continent were under the rule of the mermaid clan, making them an independent race. On the other hand, the fishmen in the divine realm were also under the rule of the divine realm. Because of this, the fishmen in the divine realm were divided into 13 different clans. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't know about this. These were things that Binjie told Zhao Hai. Binjie had been in contact with the fishmen in the past, so he had some understanding of the fishmen. Although they had been in the sea for the past few days, Zhao Hai didn't forget to contact Fei and the others. He also told Fei about the O'Neill family's situation and had them prepare. After traveling for 2 more days, Zhao Hai felt that it was about time. According to the map that Binjie gave him, if they were moving in a straight line, then they should have already reached the periphery of the central continent. Zhao Hai walked out of his room and saw Binjie and the others on the deck. After looking around, Zhao Hai knew that Binjie and the others had the same idea as him. Zhao Hai looked at the 3 and smiled. What's wrong? Are you anxious? Don't worry, let's float up first. After he said that, Zhao Hai commanded the Hell King's ship to slowly float up. Actually, Zhao Hai had already looked at the monitor in his room. There were no fishmen around, so he didn't have to worry about being exposed. Zhao Hai made the Hell King's ship smaller. At the same time, he wrapped it in a bubble so that it wouldn't attract attention as much as possible. Then he slowly floated up. When Zhao Hai and the others floated up, they saw a huge continent in the distance. It wasn't an island, it was a real continent. Zhao Hai turned to Binjie and said, "Can you tell which continent it is?" Binjie smiled bitterly and shook his head. The foreign races knew where the central continent was, but none of them had been there. This was the saddest thing for them. They were obviously in the divine realm, but they were isolated by the divines. Looking at Binjie's expression, Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He just smiled faintly and said, "It's fine if you don't know. Let's fight our way up. Bubble, go down first. Then we'll find a big river and dive in. Let's see which continent it is. If we don't know, then we'll just attack." Bubble nodded and then slowly dived down. In fact, Bubble was very happy to do this job. This was because he was most comfortable in the water. The same was true for the space. He generally stayed in his own bubble and rarely went to other places. Unlike Kai, who was always running all over the place, Bubble was very happy to do this job. At this time, Laura and the others also came out of their rooms. In the past, Binjie and the others didn't understand why Zhao Hai and the others liked to stay in their rooms. They even thought that Zhao Hai and the others were doing something shameful in their rooms. However, after Binjie and the others entered Zhao Hai's room, they completely dispelled this idea. To be honest, if they were given a room like that, they would also stay inside for a few days without taking a step outside. Bubble walked for another 2 hours before he approached the shore. The shore was a lot more lively. Zhao Hai and the others could even see some fishmen swimming in the sea. There were also ships coming and going from time to time. However, these fishmen didn't discover Zhao Hai and the others. If Bubble didn't want to be discovered, then it would be very simple. Bubble also did as Zhao Hai said. He explored the surroundings and felt the flow of the water. Then he swam towards a place where the current was too big. Before long, he arrived at the place where a large river entered the sea. It wasn't far from where Zhao Hai and the others were. Zhao Hai didn't know what this river was, but it was indeed very deep. Zhao Hai originally wanted to shrink the Hell King's ship before entering the river. But when he asked Bubble, Bubble said that it wasn't necessary. When Zhao Hai asked Bubble what was going on, he learned that Bubble's space could change. Just like the Hell King's ship, once a person enters the ship, they would be affected by the ship's laws. When the ship shrinks, the person's body would also shrink along with Bubble. When Bubble shrinks, the Hell King's ship would also shrink. Zhao Hai suddenly remembered the ice pagoda that he had Bubble collect back in the northern ice field. Such a huge ice pagoda was absorbed by Bubble. Moreover, it also shrank along with Bubble. What was the Hell King's ship? It was just a piece of cake. After hearing Bubble, Zhao Hai no longer cared about it. He had Bubble swim towards the river. After entering the river, Zhao Hai and the others felt that this river was very important to the continent. This was because the river was very busy. There were countless ships coming and going. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was the presence of fishmen. However, these fishmen were also working here. They were herding their own magic beasts in the river, helping the ships to pick up ships or transport goods. They were extremely busy. Zhao Hai turned to Bubble and said, "Bubble, float up. It's best if we can hear what they're saying." Bubble nodded and then slowly floated up. This made Binjia and the others nervous. Binjia and the others didn't know that they had shrunk. Before long, Bubble was only a few meters away from the river. Although this distance wasn't close to the river, it was enough for Zhao Hai and the others to hear what was going on outside. The voices of the people outside were very noisy. Most of them were talking about goods and didn't have any useful information. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. He just stood there and listened. Before long, they heard some key words. These were names of places and cities. Upon hearing the names of these cities, Binjia and the others' expressions couldn't help but change. They turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, I'm sorry. We might have gone in the wrong direction. This isn't the central continent, but the Leo continent. We need to go east in order to reach the central continent." Zhao Hai nodded. He didn't blame Binjia and the others. After all, the divine race's map-making technology was too deceptive. It was understandable that they went in the wrong direction. However, Zhao Hai still asked, "How many days do we have?" Binjia calculated and said, "With our speed, we should be able to reach the central continent in 3 days. This time, we can't be wrong." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Bubble, I'll leave it to you. We need to reach the divine race's continent in 3 days." Bubble nodded and then sank to the bottom of the river. Then it swam towards the sea at full speed. After reaching the sea, it began to head east at full speed. The reason why Zhao Hai had Bubble carry them wasn't because they couldn't move without Bubble. Instead, it was because Bubble was moving at full speed without causing any fluctuations. This was something that the Hell King's ship couldn't do. Go 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 go, 3 days passed by quickly. During these 3 days, the O'Neill family's reinforcements were about to enter the Radiant Empire. The Buddha Empire's reinforcements were also about to arrive at the spatial rift. However, Zhao Hai had already arranged for these 2 places. He only needed to contact Feier and the others from time to time. He didn't need to worry about anything else. After 3 days, Zhao Hai and the others emerged from the water. Sure enough, there was a continent in the distance. Since Bubble was experienced, he didn't need Zhao Hai's reminder as he sank back into the sea. Then he swam towards the continent and found a river before entering it. Bubble originally wanted to find a small river to enter. However, Zhao Hai didn't agree. He had Bubble find a large river and enter the continent from there. After entering the oceanic passage, Zhao Hai and the others looked for a place with a lot of people. After listening for a while, they finally heard some names. Upon hearing these names, Binjia and the others let out a long breath. Then Binjia turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister. There's no mistake. This is the central continent. Shall we move?" Zhao Hai and the others nodded. Although Binjia and the others gave a positive answer, Zhao Hai still shook his head and said, "There's no need to worry. If we move now, our harvest wouldn't be too big." Binjia looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Do you know why I had Bubble find a large river to enter the central continent?" Binjia and the others shook their heads. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's because a continent and a large river are often their lifeline. If we enter a small river, then it wouldn't be long before we reach the source of the river. We simply wouldn't be able to enter the hinterland of the continent. On the other hand, if we enter a large river, then we might be able to enter the hinterland of the continent and attack their important cities." If we can attack their capital city, then that would be perfect. Attacking a small city wouldn't cause a huge uproar. Moreover, their command system hasn't been destroyed. They can immediately respond by sending troops to encircle us. But if we attack their capital, then what do you think would happen? Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Bingjia and the others stared for a moment before their eyes lit up. Then Bingjia laughed and said, "Mister, even the heavens are helping you. The capital of the central continent is not far from their largest river, the God-Gift River. Even if magic beasts walk on the ground, it would only take a few days. If they fly, then I'm afraid it would take less than an hour. If this river is the largest in the central continent, then we can directly attack their capital." Zhao Hai stared, he didn't know about this matter. Now that he heard Bingjia, his interest was immediately piqued. He looked at Bingjia and said, "Bingjia, are you telling the truth? Then should we go ashore from there?" Bingjia smiled and said, "Mister doesn't need to worry about this. There are 4 satellite cities outside the central continent's capital. Among them, the God-Gift City is right next to the God-Gift River. As long as we go ashore at the God-Gift City, then we can go straight to the central continent's capital." Zhao Hai's spirit shook as he nodded and said, "All right, that's the best. Bubble, don't dive too deep. We need to pay attention to the situation on the shore." Bubble responded and continued to move forward in the river. However, they slowed down and paid attention to the situation on the shore from time to time. Zhao Hai paid attention to the situation on the shore because he wanted to find the God-Gift City. Secondly, he wanted to see if the central continent was prepared. If the central continent was prepared, then Zhao Hai and the others would have trouble moving forward. If they weren't prepared, then everything would be fine. Although Zhao Hai and the others didn't think that they were fast, they were still much faster than ordinary ships. Soon, Zhao Hai and the others were very deep into the river. During this process, they were certain that the river they were in was the God-Gift River of the central continent. This discovery made Zhao Hai and the others very happy. This time, they didn't go the wrong way. Instead, they went the right way. Every time they arrived at a city, they would stop and listen carefully to see if it was the God-Gift City. However, they were quickly disappointed. This wasn't the God-Gift City they had been looking forward to. At this point, Bingjia and the others couldn't help Zhao Hai at all. This was because they hadn't been to the central continent before. Therefore, they didn't know anything about this place. They could only tell Zhao Hai about it. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't listen to them foolishly. He had Laura and the others return to the room and look at the monitor. Now that they were in the river, as long as they reached the God-Gift City, they would be able to see it from the monitor. When the time comes, they would be able to move. However, what surprised Zhao Hai was that even with their speed that was much faster than ordinary ships, they still weren't able to find the God-Gift City. This made Zhao Hai somewhat surprised. If he wasn't sure that they were in the God-Gift River, then Zhao Hai would have thought that they had gone the wrong way. After the sky slowly darkened, Zhao Hai didn't continue to move forward. He stopped and had everyone take a good rest. They would set off tomorrow. Zhao Hai had his reasons for doing this. They were about to fight the divine race. At this time, they needed to be in their best condition. Although with their current strength, it wouldn't be a problem for them to not sleep for several days, Zhao Hai still made sure that they were in their best condition. After resting for the night, Zhao Hai and the others continued to move forward. But this time, they weren't disappointed. After walking for 2 more hours, they arrived at God Bestow City. The first to arrive at God Bestow City was Laura and the others. Before Zhao Hai and the others got close to the city, Laura and the others came out of their rooms. When they came out, Zhao Hai knew that they had arrived. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't go near the shore. Instead, he directed Bubble to go down the river. After passing the God-Gift City, they would find a place with fewer people and immediately go ashore. Then they would head towards the central capital. Bingjia and the others didn't know why Zhao Hai suddenly stopped at the city. This made them very surprised. However, they didn't say anything. They knew that Zhao Hai knew what was going on. Bubble's speed wasn't fast. They were looking for a place with fewer people. However, it was obvious that it wasn't easy to find. The God-Gift River was the largest river in the central continent. Many commoners in the central continent relied on this river to survive. Therefore, it was naturally the busiest river in the central continent. Zhao Hai calculated that they had already passed through the God-gift city. However, they still haven't found a suitable place to disembark. This made Zhao Hai knit his brows. When Lizzie saw Zhao Hai's expression, she immediately knew what Zhao Hai was thinking. She smiled faintly and whispered to Zhao Hai, "Big brother Hai, if we can't find a suitable place during the day, then we'll go ashore at night. I think that the central capital, as the largest city in the central continent, should be brightly lit at night, right? That would give us directions." Upon hearing Lizzie, Zhao Hai couldn't help but pat his head. He was thinking about how to go ashore, but he didn't think about going ashore at night. Although the commoners of the divine realm weren't weak, they were just like the people of the Ark continent. They also needed to sleep and rest. If they go ashore at night, then they would be able to make a surprise attack. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately turned his head to Binjia and the others and said, "All right, let's go back and rest. We'll move at night." When Binjia and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. They didn't know what he meant. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It wouldn't take long for us to reach the central capital. Going ashore during the day would attract too much attention. Let's go at night." Binjia and the others understood what Zhao Hai meant. They gave a bow to Zhao Hai before returning to their rooms. They didn't ask Zhao Hai why he was so sure. However, they knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't lie for no reason. Because of this, they nodded and then left. Zhao Hai returned to his room along with Laura and the others. After returning to his room, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he looked at the monitor and saw that the divines were busy. At this point, they looked no different than the people of the Ark continent. They were also busy making a living. They weren't as carefree as the legend said. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but ask, "Brother Hai, what's wrong? Do you regret it?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he shook his head and said, "I don't regret it. The enmity has already been formed, so it can't be easily resolved. Our enemies are still around, we can't be too relaxed. If we let them go today, then we might be the ones to suffer tomorrow." Laura sighed, then she looked at the monitor and said, "If the divines didn't provoke this war, then we would still be doing business in the Ark continent. Or maybe we would be drinking with Brother Whales and the others." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "What's so difficult about that? Let's go and find Brother Whales and have him treat us to a drink." Laura shook her head and said, "Forget it, I'm just saying. We'll be fighting at night, so we shouldn't drink. Let's have a good rest. Who knows what methods the divines will use to deal with us. Brother Hai, you shouldn't take it lightly." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I won't." "Alright, we'll stop drinking and have a good rest. You should go and rest as well. We'll be counting on you to command the undead in the future." The women nodded before they turned around and left. At this point, they could be said to be qualified commanders. Any qualified commander would be able to rest when they want to. This was because they understood how important it was to rest before a battle. After resting during the day and having dinner at night, Zhao Hai went out of his room. The sky outside had just turned dark, but the shore was still brightly lit and lively. Looking at the lights on the shore, Zhao Hai didn't feel emotional this time. He knew that as the commander of an army, he couldn't feel emotional. Otherwise, it would affect the morale of the troops. Fortunately, this army was made up of only Zhao Hai. Otherwise, Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to command them. At this time, Binjia and the others also came out of their rooms. They didn't feel emotional, instead, they looked excited. As members of the foreign races, they had never dreamed that one day, they would be able to attack the capital of the central continent. It was an almost impossible task. But now, this dream had become a reality. How could they not be excited? Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He just stood on the Hell King's ship and looked at the shore. Slowly, the voices on the shore became smaller and smaller. The people on the shore also became less and less. In the end, there was almost no sound and the flames became sparse. Zhao Hai still didn't move. On the other hand, Binjia and the others were anxious. They walked back and forth uneasily. Several times, Binjia went to Zhao Hai's side and looked at Zhao Hai as if he wanted to say something. When Binjia went to Zhao Hai's side, Zhao Hai suddenly said, "What's wrong? Are you anxious?" Binjia stared for a moment, then he immediately nodded and said, "Yes, mister. I'm a bit anxious." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. They just fell asleep. It's possible that a lot of them haven't fallen asleep yet. If we go up now, we won't be able to launch a surprise attack. We might even be discovered. Let's wait for them to fall asleep. Then we'll go ashore and deal with them." Binjia nodded and no longer spoke. However, he was still restless as he walked back and forth. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Calm down. At this time, whoever has a bigger heart will have more advantages. In any case, we're already here, there's no need to worry about them running away." Binjia and the others' faces turned red, they didn't know what to say. Their mood was completely different from Zhao Hai's. In the past, the foreign races were the ones being beaten. Now that they could finally beat someone, they couldn't wait. After waiting for more than an hour, the shore was completely quiet. There were even fewer lights. Zhao Hai knew that it was about time. He looked at Bubble and said, "Bubble, go up." Bubble nodded and then slowly dived towards the surface of the river. Upon reaching the surface of the river, Bubble slowly left the river and flew towards the sky. Because Bubble's size was small and there were almost no people on the shore, it didn't attract anyone's attention. After reaching the sky, Zhao Hai immediately received Bubble. Then he had the Hell King's ship continue to ascend. Then he had the ship grow bit by bit. At the same time, they immediately headed towards the central continent. This was because they saw a red light in the distance. Zhao Hai knew that it wasn't the sky that turned red, but the lights on the ground. The place that emitted the red light was certainly a city that never sleeps, it was certainly the central capital. In less than an hour, Zhao Hai and the others arrived outside a large city. The city was very big. Zhao Hai looked at the size of the city and couldn't help but be stunned. He couldn't calculate how many people were inside the city. After some time, Zhao Hai recovered. He looked at the city and couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was because on the city gate facing Zhao Hai, there were 2 words written on it, Central. With these 2 words, there was no doubt that this city was the central capital. But what surprised Zhao Hai the most was the fact that there were only a few broken sections of the city walls. The broken sections of the city walls were located in the middle of the buildings, making them look like cultural relics. They didn't have any defensive capabilities at all. Zhao Hai didn't think that this city was the central capital. Such a city was easy to deal with, but it was also difficult to deal with. It was easy because the city didn't have a city, so they didn't need to worry about the city walls blocking them. But it was also difficult to deal with it because the city must have something to defend it. Because of this, they didn't have a target to attack. However, it didn't take long before Zhao Hai found his target. In the center of the capital, there was a very tall mountain. There were a lot of palaces built on top of this mountain. This place was also the most dazzling place in the capital. It can be assumed that this was the divine race's imperial palace. While Zhao Hai was thinking about this, Binjia excitedly said, "Central continent, connecting heaven palace." Zhao Hai turned to Binjia and said, "Is that place called Connecting Heaven Palace?" Binjia nodded, then his eyes lit up as he said, "Originally, there was no mountain there. But later on, the Central Divines built a Connecting Heaven Palace. The Central Divines used a lot of experts to build this mountain. Then they built the Connecting Heaven Palace on top of the mountain. This means that the palace can connect to the heavens." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Connecting Heaven Palace, interesting. Today, we'll start with that place. Binjia, prepare yourselves. I'm afraid that the divines would discover us as soon as we enter Central City. We need to rush towards Connecting Heaven Palace as fast as we can and destroy it." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Connecting Heaven Palace?" Upon hearing this, Binjia and the others couldn't help but get excited. Connecting Heaven Palace was the symbol of the central continent. Now that they were going to destroy it, they couldn't help but be excited. Binjia and the others were excited. Zhao Hai also prepared himself, he took out his staff and called Kair to his side. At this point, he didn't dare to be careless. When Elder Star used his ultimate weapon to separate Zhao Hai and Kair, Zhao Hai was scared out of his wits. Because of this, Zhao Hai called Kai over in order to make sure that everything was prepared. Then he waited for the attack to begin. Zhao Hai didn't send Bubble to the space. Instead, he had Bubble land on his head. Inside the Hell King's ship, a large number of undead were prepared. If the other party were to use some method to separate him from the space, then the undead on the ship would be enough to support Zhao Hai for quite some time. After everything was prepared, Zhao Hai commanded the Hell King's ship to fly forward. Just as the Hell King's ship passed through the wall with the word Central written on it, a shrill scream was heard. Along with this scream, red magic lights appeared in some places of the city. The lights flashed, reminding people of the approaching danger. Zhao Hai looked at all of this in surprise. He discovered that the defensive capabilities of the central city were very good. Although the walls had been torn down, the alarm system was very effective. Moreover, the range of the alarm should be bounded by the walls. Outside the walls, the alarm wouldn't sound. But inside the walls, the alarm would sound immediately. However, what happened next made Zhao Hai confused. In Zhao Hai's opinion, the alarm system in the central city was very developed. Therefore, the response of the army and the people should be very fast. However, what surprised Zhao Hai was the strange reaction of the civilians. They were all wearing clothes, looking puzzled, cursing as they walked out of their houses. Then they looked around blankly, as if they heard the alarm. Besides these civilians, the army also disappointed Zhao Hai. Their response was too slow. Zhao Hai noticed that there were several barracks in the central city. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about them. His current goal was the connecting heaven palace. Most of the barracks weren't within his attack range. What surprised Zhao Hai was that after the alarm sounded, the reaction of the soldiers in the barracks was similar to the civilians. When they heard the alarm, they seemed to be at a loss. Even the officers were the same. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. The army that protected the capital actually had this level of combat ability. This made Zhao Hai disappointed. However, this was a good thing for Zhao Hai. He didn't think too much about it as he flew the Hell King's ship towards the connecting heaven palace as fast as possible. The Hell King's ship was now a lot faster than before. Now that it was moving at full speed, the humans could only see a shadow in front of them. They wanted to see what it was, but they couldn't see it at all. Although the central city was very big, the Hell King's ship was still able to reach the connecting heaven palace in a short time. The army in the connecting heaven palace reacted much faster than the other armies in the city. At this time, a magic shield had been set up around the palace. There were also a lot of soldiers on the walls. Magic cannons and ballistas were also prepared. Zhao Hai didn't care about these as he drove the Hell King's ship towards the connecting heaven palace. Even though he was very close to the palace, he didn't slow down. He wanted to hit the palace head-on. Since the last time he destroyed the divine race's base in the Taurus continent, Zhao Hai discovered that he liked this method of attacking the enemy. He used the most violent, simple, and direct method to destroy the enemy. It was absolutely perfect. The defenders of the connecting heaven palace naturally noticed Zhao Hai and the others. However, Zhao Hai's speed was too fast. Just as they saw Zhao Hai and were about to attack, the Hell King's ship had already arrived. While they were stunned, the Hell King's ship had already hit the Connecting Heaven Palace's magic shield. Connecting Heaven Palace's magic barrier was considered the strongest magic barrier of the divine race. Their magic barrier was powered by the magic crystals of God-rank magic beasts. On the other hand, the magic barriers of the other divine race cities were powered by magic crystals of 9th rank or lower magic beasts raised by the divine race. The difference between the two sides was self-evident. But this time, the magic shield that was considered to be the strongest magic shield of the divine race was like a piece of paper. It was broken by the Hell King's ship in an instant. Then the Hell King's ship crashed into the city wall. The city wall couldn't stop the Hell King's ship at all. A large hole was made in the wall. However, the Hell King's ship didn't stop just because it hit a hole in the wall. It was still moving forward at full speed. As long as something was in its way, whether it was a wall or a house, whether it was a person or a beast, everything was smashed by the ship. The Hell King's ship was like an arrow piercing through a watermelon. It went from one end of the Connecting Heaven Palace to the other. It ran horizontally through the palace. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion shook the entire central capital. Many people who had been woken up by the alarm and walked out of their homes saw with their own eyes that the sacred place in their hearts had been pierced by a golden light. These people didn't know what was going on, they didn't know what to do. They didn't understand what was going on. Was the deity punishing them? Just as they were puzzled, the golden light returned and once again pierced through the connecting heaven palace. This time, people could see that the golden light was actually a golden ship. What made the divine race crazy was that the ship was like a child who had found a new toy. It kept ramming through the connecting heaven palace again and again. From the top of the palace to the bottom of the mountain, the ship kept ramming through the palace. Again and again, the connecting heaven palace's pride was smashed to pieces. All the divines lost their ability to think. They didn't know what was going on. They didn't know what the ship was doing and why it was attacking the connecting heaven palace. At this time, the people in the barracks finally reacted. All the divine race soldiers took up their weapons as fast as they could and rushed towards connecting heaven palace. These soldiers knew what the destruction of the connecting heaven palace meant. It meant that the dignity of the central continent was gone. The central continent had been slapped in the face. At this point, the divine race soldiers went crazy. They wanted to rush towards the connecting heaven palace and tear apart the people who dared to attack it. However, they didn't have the opportunity. The connecting heaven palace itself wasn't a natural mountain, it was man-made. In terms of strength, it was different from a natural mountain. The connecting heaven palace was a lot weaker than a natural mountain. After being smashed by the Hell King's ship, the mountain couldn't bear it and collapsed. However, Zhao Hai didn't intend to let them go. He gathered all of the magic cannons on the ship and fired towards the direction of connecting heaven palace. All of the divines that flew out of the palace were killed on the spot. Zhao Hai didn't let any of them go. In this battle, Zhao Hai was able to see the might of the improved magic cannons. If the cannons on the Hell King's ship were like those magic cannons in the Ark continent that used magic crystals, then the cannons on the Hell King's ship were now powered by crystal stones. They were the magic cannons used by the divine race. The Hell King's ship's magic cannons weren't just a little bit better. In fact, after the ship's improvements, the cannons were the most powerful. First, the materials used to make the cannons had changed. In the past, Zhao Hai's magic cannons were made of iron. After using them for a while, they couldn't be used anymore. On the other hand, the Hell King's ship's magic cannons were made of rare materials. Naturally, they were very strong. No matter how many times they were fired, they wouldn't be damaged. Second, Zhao Hai's magic cannons were powered by crystal stones. On the other hand, the Hell King's ship's magic cannons were powered by the Yinyang Pond. The Yinyang Pond provided more power than crystal stones. Because of this, the magic cannons were naturally more powerful. Third, it can be said that the 3 magic armors that Zhao Hai obtained helped a lot. Although Zhao Hai didn't have much time to study the magic armors, he still gave them to Karen and the others. However, the magic formations on the magic armors were added to the Hell King's ship by the scanner. A lot of the formations were used to increase the offensive power of weapons. The magic cannons were the ones that received the most benefits. At this point, Zhao Hai was confident that as long as the Hell King's ship's magic cannons hit a god-rank expert, that person would die without a doubt. If 10 magic cannons were used together, then even the Supreme Elders with their ultimate weapons wouldn't be able to stop them. Zhao Hai drove the Hell King's ship around the ruins of the connecting heaven palace. As long as there were any divines that were still alive, the ship would immediately fire and kill them. Even if there were no survivors, the cannons would still fire. Zhao Hai vowed to destroy everything in the palace, leaving nothing behind. This process seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it took less than an hour. And in this hour, the defenders of the city slowly surrounded the Hell King's ship. Seeing that the connecting heaven palace was almost destroyed, Zhao Hai didn't stay any longer. He turned the ship around and rushed towards the divine race defenders. When the divine race defenders saw Zhao Hai rushing towards them, they didn't retreat. Instead, they rushed forward with their weapons in hand. They were like soldiers with swords and spears rushing towards the enemy's ship. Zhao Hai didn't care about the divine race defenders. He didn't want to be entangled with them. Instead, he drove the Hell King's ship and rushed out. In the blink of an eye, the ship had already broken through the encirclement. Then it turned into a golden light and disappeared into the horizon. The divines who wanted to kill him couldn't find him. At this time, the civilians of the capital finally reacted. They cried as they ran towards the connecting heaven palace. For the people of the central continent, the connecting heaven palace was very important. It was their spiritual sustenance, their pride. But right in front of their eyes, their pride was ruthlessly destroyed. Not even a speck was left behind. When the divines arrived at the connecting heaven palace, they discovered that the mountain where the palace was located had completely collapsed. The majestic connecting heaven palace didn't even have a single tile left. All the divines in the capital couldn't help but cry. Some of the defenders couldn't help but choose to commit suicide. The symbol of the central continent, the pride of the central continent, the display of the central continent's strength, all of these things represented the connecting heaven palace. But today, all of these things were destroyed. And the person who destroyed them was Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai killed his way out of the capital, he got rid of the divines who were chasing him. Then he immediately returned to the gods' bestow river. Then he had Bubble wrap the Hell King's ship and dive into the river. The ship sank to the bottom and didn't come out. The attack this time was very short, it only took about an hour from start to finish. To be honest, Binjia and the others didn't expect Zhao Hai to use this method to deal with the connecting heaven palace. They didn't even make a move as they just stood on the ship. Then Zhao Hai drove the Hell King's ship towards the divines. And then the battle was over. Actually, it wasn't only Binjia and the others, even Laura and the others didn't expect Zhao Hai to do this. In the beginning, Zhao Hai didn't think about doing this. But after hearing Binjia and the others talk about the connecting heaven palace, Zhao Hai suddenly had this idea. The connecting heaven palace was the embodiment of the central divine strength. If it was destroyed, then the central divines would suffer a huge blow. Even if Elder Star was gloomy and smart, he would still need to return to the central continent to deal with this matter. Otherwise, the central divines would go crazy. The divines were proud, and the central divines were the proudest of them all. At this time, they were slapped in the face in such a way. It would be strange if they didn't go crazy. In this case, if Elder Star didn't show himself, then the central divines would be finished. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to attack the connecting heaven palace and destroy it. He wanted to use this method to force Elder Star to return to the central continent. After Bubble sank to the bottom of the river, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. He was afraid that the divines would have a powerful weapon to deal with him. But now, it seems like his worries were unnecessary. Binjia and the others were standing beside Zhao Hai along with Laura and the others. When Laura saw Zhao Hai let out a long breath, she smiled and said, "Brother Hai, why are you so nervous?" Zhao Hai turned to Laura and smiled faintly. "It's natural to be nervous. This is the central continent, the most powerful continent of the divines. And we're attacking their capital. How can I not be nervous? But fortunately, they aren't as difficult to deal with as we thought." Binjia's eyes shone as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, I'm afraid you don't know what connecting heaven palace represents to the divines. Not only the central divines, but the entire divine race, connecting heaven palace is a symbol of power and strength. Now that you've destroyed connecting heaven palace, it's the same as declaring that you will fight to the death with the divines." When Zhao Hai heard Binjia, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "When the divines attacked the Ark continent, they should have known that I would fight to the death with them. This is just the beginning." Binjia didn't know what to say. Zhao Hai truly had the strength to say these words. If it was someone else, then these words would have been a joke. But when Zhao Hai said these words, Binjia suddenly felt that the divines might no longer exist in the divine realm. Seeing that Binjia didn't say anything, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "Binjia, tell your people about our actions. Tell them to strengthen their vigilance. After the divines find out about this, they would surely go crazy. If they can't find us, then they would have no choice but to deal with your people. Tell them to be careful." Binjia's expression changed as he nodded. He knew that what Zhao Hai said was right. After the divines find out about this, they would certainly go crazy. They would certainly come to the central continent to look for Zhao Hai. Moreover, even if they couldn't find Zhao Hai, the foreign races who were related to Zhao Hai would certainly become the enemy of the divines. the divines would certainly attack the foreign races. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "All right, go take a rest. Have your people pay attention to the reactions of the divines. Remember, the more detailed the better." Binjie nodded before he returned to his room with Ryder and Yetta. They needed to immediately inform their clans about what happened in the central continent. This way, they would be able to make preparations. After seeing Binjie and the others leave, Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and said, "Tell Fei and the others about this as well. Tell them that the next period of time would be the most difficult period for them." When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she stared for a moment before her eyes shone. "Brother Hai, are you going to attack the three races?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's time, isn't it?" Elder Star was quietly standing on the balcony of the room that the Leo continent's imperial family had prepared for him. This was the Leo continent's imperial palace, the Leo Palace. The Leo Palace's architecture was very majestic, but compared to Connecting Heaven Palace, it was lacking in domineering aura. However, Elder Star didn't care about this. In fact, even if he lived in Connecting Heaven Palace, he would only live in a side hall. He rarely got involved in politics, he was always in seclusion, waiting for the day of his ascension. If it weren't for Jiayu and the others writing him a letter, Elder Star wouldn't have stepped into these muddy waters. But now, he understood that he made the right decision. Elder Star didn't think that someone would be able to escape unscathed from the attacks of the 5 Supreme Elders. Moreover, this person was trapped in their astrolabe. But in the end, this person managed to escape and even destroyed their base. Elder Star didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to escape unscathed. He didn't think that this person would be able to escape unscathed under the attacks of the 5 Supreme Elders. This person was too dangerous. After fighting with Zhao Hai, Elder Star finally understood how terrifying this person was. At this time, Elder Star believed that if Zhao Hai was allowed to stay in the divine realm, then the entire divine race would be in danger. Zhao Hai's danger didn't only come from his strength, it also came from his ruthlessness. The Taurus divines had already been massacred by Zhao Hai. This made Elder Star startled. Naturally, Elder Star was aware of what the Taurus divines had done to the commoners of the Radiant Empire. However, Elder Star was still a divine, and he had his pride as a divine. In his opinion, the people of the Ark continent were inferior races. It didn't matter how many of them were killed. Just like how the people of the Ark continent didn't treat slaves as humans, the divines also didn't treat the people of the Ark continent as humans. But Zhao Hai's method of massacring the divines made Elder Star feel threatened. He discovered that if he didn't deal with Zhao Hai as soon as possible, then the divines would face an even bigger massacre. There were 2 reasons why Elder Star was determined to deal with Zhao Hai. One was the rebellion of the Thunder Clan and the other 2 clans. The other was the participation of the 3 foreign races. The rebellion of the Thunder Clan and the other 2 clans caused a huge wave of rebellion among the vassal races of the Divine Realm. This storm hasn't subsided yet. The people of the other continents were still entangled with their vassal races. This caused the divine race to be somewhat unprepared. The second reason was the participation of the 3 foreign races. The war between the foreign races and the divine race had been going on for tens of thousands of years. Their hatred was engraved in their bones. In this case, Zhao Hai was cooperating with the 3 foreign races. If they succeed, then wouldn't the divine race's reputation be ruined? Because of this idea, Elder Star had no choice but to cooperate with the Supreme Elders in order to deal with Zhao Hai first. Just as Zhao Hai had guessed, Elder Star's decision to deal with the foreign races was part of their plan. Gold Ban and Zhao Hai had fought before. Moreover, the Taurus divines had fought with Zhao Hai more than once or twice. Because of this, they had researched Zhao Hai and discovered that he was a very cunning person. If they really wanted to attack the foreign races, then Zhao Hai would certainly not fight with them. Instead, he would just go to the divine race's continent and cause trouble. When the time comes, they would have no choice but to retreat. Because of this, Elder Star decided to divide the difficulty in advance. After studying Zhao Hai, he discovered that he was a person who didn't like to take risks. His first step seemed to be planned. Because of this, once they attack the foreign races, then Zhao Hai would certainly not support the foreign races. He would only deal with the divines. With this in mind, Elder Star began to make arrangements. However, what he said in the Taurus continent wasn't an act. Or rather, it could be said that he was the only one who was acting. The others weren't. Elder Star only thought of this plan when he was rushing towards the Taurus continent. He didn't have time to discuss with the others, so he could only act on his own. After the divine race withdrew from the Taurus continent, Elder Star told the others the truth. Elder Star did this because he discovered that every step they took was within Zhao Hai's calculations. Because of this, Elder Star suspected that Zhao Hai was using some special method to monitor them. The reason why Elder Star thought this was because the second time they transported grain, although they were plotting against Zhao Hai, they still changed their route. In their opinion, transporting grain to the Ark continent was more important than anything else. However, when they changed their route, they were still blocked by Zhao Hai's people. If one were to say that Zhao Hai wasn't monitoring them, then they wouldn't believe it. Elder Star didn't discover Zhao Hai's surveillance, just like back in the Taurus continent. But even so, he didn't dare take it lightly. In the end, he chose to be conservative. He would deceive everyone first and wait until they returned to their own territory before discussing the matter. Because of this, Elder Star explained his plan to the Leo continent. The reason why Elder Star dared to use this plan was because he had a treasure in his hands. If Elder Star didn't have this treasure, then he wouldn't have been able to proceed. It can be said that his plan was a failure from the very beginning. Of the 13 continents of the divine realm, 3 were in the hands of the foreign races and 1 was in Zhao Hai's hands. The divine still had 9 continents. At the same time, the supreme elders of the magic scorpion constellation were also killed by Zhao Hai. This allowed Elder Star to understand Zhao Hai's strength. 1 or 2 supreme elders wouldn't dare to provoke Zhao Hai. Because of this, Elder Star decided to act together. They would use the strength of 9 people to eliminate Zhao Hai in one fell swoop. However, there was a problem. With 9 people acting together, they could only stay in one continent. If Zhao Hai were to attack the other continents, then they wouldn't be able to do anything. But in the end, Elder Star took out an item that made the other supreme elders feel relieved. This was one of Elder Star's treasures, the 7-star Heaven Lock Formation. This treasure was called a formation. In fact, it was a formation disc, just like the star treasure plate. However, its offensive strength wasn't as good as the star treasure plate. The star treasure plate can injure while the 7-star Heaven Lock Formation can only trap enemies. When it comes to killing enemies, the star treasure plate was very formidable. Moreover, it could be combined with other ultimate weapons, making it even more powerful. However, when it comes to trapping enemies, the star treasure plate couldn't be compared to the 7-star Heaven Lock Formation. The 7-star Heaven Lock Formation was divided into 8 discs. 7 of them were named after the 7 stars. However, these 8 discs could be used separately. Even if they were used separately, as long as they were arranged according to the 7-star Heaven Lock Formation, they would still be able to play a certain role. Moreover, their might wouldn't be low. Elder Star took out this set of discs and gave them to each continent. He had them use this disc as the core and use the other discs to make the 7-star Heaven Lock Formation. As long as this set of discs can trap Zhao Hai for a few days, then they would be able to rush over and deal with Zhao Hai. The reason why Elder Star was sure that this set of discs would be able to trap Zhao Hai for a few days was because this set of discs had a special characteristic. This characteristic was very peculiar. Once someone was trapped inside the formation, if there was only one disc, then they could only be trapped for 7 days. Elder Star had tested it. Whether it was a supreme elder or an ordinary person, they could only be trapped for 7 days. And within these 7 days, almost nobody could break the formation. If 2 discs were used, then they could trap an enemy for 14 days. If 3 discs were used, then it would be 21 days. And so on. If 8 discs were used, then they could only trap an enemy for 56 days. After 56 days, regardless of whether the enemy was dead or alive, the disc would lose its use for a period of time. The only way to use the disc would be to rearrange the disc. On the other hand, Elder Star used this disc to trap the 3 supreme elders for 56 days. That time was the heaviest loss for the foreign races. If it weren't for Elder Star not being able to guarantee that he could kill the 3 supreme elders, then he would have already slaughtered the foreign races. Because of this 7-star heaven-lock formation, Elder Star was confident that he could deal with Zhao Hai. In his opinion, no matter which continent Zhao Hai wanted to deal with, as long as he was trapped, then he wouldn't be able to escape. In 7 days, they could rush to any continent and kill Zhao Hai. This time, in order to deal with Zhao Hai, Elder Star went all out. In addition to the true 7-star heaven-lock formation, he also made a lot of smaller ones in order to deal with Zhao Hai. However, these smaller 7-star heaven-lock formations weren't very useful. If they wanted to trap Zhao Hai, then they would only be able to trap him for a short period of time. However, on the battlefield, this short period of time was very important. If Zhao Hai was trapped in the 7-star heaven-lock formation, then the people in the continent with the core disc would rush over and use it to trap Zhao Hai. Then Elder Star and the others would rush over and kill Zhao Hai. This arrangement was very good. Naturally, the central continent also had the 7-star heaven-lock formation. However, whether it was the Divines or Elder Star, nobody expected Zhao Hai to attack the central continent. This was because the central continent was the furthest away from the Taurus continent. If Zhao Hai wanted to help the foreign races, then the central continent would be the slowest. Because of this, Elder Star and the others thought that Zhao Hai wouldn't attack the central continent. It was possible that he would choose a continent closer to the Taurus continent. In addition to these arrangements, Elder Star also informed the sea race to go deep into the sea and pay close attention to Zhao Hai's movements. As long as they find Zhao Hai, they would immediately report to the sea race. The sea race's information network was the biggest in the divine realm. Because of this, Elder Star was confident in dealing with Zhao Hai. At this time, Elder Star was anxious. His army had already set out to attack the foreign races. However, Zhao Hai was still nowhere to be seen. Elder Star couldn't help but feel restless. He carefully recalled his arrangements and found that there were no flaws. Only then did he relax. At this time, hurried footsteps could be heard. Naturally, Elder Star heard the footsteps. He could tell that these footsteps belonged to Gold Ben. Gold Ben was now a stray dog. In the past, his strength and status weren't as good as Elder Star's. Now, he had become Elder Star's most loyal subordinate. This was because Gold Ben knew that if there was someone in the divine realm who could avenge him, then it would be Elder Star. This wasn't about Elder Star's strength, it was about his status. Elder Star was a supreme elder of the central continent, his status was much higher than ordinary supreme elders. And with the central continent's strength, all the other supreme elders faintly revolved around Elder Star. If Gold Ben wants to take revenge, then he can only ask Elder Star to organize these supreme elders. In the entire divine realm, only Elder Star had the ability to rally these supreme elders. Gold Ben was a sensible person. Therefore, he was willing to follow Elder Star as a loyal dog. This made Elder Star's words more confident. Because of this, when Elder Star heard Gold Ben's voice, he didn't care. He was still standing on the balcony. He thought that Gold Ben only brought news of Zhao Hai's appearance. As soon as Gold Ben entered the room, he saw Elder Star posing. Gold Ben didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the past, he didn't have much contact with Elder Star, so he didn't understand his temperament. But after coming in contact with Elder Star, Gold Ben discovered that Elder Star liked to pose in order to show off his extraordinariness. This time was the same as well. I wonder if you'll still be able to pose after hearing the news. Gold Ben maliciously thought as he quickly walked to Elder Star's side. Elder Star didn't wait for Gold Ben to speak before he said, "What's wrong? Did you find Zhao Hai's traces?" Gold Ben replied, "Yes, Zhao Hai has appeared. He attacked the central continent and destroyed the central continent's connecting heaven palace. He even used his ship to knock down the mountain where connecting heaven palace was located. I heard that there were no survivors in connecting heaven palace." Elder Star stood there and listened. He didn't have any reaction. At this point, Gold Ben began to admire Elder Star's composure. But at this moment, Elder Star turned his head and looked at Gold Ben. "What did you say? Zhao Hai attacked there?" Gold Ben couldn't help but curse in his heart. He thought that Elder Star's mental fortitude was good, but it turned out that he was just shocked by the news. Although Gold Ben was cursing, he still repeated his words. Although this was the second time he heard this, Elder Star was still stunned. He stared blankly at Gold Ben and muttered, "How is this possible? How was this possible? Wasn't the seven-star Heaven Lock Formation's core disk in the connecting Heaven Palace? How could this happen?" Gold Ben shook his head and said, "I still don't know what's going on. But since the news has already spread, we should go to the central continent and take a look." Upon hearing Gold Ben, Elder Star recovered. He quickly nodded and said, "Right, you're right. We should go back and take a look." Then his figure disappeared from the room. Gold Ben looked at Elder Star and saw him flying out of the balcony towards the central continent. Gold Ben didn't immediately follow Elder Star's orders. He immediately went to inform the others before flying towards the central continent. At this time, the other Supreme Elders couldn't sit still. Although Zhao Hai didn't attack their continent, the connecting Heaven Palace had always been the pride of the divines. Now that it was destroyed by Zhao Hai, they couldn't just sit still. It wasn't only the Leo continent that received this news, the entire divine realm knew about it in a short time. When the divines heard about this, they couldn't help but go crazy. The first ones to go crazy were the people from the central continent. They couldn't believe that someone would dare attack them. Moreover, it was in their own home, destroying their sacred land. For the central continent, this was undoubtedly a slap in the face. It would be strange if they didn't go crazy. But the worst thing was that the central continent was without a leader. This was because the central continent's imperial family had already been destroyed by Zhao Hai. Because of this, there was no one who could stand up in time and lead the anger of the central continent to the right direction. Because of this, in an instant, the anger of the central continent's people had already burned away their reason. It was a very scary thing for a person's rationality to be burned away by anger, especially when the person was very strong. This kind of anger was even more terrifying. This was the situation in the central continent. The people in the capital lost their reason first. They began to destroy and kill. The entire capital was in chaos. There were a lot of garrisons in the capital, but the first to go crazy were the garrisons. After that, the entire central continent went crazy. In just one night, the central continent had turned into a complete mess. Zhao Hai didn't think that things would turn out like this. He only destroyed a palace in the central continent, but now the entire continent was in chaos. Zhao Hai stared blankly at the screen. He didn't think that things would develop to this point. Laura and the others were also staring blankly at the screen. This scene was beyond their expectations. After some time, Zhao Hai turned to Laura and smiled bitterly. "It seems like we've poked a beehive this time." Laura smiled bitterly and said, "Right, how did things turn out like this?" "Brother Hai, do you want to ask Binjia and the others?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't think there's any need to ask. Didn't Binjia and the others already tell us the answer? It seems like the connecting Heaven Palace is very important to the divines. Otherwise, the divines wouldn't have such a big reaction. However, this reaction is good for us. If the divines attack the foreign races, then it would be good news for us. What do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes." Laura smiled and said, "It would be good news for us. But to be honest, it would be too cruel for the divines." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Now that things have reached this point, if we aren't being cruel to them, then they are being cruel to us. Forget it, let's just wait and see. If Elder Star's group is really scheming against us, then I think they will arrive soon." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "All right." Laura nodded and said, "I think Elder Star has already gone crazy. He should be rushing over as fast as possible. What should we do when they arrive?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Didn't we go to the Leo continent before? If they arrive in the central continent, then we'll go to the Leo continent and mess it up. It would be best if we make contact with the vassal races there." Laura nodded and said, "That's a good idea. But wouldn't the Leo continent be prepared? What do you plan to do?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Wouldn't it be better if they're prepared? What do we have to be afraid of? Let's mess up the Leo continent first and then see how the divines react." Laura knit her brows and said, "With the current situation of the divine race, they would certainly go crazy and attack the 3 foreign races. They might even attack the Thunder clan and the other 2 clans as well as the vassal races of the divine race." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, they would certainly deal with the Thunder Clan and the others first. They already know that we're the first to cooperate with the three races. If the three races are in trouble, then we wouldn't just sit idly by. Moreover, compared to the foreign races, the three races are much easier to deal with. This is our opportunity. Laura stared, then she nodded. Lizzie frowned and said, if I'm a divine, then I would deal with the vassal races first. This way, they won't be able to cause any trouble later. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it's a pity that you're not a divine. This time, we've really poked the divine's sore nerve. Now, they want to deal with us the most. In the eyes of the divines, the vassal races wouldn't be able to survive for long. As long as they deal with us, then they would turn around and deal with the vassal races. Because of this, I'm sure that they would look for us first. Lizzie nodded. She felt that what Zhao Hai said was right. The vassal races weren't a threat to the divines. Even if the divines couldn't defeat them, as long as the divines used their ultimate weapons, then the vassal races wouldn't be able to contend against them. On the other hand, the vassal races were different. They had the strength to fight against the ultimate weapons. In this case, the divines would certainly deal with them. Also, the Supreme Elders wouldn't be able to use their ultimate weapons without paying a price. If they were to waste their ultimate weapons on the vassal races, then how could they resist Zhao Hai? It was likely that they would die in an ugly manner. The entire divine race would be finished. Because of this, the divines would surely want to find Zhao Hai as soon as possible. Or perhaps, they would force Zhao Hai to come out and fight them to the death. After thinking about this, Lizzie immediately said, Big Brother Hai, we should quickly inform Fei and the others about this. Otherwise, their losses would be very big. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, Big Brother Hai, we should quickly inform Fei and the others about this. Zhao Hai nodded and said, we'll certainly tell them, but it's hard to say if the three clans will listen to us. If they don't listen to us, then even if we do more, it would be useless. Let's just leave it to fate. I hope that after they eat this loss, they will truly trust me and enter the space. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, all right. Lizzie and the others smiled bitterly. They knew that this wouldn't be easy. The Thunder Clan and the other two clans were very stubborn people. It would be impossible for the Thunder Clan and the others to fully trust them. It would be very difficult for them to enter the space. However, if they were to face the divines, then their losses would be very big. This wasn't something that Lizzie and the others wanted to see. This caused Lizzie and the others to be in a dilemma. To be honest, when they first attacked the central continent, Lizzie and the others didn't think of using this method to force the Thunder Clan and the others. But now that things have developed to this point, it seems like the situation was out of their control. Zhao Hai didn't immediately tell Fei and the others about his conjecture. After all, this was just their guess. Moreover, Zhao Hai wouldn't let the Supreme Elders deal with Fei and the others so easily. At this time, Zhao Hai had more and more people wearing the space's constellation battle suits. To be honest, even if Zhao Hai didn't make a move against the Supreme Elders, he wouldn't necessarily be afraid of the divine race just by relying on the Devil Battle team. However, if this were to happen, then the Devil Legion would suffer a lot of losses. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't want to see. Zhao Hai was very optimistic about the Devil Legion. He didn't want them to suffer any losses. Zhao Hai didn't want to use the Devil Legion to deal with the O'Neill family. Naturally, he wouldn't use the Devil Legion to deal with the Supreme Elders. Although the Devil Legion was still under the command of the Great Demon King, the Great Demon King's attitude towards them was slowly changing. And this change was something that Zhao Hai wanted to see. The reason for the Great Demon King's change was because after Zhao Hai gave the Devil Legion the combat suits, he didn't immediately send them out. The Great Demon King might have thought that Zhao Hai didn't have any requests for them and only wanted to help them. Because of this, the Great Demon King's attitude had changed. And this change was something that Zhao Hai wanted to see the most. The Great Demon King's attitude had changed. The space wanted to turn him into someone who was thinking for Zhao Hai, making things more convenient. And now that the Great Demon King was at a critical moment, Zhao Hai didn't want to waste all his efforts just because of the Devil Legion. Because of this, the Devil Legion couldn't be easily moved. Besides the Devil Legion, Zhao Hai could also mobilize people from the Ark continent. At this point, a lot of people from the Ark continent had been promoted to God rank by Zhao Hai's God rank potions. Moreover, Zhao Hai had selected some of them to enter the Hell space. However, it was impossible for the people of the Ark continent to form an army in a short period of time. They weren't strong enough, and they didn't have any experience in fighting against God ranks. If they were to fight against the supreme elders of the divine race, then even if they were to wear their combat suits, it would be no different than sending them to their deaths. Besides the Ark continent and the demons, the only army that Zhao Hai could mobilize was the undead. At this point, he had a large number of divine race undead. These undead had reached God rank, some of them even reached God rank. However, Zhao Hai discovered a problem. After these undead wore the constellation combat suits, they weren't able to display 100% of their strength. The constellation combat suits didn't seem to be suitable for the undead. This made Zhao Hai very distressed. Of the combat suits produced by the space, besides keeping some for his own use, Zhao Hai gave almost all of them to the Devil Legion. However, it would take a long time to equip the Devil Legion with combat suits. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to equip the God rank undead with combat suits. This way, their fighting strength would increase. However, Zhao Hai was disappointed. After the God rank undead wore the combat suits, their fighting strength would increase. However, compared to the Supreme Elders, they were still lacking. Moreover, after the undead wore the combat suits, they would always have an incongruous feeling. This feeling wasn't just from their appearance, it was also reflected in their fighting process. It can be said that the combat suits didn't increase the undead's fighting strength. Instead, it would affect their fighting strength. This made Zhao Hai give up on the idea of equipping the undead with combat suits. Because of these reasons, if Zhao Hai wanted to compete with the Supreme Elders, then he would need to make a move. However, the problem was that he couldn't make a move too many times. Just like how the Supreme Elders couldn't use their combat suits for a long time, if Zhao Hai were to make a move too many times, then he would be kicked out by the laws of space. Even if he didn't ascend, he wouldn't be able to return. To be honest, Zhao Hai was reluctant to leave this place. There were still a lot of good things here that he couldn't get his hands on. At the very least, the star disk that he coveted the most was still in Elder Star's hands. Zhao Hai was watching the divines from the space. At this time, the divines were still in chaos. At this time, it wasn't only the central continent that was in chaos, the other continents were also in chaos. Even the foreign races were affected to a certain extent. When Binjia told the foreign races that Zhao Hai had destroyed the connecting heaven palace, the foreign races thought that it was a joke. However, when they saw the divine race army quickly retreating, they knew that it was true. This caused the foreign races to go into an uproar. A lot of people in the foreign races hadn't seen Zhao Hai before. The reason why they allied with Zhao Hai was because of Zhao Hai's strength. Since Zhao Hai was able to destroy the Taurus divines, then there was no need to say how strong he was. And now, Zhao Hai actually destroyed the connecting heaven palace. Although the connecting heaven palace wasn't a holy land in the minds of the foreign races weren't fools. They knew what the connecting heaven palace meant to the divines. The three supreme elders of the foreign races immediately gathered together to discuss how to deal with this matter. In their opinion, this matter was an opportunity. But at the same time, this matter might turn into a whirlpool. They said that it was an opportunity because once the connecting heaven palace was destroyed, the divines would certainly be in chaos. When the time comes, the foreign races would be able to take advantage of this opportunity to deal with the divines. And this was a whirlpool because this matter was too big. It was hard to say how chaotic the divine realm would become. If the divine realm became too chaotic, then Zhao Hai and the others would be walking into the whirlpool. In the end, it would be hard to say whether they would be swallowed up by the whirlpool or settle it. On the other hand, the ordinary people of the foreign races didn't have such thoughts. They hated the divines because they were always bullying them. Now that the divines were being slapped in the face, it was natural for them to be happy. Moreover, these ordinary people weren't fools. They also thought that the divines would be in chaos. Therefore, they unanimously requested that the foreign races send troops to the divines in order to take revenge. The ones who benefited the most from this matter were the vassal races. Now that the divines had such a big matter, the divines didn't have time to fight with them. As long as they don't come to the divine realm, the divines wouldn't care about them. This made the vassal races, who had been suppressed by the divines, feel strange. They didn't know what happened to the divine realm. They thought that the foreign races had sent troops to help them. 3 days after Zhao Hai destroyed the connecting heaven palace, Elder Star appeared in the central continent. But at this time, the central continent was in chaos. Almost all of the cities had been destroyed. The once prosperous central continent was now in ruins. This made Elder Star's face pale. Besides the destroyed buildings, there were also dead people. Old people, children, women, and men. Dead people could be seen everywhere. There were civilians as well as soldiers. The entire central continent had turned into hell. Elder Star's expression turned black. Along the way, he saw a lot of divine race people fighting. Both sides were engaged in a meaningless slaughter. It seems like these people had lost their minds. Although Elder Star wanted them to stop, these people didn't seem to be able to hear him. Their eyes were bloodshot, they only knew how to fight. They had already gone mad. After the destruction of the connecting heaven palace, these people fought like madmen. Some of them even killed their own families. After the anger in their hearts subsided a little, they discovered what they had done. Many of them went mad once again. Upon seeing this, Elder Star knew that the central continent was finished. It was impossible for the central continent to return to its original state. Moreover, the central continent's economic and cultural situation had regressed by at least 100 years. Naturally, Elder Star didn't come out empty-handed. He also met some people who were still conscious. These people were weak, they didn't dare to stay in the city since they were afraid of meeting the lunatics. Therefore, they could only run to the wilderness. They didn't have anything to eat, they didn't have anything to wear, it was hard to survive in the wilderness. In this situation, Elder Star was helpless. In the end, he could only arrange for these people to stay in the nearby cities. As for those who had gone completely mad, Elder Star had no choice but to kill them. The other supreme elders behind Elder Star were also shocked by the changes in the central continent. They didn't think that the central continent would become like this. Their hearts were bleeding. They were also scared. Although Elder Star was the one who proposed the plan, the supreme elders had also discussed it over and over again. In their opinion, the plan was perfect. Let's not talk about the 7-star heaven lock, let's talk about the divines and the fishmen. The divines and the fishmen can survive in the sea for a long time. Moreover, they can command the magic beasts in the sea. With them guarding the continents, it can be said that no matter where Zhao Hai came from, he wouldn't be able to hide from them. However, Zhao Hai was able to hide from them. Moreover, he destroyed the connecting heaven palace in one fell swoop. They didn't have this ability, and they believed that Elder Star didn't have it either. Facing such a mysterious enemy, the supreme elders couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. Zhao Hai only discovered Elder Star 5 days after he entered the central continent. The reason why Zhao Hai was able to find him was because Elder Star was still gathering refugees and killing those who had gone crazy. When Zhao Hai saw Elder Star, he couldn't help but be startled. When he saw Elder Star before, he was a middle-aged man with an imposing aura. Elder Star's words and actions were methodical, he had a very elegant demeanor. But now, Elder Star's appearance was completely different. His hair was almost completely white, his clothes were sloppy, his eyes were blood red, his body was thin, and his eyes were bulging. He looked ferocious and terrifying, he didn't have a single trace of elegance left in him. However, Zhao Hai could understand Elder Star's feelings. Elder Star was a native of the central continent. After becoming a supreme elder, he regarded the people of the central continent as his children, his sons, and his family. Anyone who saw their home in this state wouldn't be able to accept it. Zhao Hai sighed. He didn't think that the central continent would become like this. In the beginning, he attacked the connecting heaven palace only because it was the central continent's imperial palace. Moreover, Binjia also said that the connecting heaven palace was very important. Zhao Hai wanted to cause a commotion in the central continent in order to lure Elder Star and the others out. He wanted Elder Star and the others to be in the open while he hid in the dark. This way, it would be easier for them to move. However, the development of the matter was beyond their imagination. Zhao Hai didn't expect the central continent's reaction to be this big. The people of the central continent actually went crazy because of the destruction of the connecting heaven palace. Take Divine Bestow City for example. Zhao Hai knew that Divine Bestow City was very prosperous in the beginning. But in just a few days, the city was destroyed under Zhao Hai's eyes. Zhao Hai saw the people of Divine Bestow City destroying their homes bit by bit. They killed their loved ones before they went crazy and started killing each other. Even if Zhao Hai had a heart of stone, he still couldn't bear it. Compared to the people of the central continent, the people of the Taurus continent were more fortunate. Although a lot of people from the Taurus continent died, at the very least, there were only a few commoners who died. Moreover, those who died were all killed by Zhao Hai. The people of the Taurus continent could only hate Zhao Hai, they could still think of revenge. On the other hand, the people of the central continent weren't like this. They hated Zhao Hai, but when they woke up, they hated themselves even more. They hated themselves for destroying their homes and everything they had. And when they were stimulated, they finally couldn't bear it anymore and went crazy. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. After that, Zhao Hai saw the other Supreme Elders. These Supreme Elders were also in a difficult situation. However, their situation was much better than Elder Star's. Zhao Hai counted the Supreme Elders and saw that all 9 of them were present. This made him feel relieved. Laura and the others didn't look at the monitor for the past few days. They couldn't stand it anymore. Every time they saw the divine race going crazy, they felt that they were going crazy. Zhao Hai didn't know what to say about this situation. He could only have Laura and the others enter the space and find something to do to pass the time. Then he stayed behind and looked at the monitor. Today, when Elder Star and the others appeared, Zhao Hai immediately called Laura and the others out. Before they came out, Zhao Hai also turned off the monitor. When Laura and the others came out, they saw Zhao Hai sitting in the living room. There was a bottle of wine in the room. Zhao Hai had already drunk half of it. Zhao Hai rarely drank when he was alone, Laura and the others knew about this. Now that they saw Zhao Hai's appearance, Laura and the others understood that Zhao Hai's heart wasn't feeling well. The group couldn't help but feel distressed. Meg immediately went to the kitchen to prepare food for Zhao Hai while Laura and the others sat down. A person in Jiang who is helpless, these were Zhao Hai's thoughts at this time. He knew that he and the divine race had reached a point where only one side would be able to survive. Even if he wanted to give up, the divine race wouldn't let him off. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't care about killing people. However, after seeing the current state of the divine race, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel uneasy about it. Laura and the others also knew what Zhao Hai was thinking. To be honest, Zhao Hai wasn't a ruthless person. Although he would show no mercy to his enemies, he was still very soft-hearted towards ordinary people. Because of this, Laura and the others could understand why Zhao Hai was in a bad mood. Laura and the others didn't say anything as they just sat there and accompanied Zhao Hai. This allowed Zhao Hai to feel their concern. At this time, Meg had already taken out several dishes from the kitchen and placed them on the table. After drinking the wine in his glass, Zhao Hai said, "Elder Star and the others have returned. It seems like the central continent will be able to calm down soon. Moreover, from this point, we can see that they have a plan to deal with us. However, we guessed that they might have some kind of teleportation equipment, but we guessed wrong. This makes me feel strange. What method do they use to deal with us?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Elder Star and the others have returned. It seems like the central continent will be calm soon." Laura and the others couldn't help but knit their brows. To be honest, the appearance of Elder Star and the others was already beyond their expectations. This meant that Elder Star and the others really wanted to deal with Zhao Hai. However, they still didn't know what method they would use. Lizzie turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Big Brother Hai, are we going to attack the Leo continent? Wouldn't we know once we attack them? I think that after this incident, the Leo continent should be prepared, right? No matter what method they use to deal with us, they will definitely use it in the Leo continent. When the time comes, won't we know?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It seems like that's the only way." "Alright, since Elder Star and the others are here, then we should take action. Let's go to the Leo continent." Lizzie and the others nodded. The next moment, they appeared in the Leo continent's largest river, the Leo River. Zhao Hai and the others came here through the space. The last time they came to the Leo continent, it was through the Leo River that they entered the Leo continent. Because of this, they knew that they were going the wrong way. Naturally, the space would remember these maps. After arriving at the Lion River, Zhao Hai didn't immediately attack the Lion Divines. His goal was very clear, he wanted to attack the Lion Divines. Only by doing so would he be able to mobilize the Supreme Elders, giving him the opportunity to defeat them one by one. Zhao Hai and the others walked along the Leo River while observing the situation of the Leo continent. Contrary to Zhao Hai's expectations, Zhao Hai thought that only the central continent would be affected. After all, they were only attacking the central continent, the other places wouldn't be affected. What Zhao Hai didn't expect was that the Leo continent was also having trouble. However, the situation here was much better compared to the central continent. Although there were some people who were causing trouble, the situation was still under control. Zhao Hai didn't expect that the Leo continent was also having trouble. But after seeing this situation, Zhao Hai didn't know whether he should take action or not. This was because he knew that if he took action now, then he would be the spark that ignited the Leo continent. The Leo continent's situation was like a barrel of dynamite. As long as there is a spark, the barrel of dynamite would explode. Zhao Hai frowned as he looked at the screen. Lizzie and the others were also looking at the screen. They hadn't experienced this kind of situation before, so they couldn't help but turn their gazes towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also felt the gazes of the others. He clenched his teeth and said, "Let's do it." Then he turned around and walked outside. When he arrived at the deck, he immediately said, "Xianxia, come out." Xianxia and the others had been staying in their rooms for the past few days. From time to time, they would contact their clans. They also knew that the Divine Race's army had retreated. This made Xianxia and the others feel relieved. Xianxia and the others couldn't see the situation outside, so they didn't know what had happened in the central continent. However, they were already used to Zhao Hai's method. Because of this, they slowly got used to staying in their rooms. Now that Zhao Hai called them, Xianxia and the others immediately ran out. They knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't call them out for no reason. When they saw Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Zhao Hai's expression was very gloomy. This caused Xianxia and the others' hearts to sink. They didn't know who had provoked Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the trembling trio and said, "Xianxia, what's the most important place in the Leo continent that they're interested in? Should we attack that place?" Xianxia stared, he didn't expect Zhao Hai to ask about this. Xianxia carefully replied, "Mister, did something happen? Isn't it too risky to attack the Leo continent right now? Did Elder Star and the others return?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, they're back." "Alright, we're now in the Leo continent. Tell me, where is the Leo continent?" Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "Our clan has done some research on the Leo continent. The most important place in the Leo continent isn't the Imperial Palace, but Lion Rock." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Go on." Xianxia nodded and said, "Lion Rock is actually a huge graveyard. The patriarchs of the Leo continent are buried there as well as the warriors who died in battle. It's the spiritual sustenance of the Leo continent's people. It's very important." Zhao Hai gently knit his brows. He didn't like to rob tombs. However, after thinking about it, this was a method that would cause the Leo continent to fall into chaos. Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai's expression and said, "Besides Lion Rock, the Lion Palace is the most important place in the continent. However, the Lion Palace has always been the best place in the continent. It also has the most troops stationed there." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Where is Lion Rock?" Xianxia replied, "It's about 150 li east of the Lion Palace. It got its name because the mountain looks like a lion lying on the ground. I heard that the people of the Lion Palace buried their patriarch there. The warriors who were buried there were there to protect the Lion Patriarch." Xianxia nodded and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Where is the specific location of the Lion Palace?" Xianxia replied, "The Lion Palace is on the east bank of the Lion River. It's not close to the Lion River, but it has a satellite city called Drinking Lion City. But if we want to go to Lion Rock, we don't need to go to the Lion Palace. We can just go along the Lion River. Not long after we pass Drinking Lion City, we will be able to see Lion Rock." The lion head of Lion Rock is on the banks of the Lion River. It looks like a lion lying on the river and drinking water. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, we'll be there soon. Let's destroy Lion Rock today. Binjie and the others didn't dare to say anything. However, they didn't oppose Zhao Hai's approach. Their enmity with the divine race was too deep. They couldn't wait to dig out the graves of their ancestors. Zhao Hai and the others didn't know that when they went the wrong way, Elder Star and the others were in the Leo continent. If they attacked the Leo continent at that time, then they might have encountered Elder Star and the others. Fortunately, Zhao Hai didn't make a move at that time. When Binjie saw that Zhao Hai's expression didn't get better, instead, it got worse. He couldn't help but be puzzled. In the end, he couldn't help but ask, Mister, did something happen? Zhao Hai turned to Binjie and smiled bitterly as he shook his head and said, don't worry, it's fine. Even if something happened, it would still be beneficial to us. You don't need to worry. Binjie was still puzzled as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, but Mister's expression is very ugly. I thought that something happened. Mister, are you sure it's fine? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, it's fine, you can rest assured. Get ready, we'll be arriving at Lion Rock soon. When Binjie heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mister, we'll be arriving at Lion Rock soon? So fast? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, of course it'll be fast. There's no need to worry. But once we arrive at Lion Rock, we won't make a move. Just like before, we'll make a move at night. This time, I want to turn all the patriarchs of the Leo continent into undead. When Binjie and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but shiver. Zhao Hai's method was too ruthless. At this time, Binjie and the others finally understood why the people of their clan said that they shouldn't offend dark mages. Dark mages weren't easy to offend. Before long, the Hell King's ship stopped. Zhao Hai turned to Binjie and the others and said, all right, go and rest. We've arrived at Lion Rock. We'll make a move at night. Then he turned around and returned to his room. Binjie and the others looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. They didn't know what happened to Zhao Hai today. Why did he seem to be in a bad mood? When Zhao Hai returned to his room, Laura and the others immediately greeted him. Laura was puzzled as she said, Brother Hai, are we really going to turn the divine race's skeletons into undead? The undead wouldn't be strong, they would be useless. Even after the space's transformation, they would still be stronger than ordinary undead. Zhao Hai clenched his teeth and said, right, we'll turn all the skeletons in Lion Rock into undead. Moreover, we don't need to use the space's transformation. We'll just let the undead attack the Leo continent. In any case, the divine race is our enemy. Let's put away our hesitation and deal with them first. After dealing with the divine race, we still have to deal with the O'Neill family and the underworld. Maybe we'll be able to save more divines. When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. Just like what Zhao Hai said, they might be able to save even more people by doing this. Zhao Hai wasn't joking when he said that dealing with the divine race would save more people. This was because Zhao Hai knew that the underworld's dark mist was still spreading. From what he can see, it would be impossible for the O'Neill family to stop the underworld. In this case, sooner or later, the underworld would reach the divine realm. Moreover, Zhao Hai believed that this day wouldn't be too far away. It has only been a year since the underworld's dark mist appeared. But in this period of time, the dark mist had already spread to the Oxu Empire. This speed of expansion couldn't be described as slow. At this point, the O'Neill family was about to clash with the underworld's dark mist. With the dark mist's speed, it wouldn't take more than a day for it to reach the divine realm. When that time comes, the number of people who died in the divine realm would certainly increase. Zhao Hai didn't think that the divines would be able to deal with the dark mist. The dark mist's expansion was like changing the laws of the world. All light elements would be suppressed inside the dark mist. At the same time, all dark elements would be strengthened. In this case, it would be very difficult for the divines to defeat the underworld. If the divines couldn't defeat the underworld, then all of the divines would be killed. Instead of this, it would be better to have Zhao Hai end the war as soon as possible. Perhaps he would be able to save more divines and bring them to the space. After thinking about this, Laura and the others didn't say anything else. Zhao Hai's attack on Lion Rock was indeed the best choice. At this time, using this method to stimulate the divines might have an unexpected effect. Zhao Hai didn't say anything else. He just sat on the sofa and looked at the monitor. At this time, Bingjie and the others had returned to their rooms. Bingjie was currently contacting his people to see what happened. He also wanted to know why Zhao Hai's mood wasn't very good. Bingjie also received the results. He knew that the central continent was in chaos. At this time, the vassal races of the central continent had taken advantage of the central continent's territory. However, nobody in the central continent was able to organize a counterattack. After hearing this, Bingjie couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that things would turn out like this. He immediately invited Ryder and Yetta to his room and told them the news he received. When Ryder and Yetta heard Bingjie, they couldn't help but stare. Ryder muttered, "So, the central continent is now in chaos. But why is Mr. unhappy?" Yetta also frowned. She also felt strange about this matter. Normally, Zhao Hai should be the happiest one in this situation. So why was Zhao Hai unhappy? Bingjie thought for a moment before he said, "I thought of a possibility. Mr. might think that he went too far. When we fought against the divine race in the Taurus continent, Mr. would only kill those who resisted. As for the civilians, Mr. would use space magic to send them to other places. I thought that Mr. killed them, but now it seems like Mr. didn't kill them. Instead, he sent them to other places. And this time, the chaos in the central continent didn't only affect the army, it also affected the civilians. It's possible that Mr. didn't want to see this. Therefore, Mr.'s expression became ugly. So Mr.'s expression didn't look good." Yetta and Ryder nodded. This was the only reasonable explanation. However, Ryder saw Bingjie's brows wrinkle. He couldn't help but look at Bingjie and said, "Bingjie, what's wrong?" Bingjie frowned and said, "I always felt that Mr. didn't come to the divine realm just for revenge. If he really wanted revenge, then with his strength, the divine realm would have already been in chaos. I don't know why Mr. is acting like this." Yetta and Yetta also frowned. Yetta and Ryder were also frowning. They had been with Zhao Hai for some time now, so they were very clear about Zhao Hai's strength. Zhao Hai's strength was beyond their imagination. Even when he fought against the Supreme Elders, he didn't use his full strength. This was completely different from the style of a person seeking revenge. In the past, they didn't think about this. After all, Zhao Hai had killed a lot of divines. But now that they heard Bingjie and the others, they couldn't help but think that Zhao Hai's way of doing things was strange. He didn't seem like someone who only wanted to take revenge. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to Bingjie and the others. Seeing that Bingjie and the others were in their rooms, Zhao Hai began to move. He commanded the Hell King's ship to drill under Lion Rock. It wouldn't be easy to get to the bottom of Lion Rock, but Zhao Hai thought of a way. He used the Hell King's ship's magic cannons to fire at the riverbed. This way, the rocks on the riverbed would be vaporized, allowing them to pass through. Zhao Hai had already received the bubble. However, the Hell King's ship didn't get bigger. Because of this, even though Zhao Hai was making a ruckus at the bottom of Lion Rock, it didn't attract anyone's attention. Zhao Hai continued to move forward and slowly arrived at the bottom of Lion Rock. This time, Zhao Hai really stopped. He was waiting for the sky to turn dark before making his move. The reason why Zhao Hai had the Hell King's ship under Lion Rock wasn't just because he wanted to attack from below. He also wanted to see if Lion Rock had any defenses. Before long, Zhao Hai discovered that what he did was correct. Although Lion Rock didn't have a divine race army guarding it, it still had a huge magic formation. Moreover, at the corner of Lion Rock, there was a 10,000 divine race army stationed there. As long as Lion Rock has any movement, they would immediately respond. Zhao Hai didn't expect that the divine race would be able to make such a move. Moreover, Zhao Hai discovered that every hour or so, 1,000 soldiers would be sent to patrol the surroundings of Lion Rock. It can be said that the defense was very tight. One must know that this was the depths of the Leo continent. For the Leo divines to arrange such a defense, it can be seen how much they cared about Lion Rock. However, this made Zhao Hai even more determined to destroy Lion Rock. Lion Rock was very important to the Leo divines. Once it was destroyed, the Leo divines would certainly go crazy. Once they go crazy, Zhao Hai wouldn't even need to make a move. If the lion race were to go crazy, then it wouldn't matter if they wanted to deal with the foreign races or the Thunder Clan. For Zhao Hai, it would be very advantageous. If the lion race were to deal with the foreign races, then the situation of the foreign races would be very dangerous. This way, Zhao Hai might be able to lure the foreign races into the space. If they want to deal with the Thunder Clan and the others, then Zhao Hai would have his undead entangle them in the Taurus continent. Then he would use this opportunity to pressure the Thunder Clan and the others into the space. In any case, this would be a very profitable deal. Zhao Hai didn't think too much about it. After learning about Lion Rock's defense, Zhao Hai stopped and carefully looked at the defensive formation. Upon seeing this formation, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because this defensive formation was different from most of the defensive formations in the Divine Realm. Although Zhao Hai wasn't proficient in magic formations, he had been in contact with them for a long time. In this case, he had some understanding of magic formations. Moreover, defensive formations were one of his most commonly used formations. Therefore, he was very familiar with them. Although there were a lot of defensive formations in the Divine Realm, Zhao Hai discovered that these formations were actually variants of the most basic ones. At most, they were more complex, but they were still traceable. However, the defensive formation on Lion Rock didn't have anything in common with the ones he had seen before. This formation was made up of several formation plates. Zhao Hai counted them and found that there were a total of 8 formation plates. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the 8 formation plates. He discovered that these 8 formation plates looked very new. They didn't seem to have been arranged long ago, instead, they were newly arranged. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be curious. He immediately had Kyer record the formation plate before he took it to the space and placed it into the universal scanner. After the formation plate was taken out of the scanner immediately issued a prompt, because this formation is of a higher level than the host. If the host wants to analyze it, please pay 1 million gold coins. Upon hearing this prompt, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that the scanner would have this kind of ability. Moreover, he had to pay for it. Zhao Hai couldn't help but turn to Kai and said, Kai, what's going on? Why does the scanner have to pay for it? Moreover, if this formation is of a higher level than mine, then wouldn't the scanner be unable to analyze it? Just like a combat suit? Kai smiled and said, Young master, I'm sure you haven't read the Universal Analyzer's description. The Universal Analyzer can be upgraded. Moreover, since you are the host, the Universal Analyzer can give you some convenience. The Universal Analyzer has determined that you are level 85. As long as its analysis is less than 50 levels higher than your level, you can use money to help you analyze what you want. Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that it would be like this. He couldn't help but nod and said, So it's like this. Don't mention it, I didn't read the scanner's description. Alright, I'll immediately analyze it. In any case, Zhao Hai wasn't short on money. For him, 1 million gold coins was just a small number. Naturally, he wouldn't let go of this opportunity to analyze it. After the scanner received the command, it immediately deducted 1 million gold coins from Zhao Hai. Then the prompt was heard, this formation is a cultivation civilization level defensive formation. There are a total of 8 formation plates. One of them is the main plate while the other 7 are auxiliary plates. If the formation plate is made of materials from the cultivation realm, then people who don't know the formation would be trapped for up to 56 days. The formation won't directly harm people. Does the host want to print the method to break this formation? Because this formation is of a higher level than the host's magic formation, it is recommended that the host find the original formation plate and add it to the Hell King's ship. Worth it, too worth it. This 1 million was really worth it, this was the only thing that Zhao Hai could think of. He didn't think that the analysis machine would be this powerful. It actually gave him a good suggestion. Moreover, it even gave him a method to break the formation. For Zhao Hai, this was very important. The method to set up and break formations was very precious to Zhao Hai. At this point, Zhao Hai didn't have a good understanding of the cultivation realm, especially formations. From Lu Wei's remnant soul, Zhao Hai learned that the cultivation realm attached great importance to formations. It was almost to the point where it was difficult to move an inch without a formation. But the magic formations here and the formations in the cultivation realm were different. It can be said that they were completely developed on two different lines, without any intersection. If Zhao Hai ascends to the cultivation realm in the future, then formations would certainly become his weakness, and would be used by his enemies. Now that this formation appeared, it was definitely a good thing. This would allow Zhao Hai to better understand formations in the cultivation realm. In the past, Zhao Hai obtained some things from the cultivation realm. Compared to the soul-devouring pagoda and the Hell King's ship, these were things that Zhao Hai snatched. They also carried formations from the cultivation realm. However, these formations were too profound. Zhao Hai couldn't use them at all. It was like a primary school student learning how to write a thesis. But this formation was different. The space determined that this formation was of a low level. In other words, it was a very common formation in the cultivation realm. Most importantly, the space could also give Zhao Hai the method to set up and break the formation. This would be a great help in studying formations in the cultivation realm. Additionally, the analysis machine also mentioned that this formation should have an original disc made of materials from the cultivation realm. Moreover, it would be helpful to the Hell King's ship. For Zhao Hai, this was good news. The weaker the Hell King's ship was, the easier it would be for him to go to the cultivation realm. This was what Zhao Hai was most concerned about. Zhao Hai immediately said, print it right away. The prompt from the space wasn't only heard by Zhao Hai, Laura and the others were also able to hear it. They were very happy, they had always been by Zhao Hai's side, so they knew what this formation meant for them. Suddenly, Lizzie turned to Zhao Hai and said, Big Brother Hai, do you think that this formation was used by the divine race to deal with us? This formation disc is obviously new. In other words, they left behind the original formation disc to deal with us. Think about it, if they can trap us for a few dozen days, then even if Elder Star and the others are on the horizon, they would still be able to come back and kill us. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Don't worry. Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he nodded and said, It seems like that's the case. But how can they be so sure that this formation can trap us? This kind of newly made array disk can't possibly unleash 100% of the array's power, right? At this time, Kair said, Young master, I've printed it. Then she took out a stack of papers. Zhao Hai immediately took the stack of papers and looked at it carefully. When he saw that the formation disk could be used separately, Zhao Hai was finally certain that this was the formation that the divine race used to deal with him. Zhao Hai looked at the stack of papers and saw that the formation disk could be used separately. Zhao Hai turned to Lizzie and smiled faintly, Lizzie, you're right. This 7-star heaven lock should have been used by the divines to deal with us. Unfortunately, we didn't look carefully when we attacked Connecting Heaven Palace. Otherwise, we might have been able to find the formation disc. Lizzie nodded and said, All right. After he said that, Zhao Hai handed the paper over to Lizzie. After looking at it carefully, Lizzie nodded and said, That's right. It seems like this formation was given to us by Lu Wei and Elder Star. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai nodded and said, It seems like this is the case. But now, this formation is useless to us. With the method to break it, this formation is just a decoration. Sooner or later, I'll have to take it and install it on the Hell King's ship. Laura smiled faintly and said, I think the Leo continent should have an original formation disc. Without it, the 7-star heaven lock wouldn't be able to display its power. Should we look for it here? Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he shook his head and said, Forget it, our main goal right now is to cause chaos to the divine race. If we stay in the Leo continent for too long, then we might encounter Elder Star and the others. In any case, Elder Star has this thing, sooner or later, we'll be able to use it. Once they use the original formation disc to deal with us, we'll break his formation and take it. Laura nodded and said, That's good. Maybe we can give the divine race a surprise tonight. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, but his eyes were cold. At this time, Zhao Hai wasn't thinking about the divine race, but about Lu Wei. This time, the divine race had Lu Wei's shadow behind them. It seems like Lu Wei wouldn't give up until Zhao Hai was dead. After he ascends, Zhao Hai was afraid that he would be in danger. As the sky darkened little by little, Zhao waited patiently. He didn't act immediately, but at the same time, he also took a look at the barracks at the foot of Lion Rock to see what the situation was like at night. Before long, Zhao Hai discovered that the situation of the barracks at night was very good. The sentries were arranged very well. During the day, they would patrol Lion Rock for an hour. At night, they would patrol for 2 hours. Other than that, everything else was normal. Zhao Hai sat inside the Hell King's ship and didn't leave his room. Instead, he ordered the ship's cannons to fire towards the top of Lion Rock. During the day, Zhao looked at Lion Rock. It really did look like a lion lying on the ground. The mountain was covered with trees, which made it look like a huge green lion from afar. But unlike what Zhao Hai imagined, Lion Rock didn't have any mausoleums built on top of the mountain. All of the mausoleums were built inside caves. The structure of Lion Rock was very special. Although it was close to the water, there was a cave halfway up the mountain. But this cave didn't look like a cave, instead, it looked like a cave. The inside of the cave was very dry. Now, the cave had been remodeled by the lion race into a huge mausoleum. The interior of the mausoleum was decorated with luxurious palaces. Inside the mausoleum were several coffins made out of white stone. Zhao Hai knew that this was a type of stone called radiant stone. This stone itself was used to enhance light element magic. It was a very precious material in the divine realm. In the middle of the mausoleum were 2 coffins made out of radiant stone. One of the coffins was big and the other was small. One had sharp edges and corners, giving people a hard feeling. The other one had smooth edges and corners, giving people a soft feeling. The 2 coffins were placed in the middle of the mausoleum. There was a large platform made out of radiant stone with beautiful patterns engraved on it. At a glance, one could see that this was the main coffin of the mausoleum. Below the 2 main coffins, there were many coffins surrounding them. These coffins were like children surrounding their parents, surrounding the 2 main coffins in the middle. Looking at the situation, Zhao Hai understood that the 2 main coffins were the most respected patriarch and his wife of the Leo continent's royal clan. As for the other coffins, they were their children. Outside the mausoleum, there were many coffins. The materials of these coffins weren't very good. Some were made out of gold, some were silver, some were bronze, some were made out of iron, and some were made out of wood. This seemed to be a symbol of status. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to open a passage to the mausoleum. It would take a long time. Because of this, Zhao Hai had the Hell King's ship's magic cannons fire upwards. He wanted to open a passage to the mausoleum. Zhao Hai didn't open this passage for himself. If he wanted to enter the mausoleum, then he could use magic. Zhao Hai wanted to use the underworld's dark mist to enter the mausoleum through this passage. He wanted to see what the result would be. The underworld's dark mist can turn the dead into undead. Zhao Hai wanted to see how long it would take for the dark mist to turn the skeletons into undead. Zhao Hai naturally didn't dare to fire the magic cannons at full power. Otherwise, the sound would be too loud and would alarm the people on the mountain. Zhao Hai didn't want to alarm the people on the mountain. He wanted to come quietly. Because of this, the Hell King's ship's magic cannons were turned down by Zhao Hai. It wasn't until 9 o'clock in the evening that the passage was completely opened. The passage was only the size of a fist, it looked like it was dug out by a mouse. However, it went straight up and down. Zhao Hai immediately sent the dark mist he obtained from the underworld into the passage. Then the dark mist slowly entered the mausoleum. More and more dark mist entered the mausoleum. Before long, the wooden coffins began to shake. Then skeletons began to climb out of the wooden coffins. Then iron coffins, bronze coffins, silver coffins, and gold coffins. However, when the black fog encountered the sarcophagi made of light stones, it was met with some trouble. The light stones seemed to have some resistance to the black fog. When the black fog encountered the light stones emitted a white light that blocked the black fog, making it unable to enter the sarcophagi. Zhao Hai stared, then he knit his brows. He didn't expect the light stones to be able to block the dark mist of the underworld. If this was the case, then the divine race might really be able to defeat the underworld. While Zhao Hai was thinking about this, Laura suddenly said, "Brother Hai, look, it's going in." Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at the monitor and was startled. The dark mist on the monitor seemed to be enraged as it began to churn. Along with the churning of the dark mist, the white light of the light stones became weaker and weaker. In the end, the light disappeared, and then the dark mist surrounded the coffins. Before long, the sarcophagi began to shake. Then skeletons came out one by one. These skeletons were tall and big. Moreover, their clothes were very unique, they were all very gorgeous white robes. Zhao Hai looked at the skeletons in shock. As for the skeletons that came out of the coffins, their clothes were also different. Some of them wore white robes while others wore armor. They looked just like the civil and military officials of the divine race. What made Zhao Hai surprised were the two coffins in the middle. They didn't move at all, it seems like there was nothing inside. Zhao Hai thought that the skeletons in the two coffins had already turned into dust. But what surprised Zhao Hai was that the two coffins began to move. Moreover, the shaking became more and more intense. Finally, the lids of the two coffins bounced off the coffins and fell to the ground. Then, four bony hands as white as jade stretched out from the coffin. Then, two people slowly sat up from the coffin. One could tell at a glance that these two people were a man and a woman. They were wearing very gorgeous white robes. On their robes were embroidered two lifelike lions. The man's was embroidered with a male lion, while the woman's was embroidered with a lioness. What happened next made Zhao Hai even more surprised. After the two skeletons sat up, they looked around. Then they stood up and snuggled together. Upon seeing this scene, Zhao Hai and the others couldn't help but stare. They didn't think that the two skeletons would do such a thing. One must know that this time, Zhao Hai didn't use magic. He only used the dark mist that he obtained from the underworld. However, the dark mist now belonged to Zhao Hai. According to Zhao Hai's thoughts, although the dark mist was very formidable, it couldn't make the undead gain intelligence. In other words, the undead should be more like machines. But now, it seems that this wasn't the case. These undead were not only stronger than Zhao Hai imagined, they also seemed to have intelligence. What's going on? While Zhao Hai was still puzzled, something unexpected happened. The undead that had just crawled out of the coffins actually knelt down towards the two undead that were snuggling together. It was as if they were seeing their king, Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others were startled. Then their expressions changed. Zhao Hai used the dark mist to turn them into undead. These people should be worshipping Zhao Hai. Why did they suddenly worship the two undead? Could it be that these undead weren't under Zhao Hai's control? This wasn't something that hadn't happened before in the Ark continent. In the past, there were cases where the undead were stronger than their masters. Although they were restricted by the laws of the continent, if they were strong enough, then the undead would be able to break through the laws of the continent and become the masters of the continent. When Zhao and the others saw the undead worshipping the two undead, they immediately thought that the undead were the ones who had taken the initiative to attack them. However, Zhao Hai and the others were still puzzled, they couldn't understand why such a thing would happen. The underworld's dark mist can turn people into undead, but undead didn't have intelligence. Moreover, undead were divided into several types. The most common type was the one that Zhao Hai was using, which was to turn the dead into undead. Because the dead hadn't been dead for a long time, their flesh and blood would be attracted to their bones. Because of this, the undead that were turned into undead were very strong. Naturally, this was under normal circumstances, Zhao Hai's undead weren't an exception. The second type was to use the bones of the dead to turn them into undead. Because these undead had been dead for a long time, only their bones were left. There was no way for them to attract flesh and blood, and with time, their bones had become brittle. Because of this, these undead were the weakest among the undead. Lion Rock's undead, Zhao Hai was planning to use them to cause trouble. He didn't care about their strength. Zhao Hai wanted to let the people of the Leo continent know that he had dug up their ancestral graves. When the time comes, the Leo continent would be in chaos. However, this situation made Zhao Hai somewhat puzzled. However, Zhao Hai immediately calmed down. He discovered that these undead weren't turning into masters. This was because when the undead turned into masters, their masters would receive some damage. The most serious manifestation of this was that their masters would receive a mental shock, turning them into an idiot. Zhao Hai discovered that they weren't being attacked. One must know that although he released the dark mist, this dark mist was actually released from the space. Everything inside the space had his spiritual imprint. This dark mist was equivalent to the magic that Zhao Hai released. If these undead turned into masters, then Zhao Hai would certainly be attacked. However, he wasn't being attacked at all. Zhao Hai looked at the undead, then his figure moved and appeared inside the tomb. He wanted to see what was going on. While Laura and the others were surprised by this scene, they suddenly saw Zhao Hai appear on the screen. Their expressions changed. They were afraid that the undead would attack Zhao Hai. However, the development of the situation was beyond their expectations. When Zhao Hai appeared inside the tomb, the two undead immediately turned their heads towards Zhao Hai. Then they simultaneously knelt in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's heart relaxed, then he waved his hand, making the two undead stand up. Then Zhao Hai tried to communicate with the two undead using his spiritual force. After communicating with them, Zhao Hai found out that the identity of these two people wasn't simple. They were the Leo continent's first-generation patriarchs. Moreover, they also had another identity, which was the cultivators of the cultivation realm. However, the two of them weren't particularly strong cultivators, they were just the disciples of a sect's pharmacy. In the cultivation realm, every sect had their own pharmacies. These pharmacies were used to refine medicine for the sect's alchemists. In the cultivation realm, they couldn't do without the help of medicine. Almost every cultivator would take medicinal pills. And in the cultivation realm, there were many types of medicinal pills. Medicine for injuries was the most common type, most of them were used to improve one's cultivation. Every sect would send their children who were very talented in alchemy. When they were young, they would teach them some simple cultivation methods. Then they would have them help the alchemists look after their furnaces. They would also teach them some simple knowledge about alchemy. When they grow up, they would be qualified to become alchemists. These two skeletons were doing this from the very beginning. When they were 10 years old, an expert from another sect suddenly attacked their sect. The experts of the two sects fought in the sect. At that time, the skeletons were in the pharmacy looking after their furnaces. They didn't expect that the experts would attack them. Then several experts used a big move, which created a spatial rift. Of course, the experts were fine, but the two of them, who had the lowest cultivation, fell into the spatial rift and arrived in the divine realm. After arriving in the divine realm, the two of them fell into the Leo continent. Later, they were rescued by the old people of the Leo continent. Later, they were adopted by a rich merchant. The two of them also discovered that this place was completely different from the cultivation realm. Because of this, they didn't dare to speak about their origins. But unfortunately, the two of them were chosen to be the disciples of the Leo continent. It was because their alchemy talent was very good, but their cultivation talent wasn't very good. But after arriving here, they discovered that they were rare cultivation geniuses. Moreover, the battle chi and magic of the people here were very different from the most basic cultivation methods they learned. The two of them began to cultivate according to their own methods, and finally became the kings of the Leo continent. Although their cultivation talent was good in this realm, the spiritual chi of the world wasn't enough. Because of this, when the two of them reached the end of their lifespan, they were unable to ascend back to the cultivation realm. In the end, they died of old age in the Leo continent. When they were in the Leo continent, they also discovered that this place was ruled by the cultivation realm. However, they didn't dare to reveal their identity to the cultivation realm. This was because if the cultivation realm knew that they came from the cultivation realm, then they would certainly kill them. Therefore, they took this secret with them to the grave. However, at that time, his descendants and his most loyal subordinates learned some cultivation methods from the divine race. The cultivation methods of the divine race placed great importance on the cultivation of the body. Because of this, their bodies were much stronger compared to the average divine race. Additionally, before the two of them died, they also arranged a continent in the tomb. This large formation didn't have any big changes, but it was able to preserve the body for a long time. Generally speaking, the body can be preserved for 1,000 years without decaying. Even after 1,000 years, the flesh wouldn't rot like a corpse. Instead, under the effect of the formation, the energy inside the body would slowly integrate into the bones. This way, the bones could be preserved for a long time. This time, Zhao Hai turned them into undead. Although he used the underworld's dark mist, this dark mist had been improved by the space. This allowed the undead to preserve their intelligence. If it was an ordinary person who had died for a long time, then their intelligence would have already dissipated. However, these people were different. This was because their bodies had fused with their bones. Their intelligence was also preserved. Because of this, the undead in the tomb immediately knelt down when they saw these two undead. This was because these two undead were their kings. Although they had turned into skeletons, their clothes still revealed their identity. Most importantly, the division of ranks among the undead was very strict. Because of this, when the undead saw the two of them, they would kneel down and worship them. When Zhao Hai found out about this, he felt relieved. Although these skeletons had preserved a trace of intelligence, they were still very loyal to him. However, there was one thing that made Zhao Hai puzzled. Undead shouldn't have any feelings between them. Therefore, even if the person in front of them was their parents or children, they should still be able to kill them. Why were these two undead able to recognize each other and even hug each other after waking up? Naturally, Zhao Hai also asked the two undead about this matter. However, the answer that he received made Zhao Hai surprised. This was because the two undead used a spell before they died. This spell was called Heart's Union Knot. This spell wasn't something that existed in the divine realm, it was a spell from the cultivation realm. They inadvertently learned it in the cultivation realm. At that time, they were too young and didn't know what this spell meant. Later on, they slowly grew up and became husband and wife. Only then did they understand what this Heart's Union Knot spell meant. This Heart's Union Knot spell was a spell that could prolong one's life. The user must be a man and a woman. Moreover, the two must love each other very much. Otherwise, the spell wouldn't work. When this spell was used, the user must be seriously injured and on the verge of death. After using this spell, the injured person would recover in an instant. However, the uninjured person's lifespan would be reduced by half. It could be said that one's life was exchanged for another's. It was a very overbearing spell. In fact, the two of them also had the opportunity to ascend. However, during a fight, the woman was seriously injured. When the man treated the woman, he used the Heart's Union Knot spell. The woman recovered, but the man's lifespan was greatly reduced. In the end, the two of them failed to ascend. This Heart's Union Knot spell, other than healing injuries, had another characteristic. From then on, the two people would have the same lifespan. If one died, the other would not be able to live alone. Even after they died, their souls would still be affected by this spell, and they would never be separated from each other. After Zhao Hai heard about this spell, he was very curious. He immediately told the man that he wanted to learn it. Since the man was now his subordinate, he naturally wouldn't hide it from him. Not only did he tell Zhao Hai about this spell, he also told Zhao Hai about some medicinal knowledge that he learned in the cultivation realm. Zhao Hai sat in his room and looked at the monitor. He took a token from his staff and gave it to the two undead leaders. These two were originally famous in the divine realm, but Zhao Hai had them revert back to their original names in the cultivation realm, Qing Feng and Mingyu. Qing Feng and Mingyu were the two of them. At this time, Qing Feng and Mingyu led the undead out of the tomb. In order to increase their attack power, Zhao Hai turned their coffins into weapons. He used copper and iron coffins to make weapons for the undead. The gold and silver coffins were taken away by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was a money grubber, how could he waste gold and silver like this? Therefore, the undead were armed with bronze and iron weapons. As Zhao Hai got stronger and stronger, his ability to control metal also got stronger and stronger. But now, his opponents were also getting stronger and stronger. If he really wanted to use this ability in a real battle, it wouldn't necessarily be of much use. This was because his opponent's weapons were generally covered with battle chi, so it was simply useless. Zhao Hai was currently looking at the undead attacking the barracks. He didn't know if he didn't count the number. When Zhao Hai did, he was startled. Inside the tomb, there were about 100,000 divine race experts. These people were all experts when they were alive, they were at least god rank. Qing Feng and Mingyu were even more amazing, they were experts who almost ascended when they were alive. Additionally, Qing Feng and Mingyu used formations to fuse their flesh and blood into their bones. Because of this, after Zhao Hai turned them into undead, they were able to retain their original strength. These 100,000 god-rank undead were very powerful. At this time, Qing Feng and Mingyu were already at the foot of the mountain. They were about to attack the barracks. However, just as they were about to approach the barracks, an alarm suddenly sounded, causing the entire camp to go into an uproar. Recently, because of what happened in the central continent, the entire divine realm's nerves had been stretched taut. Now that the alarm sounded, it was as if it was going to cut off their nerves. The divine race soldiers jumped up as fast as they could, grabbed their weapons and ran outside. They didn't even have time to wear their clothes. When the soldiers came out of their barracks, they were stunned. At this time, the magic lamps in the barracks were lit up, allowing them to see everything within 3 li of the barracks. However, the scene that appeared in front of them made them startled. They were all elite soldiers. They were able to see the number of enemies at a glance. Because of this, when they came out of the barracks, they immediately discovered that they were surrounded by undead. At a glance, they knew that there were at least 100,000 undead. While they were still in a daze, the undead were already rushing towards them. What made the soldiers in the barracks feel strange was the clothes that the undead were wearing. Most of the undead were like the nobles of the divine race. They were wearing white ceremonial robes. Some of them were wearing very ancient robes, but they were still very gorgeous. One could see that they were exquisitely made. This made the divine race soldiers feel strange. Just as they were preparing to meet the enemy, the undead's fighting strength made them startled. These undead actually had god-rank strength. Carvalho stood in the middle of the camp and carefully observed the undead. The clothes that these undead wore seemed to have been worn for a long time. However, the weapons that they used were new. This made Carvalho very puzzled. Suddenly, Carvalho noticed the direction of the undead. Although the undead were attacking them, it can be seen that they came from Lion Rock. Carvalho knit his brows as he looked at Lion Rock. Suddenly, his expression changed as he carefully looked at the undead. When he saw an armored undead, Carvalho's eyes narrowed. Then his eyes flashed with an ominous glint as he turned to his subordinates and said, "Brothers, gather around me. We must immediately kill our way out." Carvalho's shout caused his subordinates to stare. His subordinates had been following Carvalho for a long time and were very loyal to him. But today's order made them confused. Carvalho's subordinates had been following him for a long time and were very loyal to him. One must know that they were guarding Lion Rock. Lion Rock was very important to the Leo Divines. Moreover, there was an order in the Leo Divines that was aimed at the defenders of Lion Rock. This order was that those who fled without permission would have their entire family executed. This order meant that if something happened to Lion Rock, then they could all fight to the death. However, if they fled, then their relatives wouldn't be able to escape. It was precisely because of this order that the soldiers felt strange. When they saw the fighting strength of the undead, they were already prepared to die. This was because they knew that if they ran, then their families would be finished. If they didn't run, then their families would still be respected in the future. Carvalho looked at them and knew what they were thinking. Carvalho immediately shouted, "Brothers, let's gather and rush out. I guarantee that we'll be fine. Whether we can get out or not is related to the survival of the Leo continent. Hurry, let's gather and rush out." Zhao Hai stood in his room and looked at Carvalho's appearance. He knew that Carvalho had guessed the truth. Zhao Hai didn't want to kill them all. On the contrary, he wanted to use Carvalho to spread the news of what happened in Lion Rock to the entire Leo continent. Carvalho's subordinates were very obedient. Therefore, they immediately gathered and rushed out. When Carvalho clashed with the undead, he discovered that the undead weren't as strong as they thought. Although they lost half of their men, they still managed to rush out. After rushing out, Carvalho immediately flew towards Drinking Lion City. Carvalho knew that Drinking Lion City wasn't a satellite city of Leo City. Therefore, there were a lot of defenders there, they should be able to block the undead. Moreover, he just sent out a signal, so he believed that Leo City's defenders would soon come to support them. After thinking about this, Carvalho's mood became a lot better. He turned his head to look at the slowly retreating undead and coldly snorted. One of his confidants asked, "General, where did these undead creatures come from?" Carvalho smiled bitterly, he didn't know what to say at this point. He was very clear that if all the skeletons of the ancestors in Lion Rock were turned into undead, then this news would surely affect the Leo continent. It was precisely because of this that he hesitated to tell his subordinates about this news. His subordinate looked at Carvalho and couldn't help but ask, "General, is there something you can't say?" Carvalho sighed. He couldn't hide the truth from his brothers who had gone through life and death with him. He whispered, "Those undead came from Lion Rock, this matter must be Zhao Hai's doing." Carvalho nodded. His subordinate was stunned for a moment, then he asked in confusion, "From Lion Rock? How could Lion Rock have?" "General, are you talking about Zhao Hai? Is he the one who fought with us?" Carvalho looked at his subordinate and sighed, "Most likely. You forgot about the clothes that those people were wearing. Although our divine race's clothes are mainly robes, the style of our clothes has changed a lot over the years. However, the clothes that those people were wearing didn't change at all. I'm sure that those undead were the bones of our ancestors in Lion Rock. Zhao Hai must have gone to Lion Rock and turned our ancestors' bones into undead." When his subordinate heard Carvalho, his eyes turned blood red as he said, "Zhao Hai is too hateful. He's going too far. I must tear him to pieces." Carvalho's face was also gloomy as he said, "This Zhao Hai is our divine race's #1 enemy. If we don't get rid of him, then our divine race would be in danger." At this time a light flashed in front of them. The defenders of Drinking Lion City had already arrived to receive them. Carvalho immediately went forward to greet them and shouted from afar, "Who's the general in front of us?" "I'm the Lion Rock's garrison general, Carvalho. Please come forward and talk to the general." There was a commotion in the crowd, then a voice was heard, "Carvalho, kid, you don't want to live anymore. Why did you run out of the barracks? Kid, you're not an impulsive person. What happened?" Along with the voice, a tall figure appeared in front of the reinforcements. When Carvalho saw this person, his expression couldn't help but loosen. He immediately said, "Kelly, you fat bastard. Don't talk nonsense. Quickly come and protect us. I have an important matter to discuss with His Majesty the Leo King. This matter is related to the life and death of the Leo continent. I can't be careless." The person who came to support Carvalho was obviously familiar with him. He knew that Carvalho wouldn't joke about this matter. He immediately brought people to surround Carvalho and sent people to check the Lion Rock's camp. At this time, the general called Kelly arrived beside Carvalho. Carvalho looked at Kelly and said, "Kelly, have your people come back? It's useless. Immediately escort me to Lion City. I want to see His Majesty. I have an important matter to discuss with His Majesty." Kelly obviously trusted Carvalho. When he saw Carvalho's expression, he immediately said, "All right, we'll leave immediately." Then he ordered his subordinates to call back the people who went to Lion Rock. At this time, Carvalho's confidant reminded him, "General, we can't let too many people know about this matter. It's best to have General Kelly surround Lion Rock. Don't let anyone approach it." When Carvalho heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he turned to Kelly and said, "Right, Kelly, send people to surround Lion Rock. Tell them not to let anyone approach it. Also, don't go up the mountain." Although Kelly didn't understand what Carvalho meant, he still complied and gave the order. The reason why Kelly trusted Carvalho was because Carvalho was in the same army as him. Moreover, Carvalho had begged him for his life. Because of this, Kelly unconditionally trusted Carvalho. After giving the order, Kelly turned his head to Carvalho and said, "Carvalho, what's wrong with you? What happened in Lion Rock? Why is it so serious?" Carvalho looked at Kelly and said, "Zhao Hai is here." Kelly stared, then he said, "Zhao Hai is here, what does this have to do with Lion Rock?" "No, you said that undead appeared in Lion Rock. Why is Zhao Hai here? Could it be?" Carvalho nodded and said, "Right, I saw the undead. It's them." Kelly's eyes instantly turned blood red. He looked at Carvalho and said, "Carvalho, I remember that your ancestors were also buried in Lion Rock. Are they here as well?" Carvalho's eyes flashed with an ominous glint, then he nodded and said, "I saw him. Unfortunately, he doesn't recognize me." The two's voices weren't small, so the people around them could hear them. Some of them were confused while others were horrified. At the same time, their faces flashed with ruthlessness. However, Carvalho and Cooley were still thinking about their own matters, so they didn't notice. Just like what Zhao Hai said, the mood of the people in the Leo continent was like a barrel of dynamite with a fuse. As long as there is a spark, it would explode. Just like the soldiers who were always calm, there was no need to talk about other people's emotions. Moreover, Carvalho wanted to keep this news a secret. But after being asked by Cooley, Carvalho couldn't help but reveal it. If the first person knew about it, then the second would know as well. It wouldn't take long for this matter to spread throughout the Leo continent. At this time, Qing Feng and Mingyu led the undead into the Hell King's ship. The cabin below the ship was dedicated to the undead. In the past, there were a lot of undead here. But now, Zhao Hai transferred the undead to the space. Then he had Qing Feng and Mingyu enter the cabin. Qing Feng and Mingyu's fighting strength was the strongest among the undead. Naturally, Zhao Hai wanted to keep them by his side to improve his own fighting strength. Now that Zhao Hai couldn't use all of his power, the appearance of Qing Feng and Mingyu solved many problems for Zhao Hai. At this time, Carvalho, Cooley, and the others went straight to Lion City. They wanted to inform the Leo Patriarch about Zhao Hai's appearance in the Leo continent. This way, the Leo Patriarch would be able to respond as soon as possible. Zhao Hai didn't stop there. He immediately commanded the Hell King's ship to destroy Lion Rock. He wanted the entire Leo continent to know that he destroyed Lion Rock. This way, even the Leo continent wouldn't be able to hide this news. Zhao Hai didn't stop there. He immediately commanded the Hell King's ship to destroy Lion Rock. Shaking Lion Rock's foundation wasn't a difficult matter for Zhao. He had a lot of undead under his command, as well as a large number of iron armor caps. Destroying Lion Rock's foundation wasn't difficult at all. While Zhao Hai was doing his best to destroy Lion Rock's foundation, Cooley's subordinates also arrived and surrounded the area. Naturally, it was impossible for them to encircle the entire Lion Rock. They only set up an isolated area at the corner of the mountain, preventing anyone from approaching. They didn't know what was going on inside Lion Rock because they hadn't received any orders to do so. Zhao Hai wasn't polite as he released a large number of undead and began to dig inside Lion Rock. He was preparing to hollow out Lion Rock and then collapse it in one fell swoop. There's strength in numbers. At this point, Zhao Hai had several 100 million undead in his hands. With so many undead, it wouldn't be difficult for them to dig through a small mountain range. Moreover, these undead were all god ranks. They can convert their energy into earth element magic, making the destruction much faster. At this time, Zhao Hai was sitting on the Hell King's ship. Besides looking at the undead destroying Lion Rock's foundation, he was also studying the cultivation method that Qing Feng gave him. Although Qing Feng and Mingyue learned the simplest cultivation method, this method was much more powerful than the battle chi and magic of the Ark continent. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to study it. Laura and the others also sat by Zhao Hai's side and studied the cultivation method. After Zhao Hai finished reading the cultivation method, he let out a long breath and said, "It's really mysterious. It's much more refined compared to the battle chi and magic that we use. If we practice according to this cultivation method, we would be able to control our strength more freely. When we attack, we would be able to display our strength better. Moreover, when we fight, we would be able to greatly increase our strength." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "This cultivation method is really mysterious." Laura nodded and said, "Indeed, I didn't think that this would be the most simple cultivation method in the cultivation world. Although we have more energy than people who practice this cultivation method to its peak, if we were to fight against people who use this method, I'm afraid that we wouldn't be able to take advantage of them." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned his head to Laura and the others and said, "Laura, you take care of the undead. Once they're done, immediately take down Lion Rock. I'm going to practice this cultivation method and see its effects." Laura nodded, then she turned her head to Laura and the others and said, "All right." When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but worry as she said, "Brother Hai, let's forget about it. This cultivation method isn't easy to practice. You should wait for a while." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, we'll have to enter the cultivation realm sooner or later. The cultivation realm's situation is different from ours. In the cultivation realm, a good cultivation method can help you lay a solid foundation. It would be very helpful for your future cultivation. I've already asked Qing Feng, his sect is very famous in the cultivation realm. Their cultivation method is also very famous in the cultivation realm. Because they're a righteous sect, their cultivation method is very peaceful. There's almost no danger to it. This is very suitable for us to practice. I'll practice it first and accumulate some experience. Then you can practice along with Kai. Rest assured, nothing will happen. When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she knew that it was useless to say anything else. She nodded and said, "All right, Brother Hai, be careful." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and nodded. Then he looked at the other women before he turned around and returned to his room. Upon entering his room, Zhao Hai immediately sat down cross-legged and began to practice according to the cultivation method. This cultivation method wasn't very complicated for people in the cultivation realm, but for Zhao Hai, it was very complicated. This was because this cultivation method was much more difficult compared to battle qi. However, Zhao Hai was confident that he could practice it well. Before long, Zhao Hai entered a state where he forgot about himself. The reason why Zhao Hai was able to enter this state so quickly was because his strength had already surpassed the highest level of the cultivation method. Rather than saying that he was practicing the cultivation method, it would be better to say that he was refining the energy in his body. If the battle qi cultivation method that Zhao Hai had learned before was compared to an object, then it was just a rough embryo. It couldn't be regarded as a work of art. But now that Zhao Hai had learned this cultivation method, although it couldn't be said that it could completely turn the energy in his body into a work of art, at least it could turn the energy in his body from a rough embryo to a fine embryo. As for how the energy in his body would turn into, it would depend on what kind of cultivation method Zhao Hai would learn in the future. This practice wasn't difficult for Zhao Hai. It didn't take long for him to walk through the cultivation method. When Zhao Hai finished practicing the cultivation method, he was suddenly stunned. This was because the cultivation method actually stabilized the energy in his body, making it more and more peaceful. Even his state of mind was the same. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be surprised. One must know that the energy in his body was very powerful. Because of this, the space's laws were rejecting him. The energy in his body couldn't completely calm down. This was very dangerous for an average person, but for Zhao Hai, it was still within his control. Moreover, he knew that as long as he left the space, the energy in his body would immediately calm down. Because of this, he wasn't worried. It was just that he couldn't use his full strength, and he had to fight against the space's laws at any time. But after he finished practicing the cultivation method that Qing Feng taught him, he felt that the power in his body had calmed down. Even the repulsive force of the heaven and earth law was greatly reduced. This made him heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, he also felt the profoundness of this cultivation method. Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. His temperament had clearly changed. In the past, Zhao Hai didn't have any temperament, making people feel as if he was invisible. But now, Zhao Hai's temperament was very clear. He stood there, giving people the feeling of a gentle breeze. He was gentle and warm, making people unable to have any bad feelings towards him. Although the magic robe was black, it didn't give people a gloomy feeling. Instead, it gave people a mature and steady feeling. Immortal temperament. If one had to use a word to describe Zhao Hai's temperament, then it could only be described as immortal temperament. Zhao Hai's temperament was like this. His eyes looked very peaceful and very deep, as if they contained endless mysteries, making people lose themselves in them with a single glance. His skin looked as if it was shining. Just by standing there, he seemed to have integrated with the world. Zhao Hai didn't know about the change in his temperament. He only felt that his heart was unprecedentedly calm. The space's laws also seemed to have calmed down and didn't reject him like before. Zhao Hai knew that this was because he wasn't using his own energy. As long as he used his energy, the space's laws would still reject him. This was because his energy shouldn't appear in this space. Although Zhao Hai's mood was calm, this cultivation method couldn't change his mind. If he wanted to kill someone, then he wouldn't be lenient. The change in his temperament was completely caused by this cultivation method. Zhao Hai looked at the time and saw that it had only been an hour. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and then turned around to leave the room. When he arrived outside, he saw Laura and the others staring at the monitor. The monitor was showing the situation of Lion Rock. At this time, Lion Rock was already covered in dust, it had completely collapsed. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "You're done so quickly. You're very fast." Laura and the others who were staring at the monitor turned their heads when they heard Zhao Hai. When they saw Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they looked at Zhao Hai with fascinated expressions. Zhao Hai saw that the expressions of these people weren't right, so he asked, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with my body? It shouldn't be, right?" When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but smile. Laura went to Zhao Hai's side and held his arm as she said, "Brother Hai, there's nothing wrong with your body. It's just that you've become more handsome than before." When Zhao Hai heard Laura, he couldn't help but stare. Then he smiled and said, "I'm more handsome than before? Was I really ugly in the past? Or did I become more handsome?" Megan charmingly smiled as she ran to Zhao Hai's side and held his other arm as she said, "You used to be very good-looking, but you haven't become more handsome. It's just that your temperament has changed, you've become more enchanting. Brother Hai, let's talk about this, you're not allowed to go out alone to meet women. Otherwise, those women would come and bother you." When Lizzie and the others heard Megan, they couldn't help but smile. Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Is that so? My charm has become that big? Alright, then you should practice the cultivation method as well. After you're done, you should also become like me." Megan smiled and said, "It seems like the cultivation method is very mystical. Brother Hai, did you encounter any problems while practicing it? Is it difficult to practice?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "It's not difficult. This cultivation method is very easy to practice. You should practice it as well. I'll keep an eye on things here. When you're done, you can go to the space and give the cultivation method to Grandpa Green and father-in-law. I think this cultivation method would be very helpful to them." Laura and the others nodded, then they took the cultivation method and practiced it. Zhao Hai wasn't lying, he really believed that this cultivation method would be very helpful to Green and the others. This was because when Zhao Hai practiced this cultivation method, he noticed that it was a Taoist cultivation method. Moreover, it was the most moderate type of Taoist cultivation method. The speed of practicing this cultivation method wasn't very fast. However, Taoist cultivation methods generally have one's greatest characteristic. It was that it wouldn't cause one to go berserk. Moreover, it would greatly increase one's lifespan. Although Green and the others were now god ranks, they were still old. A person's lifespan was limited. What they practiced was only ordinary battle chi and magic techniques, which didn't have much help in increasing their lifespan. Although they could increase their lifespan due to their strength, it was still far from being comparable to the Taoist techniques that were specialized in increasing one's lifespan. Green and the others were Zhao Hai's family. When Zhao Hai was on Earth, he didn't have any family, so he didn't feel the warmth of a family. But after arriving in the Ark continent, Green and the others made him feel the warmth of a family, giving Zhao Hai the feeling of being at home. Zhao Hai cherished this feeling very much. Therefore, no matter what good things happen, the first thing he would think of was his family. And if there were any benefits, the first thing he would think of was his family. In the past, Zhao Hai was able to eat his fill. But now, things were different. He was the patriarch of a family. In his space, there were several people from the continent. He had to be responsible for these people. Because of this, Zhao Hai was now more utilitarian. In order to achieve his goals, he was willing to do anything. Zhao Hai sat in the living room as he calmly looked at the dusty Lion Rock on the screen. He knew that the people of the Leo continent would soon know what happened in Lion Rock. With such a big movement, it would be impossible to hide it from them. At this time, Zhao Hai wanted to see how the Leo continent would react. Zhao Hai knew that the Leo continent's reaction wouldn't be too strong. At the very least, it wouldn't be as strong as the central continent. The reason why the central continent was in chaos was because Zhao Hai had slaughtered the central continent's imperial family. It can be said that the central continent was like a dragon without a leader. There was no one who could suppress the situation. In this case, it was only natural for them to be in chaos. And just as Zhao Hai thought, the Leo continent was now in complete chaos. The mood of the Leo continent's people wasn't quite right. They felt that they, as a divine race, had been defeated by the people of the Ark continent. This was a loss of face. Moreover, connecting Heaven Palace had been promoted as the spiritual pillar of the divine race. A lot of divine race people regarded it as their holy land. Now that their holy land had been destroyed, how could they bear it? And now, the Leo continent's holy land, Lion Rock, had been destroyed. And then there were rumors that the bones of their ancestors had been turned into undead. Almost in an instant, the entire Leo continent was in chaos. Although the Leo continent's chaos was smaller than the central continent, the degree of chaos had exceeded Zhao Hai's imagination. Not only did it exceed Zhao Hai's imagination, it also exceeded the imaginations of the Leo continent's people. Among the commoners, all kinds of battles began to occur. Fights and arson would occur from time to time. Then the army was also in chaos. Before long, the chaos grew bigger and bigger until it finally reached the point where it couldn't be controlled. However, the chaos in the Leo continent was different from the central continent. The chaos in the central continent was caused by people losing their minds. On the other hand, the chaos in the Leo continent was caused by people being suppressed for a long time. The Leo continent's chaos was caused by people's minds being suppressed for a long time. The divine race were too arrogant. Their arrogance had exceeded Zhao Hai's imagination. In their minds, Zhao Hai had destroyed connecting Heaven Palace, and then Zhao Hai had attacked Lion Rock. This was the biggest insult to the divine race. Now that they couldn't find Zhao Hai, they could only vent their anger in this way. What was most frightening was that this sentiment wasn't only among the commoners, but also among the army. Because of this, the chaos in the Leo continent became uncontrollable. Zhao Hai had now arrived at Drinking Lion City. He wanted to see how chaotic the Leo continent was this time. However, he didn't relax at Lion Rock. He knew that the Leo continent's upper echelons would certainly go there to see what was going on. The reason why Zhao Hai paid attention to this matter was because he wanted to obtain the 7-star Heaven Locks formation disc from these people. This formation disc can be installed on the Hell King's ship, so Zhao Hai must get it. Although the Leo continent's current chaos was uncontrollable, some ambitious people took the opportunity to jump out. However, the Leo Imperial clan didn't care too much about this. This was because they had already informed the Supreme Elder of this news. They believed that as long as the Supreme Elder returns, this chaos would be settled with a flip of the hand. Because of this, the Leo Imperial clan sent people to Lion Rock. However, they didn't bring the 7-star Heaven Locks formation disc. It wasn't that they didn't want to bring it, they just didn't have it. The 7-star Heaven Locks formation discs were placed in the other continents. Elder Star and the others were personally in charge of the Leo continent. Because of this, the Leo divines didn't have the formation discs. Zhao Hai made a mistake this time. The people who came to Lion Rock this time had a special identity. It was the Leo continent's Lion King. Lion Rock was equivalent to the lion race's imperial tomb. Now that their ancestral tomb had been dug up, how could the Lion King not come and take a look? Although the Leo continent was currently in chaos, the Leo Imperial clan still had a large army under their control. This army was composed of the younger generation of the Leo Imperial clan. They had a lot of people and were extremely loyal. With this army, the Leo Imperial clan wasn't afraid of anyone who dared to move against them. Lion City wasn't very far from Lion Rock. Therefore, the Leo Imperial clan's arrival was quite fast. Zhao Hai calmly looked at the situation at Lion Rock. Upon seeing the Leo Imperial clan's formation, Zhao Hai knew that the people who came weren't simple. At this time, Laura and the others were cultivating. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't disturb them. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to give up on this opportunity to deal with the Leo Imperial clan. Because of this, he immediately sent Qing Feng and Mingyue out. First, he wanted to deal with the Leo Imperial clan. Second, he wanted to deal with them mentally. Actually, Zhao Hai's actions weren't too cruel. Although the Leo Imperial clan was nominally the descendants of Qing Feng and Mingyue, after many generations of inheritance, their bloodline had already been diluted to the point that it was almost non-existent. Because of this, Zhao Hai sending Qing Feng and Mingyue to deal with them wasn't a big deal. The Lion King's expression was ugly as he looked at Lion Rock. To be honest, as a patriarch, he didn't care about the destruction of connecting Heaven Palace. After all, connecting Heaven Palace didn't belong to them. Although the 10 divine clans had contributed a lot to the construction of connecting Heaven Palace, it was still a reflection of the strength of the divine clans. However, for the Lion King, this was something that happened a long time ago. If it was destroyed, then so be it. For the Lion King, this wasn't a big deal. Zhao Hai was slapping the Central Continent's face, it had nothing to do with the Leo race. But now that Lion Rock was destroyed, this matter was directly related to them. This was Zhao Hai slapping the Leo race's face. In this case, how could the Lion King remain calm? Most importantly, the Lion Monarch was very clear about what the destruction of Lion Rock meant. Lion Rock was their ancestral grave. For the Lion race to have their ancestral grave dug up, this was a great shame and humiliation. A person wearing a helmet who was following the Lion King had an ugly expression. This person was the Leo continent's #1 Zhang Jing, the Grand Prince of the Leo Imperial clan, the Lion King's new younger brother. He was called War Lion by the Leo continent's people. War Lion's expression was very ugly. He thought that this was his responsibility. He was the Leo continent's most famous Zhang Jing. The defensive forces of the Imperial Palace were arranged by him. However, Lion Rock was destroyed by Zhao Hai right under his nose. How could he endure this? At this time, a report was suddenly heard from outside. War Lion and the Lion King were stunned. They looked outside and saw a large number of undead flying towards them. Upon seeing these undead, War Lion and the Lion King's complexion changed. Their expressions became ugly. Because War Lion and the Lion King were from the royal clan, they knew a lot more than other people. There was a portrait of the Lion King and the Lion Queen in the Lion Palace. At that time, the two were wearing ceremonial robes. Later on, they also wore their ceremonial robes and were buried with them. Because of this, War Lion and the Lion King were able to recognize Qing Feng and Mingyu's robes. They were the Lion King and the Lion Queen's ceremonial robes, there was no mistake. After discovering this, the two were naturally angry. However, at the same time, they also had a headache. This was because the ones attacking them were the remains of their ancestors. They didn't know what to do. If they were to fight, then even if they were to win, their ancestors' remains would be destroyed. If they don't fight, then how could they just watch the other party kill them? This made the Lion King and War Lion frown at the same time. War Lion couldn't help but ask the Lion King, "Big brother, what should we do?" The Lion King also frowned, he couldn't make up his mind. After some time, the Lion King sighed and said, "Let's fight. Sooner or later, we'll have to fight. We can't just wait for Zhao Hai to release them." War Lion also sighed. To be honest, he didn't want to fight. But in this case, he had no choice but to agree to the Lion King's words. However, his resentment towards Zhao Hai increased. Following War Lion's order, the army around them also moved. They went all out to greet Qing Feng and Mingyu. Now, the Lion King's personal guards were all around him. They were extremely strong and numbered in the hundreds of thousands. However, when these guards rushed forward, they discovered that they were wrong. The undead immediately activated their domain and rushed towards them. What the guards didn't expect was the strength of the undead to be so formidable. After activating their domain, they were able to display god-rank strength. For the guards, this was an absolute disaster. Although the guards weren't weak, they were still god ranks. On the other hand, the other party was a high god rank expert. With a difference of 1 rank, the pressure of the other party completely suppressed them. However, these guards weren't completely defenseless. Their weapons and equipment were definitely the best among the Lion race's army. When it came to domain weapons, they had about 20 of them, which wasn't a small number. When the battle began, the Lion King was already protected by his domain weapons. It wasn't that he didn't have the strength to fight. After all, the Lion King was a god-rank expert. However, he was still a king, so he couldn't be put in danger. At this time, the Lion King's personal guards were already fighting with Qing Feng and Mingyu. One side was strong and fearless. Although the other side was weaker, their equipment was much better. Because of this, both sides couldn't do anything to each other. At this time, the Hell King's ship suddenly appeared next to the Lion King's war chariot. The Lion King's war chariot was also a domain weapon. It was called the Lion War Chariot. The war chariot was built to look like a lion. The lion's tail was the handle, making it a strange weapon. However, the sudden appearance of the Hell King's ship was something that the lion race didn't expect. At this time, the Hell King's ship's magic cannons fired at the Lion War Chariot. This time, the Lion War Chariot couldn't block the attack and was vaporized. It wasn't only the Lion War Chariot, the Lion War Chariot was also killed. The Hell King's ships. Magic cannons were now much stronger than before. Domain weapons like these couldn't block the ship's attack, so it was impossible for them to block it now. The Lion King wasn't prepared at all. Naturally, he was instantly killed by Zhao Hai. After the Lion War Chariot was destroyed, Zhao Hai didn't stop immediately. He immediately released a large number of undead to attack the Lion King's personal guards. This time, Zhao Hai didn't only release 1 or 2 million undead. Instead, he released 5 million undead. 5 million undead were used to deal with the 100,000 Lion King's personal guards. Moreover, they were surrounded in the middle. In this case, the Lion King's personal guards had no hope of escaping. In less than an hour, the battle was over. Because of this, the Lion King's personal guards were killed. Even the war chariot couldn't escape. After the battle was over, Zhao Hai immediately sent a message. At the same time, he transferred all of his domain weapons to Qing Feng and Mingyu. The reason why Zhao Hai did this was to turn Qing Feng and Mingyu into a second devil army. The reason why Zhao Hai was so confident was because he discovered that Qing Feng and Mingyu's undead cultivation speed was much faster than the undead that he used to have. Although the undead weren't afraid of death, they had a natural shortcoming when it came to cultivation. Their cultivation speed couldn't be compared to people, it was much slower. On the other hand, Qing Feng and Mingyu's undead were different. Perhaps it was because of the spirit sealing formation, but their physical energy was completely stored in their bones. Moreover, after a lot of precipitation, their bones were very powerful. They couldn't turn into zombies like the other undead in the space. However, whether it was in terms of attack power or cultivation speed, they were much stronger than ordinary undead. Because Zhao Hai discovered this, he decided to take care of the undead. Zhao Hai also gave them combat suits to see if these special undead could wear them. But the result made Zhao very disappointed. Not only were the undead unable to wear the combat suits, but the rejection force of the combat suits was much stronger than that of the ordinary undead. There was almost no way for them to wear the combat suits, which disappointed Zhao. At this time, Zhao Hai couldn't find any suitable weapons for the undead. If Zhao Hai could find suitable weapons for the undead, then the fighting strength of the undead would be increased by at least 3 times. The undead were different from humans. Even if humans had good weapons, they would still need to train. Moreover, they would be easily affected by various emotions on the battlefield, which would weaken their fighting strength. On the other hand, the undead wouldn't. As long as they were commanded well, their fighting strength would be much stronger than an army. After dealing with Qingyu and Mingyu's matters, Zhao Hai returned to Drinking Lion City. He wanted to see how the Leo divines would react after knowing that their patriarch had been killed. Before long, Zhao Hai knew how the Leo divines would react. Chaos, chaos. Because of the Lion King, the Leo divines were able to suppress some of the undead. But now, the situation was different. Now that the Lion King was dead, the last seal on the Leo divines had disappeared. This caused the entire Leo divines to be in chaos. Zhao Hai also discovered that the chaos in the Leo divines was completely different from the central continent. In the central continent, people were in a frenzy. On the other hand, the Leo divines seemed to have accumulated a certain degree of social conflicts. Because of this matter, the situation in the Leo divines suddenly erupted. Regarding this situation, Zhao Hai could only shake his head. He had already achieved his goal in the Leo divines. Now, all he had to do was wait and see if the Supreme Elders of the Leo divines would appear. If the Supreme Elders of the Leo divines come back while the Supreme Elders of the other divines didn't, then Zhao Hai would have to deal with them. At this time, Laura and the others came out of their rooms. They had been cultivating for a longer time compared to Zhao Hai. This was because they didn't have as much energy as Zhao Hai. Moreover, they couldn't use it as well as Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others. Their temperament had undergone a subtle change. They were now wearing home clothes from the technology plane. They looked like sportswear, but they were much more beautiful. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and saw that their temperament had changed. They were now wearing home clothes from the technology plane. If these clothes were worn by others, it would only make people feel lively. But when worn by Laura and the others, it gave people a feeling of nobility and elegance. When Zhao Hai saw their appearances, his eyes couldn't help but light up. The changes in their temperament made them even more beautiful. They were already beauties, and with the good education they received since childhood, their temperament was very good. Now, their temperament was even better than before, making them even more eye-catching. If they were stars in the sky before, then they were now the bright moon. When Zhao Hai saw the appearance of the women, his eyes couldn't help but turn hot. Laura and the others understood Zhao Hai very well, so when they saw Zhao Hai's expression, they knew what he wanted to do. Their faces couldn't help but turn red. Laura turned her head to look at Lizzie and the others. Lizzie and the others also turned their heads to look at Laura. Then they saw the ridicule in each other's eyes. Then they turned their heads and looked at Zhao Hai with charming smiles. Then they slowly walked towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai suddenly had a bad feeling. He remembered a joke he heard back on Earth. The joke said that what a man wants to hear from a woman the most was, "I want." But what a man fears the most was, "I want." Now, he felt that something was wrong. At this time, Laura and the others arrived by Zhao Hai's side. Then Laura loudly said, "Sisters, move." Then the group grabbed Zhao Hai's feet and lifted him up. Zhao Hai struggled as he said, "What are you doing? Let me go? Save me." Laura sneered and said, "Go ahead and shout. Even if you break your throat, no one will save you." Zhao Hai then shouted, "Break my throat. Break my throat. Where are you? Quickly come and save me." When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but laugh. They almost threw Zhao Hai to the ground. However, they didn't let him go as they carried Zhao Hai into the hot spring. After that, the spring was filled with boundless beauty. The lion race's supreme elder, Xianxia, was currently standing in front of the ruins of the connecting heaven palace. The place had completely turned into ruins, not even a single tile was left intact. Although Xianxia wasn't from the central continent, his heart was still very heavy at this time. The defensive strength of the connecting heaven palace was formidable even without the 7-star heaven lock. Otherwise, the place wouldn't have been regarded as a holy land by the divine race. However, Zhao Hai was able to break through it in a short period of time. Additionally, Zhao Hai was able to escape the encirclement of the 5 supreme elders, destroy the Taurus continent's base, and exterminate the Taurus race. All of these actions showed how formidable Zhao Hai was. Zhao Hai's strength being this formidable wasn't a good thing for the divine race. He had a great enmity with the divine race. The stronger he was, the greater the threat he posed to the divine race. At this time, they simply had no way to find Zhao Hai. It can be said that they were in a state of being beaten. And Zhao Hai could attack them at any time. This made the group feel very uncomfortable. Most importantly, Xianxia was still worried. He didn't know who Zhao Hai's next target would be. Perhaps by the time they reached the central continent, Zhao Hai would attack another place. They would always be one step behind Zhao Hai. After thinking about this, Xianxia's heart couldn't help but become heavy. He looked at Elder Star, who wasn't too far away. At this time, Elder Star was already very old. His entire body was as thin as a bag of bones. It seems like he would collapse at any time. His situation was even worse than Gold Ben's. Upon seeing this, Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. Elder Star was very high-spirited before. This was because he was the supreme elder of the central continent. Among the elders, his status was the highest. Because of this, although he was very approachable, Xianxia could still see a trace of arrogance in him. Yet, such a prideful person was reduced to such a state. How could one not sigh when they saw this? At this time, Elder Star suddenly said, "Elders, do you have any methods to deal with Zhao Hai?" Xianxia and the others knit their brows. They didn't have a good method to deal with Zhao Hai. Now that Elder Star asked this question, wasn't he making things difficult for them? Perhaps because he didn't hear an answer, Elder Star didn't speak for a long time. After some time, Elder Star sighed and said, does the heavens want the undead divine race? At this time, Gold Ben said, I have a way to deal with Zhao Hai. However, this method requires a lot of sacrifices. Gold Ben nodded. However, these guards weren't completely defenseless. Their weapons and equipment were definitely the best among the lion race's army. When it came to domain weapons, they had about 20 of them, which wasn't a small number. When the battle began, the Lion King was already protected by his domain weapons. It wasn't that he didn't have the strength to fight. After all, the Lion King was a god-rank expert. However, he was still a king, so he couldn't be put in danger. At this time, the Lion King's personal guards were already fighting with Qing Feng and Mingyu. One side was strong and fearless while the other side was slightly weaker. However, their equipment was much better. Therefore, both sides were unable to do anything to each other for a while. At this time, the Hell King's ship suddenly appeared next to the Lion King's war chariot. The Lion King's war chariot was also a domain weapon. It was called the Lion War Chariot. The war chariot was built to look like a lion. The lion's tail was the handle. It was quite a formidable weapon. However, the sudden appearance of the Hell King's ship was something that the lion race didn't expect. At this time, the Hell King's ship's magic cannons immediately fired at the Lion War Chariot. This time, the Lion War Chariot couldn't block the attack and was vaporized. It wasn't only the Lion War Chariot, the Lion War Chariot was also killed. The Hell King's ship's magic cannons were now much stronger than before. Domain weapons like the Lion War Chariot couldn't block the Hell King's ship's attack, let alone now. The Lion King wasn't prepared at all. Naturally, he was instantly killed by Zhao Hai. After the Lion War Chariot was destroyed, Zhao Hai didn't stop immediately. He immediately released a large number of undead to attack the Lion King's guards. The undead that Zhao Hai released this time weren't just 1 or 2 million, but 5 million. 5 million undead were used to deal with the 100,000 guards. Moreover, the guards were surrounded in the middle. In this case, the guards had no hope of escaping. In less than an hour, the battle was over. Because of this, none of the people who followed the Lion King survived. Even the war lion couldn't escape. As soon as the battle ended, Zhao Hai immediately sent another message. At the same time, he also transferred all of his domain weapons to Qing Feng and Mingyu. The reason why Zhao Hai did this was to turn Qing Feng and Mingyu into the second Devil Squad. The reason why Zhao Hai was so confident was because he discovered that Qing Feng and Mingyu's undead cultivation speed was much faster than the undead he had before. Although the undead weren't afraid of death, they had a natural shortcoming when it came to cultivation. Their cultivation speed couldn't be compared to people, it was much slower. On the other hand, Qing Feng and Mingyu's undead were different. Perhaps it was because of the spirit sealing formation, but the energy in their bodies was completely stored in their bones. Moreover, after a lot of precipitation, their bones were very powerful. They couldn't turn into zombies like the other undead in the space. However, whether it was in terms of attack power or cultivation speed, they were much stronger than ordinary undead. Because Zhao Hai discovered this, he decided to take care of this squad. Zhao Hai also gave them battle suits to see if these special undead could be equipped with battle suits. But the result made Zhao very disappointed. Not only were the undead unable to wear the combat suits, but the rejection force of the combat suits was much stronger than that of the ordinary undead. There was almost no way for them to wear the combat suits, which disappointed Zhao. At this time, Zhao Hai couldn't find any suitable weapons for the undead. If Zhao Hai could find suitable weapons for the undead, then the fighting strength of the undead would be increased by at least 3 times. The undead were different from humans. Even if humans had good weapons, they would still need to train. Moreover, they would be easily affected by various emotions on the battlefield, which would weaken their fighting strength. On the other hand, the undead wouldn't. As long as they were commanded well, their fighting strength would be much stronger than an army. After dealing with Qingyu and Mingyu's matters, Zhao Hai returned to Drinking Lion City. He wanted to see how the Leo divines would react after knowing that their patriarch had been killed. Before long, Zhao Hai knew how the Leo divines would react. Chaos, chaos. Because of the Lion King, the Leo divines were able to suppress some people, making them have some scruples. But now, the situation was different. Now that the Lion King was dead, the last seal on the Leo divines had disappeared. The entire Leo divines were in chaos. Zhao Hai also discovered that the chaos in the Leo divines was completely different from the central continent. In the central continent, people were in a frenzy. On the other hand, the Leo divines seemed to have accumulated a certain degree of social conflicts. Because of this matter, the situation in the Leo divines suddenly erupted. Regarding this situation, Zhao Hai could only shake his head. He had already achieved his goal in the Leo divines. Now, he just had to wait and see if the Supreme Elders of the Leo divines would appear. If the Supreme Elders of the Leo divines come back while the Supreme Elders of the other divines didn't, then Zhao Hai would have to deal with them. At this time, Laura and the others came out of their rooms. They had been cultivating for a longer time compared to Zhao Hai. This was because they didn't have as much energy as Zhao Hai. Moreover, Zhao Hai wasn't able to use it as well. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others. Their temperament had undergone a subtle change. They were now wearing home clothes from the technology plane. They looked like sportswear, but they were much more beautiful. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and saw that their temperament had changed. They were now wearing home clothes from the technology plane. If these clothes were worn by others, it would only make people feel lively. But when worn by Laura and the others, it gave people a feeling of nobility and elegance. Zhao Hai looked at the group and his eyes couldn't help but light up. The change in their temperament made them even more beautiful. They were already beauties, and with the good education they received since childhood, their temperament was very good. Now, their temperament was even better than before, making them even more eye-catching. If they were like stars in the sky before, then they were now like the bright moon. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "You're right." When Zhao Hai saw the appearance of the women, his eyes couldn't help but heat up. Laura and the others understood Zhao Hai very well, so when they saw Zhao Hai's expression, they knew what he wanted to do. Their faces couldn't help but turn red. Laura turned her head to look at Lizzie and the others. Lizzie and the others also turned their heads to look at Laura. Then they saw the ridicule in each other's eyes. Then they turned their heads and looked at Zhao Hai with charming smiles. Then they slowly walked towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai suddenly had a bad feeling. He remembered a joke he heard back on Earth. The joke said that what a man wants to hear from a woman the most was, "I want." But what a man fears the most was, "I want." Now, he felt that something was wrong. At this time, Laura and the others arrived by Zhao Hai's side. Then Laura loudly said, "Sisters, move." Then the group grabbed Zhao Hai's feet and lifted him up. Zhao Hai struggled as he said, "What are you doing? Let me go? Save me." Laura sneered and said, "Go ahead and shout. Even if you break your throat, no one will save you." Zhao Hai then shouted, "Break my throat. Break my throat. Where are you? Quickly come and save me." When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but laugh. They almost threw Zhao Hai to the ground. However, they didn't let him go as they carried Zhao Hai into the hot spring. After that, the spring was filled with boundless beauty. The lion race's supreme elder, Xianxia, was currently standing in front of the ruins of the connecting heaven palace. The place had completely turned into ruins, not even a single tile was left intact. Although Xianxia wasn't from the central continent, his heart was still very heavy at this time. The defensive strength of the connecting heaven palace was very formidable even without the 7-star heaven lock. Otherwise, the place wouldn't have been regarded as a holy land by the divine race. However, Zhao Hai was able to break through it in a very short time. Additionally, Zhao Hai was able to escape the encirclement of the 5 supreme elders, destroy the Taurus continent's base, and exterminate the Taurus race. All of these actions showed how formidable Zhao Hai was. Zhao Hai's strength being this formidable was definitely not a good thing for the divine race. He had a great enmity with the divine race. The stronger he was, the greater the threat he posed to the divine race. At this time, they simply had no way to find Zhao Hai. It can be said that they were in a state of being beaten. And Zhao Hai could attack them at any time. This made the group feel very uncomfortable. Most importantly, Xianxia was still worried. He didn't know who Zhao Hai's next target would be. Perhaps by the time they arrive at the central continent, Zhao Hai would attack another place. They would always be one step behind Zhao Hai. After thinking about this, Xianxia's heart couldn't help but turn heavy. He looked at Elder Star, who wasn't far away from him. Elder Star was already very old. His body was as thin as a bag of bones. He looked like he would die at any moment. His situation was even worse than Gold Ben's clan that was destroyed. Seeing this, Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. Elder Star was in high spirits because he was the Supreme Elder of the Central Continent. His status was the highest among the Supreme Elders. Therefore, although he was very amiable, Xianxia could still see a trace of arrogance in him. Elder Star's eyes were filled with arrogance. Elder Star's eyes lit up. Yet, such a prideful person was reduced to such a state. How could one not sigh when they saw this? At this time, Elder Star suddenly said, "Elders, do you have any methods to deal with Zhao Hai?" Xianxia and the others knit their brows. They didn't have a good method to deal with Zhao Hai. Now that Elder Star asked this question, wasn't he making things difficult for them? Perhaps because he didn't hear an answer, Elder Star didn't speak for a long time. After some time, Elder Star sighed and said, "Does the heavens want the undead divine race?" At this time, Gold Ben said, "I have a way to deal with Zhao Hai. However, this method requires a lot of sacrifices." Gold Ben nodded. Everyone looked at Gold Ben. They knew that Gold Ben was the first person to fight Zhao Hai. However, because Gold Ben had lost the entire Taurus tribe, his status was the lowest among the group. Now that he suddenly spoke, it caused everyone to be curious. Gold Ben was the first person to fight Zhao Hai. Elder Star turned his head to look at Gold Ben. Gold Ben couldn't help but look away. It wasn't because he had a guilty conscience, but because he didn't want to see Elder Star's face. Because Elder Star was too thin, he looked like a skeleton wrapped in a layer of skin. He gave people a terrifying feeling. Additionally, his eyes had an ominous glint, making him look like a skeleton with a burning soul fire. However, the person standing in front of him was clearly a person. This made Gold Ben uncomfortable. Because of this, he unconsciously avoided Elder Star's gaze. Elder Star didn't care, he just looked at Gold Ben and said, "Elder Gold Ben, if you have anything to say, please say it." Gold Ben nodded and said, "Zhao Hai is currently causing trouble in the divine realm. Our previous plan is obviously not working. Instead of being slowly killed by Zhao Hai, we might as well think of another way to deal with Zhao Hai. As long as we make some sacrifices, then Zhao Hai would definitely come out and fight us." Elder Star looked at Gold Ben and said, "What method?" Gold Ben replied, "We'll go straight to the Taurus continent. We won't stop along the way. Regardless of what happens in the other continents, we'll head straight for the Taurus continent. Then we'll attack the Thunder Clan, the Barbarians, and the Winged Pegasus. No matter what happens in the other continents, we'll only attack these three races. When the time comes, Zhao Hai would certainly ask them for help." When Elder Star and the others heard Gold Ben, they couldn't help but stare. Gold Ben's idea was very similar to Elder Star's. However, Gold Ben's goal was different this time. Moreover, he wanted to sacrifice himself. If they attacked the Thunder Clan and the others, then the other continents would be defenseless. When the time comes, Zhao Hai would be able to do whatever he wants. Everyone hesitated. Elder Star looked at Gold Ben and said, "How confident are you?" Gold Ben replied, "Although the Taurus divines were destroyed by Zhao Hai, it was still Zhao Hai's first time cooperating with the three clans. Because of this, the three clans would participate in the battle. This made Zhao Hai's strength more formidable, but at the same time, it also brought a lot of losses to the three clans. However, Zhao Hai had no choice but to do this. This was because this was the first time he cooperated with the three clans, so he had to respect their opinions. Although Zhao Hai destroyed the Taurus divines, it's impossible for the three clans to come out unscathed. In this case, the three clans would certainly return to their space to recuperate while Zhao Hai would deal with us alone. However, Zhao Hai's relationship with the three clans isn't ordinary. It can be said that without the three clans' cooperation, the Taurus divines wouldn't have been destroyed so quickly." Elder Star and the others nodded. They also knew that what Gold Ben said was right. Although Gold Ben wasn't the strongest in the divine realm, the Taurus continent's fighting strength wasn't weak. If Zhao Hai were to say that he didn't suffer any losses in destroying the Taurus divines, then they wouldn't believe it even if you beat them to death. Seeing that the others agreed, Gold Ben continued, therefore, if we attack the 3 clans, Zhao Hai wouldn't just ignore it. He might even cause trouble in the continent. But if we don't, then it would be Zhao Hai's turn to be embarrassed. If he doesn't help the 3 clans, then his cooperation with the foreign races would become problematic. I'm afraid that the rebel vassal races wouldn't cooperate wholeheartedly with Zhao Hai. If he loses the foreign races and the vassal races, then Zhao Hai's strength would decrease a lot. At the same time, we can deal with the vassal races first. Because of this, in order to stabilize the foreign races and the vassal races, Zhao Hai would certainly go to the Thunder clan and the other 2 clans. When the time comes, we wouldn't be the ones looking for him, it would be the other way around. When Elder Star and the others heard Gold Ben, they couldn't help but nod. This was indeed the case. At this point, the divines had no way to deal with Zhao Hai. If they want to deal with Zhao Hai, then they would have to use some strange methods. Although Gold Ben's method would cause the continents to suffer some losses, if they don't do this, then Zhao Hai would slowly grind them to death. When the time comes, the losses they would suffer would be even heavier. Elder Star turned to the other elders and said, I agree with Elder Gold Ben's idea. What do the other elders think? As you can see, the central continent is finished. If we want to recover, it would take several hundred years. To be honest, if we can't get rid of Zhao Hai, then your continents wouldn't be much stronger than the central continent. If we wait until your continents become like the central continent, then we wouldn't have any way to deal with Zhao Hai. When the time comes, Zhao Hai and the foreign races would be able to eat our continents in one bite. Therefore, I ask you to think twice about it. Zhao Hai nodded and said, you don't need to think too much about it. Xianxia and the others turned silent. To be honest, they knew that what Elder Star and Elder Star said was right. This method was indeed the best way to force Zhao Hai out. However, this loss was something that they didn't want to see. At this time, a person suddenly ran over. This person was one of the defenders of the central city. Although the central city suffered the most damage, there were still some sane people who managed to escape. This person was one of them. Because of this, when Elder Star brought the refugees to the central city, he had these sane people form a patrol team. This was to maintain the security of the central city and prevent the city from falling into chaos. At this time, this person had an ugly expression as he ran towards Elder Star and the others. Then he knelt on one knee and said, Elders, I just received news that Zhao Hai attacked the Leo continent and destroyed Lion Rock. He also turned the skeletons of the Leo Divine's ancestors into undead. Moreover, he led the undead in an ambush and killed His Majesty the Leo King and the War Lion Prince. Elders of the Leo continent, please return and stabilize the situation. This news made Xianxia and the others stare blankly. What did Lion Rock represent in the Leo continent? Everyone knew that Zhao Hai actually destroyed Lion Rock and turned the skeletons of the Leo Divine's ancestors into undead. Most importantly, he also killed the Leo King and the War Lion Prince. It seems like the entire Leo Divines were in chaos. Xianxia's face paled as he looked at the person and said, Is your information accurate? The person immediately replied, It was sent by the fishmen. They said that the Leo continent is in chaos. Elders, please return and stabilize the situation. Xianxia clenched his teeth and said, That bastard, he's going too far. Then he turned to Elder Star and Gold Ben and said, Elders, I agree with Elder Gold Ben's opinion. After we stabilize the situation in the Leo continent, we'll immediately attack the Thunder clan and the other 2 clans. When Xianxia said this, the other elders looked at each other and agreed with Gold Ben. From what happened in the Central Continent and the Leo continent, it can be seen that Zhao Hai was determined to deal with them. If they don't do this, then they would be killed by Zhao Hai sooner or later. Instead of being killed by Zhao Hai, they might as well go all out against him. Seeing that the others agreed with Gold Ben, Elder Star immediately said, Alright, then let's not delay. We'll immediately head to the Leo continent. Right, before we head to the Leo continent, I need everyone's help. Find the 7-star Heaven Lock's disc. When we head to the Taurus continent, we'll bring the 7-star Heaven Lock with us. With the 7-star Heaven Lock and our combined strength, we must kill Zhao Hai on the spot. The group nodded, then they immediately began to search the ruins. Elder Star had been in control of the 7-star Heaven Lock for a long time, so he had a good understanding of the formation disc. Because of this, he circled the ruins twice before he found a rough location. After digging a few times, the 7-star Heavenlock's formation disk was dug out. When the formation disks were dug out, the group immediately left for the Leo continent. Now that the group had settled the matter in the Leo continent, they would immediately head to the Taurus continent. Along the way, they would collect the 7-star Heavenlock formation disks. Zhao Hai sat in the living room as he looked at Laura and the others. Laura and the others were still as noble as ever. They didn't look as charming as they did in the hot spring. This made Zhao Hai sigh at how fickle women were. But when he thought about the taste of the hot spring that day, Zhao felt nostalgic. He had to admit that the taste was really good. Although Zhao was squeezed dry by the others, he believed that any man would want to do that. Laura and the others also noticed Zhao Hai's gaze. They couldn't help but feel embarrassed. To be honest, they were impulsive that day. And when they saw that Zhao Hai's mood wasn't very good, they couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. If they were asked to do it again, they would never do it again. Zhao Hai looked at the group and smiled faintly. He didn't talk about the matter. Instead, he turned to Laura and said, "Laura, do you think that the Lion Clan's Supreme Elder will come back alone? If he comes back alone, then we'll have a chance to deal with him." Laura shook her head and said, "I don't think so. I think the Supreme Elders of the other clans would certainly come with him. Moreover, they would certainly make adjustments to deal with the current situation. They can't delay any longer, otherwise, they would be killed by us sooner or later." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the group and said, "What do you think they will do next?" The group frowned. After some time, Lizzie said, "I think they might go to the Taurus continent to deal with the Thunder clan and the other 2 clans." Zhao Hai stared, then he frowned and said, "Really? If they go to deal with the Thunder clan and the others, then aren't they afraid that I'll deal with them?" Lizzie shook her head and said, "If I were them, I wouldn't care about what you do here. I would just focus on dealing with the Thunder clan and the other 2 clans. This way, we would have no choice but to save the 3 clans. When the time comes, we would have no choice but to fight them. This is what they want." Zhao Hai frowned. He felt that Lizzie was right. However, he couldn't think of a way to deal with the other party's plan. When Lizzie saw Zhao Hai's expression, she knew what Zhao Hai was thinking. Lizzie said, "Big brother Hai, it seems like we have no choice but to face them head-on. No matter what, we still have to protect the Thunder clan and the others. Otherwise, the foreign races and the vassal races wouldn't listen to us." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I know, but I'm still unwilling. If we really fight them, then I'm afraid it would take a long time. After all, they aren't easy to deal with. I can't go all out, so we wouldn't be able to deal with the other continents." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I know, but I'm not willing to give it my all." Lizzie smiled faintly and said, "Big brother Hai, how could you forget about our allies? If we delay the Supreme Elders in the Taurus continent, then we can have the foreign races deal with the Divines. Since the Divines don't have any Supreme Elders, then the foreign races can send their Supreme Elders to deal with the other continents. Moreover, the foreign races can also have their vassal races help. When the time comes, the Divines would certainly be out of luck." When Zhao Hai heard Lizzie, he couldn't help but stare. Then he slapped his thigh and said, "Good idea. Right, we'll drag the 9 Supreme Elders to the Taurus continent while the foreign races deal with the Divines. Without the Supreme Elders, it would be impossible for the Divines to stop the foreign races." "Good, very good. Let's do it this way." Laura looked at the 2 and smiled. "Big brother Hai, don't be happy too early. We still don't know if the Divines will do this." "What if they don't? Then wouldn't our plan be in vain?" Zhao Hai thought about Elder Star's appearance. He couldn't help but shake his head and said, "No, I think the Supreme Elders will do this. They have already been forced into a dead end. But it's a pity that we have no way to force the Thunder clan and the other 2 races into the space." At this time, Megan smiled faintly and said, "Big brother Hai, I don't think so. It depends on whether Big brother Hai has the heart to do it or not. If you do, then we can still force the 3 races into the space." Zhao Hai looked at Megan and said, "What do you mean?" Megan smiled faintly and said, "Didn't Lizzie just say that the Divines are dealing with the 3 clans in order to force us to show ourselves? They certainly wouldn't care about what we do in the Divine realm. So why don't we pretend to be fooled? While the Supreme Elders deal with the three clans, we can still cause chaos in the continents. Once we find out that they aren't fooled, then we can go and rescue them. At this time, the 9 Supreme Elders are filled with anger. They certainly wouldn't show any mercy to the three clans. The losses that the three clans would suffer wouldn't be light. When the time comes, we can deal with the 9 Supreme Elders. However, we don't have the confidence to deal with 9 Supreme Elders. Therefore, we need to ask them to leave their residences and take refuge in the space. Once they enter the space, we can tell them that the O'Neill family is attacking again, as well as the matter of the underworld. With the environment of the space, it shouldn't be difficult for them to settle down in the space. Xiao Hai quietly listened to Megan's words. Although Megan's method was very black-bellied, Xiao Hai couldn't help but recognize that Megan's method was the most suitable for him. If Xiao Hai really does what Megan said, then the Thunder Clan, Barbarians, and Winged Pegasus would suffer heavy losses. And with the pressure from the O'Neill family, Xiao Hai would be able to persuade the three clans to enter the space. Moreover, they wouldn't leave any flaws behind. After all, this was how they helped the foreign races in the past. This time, no one would have any doubts if they used the same method. However, if this were to happen, then the losses of the Thunder Clan and the other 2 clans wouldn't be small. One must know that the Supreme Elders of the Divine Race had been driven crazy by Xiao Hai. This time, they wouldn't be polite when dealing with Xiao Hai's allies. They would use Xiao Hai's allies as punching bags. When the time comes, it would be hard to say how many people from the 3 clans would die. When Megan said that Xiao Hai had to be ruthless, she was also talking about this. Xiao Hai wasn't a person with a hard heart. Although he had the time to use unscrupulous means to achieve his goals, this time, for the Thunder Clan and the other 2 clans, the result would be disastrous. Megan and the others were very clear about this point. They also knew that Xiao Hai was also aware of this point. Laura and the others understood what Megan meant. Therefore, they looked at Xiao Hai, waiting to see what decision Xiao Hai would make. Xiao Hai frowned as he sat there. He understood the meaning behind Megan's words. Naturally, he also knew what the consequences would be if he did as Megan said. It was precisely because of this that he was hesitant. Xiao Hai frowned as he sat there. Xiao Hai wanted to bring the 3 clans into the space. But if he really did as Megan said, then the losses of the 3 clans would be too great. They might even be in danger of being exterminated. Xiao Hai was afraid that one of the 3 clans would be exterminated. If that happened, then he would feel sorry for them. Because of this, his heart was very conflicted. At this time, Meg, who didn't have any opinion on this matter, suddenly said, "Brother Hai, I don't know if you've thought about something. If the Thunder Clan and the others don't enter the space, then what would happen to them after we ascend?" When Xiao Hai heard Meg, he couldn't help but stare. He looked at Meg and said, "Brother Hai, don't forget that even if we defeat the Divine Race, this plane would still be ruled by Lu Wei. Lu Wei can support the Divine Race. But if the Thunder Clan and the others, the Divine Race, and the others' relationship to us, they would offend Lu Wei. And the others would offend the Divine Race. And the other clans. Would the 3 clans be able to block Lu Wei's attack?" Xiao Hai and the others stared. To be honest, they didn't think about this issue. They always thought that defeating the Divine Race would be enough. They didn't think that if they leave this plane one day, then Lu Wei wouldn't let those who were related to them go. When the time comes, they would be the ones to suffer. Xiao Hai stared at Meg for some time before he laughed and said, "Meg, I didn't think that you would notice something that we didn't notice. Right, if we ascend one day, then the Thunder Clan and the others would certainly be in trouble. At that time, they would be exterminated by Lu Wei. Someone like Lu Wei would definitely do this. Instead of waiting for that, we might as well take them into the space right now." Meg looked at Xiao Hai and said, "Then we'll do as I said. Let's see what the Supreme Elders do first. If they really go to deal with the Thunder Clan and the others, then we'll turn the Divine Realm upside down. If the Supreme Elders don't come back, then we'll go back and ask for help. I believe that the 3 clans would agree to enter the space. Besides this, we can also send a message to the foreign races. When we go to the 3 clans, then the foreign races can deal with the divines." Xiao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then we'll do that. Let's wait for the Supreme Elders first. Then we'll follow them." Don't tell Binjia and the others about this matter. Wait until we return to the Taurus continent before we tell them. Laura understood what Zhao Hai meant. If they told Binjia and the others about this matter early, then they would know that Zhao Hai was plotting against the Thunder Clan and the others. When the time comes, Binjia and the others would tell their clans about this matter. This would affect Zhao Hai's cooperation with the foreign races. Zhao Hai wasn't a person who would easily go back on his words. Once he made a decision, he would do his best to accomplish it. Now that the decision was made, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he quietly waited for the Supreme Elders in the Leo continent. Zhao Hai didn't go too far. He was still in Lion River, next to Lion Rock. He believed that if the Supreme Elders were to return to the Leo continent, then they would certainly come to Lion Rock to investigate. If the Supreme Elders were to return alone, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. Zhao Hai and the others were already used to this small space. Laura and the others were also used to it. However, they didn't accompany Zhao Hai on the Hell King's ship every day. Instead, they went to teach Green and the others the cultivation method that they learned from Qing Feng. Xianxia and the others didn't make Zhao Hai wait for too long. Before long, their figures appeared at Lion Rock. However, they weren't alone, they were accompanied by the other Supreme Elders. When Zhao Hai saw this, he knew that he didn't have a chance. Therefore, he just quietly looked at the Supreme Elders. Xianxia's complexion was pale as he looked at Lion Rock. Lion Rock was their ancestors' tomb, but now it was destroyed. Even their ancestors' bones couldn't be preserved. Xianxia slowly landed on the ground and walked towards Lion Rock. Then he knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Then he straightened his body and loudly said, "Ancestor spirit, this unfilial descendant, Xianxia, swears that I will tear Zhao Hai into 10,000 pieces as an offering to your spirit in heaven." The other Supreme Elders didn't kneel, they just looked at Xianxia with a heavy expression. What happened at Lion Rock had dealt a huge blow to Xianxia. After kowtowing a few more times, Xianxia stood up and turned to the others, "Everyone, let's stabilize the Leo continent first. Then we'll carry out our plan." The others nodded and then flew along with Xianxia. They flew towards the continent, so Zhao Hai didn't follow. However, he could guess what Xianxia and the others wanted to do. What Xianxia and the others wanted to do was to stabilize the Leo continent. As for what their plan was, Zhao Hai didn't know. However, he was prepared to use this time to collect the Leo continent's coastline into the space's map. Then when Xianxia and the others leave, he would follow them and see what happened. Thinking about it, Zhao Hai immediately had Bubble take him to the space and store all the maps of the Lion Plateau's coastline in order to monitor the situation. Xianxia's prestige in the Leo continent was very high. When he returned, the Leo continent's situation quickly stabilized. Moreover, the Leo imperial family wasn't completely exterminated by Zhao Hai. Because of this, Xianxia immediately appointed another Leo king. With this, the Leo continent's situation was completely under control. 5 days after Xianxia returned to the Leo continent, Zhao Hai discovered traces of Xianxia and the others along the Leo continent's coastline. There were no other people, only the 9 Supreme Elders. They were flying towards the Leo continent's southeast direction. Zhao Hai immediately had Bubble follow them. At this time, Laura and the others also came out of the space. This time, they didn't just come to the space to teach Green and the others the cultivation method. They also had another task, which was to select some goblins who were the best at researching magic formations. They brought them to Wild Dragon Island and added them to Karen's laboratory. At this time, Karen's laboratory had beastmen, dwarves, goblins, elves, and humans. Zhao Hai even transferred some demons from the Great Demon King as well as fishmen from the Mermaid Queen. It can be said that all the races in Zhao Hai's space, except for the divine race, were now participating in Karen's laboratory. Of course, on Wild Dragon Island, apart from the goblins, the other races had been living on Wild Dragon Island. Therefore, the framework of this laboratory had been built long ago. It's just that more people were added in now. Laura and the others were also sitting there looking at the monitor. On the monitor was Elder Star and the others. Elder Star and the others were flying in the sky while Zhao Hai was moving underwater. Their speed wasn't any slower than the others. Zhao Hai could also see that Elder Star and the others weren't going to the Taurus continent. This made Zhao Hai puzzled. Didn't they use the method of the three clans to force them to show themselves? Did they guess wrong? However, in order to determine what they were doing, Zhao Hai decided to follow them. When they entered the continent, Zhao Hai immediately stored the coastline of the continent into the space. If they didn't leave for a long time, then Zhao Hai would have to take the risk and attack the continent to see what they were doing. Fortunately, Xianxia and the others didn't disappoint Zhao Hai. They quickly left the continent. After Zhao Hai inquired about the continent, he found out that it was the Scorpion continent where he killed the Supreme Elder. After that, Xianxia and the others went from continent to continent, almost causing Zhao Hai to get dizzy. In the end, Zhao Hai discovered that Elder Star and the others had already gone through all 9 continents. After that, they flew towards the Taurus continent. Although Zhao Hai didn't know why Xianxia and the others were doing this, he was certain that Xianxia and the others were going to the Taurus continent to deal with the Thunder clan and the others. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately took out his messenger fish. This messenger fish was used to communicate with Fei Er. Fei Er stayed in the defensive line. He didn't know what the situation was like outside, nor did he know how many troops the O'Neill family had sent. However, the defensive line was still very good. The magic cannons used by the undead were very good. Although the O'Neill family launched several probing attacks, they weren't able to do anything. However, Fei Er didn't dare to underestimate the O'Neill family. The O'Neill family didn't send a large number of troops in their attacks. They were just probing attacks, they looked more like scouts. However, these scouts were also very difficult to deal with. Aside from Zhao Hai, the scouts didn't cause any damage to the magic armors. The first time they encountered them, the magic armors calmly retreated. Originally, the O'Neill family wanted to send cavalry to fight against the magic armors. However, the magic armor seemed to know how to deal with them. Because of this, the O'Neill family simply couldn't do anything. At this time, Fei Er was also having a headache about the defensive line. He wasn't a fool, the O'Neill family's attacks were already very hard to deal with. If the O'Neill family were to launch a large-scale attack, then would they be able to stop the other party? This made Fei Er very worried. At this time, a voice was suddenly heard from his messenger fish. Fei Er, are you there? It's Zhao Hai. Fei Er stared, then he immediately took the messenger fish and said, Mister, I'm here. What is Mister's order? Zhao Hai's voice was heard. Fei Er, I'm looking for you today because I have something important to discuss with you. Last time, the Divine Race's army went to deal with the foreign races. In order to help the foreign races, I went to the central continent and destroyed their connecting heaven palace. Then I destroyed the Leo continent's Lion Rock. Although the divines have retreated from the foreign races, the central continent and the Leo continent are now in chaos. However, the divines still hate me. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Fei Er couldn't help but stare. In the past, Fei Er had always been by Thunder Yun's side, so he had a good understanding of the divine race. He also knew about the important places of the divine race, such as the connecting heaven palace and Lion Rock. Because of this, Fei Er knew about the importance of these two places. After hearing Zhao Hai's words, Fei Er felt both relieved and worried. Needless to say, the divines had oppressed their races for a long time and killed so many of their people. Naturally, they hated the divines to the bone. Now that Zhao Hai had destroyed the connecting heaven palace and Lion Rock, Fei Er felt very relieved. However, Fei Er was also worried. He knew that these two places were very important to the divine race. Although destroying these two places was very satisfying, the divines wouldn't just give up. Because of this, Fei Er was worried about Zhao Hai, so he quickly said, Mister, are you alright? These two places are very important to the divine race. After losing these two places, the divines wouldn't just give up. Mister, you need to be careful. When Zhao Hai heard Fei Er, his heart couldn't help but warm up. He really wanted to give up on his plan. However, in the end, he clenched his teeth and said, Fei Er, you don't need to worry about me. I'm fine. It wouldn't be easy for the divines to deal with me. However, I'm afraid that the divines would use another method to deal with me. The Supreme Elders would go to the Taurus continent to deal with your three races. Fei Er was startled, his expression changed as he said, Mister, are you sure? Zhao Hai replied, right now, the Supreme Elders are heading towards the Taurus continent. I'm very worried. You were the first to deal with the divine race with me. They want to use the same method as you to force me into a decisive battle with you. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. The Supreme Elders are heading towards the Taurus continent. Feier was startled. Mister, what should we do? The Supreme Elders of the divine race are very powerful. They use ultimate weapons. We don't have any way to resist them. Zhao Hai replied, I'm also aware of this. However, I can't fight them right now. Therefore, I'll immediately attack the divine race's continents. I hope that the Supreme Elders would go back and save them. What do you think? Feier thought for a moment and said, Mister, what if the Supreme Elders don't go back? What if they attack us? What should we do? Zhao Hai was silent for a moment before he said, Feier, I won't hide it from you. The people of the Ark continent and the demon realm have already been sent to a safe place. And that place belongs to us. Once you enter that place, you will have to listen to me. I didn't tell your clansmen about this before because I was afraid that they would misunderstand me. But now that the situation is critical, I don't have time to think about it. I hope that you can take refuge in that place. Feier was silent. He understood the elders of his clan very well. These elders were very stubborn, they didn't want to be controlled by others. This was the reason why they opposed the divine race. If they were to enter that place and accept Zhao Hai's command, then they wouldn't agree. Zhao Hai was also aware of Feier's difficulties, so he just said, Feier, I'll have the undead send you 3 tokens. You can immediately take these tokens back to your clan. These tokens can open a spatial rift and take your clansmen to the space. If your clansmen agree, then you can take them to the space. If they don't agree, then I'll just leave it at that. If the Supreme Elders don't come back to help the divine race, then I'll go back and fight them to the death. However, you should know that if I lose or die, then I'm afraid that the divine race's retaliation wouldn't be something that you can handle. Alright, time is tight, so I won't say anything more. After the undead send the tokens over, you can immediately take your people back to your clan. Feier could hear the anger in Zhao Hai's words. However, Feier thought that Zhao Hai was right. When he fought with Zhao Hai in the Ark continent, he felt that the Ark continent was very strange. It seems like Zhao Hai wasn't worried about the divine race attacking the Ark continent. At that time, Feier felt that it was very strange. Now that the mystery has been solved, the Ark continent no longer had any people. Later on, the demons joined forces with them to deal with the divine race. This made Feier feel even more strange. He didn't know why the demons would listen to Zhao Hai. But now, he knew that the demons had completely submitted to Zhao Hai. If the demons and the Ark continent could submit to Zhao Hai, then why couldn't they? Looking at the situation of the divine race, the demons and the Ark continent didn't suffer any losses. But what about the other 3 clans? They had lost a lot of soldiers, their strength was greatly damaged. Although this gave them the right to speak with Zhao Hai on an equal footing, was it really worth it to sacrifice so many people? If they had made the same choice as the demons and the Ark continent, then wouldn't they have suffered so many losses? Looking at the demons, Zhao Hai didn't treat them the same way as the divine race. Zhao Hai had always been very respectful towards the great demon king. Even when he gave orders, he would always use a negotiating tone. This was also the reason why Feier wanted the Thunder clan to submit to Zhao Hai. Now that Zhao Hai had turned the divine race upside down, the 3 clans were the first to follow Zhao Hai. Therefore, it was entirely possible for the military to use them to attack Zhao Hai. The 9 supreme elders of the divine race acting together was a lot stronger than a single supreme elder. In this case, how could the 3 clans resist? Moreover, the divine race wouldn't be merciful to them. They were the vassal races that led the rebellion. The divine race would certainly exterminate them. In the past, Zhao Hai knew that the 3 clans didn't want to submit to him, so he gave them the right to speak on an equal footing. But now that it was related to the life and death of their clans, Zhao Hai had no choice but to make his proposal. If they still refused to submit to Zhao Hai, then Feier believed that Zhao Hai would still fight the 9 supreme elders in order to save them. If Zhao Hai were to be defeated or killed, then the 3 clans would have to face the retaliation of the entire divine race. When that time comes, they wouldn't be able to resist. Feier also knew that the best thing to do right now was to enter the place that Zhao Hai mentioned. But would the elders of the clans agree? Fei also knew why Zhao Hai was angry. Zhao Hai had always taken care of the three clans. However, the three clans had always been on guard against him. This was the reason why Zhao Hai was angry. Think about it, you've been helping someone unconditionally, but the other party was guarding against you like a thief. How could you not be angry? Besides these, Fei was also worried about the O'Neill family. If Zhao Hai were to be defeated, then not to mention what would happen to the divine race, even if both sides suffered losses, what would happen to the O'Neill family? Who would be able to resist? One must know that the ones fighting against the O'Neill family were the undead. The one holding back the divine race was also Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai were to be defeated, then the divine race would have no opponent. At the same time, the undead would disappear. When the time comes for the O'Neill family and the divine race to attack them, then they would be finished. Thinking about this, Fei couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. At this time an undead came to Fei's side. This undead had a blood-red token in its hand. On the front of the token was a picture of a dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. On the back of the token was a picture of a skull. There were no words on the token, but there were many decorative patterns on it. It looked very refined. Fei didn't have time to think too much about it. He took the token from the undead and then turned to look for Sean and Sean. He knew that the two of them had the same idea as him. He wanted to discuss this matter with the two of them. No matter what, they couldn't let their clans suffer any more losses. Otherwise, the three clans wouldn't be able to recover for 100 years. Most importantly, they were in danger of being exterminated, so they couldn't afford to take this matter seriously. Zhao Hai calmly put down the messenger fish with an ugly expression on his face. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and comforted him, "Brother Hai, you don't need to think too much about it. When we go to the three clans, we can just go there a bit earlier." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Don't worry, I know what to do." Lizzie smiled faintly and said, "Brother Hai's performance was very good. If we didn't know in advance, then we would have thought that Brother Hai was angry." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Forget it, let's not think about him. Let's think about how we should deal with the Divine Race continent. At this point, the Divine Race continent is almost defenseless. I think that Elder Star and the others went to the Divine Race continents for the 7-star Heavenlock discs. In order to deal with us, they must have distributed the discs to the Divine Race continents. In order to deal with us, they must have taken those discs to deal with us. Because of this, they brought the 7-star Heavenlock with them. I'm afraid that the Divine Race continent doesn't even have the strength to defend against us." Laura nodded, then she said, "Brother Hai, what do you think?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We'll start with the Central Continent. The Central Continent has just been pacified, so there's almost no resistance there. Moreover, the elderly and the children wouldn't resist at this time. We can turn the Central Continent into another tourist continent." Lizzie nodded and said, "That's good. But Brother Hai, the Central Continent also has a lot of vassal races. Should we contact them?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Forget it, we'll leave the vassal races to the foreign races. If we contact them now, they wouldn't trust us. There's no need to waste time." Lizzie nodded and said, "All right, shall we start now?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Let's go, let's start now." After he said that, the Hell King's ship appeared in the central city. Then it expanded and stopped above the city. The central capital had just calmed down, but when they saw the Hell King's ship, everyone couldn't help but stare. Then their expressions changed. A lot of people in the central capital were familiar with the Hell King's ship. This was because the appearance of this ship was the beginning of their nightmare. Zhao Hai wasn't polite, he immediately released a large number of undead to capture the people. Just as Zhao Hai said, the people of the Central Continent had lost their will to resist. When they saw the Hell King's ship, they couldn't help but think about the terrible things that happened in the capital. This caused their spirits to collapse, they had completely lost their will to resist. This time, Zhao Hai's capture was very successful. It didn't take much effort for him to capture all of the Divine Race people. Then Zhao Hai went straight to the next city. Zhao Hai's actions in the Central Continent were much easier compared to the Taurus Continent. This was because the Taurus Continent's cities were defending. On the other hand, the Central Continent's forces were almost wiped out. In this case, it was very easy for Zhao Hai to capture them. The central continent was very big, much bigger than the Taurus continent. However, Zhao Hai's movements weren't slow. Just like herding sheep, when he arrived at a city, he would immediately send the people to the space. Because of this, his speed was very fast. In just 3 days, the remaining people of the central continent had been captured. Binjia and the others followed the entire process. Zhao Hai didn't hide anything from them. He also told Binjia and the others that the Supreme Elders were currently attacking the Thunder Clan and the other 2 clans in the Taurus continent. Zhao Hai didn't do this in order to force the Supreme Elders back. Binjia didn't oppose Zhao Hai's actions. He thought that Zhao Hai's actions were very good. In the past, Zhao Hai used this method to solve the foreign race's encirclement. Because of this, Binjia didn't think that Zhao Hai wanted to use this method to deal with the 3 clans. Even the 3 clans didn't think of this point. After dealing with the central continent's matters, Zhao Hai didn't go to the Leo continent. Although the Leo continent was in turmoil some time ago, it quickly subsided. It can be said that the Leo continent didn't suffer too much losses. Their main forces were still there. And with Zhao Hai digging up their ancestral graves, the Leo continent hated him to the bone. If Zhao Hai were to attack the Leo continent, then the people of the Leo continent would surely take up their weapons to resist him. This wasn't something that Zhao Hai wanted to see. Therefore, instead of attacking the Leo continent, Zhao Hai went to the Scorpio continent. The Supreme Elder of the Magic Scorpion continent had already died. Zhao Hai believed that the people of the continent were already aware of this. This was a huge blow to their morale. Don't look at the fact that there wasn't any unrest there. However, their morale was the lowest in the continent. When dealing with the Scorpio continent, Zhao Hai came up with a good idea. The Scorpio continent's Supreme Elder was turned into an undead by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai directly had the Supreme Elder use the Scorpio continent's ultimate weapon, the giant scorpion, to attack the Scorpio continent. Zhao Hai also sent the demon army. He believed that once the Scorpio continent's army saw so many ultimate weapons attacking them, their morale would surely collapse. When the time comes, it would be much easier for Zhao Hai to deal with them. When Zhao Hai was with Elder Star and the others, he went to the other continents. Because of this, he only used the space to reach the Scorpio continent. He didn't want to waste time on traveling. On the other hand, Elder Star and the others didn't have this ability. They could only travel bit by bit. Even if they were Supreme Elders, it would still take them 2 days to reach the Taurus continent. Because of this, when Zhao Hai attacked the Scorpio continent, Elder Star and the others had just arrived at the Taurus continent. In the next few days, Fei and the others returned to their clans. They relayed Zhao Hai's words to their patriarchs. Moreover, Fei and the others had already decided to persuade the patriarchs to have their clansmen enter Zhao Hai's space. Fei knew that this matter wouldn't be easy, but he didn't think that it would be this hard. When he went back to the clan, almost everyone opposed it. They thought that this was Zhao Hai's trick. The Supreme Elders simply wouldn't join forces to deal with them. No matter how Fei and the others persuaded, the 3 clans remained unmoved. This made Fei anxious. Fei and Zhao Hai had been in contact for a long time. Therefore, Fei understood Zhao Hai very well. He knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't joke about this matter. Because of this, Fei and the others believed in Zhao Hai's words. At the same time, Fei and the others had a lot of prestige among the youths of the 3 clans. Since the patriarchs and the elders didn't agree, Fei had no choice but to gather his people and have them prepare to move. At the same time, Fei used his messenger fish to contact Zhao Hai and asked him how to use the token. Zhao Hai already knew about the situation of the 3 clans through the token. Since Fei trusted him, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to not give Fei face. Because of this, Zhao Hai immediately opened a spatial rift in the place that Fei pointed out. He had those who were willing to move to the space immediately move. At the same time, Fei and the others' prestige among the youths was very high. 1/3 of the youths of the 3 clans were willing to follow Fei and the others. This included men and women, as well as some old people. Fei and the others didn't care too much. This was because Zhao Hai told them that the Supreme Elders would soon arrive at their clans. Fei immediately directed those who were willing to follow him to enter the space. Fei hadn't entered the space before, this was completely due to his trust in Zhao Hai. But when he entered the space, he couldn't help but stare. This was because the environment inside the space was very good. Moreover, he could see Shan and Shan. It seems like Zhao Hai was planning to arrange the three clans to live in the space. The backgrounds that Zhao Hai bought later had their own houses. In addition to that, bread trees and bamboo rice were planted inside. Because of this, when the three clans enter the space, they wouldn't have to worry about not having a place to live. Even if there were too many people and the space didn't have enough houses, it didn't matter. The environment inside the space was very good, it was beyond Fei and the others' imagination. For young people like them, even if they lived in the open, they wouldn't be afraid. On the contrary, they liked to live outside. Lying on the soft grass and enjoying the fragrance of the grass was much more comfortable than living inside a house. However, the actions of the three had angered the patriarchs and elders of their clans. The patriarchs and elders issued strict orders to prevent the three clans from moving. In the end, they even sent out troops to prevent the three clans from moving. At this time, the total number of people who entered the space was less than 100,000. This number wasn't big. However, when Fei and the others saw that their clans were about to fight, they had no choice but to close the spatial rift. At the same time, they were also locked up by the patriarchs and elders, preventing them from contacting the outside world. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others had already attacked the Scorpio continent. Zhao Hai was led by the Scorpio Supreme Elder. He had the Devil Squad help him attack the Scorpio continent. When the defenders of the magic Scorpion continent saw their dead Supreme Elder leading a large number of people with ultimate weapons to attack them, they almost collapsed in an instant. The only thing left for Zhao Hai to do was to capture people into the space. While Zhao Hai was capturing people into the space, Elder Star and the others had also arrived at the Taurus continent. Gold Ben didn't hesitate as he led Elder Star and the others towards the spatial rifts of the Thunder Clan and the others. The Thunder Clan and the other two clans had been under the rule of the Taurus continent for quite some time. Naturally, Gold Ben knew about the spatial rifts of the three clans. Because of this, it didn't take much effort for Gold Ben and the others to find the spatial rifts. The spatial rifts of the three clans weren't together, they were quite far apart. The spatial rift that Gold Ben and the others found was the spatial rift of the Thunder Clan. Although the Thunder Clan's patriarch didn't believe that the 9 Supreme Elders would attack them, he still took precautions. He deployed a large number of troops at the spatial rift and reinforced the defensive line several times. It seemed like he was ready for battle. When Gold Ben and the others arrived at the spatial rift, they saw the situation. The 9 people lined up as they slowly advanced towards the Thunder Clan's defensive line. The Thunder Clan's defensive line also discovered Gold Ben and the others. Although the ordinary soldiers didn't know who Gold Ben and the others were, they knew that Gold Ben and the others didn't have any good intentions. The soldiers immediately rang a bell. Then one of the guards loudly said, "Listen up, you have entered the Thunder Clan's defensive line. Please land immediately. If you don't, we will treat you as an enemy and attack you." Gold Ben looked at the Thunder Clan's appearance and couldn't help but laugh. He laughed and said, "Thunder Clan slaves, since when did you dare to speak so boldly? Who gave you the courage to oppose the divine race? You really don't know life from death." When the Thunder Clan's guards heard Gold Ben, their expressions changed. This was because they were very familiar with the word slave. This was what the Taurus divines used to call them. Therefore, when they heard Gold Ben, they knew that they wouldn't be kind today. The Thunder Clan's guards immediately shouted, "Fire! Don't let them get close." Seeing this, Gold Ben turned his head to Elder Star and the others and bowed, "Everyone, these people are my Taurus divine slaves. Although the Taurus divines no longer exist, please allow me to teach them a lesson." Elder Star and the others nodded. They didn't oppose Gold Ben's plan. A defensive line like this simply didn't need them to work together. Seeing that everyone agreed, Gold Ben turned his head to the Thunder Clan's people. At this time, they were still some distance away from the Thunder Clan's defensive line. The Thunder Clan's ballistas simply couldn't threaten them. Because of this, Gold Ben slowly put on his Taurus battle armor and stood in front of the group. Then he pulled his fists back to his abdomen and then struck his right fist forward. At the same time, he loudly shouted, "Taurus charge!" Along with his voice, a huge torus rushed out of his fist and went straight towards the Thunder Clan's defensive line. As the torus rushed forward, it seems like it was constantly absorbing the surrounding energy. When the torus arrived in front of the Thunder Clan's defensive line, it was already 20 mego in size. The torus rammed into the Thunder Clan's defensive line. A loud explosion was heard as the torus broke through the 10-meter-wide defensive line like paper. At this time, Gold Ben's left fist was also sent out. It was another torus charge. The Thunder Clan's defensive line had a 60-meter-wide gap in it. Elder Star, who was standing behind Gold Ben, gently nodded and said, "Elder Gold Ben's 2 punches are 30% more ferocious compared to before. With this 30% ferociousness, the lethality of his 2 punches has increased by at least 2 levels." The others nodded as well. They also knew that Gold Ben's fists were indeed more powerful than before. The reason for this was because of the destruction of the Taurus continent. Because of this, Gold Ben's fists were filled with hatred, and resentment. 2 punches, it only took 2 punches to destroy the Thunder Clan's wall. The dozens of people standing on the wall were also destroyed. Moreover, they were directly crushed by the punches. In addition to the destroyed city wall, the buildings within 100 meters behind the city wall were all razed to the ground. Nearly 100 Thunder Clan warriors who were there to support the city were all dead. The might of 2 punches was actually this great. The people from the Thunder Clan were also stunned by these 2 punches. Fortunately, their leader wasn't killed. The leader immediately made some adjustments, and the Thunder Clan members who were standing on the wall immediately withdrew. The Thunder Clan's defensive line was modeled after the spatial crack. This defensive line was divided into different levels. It didn't mean that as long as the wall was destroyed, the defensive line would be useless. Naturally, Gold Ben also noticed the situation of the Thunder Clan. His figure moved and flew towards the wall. Just as he entered the wall, he was immediately met with a rain of arrows. Gold Ben didn't dare to neglect. He knew that the enemy's arrows could explode. Moreover, the might of these arrows wasn't any less than the blood lightning balls. Gold Ben felt strange about this matter. The blood lightning balls were the first to be used by the divine race. However, after Zhao Hai learned the blood lightning balls, his performance was much better than the divine races. This made Gold Ben very puzzled. Gold Ben waved his hand and sent out another bull-shaped chi attack towards the direction where the arrows came from. Gold Ben's hands continued to send out bull-shaped chi attacks. Although the Thunder Clan's defensive line was very good and was divided into different levels, Gold Ben's strength was still very strong. The bull-shaped energy attack was able to change the terrain. After several hundred bull-shaped energy attacks, the entire spatial crack was razed to the ground. Gold Ben received his armor before he took the lead to fly towards the Thunder Clan's territory. While Gold Ben was attacking the spatial crack, the defenders also sent news back to the Thunder Clan. In order to deal with the divine race, Zhao Hai gave Fei and the others a lot of messenger fishes. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't take back these messenger fishes and turned them into the Thunder Clan's equipment. Naturally, the spatial crack was equipped with messenger fishes. Although the Thunder Clan didn't know who the Supreme Elders were, the strength that Gold Ben and the others displayed was enough to prove their identity. And with Zhao Hai's warning, the Thunder Clan quickly recognized Gold Ben and the others. After confirming Gold Ben's identity, the people from the Thunder Clan couldn't help but panic. The strength of the Taurus Supreme Elders was earth-shattering. Now that they were here, how could the Thunder Clan resist? At this time, the Thunder Clan discovered that they simply didn't have the qualifications to challenge Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had defeated the Supreme Elders of the Divine Race. In order to deal with Zhao Hai, the 9 Supreme Elders had no choice but to unite. On the other hand, the Thunder Clan couldn't even stop a single Supreme Elder. If Zhao Hai wanted to destroy them, it would be very easy. In this situation, the Thunder Clan's patriarch released Fei and told him about the current situation. When Fei heard about the situation, his expression turned ugly. Zhao Hai looked at the patriarch and said, "Patriarch, we can only think of a way to delay the 9 Supreme Elders. Then we can move the people to the space as soon as possible. I think we should choose 100,000 people and have them use the Astral Thunder Shield to block the 9 Supreme Elders. We should also hurry up and move our people away as soon as possible." Zhao Hai nodded and said, All right. Upon hearing Fei, the patriarch's expression couldn't help but change. The Thunder Clan indeed had a technique called sacrificial sacrifice. Almost everyone knew this technique. Once they used it, their strength would increase exponentially. Moreover, this technique could last for 10 days. However, once the 10 days were up, the person would immediately turn into ashes and die. Moreover, this technique was irreversible. It can be said that those who used this technique would die without a doubt. If 100,000 people were to use this technique, then the amount of energy that would erupt would be astonishing. Even the supreme elders of the divine race wouldn't be able to deal with them for a while. However, after 10 days, these 100,000 people would be finished. For the Thunder Clan, this would be a huge blow. The patriarch looked at Fei and said, "Is there no other way? 100,000 people, isn't that a bit too much?" Fei forced a smile and said, "Patriarch, 100,000 people isn't a lot. I don't know if we can stop these 100,000 people. It's possible that we'll need more people in the future." During the war with the divine race, we saw the battle between Mr. and the Taurus Supreme Elder. The Taurus Supreme Elder was very strong, and his attack was very strong. These 100,000 people should be able to stop the Supreme Elder for 10 days. However, don't forget that there are still 8 Supreme Elders following the Taurus Supreme Elder. The strength of 9 Supreme Elders is much stronger than 1 Supreme Elder. I really don't know if these 100,000 people can stop the 9 Supreme Elders. Fei smiled bitterly and said, "That's right, the divine race's Supreme Elder is a lot stronger than the Supreme Elder." The patriarch's expression turned ugly. He looked at Fei and said, "Can't Mr. Zhao Hai come back to help?" When the patriarch said this, Fei's expression turned ugly as well. He looked at the patriarch and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai is currently attacking the divine race's continent. I hope that the Supreme Elders can come back to help. If they don't, then Mr. might come back and fight the Supreme Elders. However, Mr. might not be able to deal with 9 Supreme Elders. If Mr. is defeated, then what's the difference between what we're facing right now and what we're facing right now? At that time, we might not even have a way out." The patriarch hesitated for a long time. Fei looked at the patriarch's expression and said, "Patriarch, have you thought about it? What obligation does Mr. have to help us? Is it worth it for him to go all out against the Supreme Elders? If it were you, would you risk your life to fight a powerful enemy for a partner who doesn't trust you at all, who can't help you at all, who is always on guard against you?" Fei's words were very impolite. The patriarch's expression turned even uglier. He coldly snorted and said, "What's wrong? Are you so certain that those divine race grand elders won't let us off? Do you think that following Zhao Hai is better than surrendering to the divine race?" When the patriarch said this, it wasn't only Fei, but also the other elders present. This question was too stupid. Everyone knew what the result would be. Fei looked at the patriarch with a disappointed expression, then he said, "What does the patriarch mean? Do you really want to see our Thunder Clan perish before you are satisfied?" Hearing Fei, the patriarch's expression turned even uglier. He slammed the table and loudly said, "Don't say anything else. Even if our Thunder Clan were to die in battle, we wouldn't become Zhao Hai's slaves. Come, lock Fei up." At this time, the elders present couldn't do anything. Among them, Zhen Wushuang was the first to do so. He had cooperated with Zhao Hai before. He also met Zhao Hai. Therefore, he had some understanding of Zhao Hai. Moreover, he also discovered that after they defeated the divine race, the patriarch had become more and more dictatorial. He was becoming more and more unreasonable. The patriarch wanted to be an autocratic emperor, he didn't want to be a patriarch. At this time, when Zhen Wushuang saw the patriarch grabbing Fei, he couldn't sit still. He stood up and said, "Patriarch, the current situation is very clear. If we continue to wait, then we'll just be courting death. Do you really want the Thunder Clan to perish? If that's the case, then you don't deserve to be the patriarch of the Thunder Clan." Zhen Wushuang was the Thunder Clan's great elder. His status in the clan was very high. The weight of his words wasn't light. This was because the Thunder Clan's elder council had the authority to impeach the patriarch. When the patriarch heard Zhen Wushuang, his expression turned even uglier. He slammed the table and said, "Zhen Wushuang, what do you mean? Do you want to rebel?" Zhen Wushuang looked at the patriarch and coldly snorted, "Patriarch is too serious. Rebel? Don't forget, the Elder Assembly has the power to impeach the patriarch. You simply don't have the qualifications to say that I'm rebelling. I support Feier's decision. We should immediately organize the sacrifice to block the 9 Supreme Elders. We should use this time to move our clansmen to Mr. Zhao's space. I've met with Mr. Zhao before, he doesn't treat people as slaves. He is most opposed to slavery." Feier nodded and said, "All right." The patriarch coldly snorted and said, "Who knows if he's just pretending." At this time, another Thunder Clan elder stood up and angrily said, "Patriarch, what do you mean? Are you saying that we should just wait for our deaths?" Another elder stood up and angrily shouted at the previous elder, "What do you think you're doing? Is it really that good to become someone's dog? Let me tell you, I'd rather die in battle than become someone's dog." Zhen Wushuang looked at the elder and angrily said, "You clean your mouth. Who are you calling a dog? Do you think that the Thunder Clan's deaths are a sign of courage? Besides, Mr. Zhao Hai wouldn't really enslave us. Even the demons and the people from the Ark continent have submitted to Mr. didn't enslave them, so why can't you submit to him?" The elder sneered and said, "Zhao Hai said that he didn't enslave the demons and the people from the Ark continent. Does that mean he really doesn't have any slaves? Did you see that? What a bunch of cowards. Instead of submitting to Zhao Hai, you might as well submit to the divine race. At the very least, if you submit to the divine race, you can still live here instead of moving to a completely unfamiliar place." When Feier heard this, he sneered and said, "Submit to the divine race? Do you think you're still qualified? Right now, the vassal races of the divine race are rebelling. And all of this is because of us. At this time, you still want to submit to the divine race? Do you really think that you're a treasure? That you can just submit and rebel whenever you want? Do you think that the divine race are good people? Do you think that the divine race are idiots?" Both sides continued to argue, no one was able to convince the other. In the end, Feier and Zhen Wushuang angrily left. After leaving, Zhen Wushuang immediately called the elders who were close to him and had them persuade their clansmen to leave with them. At the same time, they also organized death squads in order to use the sacrificial method to deal with the divine race. As the Thunder Clan's great elder, Zhen Wushuang's prestige in the clan was very high. With the addition of Feier, who was the most prestigious person of the younger generation, their prestige wasn't any lower than the patriarch's. And with Feier's military power, it wasn't hard for the two to organize people. Last time, Feier was the one who organized the death squads. Although Feier's prestige in the younger generation wasn't low, it was still lacking compared to the elders. On the other hand, there were a lot of elders in the Thunder Clan. Because of this, Feier wasn't able to persuade a lot of people to leave the space. Compared to the total number of people in the Thunder Clan, the difference was just too big. 100,000 death squads were quickly prepared. Moreover, there were 500,000 Thunder Clan households that were willing to follow them to Zhao Hai's space. 500,000 households, this number was already a lot. It was equivalent to 1/50th of the Thunder Clan's population. This was also Feier and the others' greatest efforts. After all, there were a lot of people in the Thunder Clan who didn't like to leave the place where they lived for generations. At this time, the Patriarch also organized some people to resist the 9 Supreme Elders. However, their goal was different from Feier. Feier and the others organized the death squads in order to stall the Supreme Elders and buy time for the Thunder Clan's migration. On the other hand, the Patriarch organized the death squads to deal with the divine race in order to make the divine race understand that the Thunder Clan wasn't to be trifled with. This way, the Thunder Clan would have a chance to surrender to the divine race. At this point, Feier and the others had already broken away from the rule of the Thunder Clan's Patriarch. Feier had already organized the people who wanted to move to a valley in the Thunder Clan. Then he opened a spatial rift in the valley, allowing the Thunder Clan members to enter the space. Outside the valley, Feier personally led the 100,000 death squads to block the entrance of the valley. This was to prevent the Supreme Elders from attacking. All of the Thunder Clan members who entered the space immediately fell in love with it. At this time, the other Thunder Clan members were panicking. They knew that this time, they would have to fight against the 9 Supreme Elders. Moreover, they also knew that the patriarch was prepared to surrender to the divine race this time. After hearing this news, the Thunder Clan, the patriarch and the others, the patriarch, the patriarch, the patriarch. These commoners weren't fools. Many of them knew that they had offended the divine race. Moreover, even if the divine race accepted their surrender, what would happen to them? So to the space. To the thunder to the sea to see to. Because of this, more and more people wanted to enter Xiaohai's space. The Thunder Clan patriarch didn't have any way to control the situation. But at this time, the patriarch had another headache. The 9 supreme elders had already attacked the Thunder Clan. Moreover, they didn't accept anyone's surrender. They didn't even want to take captives. Because of this, all of the people who fought against them would die. This made the Thunder Clan patriarch realize that the situation wasn't good. He immediately organized his people to use the sacrificial method in order to block the attack of the 9 supreme elders. However, the Lei clan and the patriarch discovered something very awkward. None of their subordinates were willing to sacrifice themselves. This was a stark contrast to Feier's situation. The Thunder Clan patriarch had no other choice but to organize his people to fight against the 9 supreme elders. At the same time, he was also prepared to negotiate with the supreme elders to surrender to the divine race. However, the Thunder Clan patriarch forgot one thing. Only those who were strong could negotiate with others. His strength wasn't strong at all, he was the one who lost the battle. So what qualifications did he have to negotiate with the other party? The Thunder Clan patriarch didn't think of this point. In his opinion, the divine race wouldn't dare to exterminate them. Otherwise, the divine race wouldn't be able to rule the vassal races. However, he forgot that they were the ones who led the rebellion in the beginning. If the divine race didn't destroy them at this time, then they wouldn't be able to rule over the vassal races. But Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Moreover, Gold Ben and the others came for Zhao Hai. They wanted to exterminate the Thunder Clan before attacking the Barbarians and the Winged Pegasus Clan. This way, they would be able to force Zhao Hai back. Because of this, Gold Ben and the others didn't hold back. They came to exterminate the Thunder Clan. Because of this, they weren't interested in negotiations or surrendering. What they wanted to do was to attack non-stop. Although only 9 people came this time, these 9 people were more terrifying than 90 million people. Although they were few in number, their attack power wasn't weak. Because of this, the Thunder Clan suffered a big loss in the first exchange. However, the Thunder Clan and the Patriarch's resistance gave Feier and the others a lot of time. Feier and the others were now transferring more than 500,000 households to the space. 500,000 households meant more than 2 million people. Transferring so many people to the space wasn't something that could be done in a day or two. Because of this, Feier and the others were stationed at the entrance of the valley. Although Feier and the others were stationed at the entrance of the valley, Feier was still very concerned about the battle between the Supreme Elders and the Thunder Clan. However, he didn't receive any good news. Moreover, more and more Thunder Clan people were escaping to the valley every day. This showed that the situation had deteriorated to a certain degree. Feier couldn't do anything about this situation. If he were to attack the divine race, then the valley would be in danger. Moreover, even if he were to go out, the Patriarch might not necessarily use him. Feier was still holding on to his last hope. Feier also told Shan and Shan about the Thunder Clan's situation. Shan and Shan's situation wasn't very good. They were in the same situation as Feier. Their clansmen refused to move to the space. This was especially true for their patriarch, he was very opposed to moving to the space. Because of this, Shan and Shan's situation wasn't very good. In order for them to move as soon as possible, Feier told them about the Thunder Clan's situation. At the same time, Feier also told them that the divine race didn't leave any survivors. He wanted them to find a way to move their clansmen to the space. However, Shan and Shan's situation was the same as Feier's. Their clansmen had already locked them up. If they wanted to move their clansmen to the space, then they would have to break out of their prison. This would cause them to lose all decorum with their clansmen. At that time, before they could even move their clansmen to the space, their clansmen would already have internal strife. Feier was also very embarrassed about this situation. He couldn't just persuade the two to rebel. After all, this was Shan's clan's matter. He couldn't just intervene in it. What made Fei even more worried was that whether it was the barbarians or the winged Pegasus, they had more people than the Thunder clan. In this case, if the two clansmen wanted to move their clansmen to the space, then they would need a lot of time. Now that the Supreme Elders were in the Thunder clan's territory, it was the best time for them to move their clansmen. If they don't do it now, then it would be too late. However, Fei didn't have any better ideas. He could only tell Xian and the others about this situation. At the same time, he also told Zhao Hai about it. Zhao Hai was currently attacking the Cancer Divines. The Cancer Divines were very difficult to deal with. This was because of their Supreme Elder, Jiayu. Although Elder Star had the highest status among the Supreme Elders because of his relationship with the Central Continent, Jiayu was known as the #1 Supreme Elder of the Divine race. Because of this, the Cancer Divines had their own pride. In their opinion, they couldn't lose face for Jiayu. Because of this, the Cancer Divines' resistance was very strong. In this case, Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't be polite. Undead, Devil Squads, Magic Beast Army, Hell King's ship, he sent all of them out in order to deal with the Cancer Divines' resistance as soon as possible. Zhao Hai's plan was very successful. When he gathered all of his forces, his fighting strength was very formidable. The Cancer Divines couldn't resist him. The Cancer Divines were only able to block Zhao Hai's army for 3 days before they were completely defeated. Zhao Hai's army didn't have any problems. One couldn't blame them for being so quick. Zhao Hai's undead weren't any weaker than them. There was also Qing Feng and Ming Yu's god-ranked undead as well as the Devil Legion's pseudo-ultimate weapons. Their fighting strength wasn't something that the Giant Crab tribe could resist. Moreover, the Supreme Elder wasn't present. When he was absent, the Giant Crab tribe's defeat was unavoidable. Zhao Hai's group didn't have the strength to deal with the Giant Crab tribe. Additionally, Zhao Hai's army was getting bigger and bigger. In this case, the Cancer Divines simply couldn't resist. After Zhao Hai received Fei's message, he didn't immediately return. He wanted to wait until Gold Ben and the others attacked the barbarians and the Winged Pegasus clan before he returned. He wanted to use this method to force the barbarians and the Winged Pegasus clan to submit. If the two still refused, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be in a hurry to return. Even now, the 3 clans refused to believe in Zhao Hai. The patriarchs of the 3 clans even had their own ambitions. If such a person were to enter the space, then they wouldn't be obedient. Because of this, Zhao Hai changed his mind. He wanted Gold Ben and the others to teach the 3 clans a lesson. He wanted the 3 clans to understand that without Zhao Hai, they were nothing. It would be easy for the Divines to deal with them. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't give Fei a clear answer. He just said that he understood. Fei didn't blame Zhao Hai. To be honest, he was very disappointed with the people of his clan. Therefore, he calmly accepted this result. Although Zhao Hai had conquered the Central Continent, the Scorpio Continent, and the Cancer Continent, he didn't deal with the Fishmen. He wanted the Fishmen to send a message to the other Divines. At the same time, he wanted Gold Ben and the others to know what he was doing. Gold Ben and the others were now forcing Zhao Hai to fight. If Zhao Hai didn't appear, then they could only deal with the Thunder Clan, the Barbarians, and the Winged Pegasus. However, if Zhao Hai were to destroy the Divines, then Zhao Hai wanted to see if Gold Ben and the others would be able to remain calm. At this time, Zhao Hai was competing with the patriarchs to see who would be the first to lose. After dealing with the Cancer Clan, all that was left was to capture all of them to the space. Zhao Hai wouldn't let go of this opportunity. And just as Zhao Hai expected, the other races in the Divine Realm were now aware of what Zhao Hai was doing. Even the foreign races and the vassal races were aware of it. Upon hearing this news, the foreign races and the vassal races immediately became excited. The Divines and the vassal races had a deep enmity. The enmity between the foreign races and the Divines had been going on for tens of thousands of years. Even if they wanted to, it would be impossible for them to resolve it. Because of this, when they heard that the Divines had been dealt with by Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but be happy. While the Divines were in a panic, the vassal races immediately made a ruckus. They began to attack the Divines with all their might. At the same time, the foreign races also decided to send their troops to attack the divines. However, their supreme elders didn't go with them. This was because the foreign races were afraid that Elder Star and the others would know that they had left. After Zhao Hai dealt with the Cancer clan, he immediately moved on to another race. This time, Zhao Hai's target was a powerful divine race, the Sagittarius race. The Archer race was an unusual existence among the divine race. Almost all of the Archer race's members were born archers. They received archer training since they were young. Because of this, their archery skills were the strongest among the divine race. At the same time, their weapons were also the most special among the divine race. Their weapons were bows and arrows. However, their bows and arrows weren't ordinary bows and arrows. Their bows and arrows were engraved with magic formations, just like their arrows. The magic formations engraved on their bows were to allow the Sagittarius race to use the magic formations on their bows to condense energy arrows and use them to attack their enemies. On the other hand, the magic formations engraved on their arrows were to increase their destructive power. The energy arrows that the Sagittarius race shot weren't their most powerful means of attack. The magic formations engraved on their bows also required them to use their own energy to guide the arrows. If one's energy was very strong, then the arrows that they shot would be very lethal. If one's energy was weak, then the arrows that they shot wouldn't be able to injure their enemies at all. On the other hand, the arrows that the Sagittarius race used were engraved with magic formations. There were wind magic formations that allowed the arrows to travel further, fire magic formations that allowed the arrows to explode, wood magic formations that allowed the arrows to be poisoned, water magic formations that allowed the arrows to fly in unpredictable trajectories, metal magic formations that allowed the arrows to have more penetrative power, and light magic formations that allowed the arrows to be more hidden. All of these magic formations were engraved on the arrows. This wasn't to say that the Sagittarius race's research on magic formations was very successful. In fact, the magic formations that the Sagittarius race used were passed down from generation to generation. There was nothing special about them. Moreover, these magic formations had almost never been modified. This wasn't to say that the Sagittarius race didn't have any talent in magic formations. It was just that the divine race didn't allow them to conduct in-depth research on magic formations. The reason for this was because of the divine race's orders. Because of the divine race's orders, the demons had almost given up on their research on magic formations. The magic formations that they used were left behind by the previous demons. Although Lu Wei didn't allow them to research magic formations, he also didn't care about their alchemy and refining. Because of this, the Sagittarius race's archers were the most terrifying existences in the divine race. They can use energy to shoot arrows. As long as they don't use up their own energy, their arrows would never run out. On the other hand, the arrows that they use were only used in critical situations. Although the divine race was called the divine race, they weren't true gods. Although the divine race had more spatial equipment compared to the Ark continent, it was still impossible for everyone to have one. Because of this, the number of arrows that the Sagittarius race's archers could carry was limited. On the other hand, the Sagittarius race's archers could continuously shoot hundreds or even thousands of arrows. Because of this, the Sagittarius race's archers could only carry 1 or 2 quivers of arrows. On the other hand, the Sagittarius race's archers only had 12 arrows in their quivers. Even so, nobody in the divine realm was willing to provoke the Sagittarius race. This wasn't only because of their arrows, but also because they were the divine race's most proficient assassins. And Sagittarius race's archer would lurk in the dark and strike you when you least expect it. This was a very frightening thing. Zhao Hai wasn't very clear about the Sagittarius race's situation. However, after asking Xiaohuya and the others, he was able to gain some understanding of the Sagittarius race. To be honest, Zhao Hai was very curious about the Sagittarius race, especially the magic formations that their ancestors passed down. One must know that the magic formations passed down by the Sagittarius race weren't divulged to outsiders. Even the other divine races didn't know about the magic formations that the Sagittarius race used. Although the Sagittarius race's bows and arrows had magic formations engraved on them, these magic formations were all inside the bow. Outside of the bow, the Sagittarius race's archers would also have magic formations engraved on them. If you want to destroy their bows and see the magic formations inside, the bows would immediately explode. The Sagittarius race's arrows were similar to their bows. Almost all of their arrows had magic formations engraved on them. As long as the arrow was used, it would be useless. Even if you get a useless arrow, you wouldn't be able to see the magic formation on the arrow shaft. If you want to destroy the arrow shaft, the arrow would immediately explode. The more this was the case, the more curious Zhao Hai became about these bows. He wanted to know what kind of magic formation was used in these bows and arrows. As long as he knew what kind of magic formation was used in these bows and arrows, then his undead and ballistas would be able to display even more formidable fighting strength. Zhao Hai's attack on the Sagittarius race was also a surprise attack. Since he didn't have to spend time on the road, he could attack more places than Gold Ben and the others. After dealing with the Cancer race, Zhao Hai immediately went to the Sagittarius continent and attacked the Sagittarius race. Just as Benjia said, as soon as Zhao Hai arrived at the Sagittarius continent, the Sagittarius race immediately attacked Zhao Hai's group. A rain of arrows was shot towards them. The Sagittarius race's arrows were very strong. Their arrows could actually injure the divine race's undead. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. However, it was impossible for the Sagittarius race to block his attack. Although Zhao Hai didn't know the magic formations on the arrows, he still had the magic cannons and ballistas. And with the addition of his undead, he wasn't at a disadvantage against the Sagittarius race. Even if the undead were to be injured, it wouldn't affect their fighting strength. Zhao Hai didn't think that the Sagittarius race would be able to do anything. On the other hand, the Devil Legion's people were protected by combat suits. Although the Devil Legion's combat suits couldn't be used, they were still enough to block the Sagittarius race's arrows. While Zhao Hai was attacking the Sagittarius race, the news that Zhao Hai had destroyed 3 divine races reached Gold Ben and the others' ears. Upon hearing this, Gold Ben and the others couldn't help but stare. Up until now, they still haven't conquered the Thunder Clan. But now, Zhao Hai had already destroyed 3 divine races. How could Gold Ben and the others not be surprised? Originally, Gold Ben and the others wanted to slow down their attack on the Thunder Clan in order to see Zhao Hai's reaction. But now, it seems like Zhao Hai was ready to be ruthless. Naturally, they wouldn't hold back. The 9 of them went all out as they attacked the Thunder Clan. In less than 5 days, the Thunder Clan was almost completely razed to the ground. Only the valley that Fei and the others were guarding still had Thunder Clan members. At this time, the number of Thunder Clan members that fled to the valley had already reached 1 million. In addition to the people who were willing to follow Fei and the others, the total number of Thunder Clan members that Fei and the others could transfer to the space had reached 1.5 million households. Naturally, the valley couldn't hold 1.5 million households. However, the valley wasn't small, it could hold about 700,000 households. Fortunately, there were still Thunder Clan members entering the space. Otherwise, the valley wouldn't be able to hold all of them. However, Fei and the others were now facing a problem. At this time, there were at least 600,000 Thunder Clan members in the valley. Elder Star and the others were already outside the valley. Seeing Gold Ben and the others slowly flying over, Fei decided that he would lead the 100,000 garrison troops to use the sacrificial technique to block Gold Ben and the others. This would buy enough time for the people in the valley to escape. Just as Fei was about to use the sacrificial technique, Zhen Wushuang suddenly appeared beside Fei. Zhen Wushuang stopped Fei. Fei looked at Zhen Wushuang and said, "Great Elder, why are you stopping me? Leave this place to me. Hurry up and send the people to the space." Zhen Wushuang shook his head, then he looked at Fei and said, "Fei, you go and send the people to the space. Leave this place to me." Fei stared, then his expression changed as he said, "No, Great Elder, let me do it. This idea was mine, I should be the one to do it." Zhen Wushuang calmly said, "Fei, listen to me. You're still young, and you have a good relationship with Zhao Hai. You can lead the people to a brighter future. I can't, I'm already old. When you returned to the clan, I should have trusted you. However, I waited until the very last moment to trust you, causing you to miss the best opportunity to send the people to the space. Fei, I'll leave the people to you. Remember, once you enter the space, don't think of talking to Mr. Zhao Hai as an equal. We're just his vassal. After he said that, Zhen Wushuang's body shook. His aura continued to rise, far exceeding his original limit. Upon seeing this, Fei couldn't help but stare. This was because he knew that Zhen Wushuang was using the sacrifice technique. Fei knew that it was too late to say anything. After Zhen Wushuang used the sacrifice technique, the 100,000 members of the Thunder Clan also used the sacrifice technique. Nobody hesitated, not even a little bit. Fei looked at the dead clansman and couldn't help but shed tears. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. Then he stood up and said, "Brothers, I, Fei, would like to thank all of you. The Thunder Clan's survival is all thanks to you. Rest assured, I will make sure that the Thunder Clan lives better and better. I, Fei, vow to you." Zhen Wushuang laughed, his laughter shook the heavens as he said, "Fei, I'll leave the clan to you. Don't let us sacrifice ourselves in vain. Rest assured, we'll make the Supreme Elders know that the Thunder Clan isn't easy to bully. Remember to tell Mr. Zhao Hai that I, Zhen Wushuang, have wronged him. I shouldn't have doubted him. Also, ask him to take revenge for me." Fei nodded and said in a loud voice, "Great Elder can rest assured, I will definitely pass on your words. I have already memorized all of your names. Rest assured, the Thunder Clan won't forget you." Zhen Wushuang laughed, then he patted Fei's shoulder and said, "Go, lead your people and leave. Leave behind hope for the Thunder Clan." Then he took out something and handed it over to Fei. Fei looked at it and saw that it was a magic formation disc. Fei recognized this magic formation disc, it was a treasure of the Thunder Clan. Unfortunately, it didn't have any attack power. This magic formation disc's only use was to release a large amount of smoke, concealing the entire city. It didn't have any attack or defense power. However, when Fei saw this magic formation disc, he immediately understood Zhen Wushuang's intentions. Zhen Wushuang wanted him to use this formation disc to hide the valley so that the Supreme Elders wouldn't know what was happening. If the Supreme Elders were to know that the Thunder Clan was moving, then they would certainly attack at all costs. This wouldn't be a good thing for the Thunder Clan. Most importantly, Elder Star and the others could use the Thunder Clan's reaction to determine what Zhao Hai would do. Whether it was Fei or Zhen Wushuang, they didn't want this to happen. Goldban looked at the smoke coming out of the valley and sneered. Then he turned to Elder Star and said, "Elder Star, it seems like these ignorant fellows still want to resist. Then we won't be polite, we'll let them know what it means to be exterminated." Goldban looked at the smoke coming out of the valley and sneered. Elder Star clenched his teeth and said, "Zhao Hai has already exterminated several divine races. It's time for him to have a taste of his own medicine. Everyone, let's not be polite. Let's begin." Elder Star's expression was as ugly as the Cancer Tribe's Supreme Elder Jiayu. Jiayu's expression was even more ugly compared to the others. This was because he didn't expect Zhao Hai to deal with the Central Continent and the Scorpion Continent before going to the Cancer Tribe. Moreover, the Cancer Tribe had been exterminated. This was a huge blow to him. After learning that the Giant Crab Clan had been exterminated, Jiayu was the most ruthless one among the group. Besides those who died on the spot, the rest of the Thunder Clan members who didn't have much strength to resist were all killed by Jiayu. Regarding Jiayu's actions, Elder Star and the others didn't say anything. In fact, they had done this many times before. After being dealt with by Zhao Hai, their hearts were filled with resentment. Now, they could only vent their anger on the Thunder Clan. As they spoke, they flew above the valley. Just as they flew above the valley, a large group of people suddenly flew up from the valley. Naturally, these people were Unparalleled Jin and the others. Unparalleled Jin looked at Gold Ben's group as they slowly approached. His face was calm, he was already a dead man. His only wish was to block Gold Ben's group for 10 days in order to buy time for Fei and the others. Because of this, Unparalleled Jin didn't have any feelings towards Gold Ben's group. He didn't hate them nor did he resent them. What he wanted to do now was to block them. Gold Ben's group didn't attack directly. They stopped and calmly looked at Unparalleled Jin and the others. In the past few days, a lot of people from the Thunder Clan had tried to block them. However, none of them succeeded. Because of this, Gold Ben and the others weren't worried at all. They just wanted to see the despair on the faces of these people. However, they were disappointed. Unparalleled Zhen and the others didn't have any expression on their faces. Unparalleled Zhen also saw Gold Ben. He just calmly swept his gaze towards Gold Ben before he turned his head to the 100,000 Thunder Clan members behind him and said, "Warriors of the Thunder Clan, behind us are the last hope of the Thunder Clan. We have no way out. For the Thunder Clan, I want you to do your best. Unparalleled Zhen and the others, for the Thunder Clan." Gold Ben looked at Jin Wushuang with disdain. However, he noticed that the Thunder Clan's army wasn't the same as the ones he encountered in the past few days. Although the Thunder Clan's army was resisting Gold Ben's army, they lacked an imposing aura. On the other hand, this army had an imposing aura, a very powerful aura. Gold Ben looked at Jin Wushuang and sneered, "Thunder Clan, starting today, there will be no Thunder Clan in this world. They can just wait for death." Wu Shuangjun looked at Gold Ben and coldly said, "Supreme Elder of the Taurus Clan, ha ha ha. Even if the Thunder Clan doesn't exist anymore, didn't your Taurus Clan die earlier than us? What do you have to be proud of?" Zhen Wushuang's words stabbed right into Gold Ben's sore spot. He gritted his teeth and said, "All you know is how to use your mouth. I will personally exterminate the Thunder Tribe today." A strange smile suddenly appeared on Jin Wushuang's face as he said, "Then you can try." Then he turned his head to the Thunder Clan and said, "Formation." The Thunder Clan members already knew what kind of order was waiting for them. They didn't say anything as they picked up their totem sticks and formed a formation. Then they poured their strength into their totem sticks. With the infusion of their power, their totem sticks suddenly lit up. Then all the Thunder Clan members calmly closed their eyes. They held their totem sticks in one hand and stood there motionless. Even Jin Wushuang was the same. They looked like they were sleeping. What made Gold Ben and the others feel strange was that the formation of 100,000 people didn't have any reaction. Besides the green light that came from the totem sticks in their hands, there was no other reaction. Gold Ben looked at Jin Wushuang and the others in confusion. He didn't know why the Thunder Clan would make such a big move. But in the end, it was over. Elder Star looked at Jin Wushuang and said, "Playing tricks. I don't believe that you have any ability." After he said that, Elder Star took out his star disc. The star disc immediately released a white light towards Jin Wushuang and the others. This white light didn't have any shape, it looked just like the energy beam that Zhao Hai shot out from his magic cannon. When this energy beam arrived in front of Jin Wushuang and the others, a green light suddenly flew out from Jin Wushuang's formation and struck the white light. The white light immediately disappeared. When Elder Star saw this, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't hold back just now, he used all of his strength. However, this attack didn't have any effect. This made Elder Star surprised. Elder Star's ultimate weapon was the best among the ultimate weapons. One shouldn't look at the white light just now. In fact, his attack wasn't any worse than Gold Ben's Taurus charge. This move was enough to deal with the Thunder Clan, but it didn't have any effect on Jin Wushuang. This made Elder Star surprised. Gold Ben and the others also knew that it was impossible for Elder Star to hold back. The Central Continent's people had already been destroyed, so how could Elder Star hold back? However, his attack didn't have any effect. This was beyond their expectations. But Elder Star's attack didn't have any effect. Gold Ben's face sank as he said, "You have some skills. Let's see how many attacks you can block." After he said that, he immediately put on the Taurus battle armor. Then he waved his fists and attacked the other party. His first attack sent out a bull-shaped energy towards Unparalleled Zhen and the others. However, Unparalleled Zhen and the others' formation would send out a green lightning bolt to block the energy and make it disappear. Gold Ben sent out nearly 100 attacks in a row. This made Gold Ben's expression change. Elder Star and the others' expressions changed as well. One must know that with Gold Ben's current strength, he could only send out 100 attacks at most. Any more and he would be injured. In the past, when he faced the Thunder Clan, these 100 attacks would be enough to destroy 10,000 people. But in this situation, it was useless. The enemy didn't even move. When Elder Star and the others saw this, their expressions became heavy. Elder Star took out his star disc and sent out a white light towards Jin Wushuang's formation. However, the result was the same as Gold Ben's. The green light that Elder Star sent out was neutralized. When Jiayu and the others saw this, their expressions sank. They didn't know what was going on. Why did the Thunder Clan become like this? After sending out 100 white lights, Elder Star stopped. He didn't use his full strength. After all, they were currently in the Thunder Clan's territory. Moreover, Zhao Hai could come back at any time. The Thunder Clan could also counterattack at any time. Therefore, Elder Star and the others needed to reserve some strength in order to protect themselves. When Jiayu saw Elder Star stop, he immediately stood up. But this time, he didn't attack Shen Wushuang's group. He waved his hand and sent out a huge wave of energy towards the valley. However, Shen Wushuang's formation sent out an electric light that directly neutralized the attack. Jiayu frowned slightly as he slowly flew forward. Before long, he was only 100 meters away from Shen Wushuang's formation. However, Shen Wushuang's formation didn't respond. Jiayu couldn't help but smile. He was getting closer and closer to the formation. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, but Shen Wushuang's formation still didn't respond. Just as Jiayu was about 10 meters away from Shen Wushuang's formation, a blue electric light flew out and went straight towards Jiayu. Jiayu stared, he wanted to resist. However, the electric light was too fast. Before Jiayu could react, it had already hit his body. Fortunately, Jiayu had already put on the cancer armor. The armor's defensive capabilities were quite good, and it was able to block the lightning strike. However, Jiayu still felt that his chest was tight. He immediately retreated and did not dare to move forward. The reason why Jiayu did this was because he wanted to see if there was a way to bypass Shen Wushuang's formation and attack the valley. But now, it seems like it was impossible. Elder Star turned his head to the others and said, "It seems like their formation is specialized in defense. Everyone, take turns attacking. I don't believe that we can't break through their formation. As long as we break through their formation, the Thunder Clan's last stronghold will be finished. Then we can deal with the barbarians and the winged Pegasus." The group nodded, then they immediately put on their combat armors and attacked Shen Wushuang's formation. Shen Wushuang's group stood there like wooden stakes. Nobody moved. After a day passed, Elder Star and the others still didn't make any progress. They took turns attacking the Thunder Clan's formation, but the formation still stood there. After 2 days, Elder Star and the others were getting anxious. However, Shen Wushuang's formation was still standing there. Shen Wushuang's formation seemed to be dead, motionless like a rock. On the 3rd day, Elder Star and the others forgot to be anxious. At this time, they only had one thought in their minds. They must break through the formation and see what method the Thunder Clan used to block their attacks for such a long time. On the 4th day, Elder Star and the others looked at Shen Wushuang's group with bloodshot eyes. Shen Wushuang's group didn't even move a finger. At this point, Elder Star and the others wanted to destroy Shen Wushuang's group. On the evening of the 4th day, a white light shot towards Wushuang's group. Lightning shot out from Wushuang's formation and neutralized the attack. However, the totem sticks in Wushuang's group's hands suddenly dimmed. The green light on the sticks was disappearing bit by bit. When Elder Star and the others saw this, they couldn't help but be happy. At the same time, they became even more careful. They were afraid that Shen Wushuang and the others were playing tricks. But soon, they weren't worried. They discovered that after the green light on Shen Wushuang's totem staff disappeared, Shen Wushuang's body started to turn into ashes. When the wind blew, Shen Wushuang and his 100,000 Thunder Clan warriors' bodies slowly drifted away with the wind. Finally, they disappeared. Upon seeing this, Elder Star and the others immediately understood that the other party must have used some kind of self-harming technique in order to block their attacks for 4 days. To be honest, they were worthy of Shen Wushuang and the others. Such an enemy was worthy of their respect. Originally, Shen Wushuang and the others should have been able to hold on for 10 days. However, in these 4 days, they had been attacking day and night. Moreover, the intensity of their attacks was too strong. Because of this, Shen Wushuang and the others were unable to hold on for 10 days. In just 4 days, they had consumed all of their energy. Elder Star and the others looked at the place where Shen Wushuang and the others disappeared. they suddenly felt fear. If the Thunder Clan were to go all out, then it would be impossible for them to be standing here. They were afraid that by the time they arrived, Zhao Hai would have already conquered the 9 continents. After thinking about this, Elder Star and the others couldn't help but bow towards the direction where Zhen Wushuang and the others disappeared. However, war was war. Although Zhen Wushuang and the others were worthy of respect, they still couldn't let the Thunder Clan off. Because of this, they immediately rushed towards the valley. When they arrived above the valley, Elder Star immediately took out his star disc and shot several white lights towards the valley. After some time, the sound disappeared along with the white mist. However, what surprised Elder Star and the others was that there wasn't a single Thunder Clan member in the valley. Elder Star and the others slowly descended towards the valley. There were traces of people living in the valley. Moreover, there were only traces of people going in, there were no traces of people going out. However, the people in the valley had strangely disappeared. When Elder Star and the others saw this, their expressions couldn't help but change. Elder Star looked around and said, "Look around carefully and see if there are any clues. It's impossible for the Thunder Clan to disappear for no reason." Gold Ben and the others nodded, then they began to look around. These people were veterans of many battles, so they were very experienced when it came to tracking. After looking around the valley several times, they immediately found something suspicious. A lot of people had entered the valley, but no one had left. What surprised Gold Ben the most was that the footprints left behind pointed to the innermost part of the valley, a mountain wall. Elder Star and the others stood on the mountain wall. They discovered that all the footprints in the valley were heading towards this place. Eventually, they disappeared here as well. Elder Star and the others carefully looked at the mountain wall and discovered that it was no different from an ordinary mountain wall. This made Elder Star and the others very confused. Gold Ben didn't believe this, so he ran towards the mountain wall and touched it. What he touched was cold stone. Aside from stone, there was nothing else. Gold Ben's fist hit the mountain wall, creating a 10-meter wide hole. However, the mountain wall was still a mountain wall, there was nothing different about it. Gold Ben returned to Elder Star's side. His expression was ugly as he looked at the mountain wall and said, "What's going on? Don't tell me those Thunder Tribe members have all disappeared into the mountain walls?" Upon hearing Gold Ben, Jiayu's expression changed, then he loudly said, "Not good, Zhao Hai is a spatial divergent ability user. Do you think that it's possible that Zhao Hai used his spatial divergent ability to take away the people in the valley?" Upon hearing Jiayu, Elder Star and the others' expressions changed. They didn't think of this possibility. Elder Star's expression changed as well, "It's possible. Let's go to the next place." Gold Ben, which one is closer to the barbarians and the Winged Pegasus? Gold Ben replied, "We're closer to the Winged Pegasus clan. Let's go. It would take us less than 5 days to reach the Winged Pegasus clan. In any case, it would take us a lot of time to go back. We might as well attack the Winged Pegasus clan." Elder Star and the others nodded. After receiving the news of the Cancer Continent's destruction, Gold Ben and the others knew that they had no chance. If they couldn't force Zhao Hai to come out, then the divines would be finished. Back then, they never thought that things would turn out like this. But now that things had turned out this way, it was too late for them to regret it. After the group reached an agreement, they immediately set off towards the direction of the Winged Pegasus clan. At this time, Fei Ding, and Shan were already inside the space. Fei-er's eyes were blood red, he hadn't been able to sleep for the past few days. Now that he finally managed to settle his clansmen down, he couldn't help but feel unhappy. The total number of Thunder Clan clansmen that entered the space was only a few million. This number was only 1/30th of the original population. In other words, only 1 out of 30 Thunder Clan clansmen survived. Ding and Shan were also aware of Fei-er's situation. The two's mood was very heavy. The Thunder Clan's situation today was their clan's tomorrow. If they don't transfer their people to the space, then their situation wouldn't be any better than the Thunder Clan's. Ding turned to Fei-er and said, "Fei-er, do you have any ideas? Do you want to ask Mr. to come back and help us?" Fei-er smiled bitterly and said, "So what if Mr. comes back? Mr. is very strong, but the 9 Supreme Elders are clearly prepared. If Mr. is defeated, then we'll be finished. Not only us, all the divines would be finished. Feyre smiled bitterly and said, Mr. is very strong. However, the Supreme Elders are still waiting for Mr. Ding didn't say anything. He knew that Feyre was right. However, in this case, they really didn't have any better ideas. Xian was also at his wits' end. In this situation, they really didn't have any good ideas. Feyre looked at the two and said, there's only one way left. I'll go with you to your clans and see if we can persuade them to change their minds. If possible, we'll persuade them to immediately enter the space. The pressure on Mr. is too great. You should know about Mr.'s character. If Mr. has a way, then it's impossible for him not to come back. Ding and Xian nodded. They believed in Zhao Hai. They believed that Zhao Hai didn't come back for a reason. Feyre looked at the two and then turned to Xian and said, Xian, Ding and I will go with you. We'll persuade your patriarch and hope that he can move his clansmen to the space as soon as possible. If he agrees, then open a spatial rift and we'll immediately go to the barbarians. Your clan is the closest to our clan. I think that if the Supreme Elders want to deal with you, then they would deal with the barbarians first. When Ding and Xian heard Feyre, they couldn't help but stare. Then they nodded at the same time. This was the best method for now. Moreover, the two also thought that Feyre was right. Now that the Thunder Clan had been destroyed, the Supreme Elders would certainly choose between dealing with the barbarians and the Winged Pegasus clan. Since the Winged Pegasus clan space was closer to the Thunder Clan space, then they would certainly deal with the Winged Pegasus clan first. After thinking about it, the three flashed and appeared in the Winged Pegasus clan space. This was Shan's room. When the three appeared in Shan's room, Xian immediately led the other two to the Patriarch's meeting hall. In the past few days, the Winged Pegasus Patriarch was already aware of the Thunder Clan's situation. The Winged Pegasus Patriarch was also in contact with the Thunder Clan's Patriarch. When they were dealing with the divine race, they used Zhao Hai's messenger fish to get in touch. Therefore, the Winged Pegasus Patriarch was aware of what happened to the Thunder Clan. In the past few days, there hasn't been any news from the Thunder Clan. No matter how hard the Winged Pegasus Patriarch tried, he couldn't get in touch with them. What made the Winged Pegasus Patriarch bitterly disappointed was that when the Thunder Clan was about to be destroyed, Zhao Hai didn't appear. In the end, the Thunder Clan's Patriarch cursed Zhao Hai. In the past few days, the Winged Pegasus clan's situation wasn't good. A lot of people in the Winged Pegasus clan knew about the Thunder Clan's destruction. At this time, the Winged Pegasus clan's people were in a panic. The situation was getting out of control. Because of this, the Winged Pegasus Patriarch was in a very difficult situation. He didn't want to enter the space. Entering the space was tantamount to being under someone else's control. He had just tasted the taste of power, so he didn't want to give it up. But if he didn't, then their fate would be the same as the Thunder Clans. They would be exterminated by the Supreme Elders. If he lost his life, then he wouldn't be able to enjoy the taste of power. However, before the Thunder Clan's Patriarch died, he cursed Zhao Hai. This made the Winged Pegasus Patriarch determined that he must not enter the space. At this time, someone came to report that Xian, Ding, and Feyre were requesting an audience. Upon hearing these three people, the Winged Pegasus Patriarch couldn't help but knit his brows. This was because he knew that these three people were the closest to Zhao Hai. Moreover, they were the ones who advocated entering the space. To be honest, the Winged Pegasus Patriarch didn't like them. However, these three were the ones who blew the horn to counterattack the Taurus Divines. The prestige of these three people was very high, especially among the younger generation. Because of this, the Winged Pegasus Patriarch had to consider their attitude. The Patriarch thought for a moment before he said, "Let them in." The servant nodded and then turned around to leave. Before long, Xian and the other two came in and gave the Patriarch a salute. After the Patriarch dismissed their salute, he turned to Feyre and said, "Feyre, your Thunder Clan has just suffered a great disaster. Why didn't you settle your people down? What are you doing here?" When Feyre heard the Patriarch, he couldn't help but stare. Then he gently knit his brows. He discovered that persuading the Winged Pegasus Patriarch wasn't an easy thing to do. It seems like the Patriarch didn't have a good impression of him. Although he thought of this, Fei still turned to the winged Pegasus patriarch and said, "What the patriarch said is true. However, the environment inside Mr. Space is very good. I don't need to worry about my clansmen. This time, I came to the winged Pegasus clan to advise the patriarch not to repeat the same mistake as our Thunder clan." The patriarch looked at Fei, then he coldly snorted and said, "What's wrong? Could it be that in your opinion, entering the space is the only way? Before your Thunder clan's patriarch died, he told me that our situation was caused by Zhao Hai. When he attacked the divine race, our 3 clans didn't hesitate to help. Now that we're in trouble, he didn't help us. Fei, you might be willing to wag your tail and beg for pity, but I can't do the same." Fei looked at the patriarch and sneered, "Patriarch, you really know how to joke. The patriarch of my Thunder clan was greedy for power and authority. He actually dragged his entire clan into a funeral for him. Such a person isn't worthy of being the patriarch of the Thunder clan. Even the great elder of the Thunder clan opposed him, but he didn't even listen to the elders' assembly's opinion. He still insisted on doing things his own way, and in the end, he was killed." Fei looked at the patriarch and said, "Does the patriarch think that there's another way to deal with the supreme elders without entering the space?" This time, the supreme elders didn't accept anyone's surrender. They didn't even want to leave a single person alive. "Does the patriarch have any way to deal with this?" The patriarch's expression turned ugly. Fei continued, "The patriarch said that our 3 clans helped Mr. Zhao Hai during the battle against the Taurus divines. I want to ask the patriarch, if our 3 clans didn't help, would Mr. Zhao Hai be able to destroy the Taurus divines?" When Fei said this, the patriarch was speechless. This was because he knew that the reason why the 3 clans helped Zhao Hai to deal with the divine race was because they wanted to have the right to speak to Zhao Hai as an equal. If they didn't send troops, then Zhao Hai would certainly be able to destroy the divine race. Fei looked at the patriarch's expression and said, "The patriarch said that you helped Mr. Zhao Hai, but you didn't expect Mr. Zhao Hai to help us in the same way. Mr. Zhao Hai didn't help us this time. He is still attacking the divine race's continents. And the 9 supreme elders. Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao Hai didn't help. Mr. Zhao Zhao. He is." The patriarch spoke with a conscience. The patriarch's expression turned even more ugly. After Fei finished speaking, the patriarch slammed the table and said, "You have a sharp tongue. No matter what you say, I won't enter the space. Your Thunder clan's population is small. It's not strange that you can't fight against the supreme elders. My winged Pegasus clan has a strong army. I vow to fight the divine race to the death." Fei and the others looked at the winged Pegasus patriarch as if they were looking at an idiot. They didn't think that the patriarch would say something like this. Wasn't this just leading the winged Pegasus clan to their deaths? It's true that the Thunder clan's population was the smallest among the 3 clans. However, the Thunder clan's lightning-attributed techniques were also the strongest among the 3 clans. The barbarians and the winged Pegasus had more people compared to the Thunder clan. If they were to fight, then the barbarians and the winged Pegasus wouldn't necessarily be able to win against the Thunder clan. Fei looked at the patriarch and didn't say anything. Then he bowed and said, "Since the patriarch said so, then we won't say anything else. It's not good for us to intervene in the matters of the nobles." Fei has already said what he can and tried to persuade the patriarch. If the patriarch doesn't listen, then Fei can only say goodbye. As soon as the patriarch heard Fei, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that Fei would leave so easily. Then he suddenly remembered something. Fei had a falling out with the patriarch in the Thunder clan. Then after he left, he started to rebel against the patriarch. In the end, the Thunder clan's morale was shaken. This was the reason why they weren't able to deal with the supreme elders. Now that they were leaving, could it be that they wanted to rebel again? After thinking about this, the patriarch's expression couldn't help but change. He immediately shouted, "What? Where do you think this place is? You think you can come and go as you please? Since you've come, don't even think about leaving. Come, take the 3 of them for me." Fei and the others couldn't help but stare. They didn't think that the patriarch would do this. Fei wanted to go out and persuade Shan to rebel against the patriarch. However, he didn't expect the patriarch to make a move first. Feyre looked at the patriarch and saw his ferocious expression. The patriarch's face was blood red. It seems like he had gone completely crazy. At this time, footsteps could be heard outside the door. The winged Pegasus army was about to rush in. Feyre turned his head to Sean and Ding and said, "Let's go." After saying that, he immediately activated his token, and a spatial crack appeared. The three of them flashed into the space, and then the spatial crack closed. It was as if nothing had happened. However, the patriarch just sat there in a daze. His face was ashen. He knew that this was troublesome. Sean had a very high reputation among the younger generation of the clan. If Sean went out and spread this matter, then the patriarch would be in big trouble. Thinking of this, the patriarch immediately said to the subordinates who just rushed in, "Quick, send the order." Sean brought Feyre from the Thunder clan and Ding from the Barbarian clan to assassinate me. Send the order to capture them immediately. The subordinates stared. To be honest, they couldn't believe the patriarch's words. Shan's status in the winged Pegasus clan was very high. Moreover, Ding and Feyre were also elites of the clan. Why would the three of them assassinate the patriarch? How was this possible? Seeing that the subordinates didn't move, the patriarch immediately roared, "What are you doing? Hurry up and pass down the order." The winged Pegasus looked at each other in dismay. In the end, they didn't dare to disobey the patriarch's order as they turned around and left. At this time, Shan's group came out of the space and went to the winged Pegasus clan's chairman, Speaker Fong. Sean also knew that he had completely fallen out with the patriarch. Therefore, he didn't need to say anything else. He just needed to do what he wanted to do. Sean and the others were smart people. They knew that since the patriarch couldn't kill them, then he would certainly have a backup plan. Therefore, after they came out of the space, they immediately went to Speaker Fong. Speaker Fong was also in a very difficult situation. To be honest, he wanted the winged Pegasus clan to enter the space. After all, he had been in contact with Zhao Hai. He knew how Zhao Hai treated the demons. He believed that once they enter the space, Zhao Hai wouldn't treat them badly. However, the patriarch didn't agree. This made Speaker Fong feel very embarrassed. Although the chairman had a lot of power in the winged Pegasus clan, it was impossible for him to have more power than the patriarch. Additionally, the reason why the patriarch had such power was because of the support of the other members of the parliament. Only with the support of the other members would he have the ability to resist the patriarch. However, the winged Pegasus patriarch was a smart person. Moreover, his passion for power was even stronger than the Thunder clan's patriarch. Because of this, he began to win over the other members of the parliament. The reason why he sent Speaker Fong to meet Zhao Hai and deal with the divine race with Zhao Hai was because he wanted to use this opportunity to kill Speaker Fong. Even if Speaker Fong didn't die, the patriarch would have more time to win over the other members of the parliament. Because of this, when Speaker Fong returned to the clan, he discovered that a lot of the members of the council had started to listen to the speaker instead of him. This made Speaker Fong very passive, his strength was greatly reduced. His words held less and less weight in the clan. Slowly, the winged Pegasus clan entered an era of dictatorship. This time, when Zhao Hai gave them the news, Sean immediately informed him and the patriarch. Originally, Sean wanted to organize the people of the clan to enter the space. However, the patriarch didn't agree. Because of this matter, the parliament had several discussions and meetings. In the end, because of the interference of the patriarch, the meetings ended on a sour note. Because of this matter, Speaker Fong's hair turned white. However, he still couldn't think of a good way to deal with it. At this time, a servant suddenly came in and reported that Shan, Feyre, and Ding had urgent matters to discuss. When Speaker Fong heard this, he quickly said, "Invite them in." The servant immediately ran out. Before long, Shan and the other two came in. When Speaker Fong saw the three arrive, he immediately said, "Shan, Feyre, Ding, why did you three come here today?" Shan looked at Speaker Fong, tears began to flow out of his eyes. He choked with sobs and said, "Uncle Fong, you have to give us justice. We just went to see the patriarch." Shan then told Speaker Fong about the meeting with the patriarch. When Speaker Fong heard Shan, his expression changed. He slammed the table and angrily said, "Preposterous. Is the patriarch crazy? He's forcing the people in the clan into a dead end. Just as Speaker Fong was about to speak, a servant's voice was heard from outside. Master, it's not good. A lot of troops have arrived. They said that they want to capture young Master Shan. The patriarch just gave the order that young Master Shan, young Master Fei and young Master Ding wanted to assassinate him. They are now wanted in the entire clan. Speaker Fong stared, then his expression turned even uglier. He angrily said, preposterous. Preposterous. What does he want to do? There's clearly a way out, but he wants to go down the path of death. He's crazy, I think he's crazy. Speaker Fong stared, then his expression turned even uglier. Shan and the others didn't expect the patriarch to issue a warrant for the three of them. Shan stood up and looked at Speaker Fong. Speaker, let's go to Mr. Space. I'm afraid that the patriarch won't be able to enter the space. I want to ask Speaker Fong to organize the people in the clan and contact those who are willing to enter the space. When you're done, I'll send someone to my room to find me. Every night, I'll be waiting for you in my room. Once you're done, you can send someone to inform me at night. When the time comes, I'll tell you where I'll open the spatial rift. What do you think? When Speaker Fong heard Shan, he understood what Shan meant. He thought for a moment before he nodded and said, all right, then it's settled. You should go. Remember, you have to wait in your room every night. Shan nodded, then Fei immediately activated the token. After that, the three entered the space. Upon seeing this, Speaker Fong felt relieved. After Shan and the others entered the space, they looked at each other in dismay. They didn't know what to say. After some time, Ding sighed and said, it seems like our clan's matters won't go smoothly. Fei, tell me, why did the patriarch and the others become like this? When the divine race ruled, there wasn't such a thing. Fei sighed as well. He didn't know what to say. He hadn't tasted the taste of power. Moreover, he had been taught to serve the Thunder clan since childhood. Now, he and the others had been doing the same. But when they saw the patriarch's current state, they couldn't help but feel disappointed. Shan looked at the two and couldn't help but smile bitterly. His patriarch's actions made him feel like he had lost face. At this point, he could only bitterly endure. Fei looked at the two and smiled bitterly. All right, let's not talk about that. Let's go to the barbarian race. No matter what, as long as there's hope, we can't give up. This matter is related to the survival of the barbarian race. When the two heard Fei, they nodded. This matter was indeed related to the future of their three clans. If there was a chance, then they must give it a try. However, the three of them were still mentally prepared. Then Ding activated his token and the three of them appeared in Ding's room. As soon as the three appeared in Ding's room, they couldn't help but stare. This was because there was someone in Ding's room. When the three looked inside, they saw the barbarian race's patriarch. The three stared before their expressions changed. They thought that the barbarian race's patriarch was here to capture them. However, when Ding thought about his token, he felt relieved. At worst, he could just use the token to escape to the space. Because of this, Ding didn't immediately run away. Instead, he asked, Patriarch, why are you here? When the barbarian race's patriarch heard Ding's voice, he saw Ding and the others coming out. He quickly said, you're finally out. Ding, the winged Pegasus patriarch said that you wanted to assassinate him. What's going on? When Ding and the others saw the patriarch's appearance, they couldn't help but stare. They thought that the patriarch was here to capture them, but it seems like that wasn't the case. Ding looked at the patriarch and asked, Patriarch, did the winged Pegasus patriarch send you a letter? The patriarch nodded and said, right, he said that the three of you wanted to assassinate him. He's currently in the winged Pegasus clan's territory. Are the three of you really going to assassinate him? Ding smiled bitterly and said, how could that be possible? Patriarch, we just wanted to persuade the winged Pegasus patriarch to transfer the winged Pegasus to the space. However, he didn't agree and even wanted to capture us. So we used Mr.'s token to escape to the space. I didn't expect him to send you a letter. Patriarch, what do you mean by this? Do you want to capture us and send us to the winged Pegasus patriarch? The barbarian patriarch looked at Ding and the others. He could see the vigilance in Ding's eyes. At the same time, Fei and Shan haven't spoken to him since they entered the room. This showed their attitude towards him. The winged Pegasus patriarch couldn't help but smile bitterly. He knew why Fei and the others had such an attitude towards him. It was because of what the Thunder Clan and winged Pegasus patriarchs did to Fei and the others. The patriarch gently shook his head, then he smiled bitterly and said, "Ding, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have refused to enter Mr. Zhao's space for my own selfish reasons. But after learning about the Thunder Clan, I decided to move the barbarians to Mr. Zhao's space. Therefore, when I came to see you, you weren't here." The patriarch smiled bitterly and said, "Ding, I was wrong before." Upon hearing the patriarch, Ding and the others couldn't help but stare. They didn't think that the patriarch would say this. In the past, the patriarch also didn't agree to enter the space. However, what happened to the Thunder Clan didn't make the patriarch more determined than the winged Pegasus patriarch. Instead, it made him more determined to enter the space. How could the barbarian patriarch and the winged Pegasus patriarch handle the same matter differently? Perhaps this was related to their personalities. The winged Pegasus clan was a very intelligent clan. This can be seen from the division of power that they had. For example, the Thunder Clan and the barbarians both had their own elder council and grand elders. The grand elders had a very high status in the clan. Even if the patriarch didn't have the support of the other elders, he wouldn't dare act rashly. On the other hand, the winged Pegasus clan didn't have an elder position. They only had counselors and speakers. Although the speakers had the power to restrict the patriarch, they needed the support of the other counselors. Because of this, the division of power between the winged Pegasus clan and the barbarians was much finer. The more intelligent a person was, the greater their desire for power. Because of this, the winged Pegasus patriarch wanted to become the patriarch. This was because he was too greedy for power. On the other hand, the barbarian patriarch was different. He wasn't as smart as the winged Pegasus patriarch. It can be said that he had the same straightforward character as the barbarians. Because of this character, he was able to wake up at a critical moment. And what made him wake up was the Thunder Clan patriarch cursing Zhao Hai. What Fei and the others didn't know was that when the Thunder Clan's patriarch discovered that he had played all the cards in his hand and that the 9 supreme elders were attacking his city, the Thunder Clan's patriarch didn't feel ashamed of his actions. On the contrary, he believed that the reason why he was in this situation was all because of Zhao Hai. He believed that in the battle against the Taurus divines, the Thunder Clan had helped Zhao Hai a lot. Moreover, in the end, the Thunder Clan suffered heavy losses. He believed that Zhao Hai had wronged the Thunder Clan. Moreover, it was precisely because of Zhao Hai's ruthlessness towards the divine race that the divines went all out to deal with the Thunder Clan. This led to their current situation. And when the 9 supreme elders attacked, Zhao Hai didn't help them. This was Zhao Hai's fault. Because of this, when the Thunder Clan patriarch was forced into a dead end, he didn't regret his actions. He believed that he didn't do anything wrong and that everything was Zhao Hai's fault. Because of this, the Thunder Clan patriarch cursed Zhao Hai through his messenger fish. This allowed the barbarians and the winged Pegasus to hear his complaints about Zhao Hai. It has to be said that the Thunder Clan patriarch's complaints played a certain role. At the very least, the winged Pegasus patriarch was affected by the Thunder Clan patriarch's complaints. He didn't think that they were only cooperating with Zhao Hai. Moreover, when they dealt with the divines, they obtained more benefits. After defeating the Taurus divines, Zhao Hai helped them block the retaliation of the divines. This allowed them to rest in peace. They also didn't think that if Zhao Hai failed, then what awaited them would be extermination. In their opinion, Zhao Hai owed them, but they didn't owe Zhao Hai anything. The Thunder Clan patriarchs and the winged Pegasus patriarchs thought the same. Therefore, they didn't enter the space even if they were beaten to death. In their opinion, Zhao Hai should have come back to save them. If he didn't, then they would have been ungrateful. But now, they had to enter the space and listen to his orders. This was something that they couldn't accept. Therefore, they resisted entering the space. It was precisely because of this that the patriarchs of the Thunder Clan and the winged Pegasus clan chose to die rather than enter Zhao Hai's space. This had already become their obsession. And it was precisely because of this obsession that they became somewhat crazy and unreasonable. On the other hand, the barbarian patriarch was different. Barbarians were straightforward people. They paid attention to gratitude and hatred. They had their own views on right and wrong. They wouldn't be influenced by anyone. When the ThunderClan patriarch and the barbarian patriarch cursed Zhao Hai, the barbarian patriarch also heard it. But in his opinion, the ThunderClan patriarch was too heartless. They wanted to deal with the Taurus divines in the past, but they didn't have the opportunity to do so. It was Zhao Hai who dealt with the Taurus divines in the Arc continent. This gave them the opportunity to deal with the Taurus divines. They should be grateful to Zhao Hai. Moreover, in the battle against the Taurus divines, the barbarian patriarchs sent their troops to help Zhao Hai deal with the Taurus divines. Zhao Hai didn't ask them to send their troops. Additionally, they had enmity with the Taurus divines. Zhao Hai also had enmity with the Taurus divines. The two sides should be in a cooperative relationship. There was no need to talk about who was indebted to whom. So what if they were indebted to Zhao Hai? Where did this come from? If one were to say that Zhao Hai was ruthless towards the divines, then how could Zhao Hai not be ruthless? The barbarian patriarchs were very clear about the strength of the divine race. If the barbarian patriarchs and the barbarian patriarchs could get rid of the divine race's rule, then why couldn't the divines do the same? At that time, the Supreme Elder of the Taurus divines went to call for reinforcements. If Zhao Hai didn't deal with the Taurus divines ruthlessly, the Supreme Elder would bring reinforcements and the Taurus divines would cause trouble. This would make the situation even more dangerous for Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai didn't come back to rescue them, Zhao Hai still managed to destroy the Central Continent, the Scorpio Continent, and the Cancer Continent. Destroying 3 continents in one go brought a lot of pressure to the Supreme Elders. Therefore, it was understandable that he didn't come back. If Zhao Hai were to return at this time and fight with the Supreme Elders, then his chances of winning wouldn't be big. If Zhao Hai were to lose, then the only fate that awaited the 3 clans would be extermination. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he stared at the 9 Supreme Elders. Also, Zhao Hai didn't help them. Zhao Hai gave them a chance to enter the space. As long as they entered the space, they would be safe. This was equivalent to giving them a chance to live. If they didn't want to live, then they wouldn't be able to blame anyone. If they wanted to die, then why would Zhao Hai ask them to do so? Was he sick? How much friendship did he have with you? Why would he ask you for help once or twice? Why would he save them? Was he hiding something when he saved them? It was precisely because of this idea that the barbarian patriarch decided to move the barbarian race to the space. Because of this, a person's character determines their perspective on things. It also affects their judgment. The saying that character determines one's fate wasn't wrong. Ding looked at the patriarch in surprise. The patriarch had always been against entering the space. Now that the patriarch suddenly changed his attitude, Ding wasn't used to it. He looked at the patriarch in confusion. He didn't know if the patriarch was telling the truth or not. When the patriarch saw Ding's expression, he smiled bitterly and said, "Ding, there's no need to doubt it. I've already notified Yuan Jiang and the others. They're packing their things. I think a lot of people have already packed their things. We're just waiting for you to open the spatial rift. Hurry up, I don't want to fight against the Supreme Elders." As soon as he heard the patriarch, a smile immediately appeared on Ding's face. His entire body seemed to be glowing. He nodded before he turned around and ran out. The patriarch turned his head to look at Fei and Shan. Their expressions weren't very good. The patriarch patted Fei-er's shoulder and said, "Fei-er, restrain your grief. Fortunately, you've done well and left behind some roots for the Thunder Clan. Take good care of your people. Later on, if you need anything in the space, just tell me, I'll certainly help you." When Fei-er heard the patriarch, tears began to flow down his face. He nodded and said, "Thank you, patriarch. I'll remember." The patriarch sighed and didn't say anything. Then he turned to Shan and said, "Wait until I'm done with the clan's matters. Then I'll go with you to the Winged Pegasus clan and persuade your patriarch. I hope he can understand." Shan showed an ugly smile, but he didn't say anything. The patriarch looked at the two and sighed. Then he turned around and walked out. Looking at the patriarch's back, Fei and Shan couldn't help but feel bitter. They hoped that their patriarch would have the same thoughts as the barbarian patriarch. Then their clansmen would be saved. What a pity. Fei turned his head to look at Shan. At the same time, Shan also turned his head to look at Fei. The two looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Then they quickly walked out. Although they were very jealous of Ding, the two of them had been through life and death situations with Ding. At this time, they would naturally help Ding. When the two came out of Ding's room, they saw the huge spatial rift not far away. They could also hear the voices of the barbarians. Ding and the others were organizing people to enter the space through the spatial rift. Fei and Shan didn't say anything and immediately went to help. The two of them already had experience in settling their clansmen. Their participation was a good thing for the barbarians. As more and more barbarians entered the space, the sky slowly darkened. At this point, there was no need for Ding and the others to organize the barbarians. After all, the barbarians were the entire race. Naturally, the leaders of the various clans would take over from Ding and the others. Zhao Hai was aware of what happened to the three clans. The 3 tokens weren't given for free. In addition to allowing Kai to open the space for Fei and the others, the tokens were also used to monitor the situation of the 3 clans. To be honest, when the winged Pegasus patriarch showed that he would rather die than enter the space, Zhao Hai had already decided that he wouldn't help them. The winged Pegasus clan can only rely on themselves. At the same time, the barbarians' response was also beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. He didn't expect the barbarians to make such a response in such a short time. This really surprised him. At this time, if the Supreme Elders were to attack the barbarians, then Zhao Hai wouldn't mind helping them. After all, he wouldn't treat a clan that trusted him badly. However, since the Supreme Elders were attacking the winged Pegasus clan, Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't help them. At this time, he was still dealing with the Sagittarius clan. At this time, Kai told Zhao Hai another piece of news. The O'Neill family's army had already arrived outside the spatial rift. They were preparing to launch a large-scale attack on the spatial rift. Upon hearing this news, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. For Zhao Hai, time was very important. He was currently at war with the Divine Race's continents. The population of the Divine Race's first continent wasn't small. In order to deal with them, Zhao Hai would need to go all out. In this case, Zhao Hai couldn't spare too much strength to deal with the O'Neill family. Zhao Hai had already destroyed the Taurus Divines, the Central Divines, the Scorpion Divines, and the Cancer Divines. Now, he was fighting the Sagittarius Divines. As long as he destroys the Sagittarius Divines, he would be able to pour out some of his forces. However, the forces that he poured out weren't enough to deal with the O'Neill family. This time, the O'Neill family had brought more than 20,000 magic armors. One shouldn't underestimate these 20,000 magic armors. If these 20,000 magic armors were to go all out, then Zhao Hai would need at least 2 million undead to stop them. In addition to magic armors, the O'Neill family also sent 5,000 war tanks. In addition to magic armors and war tanks, the O'Neill family also sent energy cannons. The offensive power of these energy cannons was stronger than the war tanks. Zhao Hai calculated that if he wanted to block the O'Neill family's attack, then he would need to send at least 10 million undead. Moreover, he would need to take advantage of the spatial rift's terrain to stop the O'Neill family's attack. This didn't mean that Zhao Hai didn't have confidence in his undead. In fact, as he conquered more and more divines, the quality of his undead was also getting better and better. At this point, almost all of his undead were god ranks. Moreover, their number had reached an astonishing 400 million. However, Zhao Hai also didn't dare underestimate the O'Neill family. The path that the O'Neill family took was completely different from the one that Zhao Hai took. The O'Neill family's path was similar to technology, while the O'Neill family's path was to develop the potential of the human body. It's hard to say which of these two paths was better. However, in terms of the current situation, the O'Neill family had the advantage. The weapons that they used were closer to hot weapons. Additionally, they were better at using magic formations. Because of this, their weapons were more powerful than the magic cannons that Zhao Hai used. In this case, Zhao Hai was using his undead to engage the other party in a melee. This was like a person wielding a sword and a spear fighting a machine gun. It was inevitable that the O'Neill family would suffer losses. Therefore, when he heard Kair's news, Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. Although he had hundreds of millions of troops, these troops were currently dealing with the Sagittarius divines. The Sagittarius divines were very difficult to deal with. Their archers were very strong. If Zhao Hai wanted to deal with them in a short time, then he would have to go all out. Because of this, he wouldn't have any extra forces to deal with the O'Neill family. Laura and the others were by Zhao Hai's side. They knew what Zhao Hai was worried about. After some time, Laura said, "Brother Hai, how about we send some troops to block the O'Neill family's defensive line?" Without waiting for Zhao Hai to speak, Lizzie shook her head and said, "If that's the case, then it would take us a long time to deal with the Sagittarius divines. If we let the Supreme Elders deal with the winged Pegasus divines, then they would discover that the barbarians had escaped. When that time comes, we would lose the best opportunity to deal with the divine race. The losses would be too great." Laura nodded, she already knew about this result. But besides this, was there any other way? Laura and the others couldn't help but turn their gazes to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the group, then he smiled and said, "Why should we block them? Just let them come in. The barbarians have already started to move towards the space while the winged Pegasus divines are still refusing to enter. We don't need to waste time on them. What we need to do next is to recruit people that we can recruit." When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Laura was puzzled as she asked, "Recruit people that we can recruit? Brother Hai, what do you mean?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The foreign races." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Laura and the others immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. Right now, the situation with the 3 foreign races had already been settled. It can be said that they don't need to worry about them anymore. What they need to do now was to deal with the divine race and then move on to the next step, which was to recruit the 3 foreign races into the space. But how do they get the foreign races to enter the space? This was a big problem. At this time, the foreign races were in the limelight. The divines had been dealt with by Zhao Hai, so the foreign races had already dispatched their troops. It can be said that because of Zhao Hai's existence, the foreign races had the upper hand against the divine race for the first time. In this case, how do they get the foreign races to enter the space? There was only one way, and that was to create a more powerful enemy for them. Naturally, the O'Neill family was very powerful. The divine realm was bigger than the Ark continent, it was even bigger than the demon realm. If the O'Neill family were to discover the divine race, would they be willing to let them go? The answer was no, they wouldn't be willing to give up. In this case, they would certainly continue to explore the divine realm. When the time comes, they would certainly face the foreign races. And if the foreign races were to suffer a loss in the hands of the O'Neill family, then Zhao Hai would think of a way to get them into the space. This wasn't an impossible matter. If it was in the past, Zhao Hai wouldn't dare to let the O'Neill family enter the divine realm. This was because once the O'Neill family enters the divine realm, they would be in the Taurus continent. At that time, the first people they would face wouldn't be the foreign races or the divine race. Instead, they would be the Thunder Clan and the others. But now, the situation was different. The barbarians were currently moving towards the space. Because of the preparations they made in advance, the process was very smooth. In just a few days, the transfer would be complete. As for Gold Ben and the others, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about them. These Supreme Elders were about to enter the Winged Pegasus clan. It can be said that even if the O'Neill family were to enter the divine realm and discover the space, the barbarians would have already moved into the space. At the same time, the Winged Pegasus clan would have already been exterminated by the Supreme Elders. When the time comes, the one to face the Supreme Elders would be the O'Neill family. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to let the O'Neill family enter the divine realm. He wanted them to stir up the waters of the divine realm. When the time comes, he would be able to fish in troubled waters. Zhao Hai told Laura and the others about his idea. Laura and the others immediately agreed. They also felt that it was time for the O'Neill family to stir up the situation. At this time, the O'Neill family had divided their forces into 3 groups. One group was to defend against the underworld, one group was to enter the demon realm, and one group was outside the spatial rift's defensive line. As for the group outside the spatial rift, it was the group that the O'Neill family sent. If the O'Neill family were to know that the divine realm was behind the spatial rift, would they still be interested in the Ark continent? Would they still be interested in the demon realm, where the conditions were so bad? They might just slowly shift their attention to the divine realm. This way, not only would they be able to stir up the waters of the divine realm, it would also allow Xiao Hai to obtain more magic armors. Because of these reasons, Laura and the others agreed with Xiao Hai's decision. In their opinion, Xiao Hai letting the O'Neill family into the divine realm wasn't a bad thing for them. Seeing that everyone agreed, Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The O'Neill family is about to attack. Let's call the undead back. However, we can't let them have an easy time. We need to use harassment tactics." Xiao Hai nodded and said, all right. When Laura heard Xiao Hai, she couldn't help but smile faintly and said, good, that's a good idea. We'll use harassment tactics to let them know that the Ark continent isn't useless. This will make them feel relieved and attract more of their people. Xiao Hai nodded and said, that's a good idea. Lizzie nodded and said, right. Moreover, we can also use this tactic to lure the O'Neill family to the Supreme Elders. This way, we wouldn't need to worry about them not fighting. Xiao Hai nodded and said, we can also use this tactic to lure the O'Neill family to the Supreme Elders. Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, then it's settled. I want to see how the O'Neill family will deal with our harassment tactics. Although their magic armors aren't slow, they still fall short compared to the space. This time, I want to let the O'Neill family have a taste of our harassment tactics. Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, then let's see how the O'Neill family deals with harassment tactics. Megan smiled and said, I want to see how the 9 Supreme Elders would react when they see the O'Neill family's magic armors. In the past, when they saw the magic armors made by the goblins, they immediately exterminated the goblins. Now that the magic armors are even better than the magic armors made by the goblins, their expressions would certainly be marvelous. Megan smiled and said, I'm sure that the 9 Supreme Elders wouldn't be surprised. Axe calmly stood in front of the spatial rift. He was now much more familiar with the place compared to before. After arriving at the Ark continent, he understood a lot of things. He was very clear about how much the family had paid in order to reach the Ark continent. If the family couldn't recoup their investment, then the O'Neill family would be finished. What made people laugh was that what they wanted the most was to see their enemy. Ever since they arrived at the Ark continent, they haven't seen a single person, not even an enemy. Because of this, they really wanted to see their enemy. After discovering the spatial rift, the O'Neill family finally relaxed. At this time, George went to Axe's side and said, young patriarch, we've made several probing attacks. However, the other side's counterattack was very fierce. We weren't able to rush in. However, we've already figured out their general disposition. Axe turned to George and nodded, good job. If the family succeeds this time, then you'll have made a great contribution. George's eyes flashed as he gave Axe a salute and said, thank you, young patriarch. Axe nodded and said, we've just arrived here. We'll rest for 2 days before we attack. In these 2 days, I want you to draw a map of their military disposition. This will make it easier for us to use. George nodded and said, yes, young patriarch. The map has already been prepared. I'll send it to you in a moment. Axe's eyes flashed with appreciation as he patted George's shoulder and said, good job, George. You're very organized. Very good. After being patted by Axe, George's bones felt lighter. He immediately turned to Axe and said, thank you, young master. This is what I should do. Axe nodded and said, all right, go back and give me the map. I'll go back and rest. George immediately nodded and said, young patriarch, please. I'll go back and give you the map immediately. Axe nodded and then returned to the war chariot. Then the war chariot turned around and flew away. Axe was sitting inside the war chariot. He had been traveling non-stop for the past few days. He was really tired. The people of the Magic Armor continent weren't strong in the first place. This time, he was really exhausted. Although his body was very tired, he couldn't fall asleep. There were too many things in his mind. His mind was spinning non-stop, making it impossible for him to fall asleep. Finally, Axe thought of Xiao Hai. He met Zhao Hai once and thought that Zhao Hai was a silly person. But every time Axe thought of Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but feel indignant. The person he had treated as a fool had fooled him. Therefore, when he thought of Zhao Hai for the first time, he could not help but feel a burst of anger in his heart. He had a feeling that Zhao Hai was definitely behind the spatial rift. This feeling was very strong. It was precisely because of this feeling that he strongly requested to come here. Originally, his father didn't agree with him coming here. While Axe was lost in his thoughts, the war chariot stopped. The driver of the war chariot said, "Young patriarch, we've arrived. You should go to your room and rest." Axe slowly opened his eyes and looked around. Then he nodded and said, "You should go and rest as well." Then he opened the door and went down. Just as Axe entered the room, he heard a servant outside saying, "Young master, George wants to see you." He said that he brought the map of the spatial rift to the young master. Axe nodded and said, "Let him in." The servant nodded and before long, led George to Axe's room. George was holding a map in his hand. Axe waved his hand to the servant and said, "Go and prepare something to eat and drink for me. George, you stay here and eat with me. Tell me about the map while eating." George was happy inside. However, his face remained calm as he nodded. Then he went to the table and carefully spread out the map in his hand. This was a very detailed map. The terrain and various firing points were marked very carefully on the map. It could be seen that George had put a lot of effort into this. Axe looked at the map and nodded approvingly, "Good. George, you did a good job. This map is very good. Are you sure that this is the enemy's deployment?" George shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, young patriarch. I can't guarantee anything. The enemy's attack is very fierce. Moreover, we also discovered that there were some tall people on the other side who were preparing to engage in close combat with the magic armors. We were afraid of being entangled by them, so we didn't dare to go too deep. However, the situation inside the spatial crack shouldn't be wrong." Axe nodded and said, "You did the right thing. Now isn't the time to worry." "Good. Tell me, how is their offensive strength?" George nodded, then he pointed at the map and said, "Young patriarch, the enemies in the rift are using low-level magic cannons. They seem to be very large and heavy. They aren't very flexible, and their attack power can only be regarded as average. However, there are a lot of them, making them difficult to deal with. Additionally, they also have a type of arrow. These arrows aren't any worse than the magic cannons. The explosion of these arrows is even stronger than the magic cannons. The most difficult thing to deal with is that all of their cannoneers and archers are made up of undead. Moreover, the undead themselves aren't weak." Axe frowned and said, "The other side actually used undead as their cannoneers. Do they have some kind of connection with the people in the dark mist? Have you calculated how many troops we need to break through the enemy's defensive line?" George thought for a moment and said, "We need about 1,000 magic cannons, 200 war chariots, and 1,000 magic armors. If we dispatch these troops, then we should be able to limit our casualties to 100. Axe raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh, you're that sure?" George nodded and said, "Although we don't know what's behind their defensive line, we can see that their offensive power is inferior to the magic armors. Moreover, although the spatial rift isn't small, it also isn't big. It's impossible to place too many troops here at once. We can't send too many troops at once. At the same time, the other side also can't send too many people to defend. Therefore, 1,000 magic armors should be enough. We can use the magic cannons to bombard them and completely suppress them. Then we can use the war tanks and magic armors to push forward. Even if the other side wants to send reinforcements, we can still set up our own defensive line and use our magic cannons and war tanks to block their attacks." Axe nodded and said, "Good, good. Go back and write a detailed battle report for me. I'll have the general study your report. If it's feasible, then we'll do as you say. After all, you're more familiar with this place than any of us." Although George was a scheming person, when he heard Axe, he couldn't hide the joy on his face. He turned to Axe and said, "Yes, young patriarch." "Thank you, young patriarch." Axe patted George's shoulder and said, "Even if I want to promote you, you need to have the strength to do so. Right, go and prepare." Right, remember to call me young patriarch later. George couldn't help but feel happy. One shouldn't underestimate this change in address. Young patriarch was a title that everyone could use. However, young patriarch wasn't. In the O'Neill family, only those who had a good relationship with the family could call Axe this title. Now that Axe let George call him this, it was equal to recognizing his status. For George, this was a good thing. George happily replied, "Yes, young patriarch. I'll do it immediately." Then he gave Axe a salute before he turned around and left. Although he left Axe's room, George was still very excited. His family didn't have any influence. It can be said that he relied on his own efforts to reach his current position. However, he had been working in the army for many years. Therefore, George had a good understanding of the O'Neill family's situation. For someone like him who didn't have any background, if he didn't rely on a big force, then he wouldn't be able to reach his current position. Now that Axe had praised him, it meant that he had found a great backer. What kind of backer could be better than the young patriarch? Axe would be the future patriarch. If Axe followed him when he was still the young patriarch, then George's days of meteoric rise wouldn't be far. Axe looked at George's back and smiled faintly. After coming into contact with the family, Axe understood how important it was to nurture trusted subordinates. Yes, there were some loyal and devoted old officials in the family. However, it was precisely because of their seniority that they sometimes didn't pay much attention to him as the young patriarch. And for a capable newcomer like George, being suppressed by those old officials, it was very difficult for him to stand out. Therefore, as long as he gave them a chance to stand out, George and the others would be loyal and devoted to him. Now that he had his own strength in his hands, he would be able to speak with more confidence in the future. These things were told to him by his father. This time, when he knew that Axe would be coming here, his father sent several young and capable people. However, because they didn't have any background, they were suppressed by the old officials. Their status wasn't very high. This would make it easier for Axe to command them. At the same time, it would also make it easier for Axe to win them over. For what his father did for him, Axe was very grateful. He knew that his father was paving the way for him so that he could become a patriarch in the future. After thinking of this, Axe couldn't help but sigh. Then he turned around and returned to his bedroom. He didn't even eat the food that the servant brought him. The next morning, just as Axe finished his breakfast, he heard a servant's voice coming from outside. "Young master, Captain George is asking for an audience." Axe nodded and said, "Let him in." The servant nodded, and before long, George came in with red eyes. Although his eyes were bloodshot, his expression was very excited. Upon seeing Axe, George immediately bowed and said, "Young master, I've finished the battle plan. Please take a look." Axe looked at George and said, "George, did you not rest last night? Have you been busy all this time?" When George saw Axe's expression, he couldn't help but stare. Then he quickly replied, "Yes, I was afraid of delaying the young master's plans. Therefore, I worked all night and finally finished the battle plan." Axe looked at George and sighed, "George, don't be like this in the future. I'm not in a hurry to get this battle plan. You don't need to be so busy. You need to take care of your body. Only by taking care of your body will you be able to contribute more to me. Otherwise, when the time comes and I need you, your body won't be able to take care of itself." When George heard Axe, his heart couldn't help but loosen. Then he was moved. He choked with emotion as he said, "Yes, young master. George will remember this." George thanks the young master for his concern. Axe nodded and said, "Leave the report here. Go back and rest. After you've rested, come and find me after you eat. Go." George nodded and then placed the report on the table. Then he gave Axe a salute before he turned around and left. After George left, Axe picked up George's report and looked at it carefully. After looking at it for a while, Axe couldn't help but smile. George's battle plan was very good, it was very detailed, it took into account all aspects. In George's battle plan, the process of the battle was divided into several parts. The first part was to attack. They had to break through the opponent's defensive line in the spatial rift. The second part was to occupy the enemy's defensive line. They had to defend the defensive line and block the enemy's counterattack. The third part was to expand the battle results. After defending the defensive line, they would immediately transfer the magic cannons and war chariots to attack the enemy's defensive line. They had to break through the enemy's fog and see what was behind it. It can be said that this plan was very beautiful. The first step was very clear. Moreover, George also calculated how many troops would be needed for the first step, how long it would take, the route of the operation, the level of the operation, and what tactics they would use if they encountered strong resistance from the enemy. All of these factors were taken into consideration. Axe was very satisfied. Axe didn't expect that George would give him such a big surprise. Although this was only a report, one could see a lot of things from this report. This report was very good. This proved that George had the ability to command troops. For Axe, this was very important. It was easy to get 1,000 soldiers, but difficult to find a general. No matter where one was, a person with the ability to command an army was a very valuable talent. This made Axe value George even more. Xianxia knew about what happened to the O'Neill family. He even knew about what Axe and the others told him. However, he didn't care about it. He was already prepared to deal with the O'Neill family. At this time, he was still fighting with the Sagittarius divines, so he didn't have time to care about these things. Xianxia had to admit that the Sagittarius divines were very difficult to deal with. One of the biggest characteristics of the Sagittarius divines was their speed. Once they hit, they would immediately run. This made Xianxia very difficult to deal with. Xianxia had to admit that the Sagittarius divines were very difficult to deal with. At this time, Gold Ben and the others had already entered the winged Pegasus divine space. Naturally, the winged Pegasus patriarch was resisting with all his strength. However, the gap in strength made it so that he couldn't do anything to Gold Ben and the others. Although the winged Pegasus divines were well prepared this time, they weren't like the Thunder clan who ran away after being attacked by Gold Ben and the others. However, it was still very difficult for them to pose a threat to Gold Ben and the others. Since the winged Pegasus divine's resistance was much stronger than the Thunder clan, it was impossible for Gold Ben and the others to deal with the winged Pegasus divines like how they dealt with the Thunder clan. Although the winged Pegasus divines were very strong, they couldn't last for long. Fortunately, they were few in number, fast, and strong. Because of this, they immediately retreated after attacking the winged Pegasus divines. In any case, there were only a few of them. They just needed to find a place to rest. The winged Pegasus divines simply wouldn't be able to find them. Once the winged Pegasus divines recover, they would be able to rest. One shouldn't underestimate this method. The attacks of the 9 Supreme Elders were very sharp. Even if the winged Pegasus divines were to dispatch tens of millions of troops, the Supreme Elders would still be able to kill them all. It can be said that the situation of the 9 Supreme Elders and the winged Pegasus divines was similar to Xianxia's situation in the Sagittarius divines. One must know that the winged Pegasus clan's speed was very fast. Among the 3 foreign races, the winged Pegasus clan was the fastest. Because of this speed as well as Xianxia's support, the winged Pegasus clan was able to deal with the 9 Supreme Elders. However, Xianxia has already found a way to deal with the Sagittarius race. The reason why he wasn't able to deal with the Sagittarius race before was because his spatial map didn't include the entire territory of the Sagittarius race. Because of this, Xianxia wasn't able to find the location of the Sagittarius race. However, after a few days, Xianxia managed to map the entire Sagittarius continent. This way, he could find out where the Sagittarius divines were at any time. Then he could place his undead there to deal with them. Moreover, it would be close combat. Xianxia had to recognize that although the Sagittarius divines were formidable in long-range combat, when it came to close combat, they were far inferior compared to the divines of the other continents. It would be much easier for the undead to deal with the Sagittarius divines. While Xianxia was dealing with the Sagittarius divines, Axe and the others had also finished their preparations. They were preparing to attack the spatial rift. Axe was using George's battle plan. Unfortunately, their battle plan was in vain. This was because Xianxia had already withdrawn everyone from the spatial rift. Axe stood not far away from the spatial rift. His face was calm as he looked at the spatial rift. However, his eyes weren't as calm as his face. There was a trace of excitement in his eyes, but more than that, there was a murderous aura. That's right, it was murderous aura. Axe's feeling was getting stronger and stronger. He felt that Zhao Hai was behind the spatial rift. Because of this, Axe decided to attack Zhao Hai head-on. George was standing next to Axe. This was Axe's request. Axe wanted to use this method to tell everyone that George was his confidant. This made George very excited. However, George was still worried as he looked at the spatial rift. Although he was very confident in his battle plan, when it came to this, George couldn't help but feel uneasy. After all, this was an opportunity for him to prove himself. If his battle plan goes well, then he would establish his position in Axe's heart. Later on, he would become Axe's confidant. But if it fails, then Axe would most likely abandon him. After all, no leader would like a useless subordinate. Axe looked at the time and felt that it was about time. Then he turned to George and said, "George, give the order to attack." George nodded, then he took a deep breath and said, "Give the young lord's order, attack." Axe looked at George with satisfaction. George's battle plan looked very good. However, Axe also knew that he was just a rookie commander. He didn't dare to use the battle plan so easily. Therefore, Axe handed the battle plan over to his father's subordinates and had them look at the battle plan. Very good. After the subordinates looked at the battle plan, they thought that it was perfect. This made Axe feel relieved to use the battle plan. At the same time, Axe also paid more attention to George. What made Axe even more satisfied was George's performance in front of him. George's performance in front of him was very good, he was very measured. Just like when Axe gave George an order, George could have just said, "Pass the order, attack." Everyone knew that this was Axe's order. However, it didn't sound as good as "Give the young lord's order, attack." Axe was a rookie commander. Therefore, he needed to increase his prestige. This time, Axe didn't help much in commanding the attack on the spatial rift. The battle plan was written by George, while the review was done by the other generals. The attack plan was also decided by Axe and the other generals. It can be said that all Axe needed to do was to give the order, it was that simple. However, Axe wanted to increase his prestige through this battle. Therefore, he wanted everyone to know that he was in charge of this battle. After experiencing some things, Axe wasn't like other young people. If he didn't work for himself, then he wouldn't do it. In Axe's opinion, this was too silly. He was a leader, and a leader doesn't need to worry about everything. He just needs to know how to use people. This time, the battle plan was made by George, and he was the one who discovered George. This was enough. With this point alone, Axe could claim the most credit. This was what a leader should do. This was also what his father had taught him. As a leader, before you have enough prestige, you have to find ways to increase your prestige. When your prestige is unshakable, you don't need to increase your prestige anymore. And now, Axe needed to increase his prestige. Therefore, he was very interested in this aspect. If George said, "Give the order, attack." In that case, Axe's presence would be minimized, which was something Axe didn't want to see. But if George said, "Give the young lord's order, attack," then it would be different. This would point out Axe's identity as the commander. This would let everyone know that this battle was under the command of the young lord. As long as they win this battle, then they would have a certain status in the hearts of these people. This was prestige. Because of this, Axe was very satisfied with George's performance. George had thought a lot about this before, so he decided to say this. George was a very smart person. He was very clear about Axe's status in the O'Neill family. This young lord was very adventurous in the past. Because of this, people said that he didn't do proper work. His reputation in the family wasn't very good. Fortunately, he was the eldest son of the patriarch. He didn't make any mistakes, and he was still young. Because of this, his position as the first successor was unshakable. However, when it came to the Ark continent, the young patriarch surprised everyone. Although the main reason for this was his adventurous nature, for the O'Neill family to be the first to enter the unknown space required a lot of courage. Because of this, some people in the family had a change in their impression of the young patriarch. Moreover, from the actions of the patriarch, it seems like he was going all out to nurture the young patriarch. In this case, the most important thing for the young patriarch to do was to improve his reputation. After thinking about it for a long time, George came up with this method of passing down orders. After passing the order, George looked at Axe and saw a faint smile on Axe's face. He looked very satisfied. George couldn't help but be happy. He knew that the young lord was very satisfied with the order he just passed down. With Axe's order, the O'Neill family's attack began. First was the attack of the magic cannons. The magic cannons of the O'Neill family were bigger than the cannons used by Zhao Hai. Naturally, the power of the cannons couldn't be compared. Moreover, the cannons didn't shoot energy beams, they used cannonballs instead. Naturally, the cannons that used cannonballs were completely different from the cannons used by Zhao Hai. The cannons used by the O'Neill family looked more like cannons from Earth. However, the cannonballs had a lot of magic formations engraved on them. The cannons weren't filled with explosives, instead, they were filled with magic powder. This magic powder was similar to explosives, but it was more powerful and lethal. At this time, there were a total of 1,000 magic cannons. With Axe's order, the cannons immediately issued a roar. Fireballs kept coming out of the cracks. Axe nodded in satisfaction. After 5 rounds of bombardment, the cannon stopped. The war tanks and magic armors were like a group of ants and mosquitoes as they flew towards the cracks. Axe looked at the rift nervously. He didn't know what the outcome of this battle would be. However, he was certain that the situation on the battlefield was constantly changing. No one knew what would happen next. Although George's plan was good, what happened on the battlefield wasn't something that one could imagine. It wasn't that Axe hadn't participated in battles before. In fact, he had experienced a lot of battles during his adventures. It can be said that he had experienced hundreds of battles. It was just that he hadn't commanded such a large-scale battle. However, it was precisely because he had participated in battles that he knew that anything could happen on the battlefield. George was just as nervous as Axe. If this attack didn't go well, then it wouldn't affect Axe too much. He could just reorganize a second attack. However, for George, this would be a disaster. This was because he would lose Axe's trust. For someone like George who didn't have any background, he could only wait for his death as the captain of the reconnaissance team. It was possible that he wouldn't be able to keep his position as the captain of the reconnaissance team. Under the watchful eyes of the two, the mechas and tanks rushed into the rift. Axe and George held their breath for a while before they recovered. However, their eyes were still motionless as they looked at the rift. 1 minute passed and there was no sound of fighting coming from the rift. 5 minutes passed and there was still no sound coming from the rift. 10 minutes passed and then half an hour passed and there was still no sound coming from the rift. Axe couldn't help but turn to George and said, "George, send someone to see what's going on. Why is there no sound at all? Are we launching a silent attack?" George nodded. Just as he was about to make arrangements, a black dot suddenly flew out of the rift. It was a magic armor. George stopped and immediately arranged for Axe to be protected. When Axe saw George's reaction, he couldn't help but nod. However, his attention was still focused on the magic armor. He really wanted to know what was going on inside the rift. Why was there no sound coming from the rift? Before long, the magic armor flew 500 meters away from Axe before it was stopped. Then the magic armor fell to the ground and its breastplate opened before a person jumped out. After confirming the person's identity, the person was brought to Axe. Axe looked at this person. Naturally, he didn't know this person, this was just a messenger. The messenger arrived in front of Axe and gave him a military salute before he said, "Reporting to young patriarch, Lion Commando Squad's messenger, Bill, is here to report the situation to the young patriarch." Axe nodded and said, "All right, what's going on inside? Why is there no sound at all?" Bill immediately replied, "Reporting to the young patriarch, there's no need to fight inside. We didn't find any enemies inside. Now that we've passed through the fog, the situation inside is somewhat unexpected. Captain wants to invite the young patriarch to take a look. The young patriarch should know what's going on inside." Axe stared, then he nodded and said, "All right, I'll go take a look." George quickly said, "Young patriarch, please allow me to ask a few questions." Axe turned to George and smiled as he said, "George, what do you want? Ask away." After George expressed his gratitude, he turned to Bill and said, "Bill, you didn't find any enemies, or have we already eliminated them? Also, you invited the young patriarch inside, but did you take complete control of the situation inside? Is it completely safe inside?" Bill immediately replied, "We can't be sure if we've eliminated all the enemies, or if there were no enemies at all. The terrain inside has been destroyed by the magic cannons, so we can't see anything. We have complete control of the situation inside, it's completely safe. Please rest assured." George nodded, then he turned to Axe and said, "Young patriarch, I'll arrange the war tanks. Let's have a modified Tiger war tank send you inside." Axe was very satisfied with George's performance. He nodded and said, "All right, go and arrange it." "Right, come with me in a while. I want to see what's inside that made them so surprised." George nodded, then he turned around and left. Before long, a modified Tiger war tank stopped in front of Axe. George came down from the tank and opened the door for Axe. Axe entered the tank along with George, then the tank went straight into the rift. Before long, the war chariot entered the rift. Upon entering the rift, Edu frowned and said to Ace, "Young master, the fog is much thinner than before. Before, the visibility was less than 3 meters, but now, it's more than 10 meters. Axe stared, then he turned to George and said, "Are you sure?" George nodded and said, "I'm absolutely sure. Young patriarch, I personally entered the space several times, so I'm very familiar with the situation inside." Axe knit his brows and said, "The fog has disappeared a lot. Does this mean that the enemies have already retreated? Did they discover that our army was here and retreated?" George's expression was heavy as he nodded and said, "I'm afraid that's the case. I'm sorry, young patriarch. My battle plan wasted nearly 10,000 of the family's artillery shells." Axe smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. Didn't we already occupy this place? You can't be blamed for this. Your battle plan was perfect, don't worry about it." George nodded, and before long, the tanks rushed out of the fog. When they came out of the fog, Axe and George couldn't help but stare. What appeared in front of them was a huge plain. Mountains could be seen in the distance, and there were many trees growing on the plain. The environment here was very good. At this time, there were many mechas and tanks parked on the plains. Naturally, they were the ones who came to attack. Axe took a while to calm down. He looked at the plains and a smile appeared on his face. Then, his smile grew bigger and bigger until it turned into laughter. At the same time, George recovered from Axe's laughter. He looked at the plain and naturally understood why Axe was laughing. Such a large piece of land, how many resources, how many minerals, and how many people were there? If they could conquer this land, then the O'Neill family would certainly become the most powerful family in the Atlanta Plain. George immediately said, "Congratulations to the young patriarch. The young patriarch has discovered a continent that isn't smaller than the Ark continent. This is a great contribution to the O'Neill family. Young patriarch, do you think we should tell the patriarch about this matter as soon as possible?" As soon as Axe heard George, he laughed even louder. Then he said, "We still don't know how big this continent is. But you're right, we should tell father about this as soon as possible." George immediately opened the door and Axe jumped down. At this time, the generals who led the caravan and the magic armors came over and reported the situation to Axe. They didn't encounter any enemies here, so naturally, they had nothing to report. Axe looked at the surroundings and nodded, informed the troops in the rear to immediately transport the supplies and establish a base here. Build the base as fast as possible. Also, set up a reconnaissance team to scout the surroundings. Axe nodded and said, "All right." The generals immediately went to prepare. Axe looked at the continent with excitement. Axe suddenly felt that his decision to enter the spatial rift in the Ark continent was the best decision he made in his life. Ever since he entered the Ark continent, he had been very lucky. There was no need to mention the Ark continent. Then there was the unknown dangerous space. Although it was very dangerous, it was also very rich in supplies. And now, this continent was discovered. For the O'Neill family, this was definitely a good thing. Before long, the O'Neill family's reinforcements in the Ark continent entered the space and began to build a base here. Scouts were also sent out. Axe also sent a letter back to his father to report the situation. After arranging these things, Axe sat inside the war tank and looked at the busy people. His heart was filled with pride. George was standing beside Axe. He was also very excited. He knew what the discovery of the space meant for Axe. This meant that his position in the O'Neill family would become even more solid. His status would also rise along with the tide. Thinking about this, George couldn't help but be excited. After a long while, Axes said, "George, where did the enemies you said ran to? Why aren't they here to resist us?" When George heard Axe's question, he immediately sobered up. He knit his brows, then after some time, he turned to Axe and said, "Young lord, I think they must have seen our reinforcements and thought that they couldn't defend this place. Therefore, they gave up on this place and prepared to deal with us on the continent. I think we should be careful." Axe nodded, then George nodded. Axe nodded and said, "It's possible. Moreover, I suspect that this matter has something to do with Zhao Hai. Go and remind everyone to be alert. Don't give the enemy a chance." George nodded before he turned around and left. Axe turned his head towards the Taurus continent and said, "Zhao Hai, I know you're here. Wait for me, I will find you. You will pay the price for deceiving me." Looking at the monitor, Zhao Hai suddenly smiled faintly and said, "Interesting. This guy actually wants to take revenge on me. I don't have the time right now. I really want to play with you." Laura smiled and said, "There's no need for you to do it yourself. Those undead are enough to annoy them. Alright, Brother Hai, now that we've cleaned up the Sagittarius continent, where should we go next?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Let's go to the Pisces continent." While Zhao Hai was preparing to attack the Pisces continent, Fei and the others were also busy. The three of them were currently sitting inside the space. In front of them was a small table with several cups and dishes. Ding took a sip of wine and said, "Mister's wine is still the best. Our barbarian race's wine isn't as strong as Mister's." Fei also took a sip of wine, then he smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know why, but I feel that this wine is a bit bitter." As soon as he heard Fei, Sean couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't feel that the wine was bitter at all. The barbarians had already been transferred to the space without suffering any losses. On the other hand, the Winged Pegasus clan's situation was still unknown. In the past few days, the busiest person was Sean. While he was helping the barbarians enter the space, he also had to go to the Winged Pegasus clan's residence every night to ask Speaker Feng about the clan's situation. However, the clan's situation wasn't very good. For some reason, the Supreme Elder's attacks weren't very strong. This seemed to have given the clansmen some hope. Originally, some people wanted to enter the space, but after seeing this situation, they changed their minds. At this time, the number of Winged Pegasus clansmen that entered the space was less than 100,000. This was what Sean was worried about the most. He didn't believe that the Supreme Elders would let them off so easily. The Supreme Elders slowed down their attacks for two reasons. First, they wanted to put pressure on Zhao Hai so that Zhao Hai would come back and fight them. Second, they wanted to give the Winged Pegasus clan some hope so that they could attack with all their might. However, Sean was now a criminal in the Winged Pegasus clan. He didn't dare to show his face. On the other hand, Speaker Feng's authority was greatly limited. Although he had some appeal, he didn't have much real power. In this situation where there was hope, Speaker Feng's appeal was limited. Because of these reasons, the Winged Pegasus clan didn't want to enter the space. This was what Sean was most worried about. If this situation continues, then the number of Winged Pegasus clan members that entered the space might be less than the Thunder clan. Ding looked at the two and sighed, "Brothers, we can only do our best and leave the rest to fate. Sean, contact Mr. and tell him about the situation here. If possible, ask Mr. to come back and help you. No matter what, we can't let the Winged Pegasus be destroyed by the Supreme Elders." Sean smiled bitterly and said, "It's not that I don't want to contact Mr., but Mr. is also in a tight spot. Moreover, with my people's performance, would Mr. help us?" Just as Sean said that, Zhao Hai's voice was heard, "How do you know that I won't help you if you don't try?" The three stared blankly and turned their heads to look. It was Zhao Hai. When the three saw Zhao Hai, they immediately said excitedly, "Mister, you're back? Why did you come back?" Zhao Hai looked at the three and smiled faintly. "I just heard about the situation here, so I came back. I'm currently preparing to go to the Pisces continent. However, it seems like you need my help." As soon as Shan heard Zhao Hai, he immediately knelt down and said, "Mister, Shan begs you. You must save my people. Although they have made a lot of mistakes, I ask Mister to help us." Then he kept kowtowing to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai waved his hand, allowing Shan to stand up. Then he said, "I'm also aware of your clan's situation. But even if I want to help you, your clansmen wouldn't necessarily agree. Moreover, I've already dealt with the Pisces continent. At the same time, the foreign races have also sent troops to deal with the Leo continent. However, the foreign races have yet to arrive at the Leo continent. When they start fighting, the Supreme Elders would have already retreated." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm afraid that the Supreme Elders would retreat." Fei and the others were puzzled as they looked at Zhao Hai. They didn't know why Zhao Hai would say that. Retreat? The 9 great elders of the god race had already reached this point. How could they possibly retreat? Zhao Hai looked at the group and smiled faintly. "When I deal with the divines can still fight me. However, once the foreign races join the fray, the situation would change. With the foreign races joining the fray, it's possible that the Supreme Elders would shift their attention to the foreign races. When the time comes, the Supreme Elders might even deal with the foreign races." Fei and the others nodded. However, they also knew that this was only a possibility. Although the enmity between the divines and the foreign races was very big, Zhao Hai's enmity with the divine race wasn't small either. The Supreme Elders might just give up on dealing with them and turn their attention to the foreign races. This was something that nobody could say for sure. However, Shan knew that Zhao Hai's words were true. The Winged Pegasus Patriarch had spoken a lot of bad things about Zhao Hai in front of his clansmen. The Winged Pegasus clan didn't have much contact with Zhao Hai. Therefore, it was very likely that they would listen to those words. At this point, the Winged Pegasus clan's impression of Zhao Hai wasn't very good. At this point, the Winged Pegasus clan's hatred towards Zhao Hai had already appeared. Even if Zhao Hai went to the Winged Pegasus clan and said that he wanted to help the Winged Pegasus clan in dealing with the Supreme Elders, the Winged Pegasus clan wouldn't accept Zhao Hai's help. It was already good that they didn't oppose Zhao Hai. Regarding this situation, Shan didn't know what to do. He knew that this was a dead end, but he didn't have the ability to stop the Patriarch. This made him very uncomfortable. At this point, he could only hope that the Supreme Elders would do as Zhao Hai said and shift their hatred towards the foreign races. Zhao Hai sat down at the table and took out a glass of wine. After pouring himself a glass, he turned his head to the three and said, "Sit down, I'll tell you what I really think." The three sat down and looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the three and said, "The Taurus continent's defensive line has fallen. The O'Neill family's magic armors have already rushed in. I'm currently organizing my undead to hold them back. So Ding, you need to move your people into the space." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Ding nodded. He had seen the strength of the O'Neill family's magic armors. To be honest, he wasn't confident that he could block them. Zhao Hai continued, "There's another thing that I want to tell you. I might ascend." When the three heard Zhao Hai, their expressions couldn't help but change. They already knew about ascension. No matter which race they were, there were legends about ascension. The divine race also had a lot of legends about ascension. Therefore, when the three heard Zhao Hai say that he was about to ascend, they couldn't help but be startled. However, after thinking about it, they felt that it was reasonable. Zhao Hai's strength was already there. If there was someone in the divine race who was qualified to ascend, then it would be Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the three and said, "The divine race has a deity from the cultivation realm. Our space is managed by this deity. He uses the divines to help him gather faith power. Although I don't know what benefits faith power has for them, I can confirm that faith power is very important to them. Moreover, this deity has been defeated by me twice. At the same time, the divine race was also defeated by me. It can be said that I have formed an irreconcilable enmity with this deity." The three stared blankly at Zhao Hai's words. This was the first time that they heard Zhao Hai talk about this. They couldn't help but be startled. Zhao Hai looked at the three and said, "The reason why I want your three races to enter the space is because I want to take you along with me when I ascend. This way, you won't be under the control of the deity. Have you thought about it? If I ascend while you remain here, and you have a relationship with me, then we would be working together to deal with the divine race. Would the deity let you off? When the time comes, you can only wait for your race to be exterminated." Fei and the others shook, then their complexions changed. Naturally, they also thought about the terrible situation. Zhao Hai looked at the three and said, "I know that you three have already seen it. This time, I'm borrowing the hands of the divine race to force your three clans into the space. However, I have no other choice. If I told you this, then you wouldn't have believed me. Even if you did, your clansmen wouldn't have believed me." Fei and the others couldn't help but shake their heads. The three couldn't help but smile bitterly. Ever since they were able to freely enter the space, they understood that if Zhao Hai wanted to help them deal with the Supreme Elders, then he would have the ability to do so. However, Zhao Hai didn't do so. It seems like he was using the Supreme Elders to force them into the space. Zhao Hai didn't want to do so, he wanted to use the Supreme Elders to force them into the space. Although they thought about this, they still trusted Zhao Hai. Therefore, they didn't say anything. In their opinion, the space's environment was much better than their own. Letting their clansmen enter the space wasn't a bad thing. However, they didn't think that Zhao Hai would have this reason for letting them enter the space. Zhao Hai looked at the three and smiled bitterly, "I do have the ability to deal with the Supreme Elders. However, I didn't dare to do so. This is because I discovered that I'm about to ascend. The energy in my body has already been rejected by the space. If I go all out to deal with the Supreme Elders, then I would certainly be able to defeat them. But if I do that, then I might ascend. At the same time, your three clans can only stay in the space." At this point, Zhao Hai sighed and said, "If you stay in the space, then the only thing that awaits your clans is extermination. You've already seen how strong my Hell King's ship is. The deity of the divine race has a lot of weapons like the Hell King's ship. As long as the divine race uses the Hell King's ship to deal with you, you wouldn't even have a chance to resist. Because of this, I can only hide from the Supreme Elders. I'm afraid that if I go all out, then I'll ascend and you'll be finished." Zhao Hai sighed and said, "The deity of the divine race has a lot of weapons like the Hell King's ship." Fei and the others looked at each other. They believed Zhao Hai's words. When they first met Zhao Hai didn't use the Hell King's ship. If Zhao Hai had the Hell King's ship from the beginning, then he wouldn't have to be afraid of the demons and the divine race. He wouldn't have to deal with them for so long. The Hell King's ship's ability was too heaven-defying. Ding stood up and bowed to Zhao Hai. "Ding swears that the barbarian race will worship Mr. as a deity from today onwards. Mr.'s breadth of mind makes Ding ashamed." Fei and Shan did the same. The two also stood up and gave Zhao Hai a salute. They had also doubted Zhao Hai before. Now that Zhao Hai said this, the two couldn't help but feel ashamed. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Forget it, this is all my fault. If I didn't deal with the deity in the beginning, then none of this would have happened. You can sit down. I don't care if you worship me as a deity or not. You are free to worship whoever you want, I don't care." The O'Neill family came from the Atlanta Plain. Originally, the Atlanta Plain was one continent. But because of the war, that continent was divided into three. The three continents didn't believe in each other. One continent specialized in martial arts and was called the Warrior Continent. Another continent specialized in magic and was called the Mage Continent. And the last continent was the Magic Armor Continent. Magic armors were used by the O'Neill family, just like the O'Neill family. The O'Neill family was just one of the bigger clans in that continent. Moreover, I suspect that the Atlanta Plain wasn't under the control of the divine race's deity. The three looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Fei couldn't help but ask, "Why does Mr. think that?" Zhao Hai replied, "I think there's a reason for this. You should have heard about the goblins. The goblins were exterminated by the divine race and were reduced to slaves. They lived peacefully with the divine race before, so why would they suddenly be exterminated?" The three looked at each other in dismay. They didn't think about this before. They thought that the divine race was too ambitious, so they did this. Now that they heard Zhao Hai, it seems like there was more to it. Zhao Hai looked at the three and said, the reason why the divine race exterminated the goblins was because of the divine race's deity. This was because the goblins developed simple magic armors. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Fei couldn't help but stare. The magic armors that Fei had seen before couldn't be compared to the magic armors of the O'Neill family. So why would the deity want to exterminate the goblins? Zhao Hai looked at Fei and said, this is the problem. My suspicions also started from here. The deity wanted to exterminate the goblins just because they developed simple magic armors. He didn't allow them to research magic formations and magic armors. However, the Atlanta Plains magic armors are very advanced. Yet, the deity didn't care about them. Isn't this too strange? Fei said. Because of this, I guess that the Atlanta Plains shouldn't be under the control of the deity. It's just that the Arc continent's spatial laws were changed, causing the spatial barrier to collapse. This was the reason why the Atlanta Plain was connected to the Atlanta Plain. If this is the case, then wouldn't the Atlanta Plain also have a deity like the divine race? If the Atlanta Plain also has such a person, then wouldn't they have a conflict with the Arc continent? What would the consequences be? Zhao Hai couldn't help but think about it. Zhao Hai's questions caused Fei and the others' expressions to change. To be honest, Fei and the others didn't think about this. For them, this was too far away. Who were these people? They were the managers of this plane, they were absolute gods. They were existences that were much higher than the supreme elders of the divine race. However, there was one thing that they understood. When two big shots fought, small people like them would definitely be affected. Think about it, if two kings were going to fight, would they take their treasures and go to the dueling ground to fight each other to the death? That was impossible, they would just let their subordinates fight. And it was clear that they were the subordinates of the two great people. In the eyes of the two great people, they weren't even qualified to be subordinates. They were just tools to collect faith power. Zhao Hai looked at the three and sighed, besides the O'Neill family, the Underworld's undead and their magic beasts have also appeared in the Arc continent. The Underworld's undead and magic beasts are all hiding in the dark mist. The dark mist is poisonous and full of dark energy. If we go in, we would either get poisoned or be besieged by the undead. The undead have intelligence, just like humans. At this point, the Underworld's dark mist has almost occupied the Oxu Empire. Slowly, the dark mist will occupy the entire Arc continent. It might even be able to enter the divine realm through a spatial rift. When that time comes, even the divine race wouldn't be able to stop the Underworld's attack, let alone the three of you. Even the divine race wouldn't be able to resist it. At this point, Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, because of these reasons, I had to use some means to bring you into the space. At the very least, it would be safe there. You can live in peace, nobody would attack you. You also wouldn't have to worry about food. At this point, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh, this time, I can help you block the 9 Supreme Elders, but because I can't go all out, I can only fight to a draw with the Supreme Elders. But this way, time will be delayed even more. Most importantly, I don't know how many days I can stay in the space. If I can't get you to enter the space as soon as possible, then when I ascend, you will be gone. Because of this, I have no choice but to do this. Although your race will suffer heavy losses, you won't be exterminated. At the very least, your civilization will be passed down, leaving behind some seeds for your race to slowly develop and grow stronger in the future. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, this time, I can help you block the 9 Supreme Elders. At this point, Zhao Hai stopped and looked at Fei and the others. Then he said, I don't care what you think right now. Even if you hate me or blame me, I will only do what I think is right. Fei and the others nodded. Fei and the others didn't speak. They understood what Zhao Hai meant. But to be honest, they didn't blame Zhao Hai. Fei shook his head and said, Mister, we can't blame you. You've done your best. We can only blame ourselves. Ding and the others nodded. Zhao Hai sighed and said, how do we deal with the Winged Pegasus clan's matter? Have you thought of a way? Sean frowned and said, Mister, the current situation in the clan is beyond my control. The patriarch said that I wanted to assassinate him and was wanted by the entire clan. Moreover, because of the patriarch, the entire clan is opposed to Mr. At the same time, the supreme elders aren't very ferocious. Because of this, the clan still has some hope. Naturally, no one would enter the space. Speaker Fong is currently helping the clan, but the results aren't very good. Zhao Hai gently knit his brows. It must be said that friends were more difficult to deal with than enemies. If it was an enemy, then Zhao Hai could just send his troops and take them into the space. But friends weren't easy to deal with. Ding whispered, our barbarian race's patriarch will be able to enter the space in 2 days. The patriarch said that he wants to personally go to the winged Pegasus clan and persuade the patriarch to enter the space. Zhao Hai sighed and said, I'm afraid that it won't be easy. It might not necessarily succeed. However, we still have to try. I don't have much time to deal with your matters here, so I'll leave it to you. I hope that the Supreme Elders would change their target after hearing about the foreign races. Otherwise, your situation would become even more dangerous. Zhao Hai sighed and said, all right. Shan and the others were also in a heavy mood. In this situation, they didn't have any way to deal with it. Even if Zhao Hai had time to help them, this matter wouldn't be easy to solve. After all, Zhao Hai couldn't just take action and bring the winged Pegasus clan into the space. Zhao Hai looked at the three and said, all right, I've already told you what happened here. Now that I've told you everything, I need to go back and prepare to deal with the Pisces tribe. I won't be staying here any longer. You should be careful. Shan, you need to think of ways to get your people into the space. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, I've already told you everything. Shan nodded. Then Zhao Hai's figure flashed and disappeared from the space. After Zhao Hai left, Shan turned his head to Fei and said, Fei do you think Mister's words are true? Fei nodded and said, it's most likely true. It's not like you haven't seen the O'Neill family's situation before. Moreover, the divines have been ruling the divine realm for a long time. If they really allow people to study magic formations, then their magic armors wouldn't be any worse than the O'Neill family's. However, you have been in contact with the divines for a long time. Have their magic formations made any progress? Because of this, I believe that Mister's words are true. If Mister's words are true, then if our 3 clans don't enter the space, then we would be exterminated sooner or later. Shan and Ding nodded as well. The two also believed Fei's words. With Zhao Hai's strength, if it wasn't for their own good, then Zhao Hai wouldn't care about them. They believed that Zhao Hai didn't lack people like them. The people from the Ark continent, the demons, and the Taurus divines had already entered the space. How could Zhao Hai lack people like them? However, the more this was the case, the more worried Shan became. At this time, Zhao Hai had already shown them the way, but his clansmen didn't want to go. This made Shan speechless. Zhao Hai returned to the Hell King's ship's lobby from the space. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, Big Brother Hai, why did you suddenly tell Shan and the others about this? Can you tell them about this? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, they were already suspicious. In any case, they have already entered the space. If they want to leave, then it's not a big deal. If they want to leave, then they can leave. When the time comes, they can't blame me. Laura nodded. She knew that what Zhao Hai told Shan and the others was true. Zhao Hai agreed to let the 3 clans enter the space because of this situation. It must be said that the 3 clans wouldn't be of any help to Zhao Hai. At most, they would be able to provide faith power in the future. But for now, it was useless. Lizzie looked at the monitor and saw the situation of the spatial rift. Then she turned to Zhao Hai and said, Big Brother Hai, now that the O'Neill family has entered the space, how do you plan to deal with them? Do you want to lead them to the winged Pegasus clan? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, right, let them fight. I want to see how strong magic armors are. At this point, the O'Neill family's magic armors are all god rank. I remember Axe saying that the family has god rank magic armors. I really want to see what god rank magic armors look like. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, alright, let's see how strong they are. Lizzie nodded and said, what about now? Do we attack their base? Do we want to make them unable to build their base? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, let them build their base. Right now, the O'Neill family isn't having a good time. Let's deal with the Pisces clan first. Zhao Hai wasn't cursing the O'Neill family. The O'Neill family really wasn't having a good time. The patriarch of the O'Neill family was sitting in his study room. There was a letter in front of him. This letter was written by a general in the northern defensive line. Although Zhao Hai had already made arrangements for the northern defensive line and the cannons had already been transported there, the general of the northern defensive line told him in the letter that the cannons' ability to defend against the black fog was very poor. Even if they used flames, the black fog was still expanding without any intention of stopping. In other words, their previous arrangements were useless. This was what the O'Neill family was worried about the most. If they couldn't defend against the northern defensive line, then what would they do? The expansion speed of the black fog was almost constant, it wouldn't slow down because of anything. Don't be careful of this slow speed. There was a saying that one shouldn't be afraid of being slow, one should be afraid of standing still. If it stopped from time to time, then it would be fine. But if it continued to expand, it would expand a lot in a day. If the dark mist continues to expand at this speed, then it wouldn't take more than a few months for the dark mist to threaten them. This caused the patriarch to have a headache. At this time, footsteps were suddenly heard. Then a servant's voice was heard from outside. Patriarch, the young patriarch has sent an urgent letter. When the patriarch heard the servant, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, bring it in. The servant nodded and then pushed the door open before handing the letter over to the patriarch. The patriarch received the letter and looked at the fire seal. Then he opened the letter. He thought that Axe had suffered a setback in the front, so he wrote a letter to ask for help. After receiving the letter, the patriarch couldn't help but smile. Then he immediately read the letter again. After reading it, the patriarch couldn't help but place the letter on the table as he laughed. This letter came at the right time. The patriarch was currently worrying about the family's defensive line. This letter gave him a solution. At this point, the patriarch believed that Axe was the O'Neill family's lucky star. Axe actually discovered a continent that wasn't any smaller than the Ark continent. Moreover, the environment there was much better than the Ark continent. For the O'Neill family, this was definitely a good thing. Lewis calmly looked at the dark mist in front of him. He was the commander of the first squad in the northern front. Therefore, he was left behind and had been given an important position. Lewis was very clear that the family attached great importance to the northern front. Moreover, he was also aware of the current situation. The methods that the family had prepared to deal with the dark mist were useless. At the same time, the dark mist was constantly expanding. For the family, this was a very serious test. If they didn't handle it well, then the family would suffer a huge loss. However, Lewis couldn't do anything about it. The dark mist that only appeared in Anadine lands was very strange for it to appear here. Not to mention that the dark mist was expanding, this made it even more strange. Lewis was very worried. He didn't know why, but he felt very worried today. He always had a feeling of trepidation. Lewis believed in this feeling. This feeling wasn't something that he was born with, it was only after he was seriously injured. This feeling was very strange, but it was real. Moreover, this feeling had helped Lewis several times. After he became a war tank driver, he had encountered several dangers. It was thanks to this feeling that he was able to avoid them. But Lewis didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to do. But today, this feeling of danger was unprecedented. This made Lewis even more fearful. The people who were patrolling with Lewis were also very strange. This was because Lewis was very nervous today. Lewis didn't have any way to explain to them. Even if he did, nobody would believe him. Therefore, Lewis could only be prepared at all times in order to deal with unexpected situations. Although the sun was still hanging high in the sky and it was the hottest time of the day, Lewis still felt cold and was sweating from time to time. At this time, the dark mist in front of them suddenly rolled. Lewis became even more nervous. But strangely, his heart calmed down. He knew that his feeling had come true. Something was happening in the dark mist. Lewis didn't think much about it. He also didn't wait to see what was going on. Instead, he turned the war chariot around and went straight back. Moreover, he increased the speed of the war chariot to its maximum. Lewis's actions made the people who came with him very puzzled. And this time, Theo was one of the people who came with Lewis. Theo looked at Lewis and said, "Big brother Lewis, what's wrong? Why did we go back? Now that something has happened in the black fog, shouldn't we stay?" Lewis shook his head and said, "No, it's dangerous." As soon as he finished speaking, a mecha pilot who had been staring at the rear suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Lewis and Theo hurriedly looked at the rear mirror of the tank, but what they saw stunned them. A group of people flew out from the black fog. No, it should be called a group of undead. These undead were all golden in color, as if they were made of gold. These golden skeletons were riding the same golden skeletons as them. They were all holding golden weapons in their hands, looking very mighty. And in the middle of these undead, there was a group of transparent skeletons. These skeletons had the same appearance as the golden skeletons, but they looked more advanced. In the middle of this group of undead was a vehicle. It was a very peculiar vehicle. The entire vehicle was made out of transparent bones that were pieced together to form the shape of a vehicle. For nearly transparent undead were driving the vehicle. Inside the vehicle was an undead. But this undead wasn't the same as the other undead. This undead was wearing a full set of armor. That's right, it was a full set of armor. It was a very beautiful golden armor. From afar, it looked like it was made of gold. But if you look carefully, you would see that the armor was the same as the vehicle. It was made of small bones, and the bones that made up the armor were golden and translucent. This person's helmet, shoulder pads, elbows, and knees were all made of golden skulls. Not only did it have a strong defensive ability, it also looked very frightening. But this person's breastplate was very special. It was made of golden translucent cow skulls. 2 horns protruded from his shoulders, slanting towards the sky. It looked very domineering. On his back, there was a cloak. The edges of the cloak were not neat, as if it had been worn for a long time. However, this did not make him look dispirited. On the contrary, it gave him a sense of vicissitudes. His helmet had a visor, but at this time, the visor was opened. He sat there quietly with 2 golden soul fires burning in his eye sockets, giving people a huge sense of oppression. As for the skulls that made his helmet, they seemed to be beastman skulls. Although the other parts of the skull looked like that of a human, there were 2 horns on his head, which made him look even more domineering. He was quietly standing inside the bone carriage, his body was motionless. However, his aura seemed to be announcing to everyone that he was a king among skeletons. When Lewis saw the undead, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed. As he accelerated the carriage towards the south of Oksu. It didn't take long before the undead discovered them. A small team of golden skeletons rushed towards them. At this time, Lewis opened the door of the war tank. Theo and the others quickly entered their magic armors and soared into the sky. Lewis was paying attention to their situation. He just told Theo and the others to not be too far away from the war tank. If they were close to the war tank, then the war tank would be able to provide them some support. If they were too far away, then it would be troublesome. Theo and the others were also experienced in combat. Therefore, they knew how to fight. They didn't engage in close combat with the undead. After they flew up, they immediately used their magic armors to fire energy beams towards the skeletons. However, what surprised Theo and the others was that the undead were very flexible. They dodged Theo and the others' attacks and quickly approached them. Theo and the others stared, then they were startled. They didn't think that the undead would be this flexible. Moreover, their speed was very fast. The magic armors were proud of their speed, but they couldn't get rid of the undead. Theo and the others immediately fired their bombs. After a loud explosion, the golden skeletons rushed out without any injuries. Upon seeing this, Theo couldn't help but stare. At this time, several energy beams hit one of the golden undead. The golden undead's body shook before it fell to the ground. Theo and the others stared, they looked down and saw the energy beams coming from the war tank. Their faces couldn't help but turn red as they immediately began to deal with the undead. At this time, the undead also noticed the war chariot on the ground. 10 undead immediately rushed towards the war chariot. Lewis drove the war chariot and madly rushed forward. Along the way, he kept firing energy beams at the undead. However, the undead were already cautious, so they weren't hit. Instead, they dodged the attacks one by one. Almost everyone noticed that the undead that fell to the ground didn't die. It's just that its soul fire dimmed a little when it was hit. But when it fell to the ground, a spatial rift suddenly appeared. The undead fell into the rift, and then the rift disappeared. Although most people didn't notice this, there was one person who did. It was the Skeleton King who was sitting in the bone carriage. The Skeleton King looked at the place where the golden skeletons disappeared and stared for a moment. Then he stood up and slowly walked to the side of the carriage. The crystal skeleton standing in front of the carriage quickly opened the door for him. The Skeleton King stepped out of the carriage and walked down step by step. At the same time, the entire skeleton team also stopped. Only the skeletons that were fighting with Theo and the others were still fighting. The other skeletons were motionless, they looked like statues. Before long, the Skeleton King landed on the ground. He walked towards the place where the golden skeletons disappeared and carefully looked at the ground. There was nothing on the map, there wasn't even a trace of energy fluctuation. This made the Skeleton King puzzled. At this time, another spatial rift suddenly appeared. Then a person came out of the rift. The Skeleton King just stood there and looked at the person who appeared in front of him. He didn't move at all. This person wore a black magic robe and had a blood-red crystal skeleton staff in his hand. He had a gentle smile on his face. His identity was clear, he was a dark mage. This person was Zhao Hai. When the skeletons came out of the dark mist, Kyer had already informed Zhao Hai of the situation. Because of this, Zhao Hai was paying attention to the situation. When he saw the golden skeleton fall from the sky, Zhao Hai couldn't help but receive it into the space. Although the space also issued a prompt, it was very short. It only said that the resistance of the robots in the space had been strengthened. However, the Skeleton King's actions made Zhao Hai curious. Because of this, he decided to personally meet the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King stared at Zhao Hai. At the same time, Zhao Hai was also sizing up the Skeleton King. To be honest, this was the first time that Zhao Hai had seen such an eye-catching skeleton. At this time, the Skeleton King sent a spiritual wave to Zhao Hai. This spiritual wave wasn't used to attack, it was used to communicate with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had also experienced this situation before. Therefore, he wasn't surprised. He immediately used his spiritual force to contact the other party. Sure enough, upon contact, Zhao Hai immediately felt an old but domineering voice. "Who are you? Where did you take my men?" Zhao Hai looked at the undead, then he smiled faintly and said, "Your Excellency should be the Underworld Skeleton King, right? I don't know if I guessed wrong?" The Skeleton King curiously looked at Zhao Hai, then he said, "Who are you? Where is this place? How do you know my identity? Are you the one who opened the spatial rift?" Zhao Hai looked at the Skeleton King and smiled faintly. "I don't have the ability to open a spatial rift. And to be honest, I don't want to open one. To be honest, I'm afraid that no plane would want to open a spatial rift to the underworld. What do you think?" Zhao Hai looked at the Skeleton King and smiled faintly. The Skeleton King looked at Zhao Hai, then he gently tilted his head. Obviously, he was very curious about Zhao Hai. Then he said, "You're an interesting person. You know that I'm the Skeleton King, and you know that we came from the underworld. But you don't seem to be afraid of us? Are you that strong?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I have some confidence in my strength. Most importantly, when you appeared, I had already evacuated everyone here. My relatives, my friends, and all the people I care about have already been evacuated. So even if you turn the sky upside down, it has nothing to do with me. As for your subordinate, I've already taken him away. I'm very curious about you, so I want to study you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You're right, I'm very confident in my strength. Most importantly, when you appeared, I had already evacuated everyone here." The flames in the Skeleton King's eyes suddenly rose, it seems like he was angry. The Skeleton King looked at Zhao Hai, then he calmly said, "You want to turn us into your slaves?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You can't say it like that, but it's almost the same. I have an ability that can turn all the undead that I catch into my servants." The flames in the Skeleton King's eyes became even brighter. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Human, I know that you're strong, but you must die." After saying that, Skeleton King put his hands into his cloak and touched his back. When he put his hands out, there were 2 golden axes in his hands, 2 wheel axes. The blades of the 2 axes looked like 2 huge semicircles with a diameter of about 1 meter. On the back of the axes, there was a curved spike. On the surface of the axes, there was an image of a skull. The handle of the axes looked like it was made of bones. When Zhao Hai saw the Skeleton King's appearance, he smiled faintly. Then he shook the magic staff in his hand, which instantly turned into a sword. This sword looked like a tang saber. The Skeleton King curiously looked at the sword in Zhao Hai's hand. However, he didn't say anything. Instead, his figure moved like a whirlwind towards Zhao Hai. Zhao found out that the Skeleton King's method of exerting force was very strange. His whole body was constantly rotating, while the 2 axes were being swung up. The axes were heavy weapons, so when they were swung up, they weighed 1 kilogram. The weight of the axes itself was very astonishing. However, when it came to Zhao Hai's level, this kind of attack wasn't enough. The weight of the weapon was useless against Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai used his tang saber to block the Skeleton King's axes. Dang! A huge force was transmitted from the tang saber. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that the Skeleton King's attack would be this strong. Even with his strength, he could still feel the strength of this attack. If it was an ordinary person, then they wouldn't be able to block this attack. Even a God-ranked expert wouldn't be able to do so. What made Zhao Hai feel strange was that the Skeleton King's strength was a lot stronger than an ordinary God-ranked expert. It seems like the Skeleton King had already reached God rank. However, he didn't use his domain. This made Zhao Hai feel very strange. However, since the Skeleton King didn't use his domain, then naturally, Zhao Hai didn't use it either. After blocking the attack, Zhao Hai's figure moved, then he immediately retreated. At this time, the Skeleton King's attacks were unceasingly rushing towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai discovered that the Skeleton King's attack wasn't just to reduce the strength of the axes. At the same time, it also made the Skeleton King's attacks unceasingly intertwined. As long as you take a step back, then you would have to keep retreating. At this time, Zhao Hai was in this situation. The Skeleton King's axes were like tornadoes that constantly revolved around Zhao Hai. It seems like the Skeleton King wanted to kill him. When Zhao Hai saw this situation, he knew that he couldn't drag on like this. With an idea, the tang saber in his hand instantly turned into a huge shield. It stood in front of him, blocking the Skeleton King's unceasing attacks. The Skeleton King didn't think that Zhao Hai would use this move. He also didn't think that the opponent's weapon could become this big. However, the Skeleton King's attacks didn't stop. The tornado was still revolving around Zhao Hai, looking for a flaw in Zhao Hai's defense. Zhao Hai held the shield in one hand while a blood-red sword suddenly appeared in his other hand. This sword had a thick back, so it wasn't light. Naturally, this sword was also transformed from the blood staff. Zhao Hai held the shield in one hand and the sword in the other, then he brandished the sword and attacked the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King's attack rhythm was finally disrupted. At this time, Zhao Hai held the shield in his hand to protect himself as he directly collided with the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King couldn't help but retreat a few steps. At this time, Zhao Hai jumped back and jumped out of the circle. The shield and the sword disappeared as the blood staff's appearance was restored. Zhao Hai looked at the Skeleton King's appearance, then he smiled faintly and said, "Your Excellency, I still have things to do, so I don't want to fight with you. When I have time in the future, I'll certainly come and ask for your advice." Then his figure disappeared. Although the two didn't fight for a long time, Zhao Hai could already feel that the Skeleton King was very strong. If he wanted to deal with the Skeleton King, then it would take a lot of effort. Because of this, Zhao Hai directly retreated. The time that the two fought was very short. And with Lewis and the others being attacked by the undead, they didn't pay attention to the situation here. When the Skeleton King saw that Zhao Hai had disappeared, the soul fire in his eyes burned even more vigorously. It was clear that he was enraged by Zhao Hai. He looked at Theo and the others who were fighting with the golden skeletons. Then he waved his hand as his axe disappeared. Then he waved his hand as a small group of crystal skeletons flew out from the skeletons and directly rushed towards Lewis' group. At this time, Lewis and the others couldn't run, nor could they fight back. They could only drag the battle on. They also knew that the city where their army was stationed wasn't very far. They hoped that the people in the camp would see their situation and come to support them. Otherwise, they would be in danger. Lewis' idea was correct. At this time, the people in their encampment had already discovered the situation here. 1,000 magic armors were already flying over to support them. But at this time, the crystal skeletons arrived in front of them and began to attack. Theo and the others couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. They didn't expect the attack of the undead to be this fierce. They actually couldn't block it. Before long, 4 magic armors were destroyed by the undead. They fell to the ground and shattered. Naturally, the people inside couldn't survive. When Theo saw this, he immediately had everyone throw out their bombs in order to block the crystal skeletons. They were waiting for reinforcements. Lewis's war chariot was also equipped with this type of bomb. He was constantly firing these bombs. This time, the bombs were very fast and were very numerous. They were able to block the undead, but they weren't able to cause any serious damage to them. At this time, their reinforcements arrived, and the two sides quickly engaged in a fierce battle. After making such a big move, it was impossible for the O'Neill family to not notice. Before long, a large number of magic armors and war tanks came out of the city and headed straight towards the battlefield. After returning to the bone carriage, the Skeleton King looked at the situation and knew that things wouldn't be good today. He waved his hand as the undead quickly left the battlefield. They slowly retreated towards the dark mist. Although the O'Neill family wanted to chase after them, they weren't able to gain any advantage. The Skeleton King looked at the undead and waved his hand. The Skeleton King and the others weren't too far away from the dark mist. Before long, they retreated into the dark mist. The O'Neill family's magic armors also chased after them. But once they entered the dark mist, the attacks of the skeletons immediately increased. It didn't take long before the magic armors were forced out. When the O'Neill family's general saw this, he couldn't help but order a retreat. After returning to the city, he immediately wrote a report about the situation and sent it to the Patriarch as fast as possible. After Zhao Hai returned to the Hell King's ship, Laura immediately greeted him and said, "Brother Hai, what's the situation? Is that really the Skeleton King? How strong is he?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It looks like the Skeleton King. He's very strong. Even the Supreme Elders wouldn't necessarily be his opponent even if they used their ultimate weapons. Moreover, I suspect that he's like the O'Neill family, not under Lu Wei's jurisdiction." As the two talked, they entered the cabin. Lizzie and the others were currently commanding the undead to deal with the people from the Pisces continent. It was much easier for them to deal with the people from the Pisces continent. This was because they had a lot of Sagittarius undead. These people were all from the Sagittarius continent. Naturally, they were now Zhao Hai's subordinates. Zhao Hai was also using their strength to the maximum. Because of this, the people from the Pisces continent simply couldn't resist Zhao Hai's attacks. This was also where Zhao Hai had the most advantage. The more he fought, the more subordinates he would have while the less enemies he would have. In this case, it was natural for him to have the upper hand. Seeing how focused Lizzie and the others were, the two didn't disturb them. Instead, they found a place to sit down. Meg served Zhao Hai tea, then Laura said, "Brother Hai, why do you say that? How do you know that they aren't under Lu Wei's jurisdiction?" Zhao Hai replied, "It's just a feeling. Think about it, Lu Wei handed the space over to the divine race. Because of this, he wanted the divine race to conquer all the planes in the space. However, the underworld is obviously stronger than the divine race. If the underworld is under Lu Wei's jurisdiction, then would he still support the divine race? A space only needs a royal clan. And it's clear that Lu Wei supports the divine race. If the underworld is under Lu Wei's jurisdiction, then their status would be higher than the divine race. This doesn't seem right, right? Also, didn't you notice? When the divine race fights, they would basically use their domain. Even the other races in the space would use their domain after reaching God rank. This seems to be a common feature of Lu Wei's space. But when the Skeleton King fought me, he didn't use his domain. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh, that's right. Laura nodded, then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, what do you mean? Because the divine race changed the Arc Continent's laws, the Arc Continent is now connected to other planes. Moreover, there are 2 planes that aren't under Lu Wei's jurisdiction? Zhao Hai nodded and said, most likely. If this is the case, then the situation in the cultivation realm might be more complicated than what we think. Think about it, Lu Wei doesn't allow people in the divine realm to study magic armors, and magic armors are products of a machine civilization. From this point, we can infer that Lu Wei might have a relationship with magic armors or a machine civilization. Because of this, he doesn't want to see anything related to a machine civilization in the space under his jurisdiction. The situation in the underworld is even more complicated. Almost all of the energies in the underworld are dark and poisonous. I remember that in the cultivation realm, there are devil cultivators, and devil cultivators like Lu Wei also have a grudge against them. Now that these 3 planes are connected, I'm afraid that this isn't a good thing. Zhao Hai nodded and said, actually, I don't think that this is a good thing. Laura knit her brows and said, Brother Hai, you're saying that this matter might cause chaos in the cultivation realm? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I don't know if this will cause chaos in the cultivation realm. But from this matter, we can infer that the cultivation realm is divided into different forces. And since we have enmity with Lu Wei, we would appear to be Lu Wei's accomplice. When the time comes, not only would we have to deal with Lu Wei's pursuit, we would also have to deal with Lu Wei's enemies. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I don't know if this will cause chaos in the cultivation realm. But from this, we can infer that the cultivation realm is divided into different forces. When Zhao Hai said this, Laura's expression couldn't help but change. She anxiously said, Brother Hai, what do we do? We can't just stand there, right? After we ascend, wouldn't the situation be even more difficult? Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, I'm afraid that's the case. But I want to see if we can ascend in the Atlanta plane or the underworld. After we ascend, we might be able to escape Lu Wei's pursuit. As long as we can escape Lu Wei's pursuit, then with the space's ability, we should be able to establish ourselves in the cultivation realm. At that time, even if Lu Wei wants to deal with us, he wouldn't be able to do so. Laura didn't think that Zhao Hai would have this idea. She looked at Zhao Hai and said, Is this okay? Big Brother Hai, when did you get this idea? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, When we were fighting the Skeleton King reminded me. If the underworld and the Atlanta plane aren't under Lu Wei's control, then after we ascend, we would need to stay away from Lu Wei. Perhaps we might ascend to Lu Wei's enemy's territory. When that time comes, it wouldn't be easy for Lu Wei to deal with us. Laura nodded and said, If that's the case, then that would be the best. It's worth a try. But Brother Hai, isn't your energy still increasing? Moreover, there are still a lot of things that need to be dealt with. What would happen if we ascend? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, What I said can only be considered as a backup plan. Do you think that the Atlanta plane is easy to reach? I just have this idea. Let's try our best to go in this direction. What we need to do right now is to do what we wanted to do before. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Don't worry. Laura nodded, then she turned her head to look at the monitor. At this time, Lizzie and the others were commanding the undead to deal with the Pisces tribe. Zhao Hai and Laura weren't worried about this. With Lizzie and Megan's methods, as well as the fact that the Pisces tribe didn't have any supreme elders to help them, the 2 of them could deal with the Pisces tribe easily. Just as Zhao Hai thought, Lizzie and Megan were able to deal with the Pisces tribe without any problems. At this time, Zhao Hai was leading the undead of several continents. The result of dealing with a single continent was self-evident. Seeing that there were no problems with the Pisces continent, Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and said, Since there are no problems with the Pisces continent, should we think about the next step? Laura looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly, Brother Hai, what do you plan to do? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Didn't the foreign races send their troops? We should also prepare to support the foreign races at any time. With the help of the foreign races, dealing with the supreme elders shouldn't be a problem. As long as we deal with the Supreme Elders, we can immediately move on to the O'Neill family. At this point, the underworld has already begun to move. We need to speed up our plans. Zhao Hai nodded and said. Laura nodded and said, Brother Hai, I think we should do this. Since we have enough troops, it would be better for us to deal with 2 continents at once. Naturally, we'll leave the Leo continent to the foreign races. As long as the Supreme Elders know that the other divines have been destroyed and the Leo continent is under attack, they would certainly go and settle accounts with the foreign races. When that time comes, we'll be able to deal with them and get our hands on their combat suits. Zhao Hai nodded and said, That's right. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Laura and said, All right, we'll deal with 2 continents at the same time. Besides the Leo continent, we'll choose another continent to deal with. While Zhao Hai was thinking about his next target, the O'Neill family was worried about this matter. Before, the dark mist was constantly expanding. The undead inside never came out. But now, the situation was different. The undead were now coming out. Moreover, they were very strong. And this was only a small group. If more undead were to come out, how would the O'Neill family deal with them? Because of this, the O'Neill family's people in the Oxu Empire's defensive line immediately reported the situation back to the family. They were waiting for the family's reply. During this process, the people in the defensive line were very careful. The number of sentries that were stationed at night had increased by a lot. These people were very clear that the fighting strength of the undead during the day would be reduced to a certain degree. But at night, their fighting strength would increase. In the past, the undead didn't come out of the dark mist. But now, they were already out of the dark mist. If they were to come out during the day, then what would happen if they came out at night? Thinking of this, the O'Neill family's people in the northern defensive line became even more careful. They didn't want to become ghosts under the blades of the undead. The speed of the O'Neill family's letter delivery was now a lot faster than before. This was because of the Patriarch's arrangement. Between the Oxu Empire's defensive line and the Divine Realm's spatial rift, the O'Neill family had built a lot of relay stations along the way. If there was an urgent letter, they could send magic armor pilots to deliver it. While delivering the letter, the pilots could rest in the relay station while the magic armors could also change their energy storage equipment. Zhao Hai was also very happy. The reason why the Patriarch did this was to make it more convenient for them to communicate. As a Patriarch, he knew very well how important this kind of communication was to a family. When the report was placed on the table of the O'Neill family's Patriarch, the O'Neill family's Patriarch couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that something would happen to the northern defensive line. This made the last trace of hesitation in his heart disappear. After receiving Axe's report, the O'Neill family's Patriarch was still hesitant about whether or not they should take the risk to go to the continent that Axe had just discovered. In any case, the enemy had already been discovered. If they were to go there now, wouldn't it be like the Ark continent? Wouldn't that be even more embarrassing? However, this letter made the O'Neill family's Patriarch decide to shift the family's focus to the south. The reason why the O'Neill family's Patriarch did this was because the south was closer to the family's headquarters. Because of this, he wanted to shift the family's focus to the south. Additionally, the dark mist was very dangerous. This was the innate dark mist. The Patriarch knew how dangerous it was. On the other hand, Axe's newly discovered continent wasn't too dangerous. It wasn't any smaller than the Ark continent. This was very important for the family. Because of this, after receiving the letter from the northern defensive line, the O'Neill family's Patriarch immediately sent an old man to Axe's new continent to observe. The O'Neill family's Patriarch was still worried about Axe. After all, Axe's actions in the Ark continent weren't very successful. After listening to Zhao Hai's report, Axe immediately returned home. He didn't personally go to the Ark continent. If he did, then the O'Neill family wouldn't have fallen into an awkward situation. Although they decided to go south, the O'Neill family still didn't relax their surveillance of the northern defensive line. The undead were too strong, they needed to be careful. While the O'Neill family was preparing to move to the Divine Realm, the foreign race's army also arrived at the Leo continent. Recently, the atmosphere in the Leo continent was getting more and more tense. This was because after being attacked by Zhao Hai, they had been suppressing their anger. They were waiting for Zhao Hai to come to the Leo continent so that they could teach him a lesson. However, Zhao Hai didn't come to the Leo continent. They believed that the other divines would be destroyed one by one. This made the Leo divines more and more startled. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this strong. However, the Leo divines didn't forget that they were divines. The fire in their hearts was getting stronger and stronger. They were ready to go all out against Zhao Hai. But at this time, the foreign races' attack came. The divines and the foreign races already had enmity. And now that the Leo divines were in a bad mood, the foreign races actually took the opportunity to attack. This made the Leo divines even angrier. A war began to unfold between the Leo divines and the foreign races. The foreign races were a coalition of 3 continents. Their total army exceeded 50 million. The Leo divines had the advantage of terrain and manpower. Their army was also a lot. However, the foreign races sent their army while the Leo divines had the help of the fishmen. Because of this, both sides couldn't do anything to each other. Zhao Hai was naturally aware of the situation. In the entire divine realm, besides the Leo divines, there were only the Gemini continent and the Aquarius continent left. The other continents had already been destroyed by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was now preparing to deal with the Gemini continent and the Aquarius continent. After Zhao Hai carefully understood the situation of the Gemini continent and the Aquarius continent, he discovered that these 2 continents were the most difficult to deal with in the divine realm. Zhao Hai's discovery wasn't strange. He didn't have a good understanding of the divine realm before. He didn't know what the races of the divine realm were good at. Only after he fought with them would he know what they were good at. The reason why the Gemini continent and the Aquarius continent were difficult to deal with was because these 2 races had their own unique characteristics. For example, the Gemini continent was really worthy of this name. The probability of twins in the Gemini continent was much higher compared to the other continents. On average, 5 out of 10 families would give birth to twins. This probability was really shocking. And because the twins grew up together, they practiced martial arts together. With the twins' innate tacit understanding, their fighting strength was much stronger than other people. Because of this, the Gemini continent was recognized as a very difficult continent to deal with in the divine realm. On the other hand, the Aquarius continent was another continent that was difficult to deal with. They didn't have many twins, but the Aquarius continent was the best place in the divine realm to concoct all kinds of potions. The potions they concocted were very strange and had a variety of functions. They were basically limited to detoxifying poisons, increasing one's cultivation, healing injuries, and other common things. Their potions also had a lot of strange functions. Because of their potions, the people of the Aquarius continent were existences that nobody in the divine realm dared to provoke. It was just like the dark mages of the Ark continent. In fact, the various races of the divine realm had their own characteristics. Although they were collectively called the divine race, the characteristics of each race were different. The Gemini continent had more twins, the Aquarius continent had more medicine, the Central continent had the most magnanimous people, the Leo continent had the most domineering people, and so on. These were the characteristics of each race. Some of the characteristics were shown on the outside, while others were shown on the inside. Zhao Hai wasn't very clear about this before. But after fighting with the divine race, Zhao Hai understood that the divines weren't easy to deal with. The people of the Central continent looked very magnanimous on the surface, but they were also very arrogant. They wouldn't care about ordinary offenses and would use their identity as a Central continent citizen. Because they were from the Central continent, they didn't care about small offenses. However, when Zhao Hai destroyed the connecting heaven palace, the people of the Central continent went crazy. This was because their arrogance couldn't bear such a blow. It was like a prince being slapped by a beggar. They couldn't bear such humiliation. Seeing the Leo continent and the foreign races fighting, Zhao Hai didn't have any intention to help. He wanted to let the supreme elders know that the foreign races were meddling in this matter. He wanted to use this time to deal with the Gemini continent and the Aquarius continent. Although the Gemini continent and the Aquarius continent were very difficult to deal with for the divine race, they weren't necessarily hard to deal with for Zhao Hai. The Gemini continent was very troublesome, but the Aquarius continent wasn't a threat to Zhao Hai. The people of the Aquarius continent were good at using potions. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's subordinates were the undead. These undead were immune to the potions of the Aquarius continent. Because of this, Zhao Hai thought that the Aquarius continent was very easy to deal with. On the other hand, the Gemini continent was very difficult to deal with. The tacit understanding between the twin brothers of the Gemini continent was very hard to fathom. The power that the two of them could display when joining forces was definitely beyond the power of three people. Therefore, Zhao Hai focused most of his attention on the Gemini continent. Although the people from the Gemini continent were very difficult to deal with, Zhao Hai was able to deal with them with ease. After all, he had the advantage in numbers. At this time, the barbarians had already moved to the space. On the other hand, the Winged Pegasus clan was still fighting with the 9 Supreme Elders. At this point, the 9 Supreme Elders couldn't use their combat suits for long periods of time. For example, Zhao Hai commanded his undead to attack day and night. In this aspect, the 9 Supreme Elders couldn't compare. It was precisely because of this that the 9 Supreme Elders couldn't attack the Winged Pegasus clan for long periods of time. Zhao Hai's undead couldn't be compared to the 9 Supreme Elders. Because of this, the 9 Supreme Elders couldn't attack the Winged Pegasus clan very smoothly. The 9 Supreme Elders had overestimated themselves. In their opinion, Zhao Hai alone could cause chaos in the divine realm. Why couldn't the 9 of them do the same? However, they forgot one thing. Zhao Hai had hundreds of millions of undead by his side while they only had 9 people. This gap wasn't easy to make up for. Yes, no one from the Winged Pegasus clan was a match for the 9 Supreme Elders. However, the Winged Pegasus clan didn't need to pay too much of a price to deal with the 9 Supreme Elders. The reason why the Winged Pegasus clan suffered so many casualties when they fought the 9 Supreme Elders was because they weren't very familiar with the 9 Supreme Elders. Although the 9 Supreme Elders were strong, they couldn't last for long. The Winged Pegasus clan didn't know this in the beginning. But after fighting a few times, they knew that the Winged Pegasus clan had experienced hundreds of battles. They weren't idiots, so naturally, they would think of ways to deal with the 9 Supreme Elders. In the following period of time, the Winged Pegasus clan's method of dealing with the 9 Supreme Elders was to use a loose formation to entangle them. This way, the 9 Supreme Elders wouldn't be able to use their full strength. After fighting for a while, the 9 Supreme Elders would have to rest. Because of this, the Winged Pegasus clan's losses weren't that big. This made the Winged Pegasus clan's patriarch even more confident. At this time, the barbarian patriarch, Xian, and the others arrived at the Winged Pegasus continent. They appeared in Xian's room. After entering the space, the barbarian patriarch no longer regretted his decision. The environment inside the space was very good, much better than the Winged Pegasus clan. This made the barbarian patriarch very happy. Because of this, the barbarian patriarch immediately followed Xian and the others to the Winged Pegasus continent. Xian was anxious because he knew that they didn't have much time left. The O'Neill family had already entered the space while Zhao Hai was entangled with the divine race. Even if the Winged Pegasus clan managed to block the 9 Supreme Elders, they would still have to face the O'Neill family's attack. To be honest, Xian wasn't confident that the Winged Pegasus clan could block the O'Neill family's attack. Because of this, Xian wanted his clansmen to enter the space as soon as possible. Xian knew why Zhao Hai had done so much. Now that Zhao Hai didn't help, Xian couldn't blame him. This time, besides Xian and the others, there were only 20 barbarian guards that followed the barbarian patriarch. However, when these people came out of Xian's room, they immediately attracted the attention of the Winged Pegasus clan. A lot of Winged Pegasus clan members immediately surrounded them. Xian didn't show any fear as he looked at the people surrounding them. Then he said, "Quickly go and report that the barbarian patriarch has arrived." When Xian said this, the Winged Pegasus clan members couldn't help but stare. They didn't think that Xian would lie about this matter. Moreover, the barbarians were very recognizable. Because of this, the Winged Pegasus clan members immediately went to report. On the other hand, the other Winged Pegasus clan members had complicated expressions as they looked at Xian. In the past, Xian's prestige in the clan was very high. Many Winged Pegasus clan members were optimistic about Xian. But now, Xian was a sinner. Moreover, after the patriarch's vigorous propaganda, Xian had become a traitor. He was someone who wanted to turn the Winged Pegasus clan into slaves. Shan saw the expressions of these people, but he didn't care. After talking with Zhao Hai, Shan had already thought it through. Just like what Zhao Hai said, Shan didn't care about how these people looked at him. He just wanted to do what he thought was right. Shan didn't care about these people's opinions. He just wanted to do what he thought was right. Shan and the others didn't stop and went straight to the Winged Pegasus clan's imperial palace. When they arrived in front of the imperial palace, they saw the Winged Pegasus patriarch greeting the barbarian patriarch. No matter what, the barbarians were their allies. Moreover, they were strong allies. The Winged Pegasus patriarch needed to give them some face. Upon seeing the barbarian patriarch, the Winged Pegasus patriarch immediately greeted him. With a smile on his face, the Winged Pegasus patriarch said, "Brother Jinsong, how come you have time to visit us? Please come in." The Winged Pegasus patriarch didn't even look at Shan, who was standing on the side. It was as if this person didn't exist at all. This attitude of his showed his current thoughts. Seeing the Winged Pegasus patriarch's appearance, Jinsong couldn't help but laugh and said, "Brother Ifei is too polite. How could I trouble you to personally come out and greet me?" Then the two walked towards the royal palace. Before long, they arrived at the Great Hall and sat down. Some people with status in the Winged Pegasus clan were already waiting to welcome Jinsong. Moreover, there was also a banquet in the Great Hall. After Ifei invited Jinsong to sit down, he returned to the main seat and had the servants serve the dishes. After the dishes were served, Ifei raised his glass and said, "Brother Jinsong, I'm very happy that you came to our Winged Pegasus clan today. Unfortunately, time was short and I wasn't prepared enough. I hope you can forgive me." Jinsong smiled faintly, then he raised his glass and said, "I know that the Winged Pegasus clan is currently in a special period. For Brother Ifei to be prepared to this degree is already beyond my expectations. Brother Ifei doesn't need to be polite." Ifei proudly laughed and said, "Brother Jinsong, what are you talking about? What Supreme Elders? I think they're only SOSO. They haven't been able to pose a threat to the Winged Pegasus clan. There's nothing to worry about." Jinsong smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He just raised his glass and drank with Ifei. On the other hand, Shan's expression was calm. He knew that Ifei's words were meant for him to hear. However, he didn't care. At this time, Shan felt pity for Ifei. The Winged Pegasus didn't know what was going on, he thought that he had everything under control. Ifei looked at Shan's expressionless face. He knew that he couldn't do anything to Shan. However, he thought that Shan came here to ask Jinsong to plead for him to return to the Winged Pegasus clan. Ifei had already decided that Shan would agree to let Ifei return to the Winged Pegasus clan. This would show his magnanimity. After drinking a mouthful of wine, Zhang Ifei went straight to the point and asked Man Jinsong, "Brother Jinsong, you didn't come here just to drink with me, right? Brother Jinsong, if you have something to say, then please say it." Jinsong looked at Ifei and said, "I don't believe it. Brother Ifei, I wanted to come to the Winged Pegasus clan for a long time. However, there have been too many things happening in the clan recently. Therefore, I didn't have the time. Today, I came to see Brother Ifei for one thing. I hope that Brother Ifei can agree to let the Winged Pegasus clan move to Mr. Zhao Hai's space as soon as possible." When Man Jinsong said this, Ifei couldn't help but stare. He didn't expect Man Jinsong to be a lobbyist this time. This was completely different from what he expected. Ifei's expression turned gloomy as he looked at Man Jinsong and said, "Brother Jinsong, are you joking with me? Why should I enter Zhao Hai's space? The Supreme Elders of the Divine Race can't do anything to me. Why should I enter the space? I'll become Zhao Hai's slave." Jinsong looked at Ifei and said, "Brother Ifei, do you really think that you can stop the Supreme Elders? The Supreme Elders haven't gone all out yet. Once they do, then things wouldn't be as easy as it is now." Ifei looked at Jinsong and said with a gloomy expression, "Brother Jinsong, what do you mean by that? Are you looking down on the Winged Pegasus clan?" Jinsong shook his head and said, "No, the barbarians and the Winged Pegasus have been cooperating for a long time. I'm very clear about the strength of the Winged Pegasus clan. It's just that Brother Ifei still doesn't know about the situation outside. Mr. Zhao has already destroyed the Central Divines, the Cancer Divines, the Capricorn Divines, the Sagittarius Divines, and the Taurus Divines. At the same time, he's also dealing with the other divines. This situation has already been made known to the foreign races, so they have already sent troops to deal with the divines. If the Supreme Elders were to know about this, then they wouldn't hold back and would go all out to deal with the Winged Pegasus clan. Yifei's expression couldn't help but change. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this strong. He had already destroyed several divine races. 10 Shots knew that the divine race would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Once they knew about the divine race's situation, they would surely go crazy. When the time comes, would the Winged Pegasus clan be able to block the attacks of the Supreme Elders? Zhang Yifei really did not have much confidence. After all, the divine race's Grand Elder's reputation was out there. Ding looked at Yifei and said, "Brother Yifei, I'll tell you the truth. The reason why I haven't visited the Winged Pegasus clan in the past few days was because I was busy moving the clan to Mr. Zhao Hai's space. Now that all of us barbarians have moved to Mr. Zhao Hai's space, the environment is very good. Not only do we no longer need to fight, we also don't need to worry about food and drink. Moreover, no matter what we want, we can get it with our own hands, don't say that." Without waiting for Man Jinsong to speak, Yifei immediately interrupted him. He looked at Man Jinsong and said, "What the barbarians want to do is your own business. We, the Winged Pegasus clan, will never enter the space and become Zhao Hai's slaves. What's so great about the divine race? Even their Supreme Elder couldn't do anything to us." Man Jinsong nodded and said, "You're right." Zhang Yifei was listening to Jinsong's words. Originally, he wanted to make a move, but when he saw Shan's expressionless face, Zhang Yifei immediately changed his mind. He thought, if Zhao Hai enters the space, then wouldn't Shan become a joke? Because of this point, Zhang Yifei decided to interrupt Jinsong's words. Jinsong didn't say anything, he didn't say anything. When Jinsong heard Yifei, he didn't give up. He just sighed and said, "Brother Yifei, I won't hide it from you. Some time ago, we sent troops to help Mr. deal with the O'Neill family. At this time, they have already entered the Taurus continent. It wouldn't take long for them to discover the space where our 3 clans are. When the time comes, war would break out. Brother Yifei, do you really want the Winged Pegasus clan to fall into an endless war?" Upon hearing Man Jinsong, Yifei's expression turned even uglier. He looked at Man Jinsong and said, "Brother Jinsong, are you serious? Didn't Zhao Hai say that he's going to block the O'Neill family at the spatial rift?" Upon hearing Yifei, the other Winged Pegasus clan members couldn't help but change their expressions. "You said that you didn't give Zhao Hai any face. You doubted Zhao Hai for everything. But at this time, you thought of Zhao Hai. Your face is really thick." Jinsong was also secretly despising Yifei. However, he didn't show it on his face. He just said, "In order to force the Supreme Elders to return to the Divine Realm, Mr. sent all of his troops to deal with the Divines. There weren't a lot of troops left at the spatial rift. Moreover, the O'Neill family sent a lot of troops this time. This allowed the O'Neill family to rush in." Yifei looked at Jinsong and said, "Brother Jinsong, did you get this information from this place?" Jinsong replied, "It's what Mr. Zhao Hai said." "Why? Is there a problem?" Yifei laughed and said, "There's a problem. Of course there's a problem, a big problem. Why would I believe Zhao Hai? Maybe he deliberately said that in order to trick us into entering the space." Man Jinsong stared, he didn't expect Zhang Yifei to say such words. At this time, would Zhang Yifei use such words to deceive them? What exactly was going on in this person's head? Jinsong anxiously said, "Brother Yifei, I believe that Mr. Zhao Hai wouldn't use this kind of thing to trick us. If the O'Neill family really came, then what would you do?" Yifei waved his hand and said, "Even if the O'Neill family came, I don't believe that they would be stronger than the Supreme Elders. We have already blocked the Supreme Elders, so why should we be afraid of the O'Neill family?" Jinsong, when did your barbarians become cowards? Just because of a few words, you got scared into the space and became their slaves. And you still have the nerve to persuade me. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "What are you talking about?" When Jinsong heard Yifei, his expression couldn't help but change. Yifei's words weren't just insulting him, they were also insulting the entire barbarian race. How could Jinsong bear this? Jinsong stared at Yifei and then stood up. He looked at Yifei and said, Yifei, don't be so shameless. How strong is your winged Pegasus clan compared to the other divine races? Mr. Zhao Hai has already destroyed a lot of divine races. If he wants to deal with you, wouldn't it be as easy as turning his hand? Why would he lie to you? Aren't you overestimating yourself? Who do you think you are? Upon hearing Jinsong, Yifei couldn't help but sneer as he said, what's wrong? You're anxious because you can't win against me? Alright, if Zhao Hai really wants to destroy the winged Pegasus clan, then let him come. If I frown, then I'm no longer a winged Pegasus. Jinsong looked at Yifei's roguish appearance and couldn't help but feel bitter. After some time, he calmed down and sneered at Yifei, I think Mr. Zhao Hai doesn't have time to waste on you. Let the O'Neill family and the underworld deal with you. Let's go. Then he stood up and turned around to leave. Right at this time, Jean Yifei suddenly said in a solemn voice, scared, brute Jinsong, you want to leave just like this? Jinsong turned around, killing intent surged out from his body. He looked at Yifei and said, what? Yifei? Do you want to leave me here? Yifei looked at Jinsong and sneered, yes, I won't leave you here. However, Sean can't leave. He's a winged Pegasus. Moreover, he's wanted by the winged Pegasus clan. He can't leave. Man Jinsong looked at Yifei and sneered, Yifei, you should know better than anyone what your warrant is about. Fei and Barbarian Ding are also wanted by you. Do you want them to stay as well? Yifei, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but if Sean and the other two wanted to assassinate you, do you think you'd still be alive? Don't try to show off your patriarch's prestige in front of me. Today, I'll be taking Sean away. What do you want? Yifei looked at Ding and sneered, don't forget whose territory this is. You actually dared to talk to me like that in my winged Pegasus clan. Do you really not want to leave? Ding laughed and said, my barbarian race has never been afraid of death. Dying in battle is an honor. What? You want to threaten me with death? You're dreaming. At this time, outside the hall, Ding's guards also gathered. They rushed into the hall from outside. Naturally, the winged Pegasus guards didn't agree. The two sides had already clashed. When the winged Pegasus saw this, they couldn't help but stare. Then their expressions turned ugly. If something happened to Jinsong here, then the barbarians wouldn't agree. The winged Pegasus clan shouldn't be fighting with the barbarians at this time. At this time, the winged Pegasus members in the hall discovered that Yifei had gone completely crazy. He had turned into an arrogant and selfish madman. At this time, a person suddenly appeared in the hall. This person was wearing a black magic robe. He didn't seem to have anything special about him. However, when he appeared in the hall immediately turned quiet. Everyone's eyes were focused on this person. This person was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai appeared in the hall. He looked at Yifei and the other members of the winged Pegasus clan and said, I didn't think that this Zhao Hai would be so careful. But you actually thought that I, Zhao Hai, would make you my slaves? I, Zhao Hai, already have more than 1 billion undead in my hands. Yet, I want you to be my slaves? You winged Pegasus people really think highly of yourselves. Alright, if you don't want to enter the space, then I won't stop you. If you don't want to enter, then don't enter. There's nothing special about it. When Yifei saw Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. He had seen Zhao Hai once before. After dealing with the Taurus divines, the patriarchs of the 3 clans went to visit Zhao Hai. To be honest, Yifei's impression of Zhao Hai wasn't very good at that time. This was because Zhao Hai looked too ordinary. He didn't have any special characteristics. This was the reason why he looked down on Zhao Hai. However, he didn't expect Zhao Hai to suddenly appear in the hall. When Zhao Hai appeared, Yifei stared. Then his eyes lit up. It seemed like he had grasped onto Zhao Hai's weakness. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, tell me, do you have the ability to save us? Did you just stand on the side and watch? Tell me, am I right? Zhao Hai looked at Yifei, then he smiled faintly and said, Yifei, you're very smart. Unfortunately, you didn't use your intelligence in the right place. You're right, when the Supreme Elders attacked you, I could have come to help you at any time. It's just that I didn't want to do so. When Zhao Hai said this, the winged Pegasus people immediately went into chaos. The winged Pegasus people thought that Zhao Hai didn't have the time to save them. Now that Zhao Hai said this, it meant that he wanted to use the Supreme Elders to force them into the space. This was a completely different matter. Yifei proudly looked at Ding and Fei, then he sneered and said, "It's good that you think so. So you want to use the divine race to force us into your space, right?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, I want to use the divine race to force you into the space." Yifei laughed and said, "Jinsong, Fei, Shan, do you see him? This is Mr. Zhao Hai who has been helping you all this time." Ha ha ha. This is too funny. Jinsong looked at Yifei and sneered, "Is it funny? We already knew about this matter. Mr. has his own difficulties. Right now, not only are the Supreme Elders outside, there's also the O'Neill family. Besides the O'Neill family, there's also the underworld's dark mist in the Ark continent. The undead there are stronger than the divine race. Besides these, the divine race's deity also wants to deal with us. Do you really think that with the strength of our clans, we would be able to stop them?" After saying this, Jinsong paused for a moment. He turned his head to the other winged Pegasus clansman and said, "When Mr. Zhao Hai dealt with the Taurus divines, we didn't need to send troops. However, we didn't want to receive Mr.'s kindness. Because of this, we had to send troops. We wanted to have more say in front of Mr. Mr. didn't say anything, he respected our decision. However, after the war, our 3 clans suffered huge losses. At this time, we began to blame Mr. We blamed Mr. for allowing us to send troops, causing us to suffer huge losses. Everyone, tell me honestly, did you really trust Mr.? What happened after that? When we heard that the divines were going to attack us, we said that we would help Mr. deal with the Taurus divines. This was Mr.'s kindness. Mr. should unconditionally save us. Let me ask you, why?" At this point, Jinsong looked at them and said, "Why would Mr. save us? We don't trust Mr., yet we blame him. Facing such an ally, would you save him?" The other winged Pegasus clansmen listened to Jinsong's words. They couldn't help but recognize that Jinsong was right. They didn't trust Zhao Hai, so why should Zhao Hai save them? Jinsong looked at them and said, "Even so, Mr. still helped us in silence. Because of the war with the Taurus divines, our 3 clans had suffered huge losses. We had no choice but to return to the space to recuperate. If it weren't for Mr., would we have rested for so long? I'm afraid that the divine race's army would have already arrived. But now, you're still doubting Mr. How ridiculous." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he turned to Jinsong and said, "Patriarch Jinsong, there's no need for you to say anything. As for why Yifei didn't want to enter the space, he should know better than anyone else. I just didn't think that the other winged Pegasus clansmen would be the same as him. They knew what was going on, but they pretended that they didn't. For such a clan, this Zhao Hai disdained to save them. Let them leave." As soon as he heard Zhao Hai, Shan immediately knelt in front of Zhao Hai and said, "Mr., please ask the winged Pegasus clan for help. Otherwise, we'll be done for." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "In this case, what can I do?" "I'm sorry, Shan, but I can't do anything right now." As soon as Shan heard Zhao Hai, his complexion turned ashen. After some time, he clenched his teeth as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I asked Mr. to eliminate Yifei. This way, the winged Pegasus clan won't be able to stop our people from entering the space." Zhao Hai and everyone else in the hall stared. Nobody thought that Shan would make such a request to Zhao Hai. This was tantamount to a public rebellion. The other people in the hall stared blankly at Shan, especially the winged Pegasus clan members. The winged Pegasus clan members in the hall were people with high status. It can be said that they watched Shan grow up. They knew what kind of person Shan was. However, none of them thought that Shan would say something like this. At this moment, all eyes in the Great Hall were focused on Shan. Shan didn't move as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr., it's not that I want to rebel. Mr., please think about it. If you don't kill everyone who opposes the idea of entering the space, then my winged Pegasus clan would be exterminated. Compared to my clan, the lives of a few people are nothing. Mr., please make your move." Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai stared. To be honest, he didn't want to make a move. He knew that if he wanted to deal with Yifei, then it would be very easy. However, if he made a move today, then Fei and Jinsong would have more concerns. This would be very disadvantageous for Zhao Hai. Most importantly, if this matter were to spread to the vassal races and the foreign races, then Zhao Hai would encounter more troubles in the future. In fact, when Zhao Hai was dealing with the divines, he encountered a lot of vassal races. However, these vassal races' attitude towards Zhao Hai had always been lukewarm. This made Zhao Hai very unhappy with the foreign races. If Zhao Hai intervened in the Winged Pegasus clan's matters, then the vassal races might come looking for trouble. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't want to see. But now that Shan asked him, he couldn't refuse. In fact, if Shan asked him to make a move, then the nature of the matter would change. If Shan didn't ask Zhao Hai to make a move, then it would be tantamount to interfering with the internal affairs of the Winged Pegasus clan. But now that Shan asked him, it would be the same as the Winged Pegasus clan asking him for help. The nature of the matter was completely different. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't care about what other people thought about this matter. Perhaps in other people's eyes, Shan and Zhao Hai were just putting on a show. Zhao Hai hesitated for a moment before he turned his head to look at Jinsong. Although Jinsong was a straightforward barbarian, he understood what Zhao Hai meant at this time. Jinsong replied, "Mister, if killing a person can save an entire clan, then Jinsong would like to ask Mister to make a move." When Yifei saw this, he couldn't help but panic. He screamed, "Zhao Hai, you dare! If you make a move on me, then the Winged Pegasus clan wouldn't let you off." Zhao Hai looked at Yifei as if he was looking at a clown. He coldly said, "The Winged Pegasus clan wouldn't let me off? Ha ha ha. Do you think that this Zhao Hai would be afraid of your Winged Pegasus clan? If it weren't for Shan and the others, then I would have slaughtered your Winged Pegasus clan. Do you think that this Zhao Hai hasn't done enough to exterminate humans?" When Zhao Hai said this, Yifei couldn't help but stare. He knew that Zhao Hai's words weren't false. Ever since Zhao Hai entered the divine realm, he had killed more people than the entire Winged Pegasus clan. Moreover, he had already killed several divines. Why would he care about the Winged Pegasus clan? At this moment, Zhang Yifei suddenly realized that the things he was greedy for before were not worth mentioning. In the face of absolute strength, power and status were just sand towers by the sea. When the waves came, there would be nothing left. After thinking about this, Yifei immediately knelt down towards Zhao Hai and said, "I ask Mister to spare my life. I'm willing to take my people to the space." Zhang Yifei's actions were even more shameful. However, in order to survive, Zhang Yifei didn't hesitate to do it. Zhao Hai looked at Yifei and said, "It's too late for you to save us. To be honest, I've had enough of you people. Do you really think that by threatening me with the lives of your clans, I would be afraid of you? Stop dreaming." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand. In the next moment, Yifei's head was in his hand. Nobody saw how he did it. Zhao Hai turned his head to the Winged Pegasus clan and said, "Is there anyone else who opposes this?" The Winged Pegasus clan members looked at the bloody head in Zhao Hai's hand. Nobody dared to speak. Looking at the head, who would want to say no, Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Since everyone agrees, then it's easy to do. Go and prepare. I'll go and see how the 9 Supreme Elders are doing." After he said that, Zhao Hai walked out. Fei and the others quickly followed. Shan stayed behind. With the death of the patriarch, the one with the highest prestige in the clan was now Speaker Feng. Speaker Feng was still a speaker, so the clansmen were now looking at him. Since Speaker Feng and Shan were on the same side, and Zhao Hai was still in the Winged Pegasus continent, the Winged Pegasus clan didn't dare to obstruct them. The migration of the Winged Pegasus clan to the space has officially begun. At this time, Zhao Hai took out the Hell King's ship. Fei, Jinsong, and the others were already on the ship. Then they found 2 people from the Winged Pegasus clan to guide them as they headed towards the place where the Supreme Elders were. It was still daytime, the time when the Supreme Elders were active. Gold Ben and the others were currently dealing with the Winged Pegasus clan. The Winged Pegasus clan members were too slippery. They simply didn't want to face the Winged Pegasus clan head-on. They were like a swarm of flies, causing the Winged Pegasus clan members to be annoyed. These days, Gold Ben and the others were about to explode. They knew that the longer they stayed here, the more losses they would suffer. However, they couldn't go back right now. Once they go back, their plans would be ruined. Sooner or later, they would be killed by Zhao Hai. Because of this, even if the divines were to be destroyed by Zhao Hai, they still had to persist. There was no other way. Gold Ben and the others could only vent their hatred on the Winged Pegasus clan. Because of this, their attacks on the Winged Pegasus clan became even fiercer. However, they were still surrounded by the Winged Pegasus cavalry. The first attack was loud but the rain was small. On this day, while Gold Ben and the others were fighting against the Winged Pegasus cavalry, Elder Star, who was resting, suddenly saw a small golden dot approaching. When the dot got closer, Elder Star discovered that it was Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship. When enemies meet, their eyes would turn red. Upon seeing Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship, Elder Star's eyes turned red. However, he didn't immediately attack Zhao Hai. Instead, he calmed down and stared at the approaching Hell King's ship. He looked like a wounded beast that was preparing for revenge. While staring at Zhao Hai, Elder Star said, "Everyone, the main character has finally appeared. Get ready." Upon hearing Elder Star, Gold Ben and the others stared. Then they looked around and saw Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship. The group was happy as they immediately stood in position. At the same time, they took out the 7-star Heavenlock disc. Elder Star didn't participate in the formation. Instead, he took out his star disc and prepared to attack once Zhao Hai is trapped. Before long, Zhao Hai appeared in front of Elder Star and the others. Zhao Hai lowered the Hell King's ship as he looked at Elder Star and smiled faintly. "Elder Star, we meet again. I didn't expect you to come up with such a method to force me to appear. It wasn't easy. However, you're really ruthless. You ignored your own clansmen just to deal with me." Elder Star looked at Zhao Hai with cold eyes and said, "Zhao Hai, you finally appeared. We didn't expect you to be so ruthless. You actually watched as the Thunder Clan was destroyed and didn't make a move. You're really good." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Elder Star, let me tell you, you think too highly of yourselves. You also think too highly of the Thunder Clan. Do you know why I came to see you today? I'm here to tell you that among the 10 divine races, only the Lion race, the Gemini race, and the Aquarius race are still alive. I'm currently attacking the Gemini race and the Aquarius race while the Lion race is being attacked by the foreign races. In this case, do you think that I would give up on dealing with the divines to save the Winged Pegasus clan? I'm here today to tell you that even if you destroy the Winged Pegasus clan, I wouldn't make a move. I'm going to destroy the divines. Do you really think that the Winged Pegasus clan is that important to me?" Elder Star looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "Zhao Hai, do you think that you can still leave today? Set up the formation." Just as Elder Star's voice fell, Gold Ben and the others immediately moved. The 8 of them stood in a certain position as they simultaneously activated the 7-star Heaven Lock. Just as Elder Star activated the 7-star Heaven Lock, Elder Star also activated his own star disc. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but smile. He didn't make a move, he was waiting for Elder Star and the others to make their next move. Sure enough, after Gold Ben and the others activated the 7-star Heaven Lock, they immediately let go of the disc and returned to Elder Star's side. The 7-star Heaven Lock floated in the air as it emitted a 7-colored light. After returning to Elder Star's side, Gold Ben and the others immediately put on their combat suits. They were ready to use it together with Elder Star's star disc. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. Then the Hell King's ship went around the 7-star Heaven Lock. Before long, it came out of the 7-star Heaven Lock. Zhao Hai waved his hand and stored the 7-star Heaven Lock into the space. Then Zhao Hai looked at Elder Star and the others and smiled faintly, "Everyone, I've seen the 7-star Heaven Lock before. I'll accept it now. I'll play with you another day. Ha ha ha. Everyone, let's meet again." After he said that, the Hell King's ship disappeared from Gold Ben and the others' eyes. Elder Star stared blankly at the direction where Zhao Hai disappeared. After some time, he recovered and spat out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was completely enraged by Zhao. Gold Ben and the others' faces were also ashen. They knew that they were defeated this time. They no longer had a chance to deal with Zhao Hai. Gold Ben looked at Elder Star's shaky appearance and immediately went to support him. At this point, he was no longer angry at Zhao Hai. To be exact, he couldn't be angry at Zhao Hai. When you meet a well-matched opponent, you will be angry because you can't beat him, or because he used a strange trick to defeat you. But when you find that your opponent is not someone you can defeat, and he is not at the same level as you, that person can't be angry anymore. If one were to describe Gold Ben's current state of mind, it would be to accept his fate. At this point, Gold Ben had already accepted his fate. After some time, Elder Star took a deep breath. Then he turned to Gold Ben and the others and sighed, "It's over, we miscalculated. I didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this strong. Our divine race was actually destroyed in his hands." Jiayu's eyes were red as he said, "No, we have to deal with him. We have to deal with him. Elder Star, we have to sacrifice ourselves and ask the deity to deal with Zhao Hai." Elder Star smiled bitterly and said, "Forget it, Jiayu. Don't you understand Zhao Hai? If the deity can deal with Zhao Hai, then he would have already done so. Would he just watch the divine race get destroyed one by Zhao Hai? Don't forget, he still wants us to provide him with faith power. Also, where do you think Zhao Hai got his Hell Kingship? He must have taken it from the deity." Jiayu couldn't help but ask, "Then what do we do now? Are we just going to wait?" Elder Star shook his head and said, "It's already too late for us to go back and ask for help. However, we have a way to preserve the divine race's bloodline." Gold Ben and the others stared, they were puzzled as they looked at Elder Star. They didn't know what Elder Star meant. It was already too late for them to go back. How could they preserve the divine race's bloodline? Elder Star looked at the group and said, "Didn't you listen to what Zhao Hai said?" Although his tone sounded like he had already destroyed the divine race, he still revealed that he was dealing with the Gemini race and the Aquarius race. I don't think I need to explain how difficult these two races are to deal with. These two races can at least delay Zhao Hai for a few days. Otherwise, Zhao Hai wouldn't have stayed here to deal with us. However, he also mentioned something else that you didn't pay attention to. He said that the foreign races are currently dealing with the Leo race. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Upon hearing Elder Star, Gold Ben and the others immediately reacted. They understood what Elder Star meant. They had been fighting with the foreign races for many years, so they naturally knew how strong the foreign races were. It would be impossible for the foreign races to attack the Leo continent. Moreover, before they arrived, the Leo divines were already suppressing their anger. Now that the foreign races had joined the fray, the Leo divines would be able to vent their anger. It would be impossible for them to deal with the Leo divines in a short period of time. The Gemini continent and the Aquarius continent that Zhao Hai was dealing with were too far away. Moreover, they had no way to deal with Zhao Hai. On the other hand, they had a lot of ways to deal with the foreign races. Gold Ben and the others looked at Elder Star, they didn't know what he meant. Elder Star said, "Dealing with the Winged Pegasus clan now has no meaning. We'll immediately head out and take a look at the foreign races. As long as we attack the foreign races' reinforcements might return. As long as they do, we'll immediately return to the Leo continent and defend it. Whether it's Zhao Hai or the foreign races, it wouldn't be easy for them to deal with us. As long as we block their attack, the Leo continent would be saved. Our divine race's bloodline would also be saved." Gold Ben and the others nodded. However, Gold Ben was still hesitant as he said, "What if the foreign race's reinforcements don't return?" Dingda shook his head and said, "No, the foreign races aren't Zhao Hai. Just like Zhao Hai said, strictly speaking, he has no relationship with the Winged Pegasus clan. Therefore, when we deal with the Winged Pegasus and the Thunder clan, Zhao Hai wouldn't need to return. However, the foreign races are different. Their roots are in the foreign race continent. If we attack them, they would certainly return." Dingda shook his head. "If they return, then we'll attack them." Gold Ben and the others nodded, they also agreed with Gold Ben. Elder Star nodded and said, "Since everyone agrees, then we won't delay any longer. Let's go." Jiayu looked at the Winged Pegasus clan and angrily said, "Are we going to leave? Are we going to let them go?" Elder Star replied, "We'll find an opportunity to deal with them later." In any case, they can't run away. Let's go. Jiayu bitterly looked at the winged Pegasus clan before he turned around and left with Elder Star and the others. Seeing Elder Star and the others leave, Zhao Hai relaxed. If Elder Star and the others didn't leave, then Zhao Hai would have to face them head-on. This wasn't something that Zhao Hai wanted to see. If he didn't handle this battle well, then he might ascend. The reason why Zhao Hai talked so much to Elder Star and the others was because of this. He wanted to divert Elder Star and the others' hatred towards the foreign races. Now, it seems like he has succeeded. Zhao Hai was sitting in his room, monitoring Elder Star and the others. Therefore, Jin Song and the others didn't know that they were still on Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship. The group was very nervous, they were afraid that the Supreme Elders would come and kill them. At this time, Zhao Hai came out of his room. He looked at Jin Song and the others and smiled faintly. Alright, there's no need to be nervous. The Supreme Elders have already left the winged Pegasus continent. There's no need to be worried. Jin Song nodded and said, alright, there's no need to be nervous. Jin Song and the others stared. Naturally, they didn't know that Zhao Hai could monitor Elder Star and the others. Because of this, they couldn't believe Zhao Hai's words. On the other hand, Fei completely believed in Zhao Hai. He had been in contact with Zhao Hai for a long time, so he was very familiar with Zhao Hai's mystical abilities. Therefore, he didn't doubt Zhao Hai at all. Because of this, Fei cheered. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mr. is truly amazing. With just a few words, you managed to get the foreign races to leave. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, it's not that easy. Let me tell you, even if I told them yesterday, they wouldn't necessarily retreat. Yesterday, the foreign races still haven't fought with the Leo divines. If I told them that, then they wouldn't retreat. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, I'm not sure if they would retreat. Fei nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mister, is what you said true? Right now, the only ones left in the divine realm are the Gemini, Aquarius, and Leo divines? Zhao Hai nodded and said, of course it's true. I've already told you that as long as you enter the space, I'll be able to move freely. The divines aren't what I'm worried about the most, there are still the O'Neill family and the underworld. When the Supreme Elders came to deal with you, I've already made preparations. If you enter the space, even if you can't go all the way, you can still send some people to stall the Supreme Elders while the others enter the space. I'll deal with the divines, and when the time comes, the foreign races wouldn't just sit idly by and watch. They would certainly dispatch troops. And once they do, the Supreme Elders' hatred would shift to you. When the time comes, you would be safe and wouldn't suffer any losses. Unfortunately, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Zhao Hai nodded and said, of course it's true. I've already told you that as long as you enter the space, I'll be able to move freely. Fei's face was also filled with shame. He bowed to Zhao Hai and said, I'm sorry, mister. I've disappointed you. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I can't blame you. This matter isn't your fault. You've already done your best. Do you want to see your clansmen get killed? Alright, let's not talk about this matter anymore. In any case, things have already happened. You don't need to think too much about it. Let's go and help Shan. The group nodded. Then Zhao Hai drove the Hell King's ship towards the winged Pegasus clan's imperial palace. Shan and the others were still inside. Upon seeing Zhao Hai and the others return, the winged Pegasus looked at Zhao Hai with nervous expressions. They didn't know what the result of Zhao Hai's appearance was. Zhao Hai looked at Shan and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, the Supreme Elders have already retreated. You can rest assured and prepare yourselves. I still have a lot of things to take care of, so I won't be staying here any longer. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Shan and the others couldn't help but feel relieved. However, some of the winged Pegasus had indignation written all over their faces. They felt that Zhao Hai had gone too far. He only appeared for a short while, but in the end, the winged Pegasus clan suffered a huge loss. Moreover, he even forced them into the space. Zhao Hai also saw the expressions of these people, but he didn't care. He turned his head to Shan and said, Shan, I'll leave this matter to you. If there's anything else, just contact me. I'll come and help you at any time. After that, Zhao Hai intentionally or unintentionally swept his gaze towards the Winged Pegasus clan. The Winged Pegasus clan members couldn't help but lower their heads. These people knew that although Yifei wasn't the strongest expert in the clan, he was still the patriarch. His strength wasn't weak, he had already reached god rank. However, even with such strength, he couldn't block a single move from Zhao Hai. He didn't even have a chance to resist before he was killed. Zhao Hai's strength made the Winged Pegasus clan apprehensive. Shan also understood what Zhao Hai meant. He didn't say anything as he nodded to Zhao Hai and said, "Yes, mister. I'll remember your words. I'll certainly move our clan to the space as soon as possible." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned his head to Jinsong and Speaker Feng. Then he bowed slightly and said, "I'll have to trouble you two to take care of the Winged Pegasus clan. You must move the Winged Pegasus clan to the space as soon as possible. I'm afraid that I won't have time to manage this matter. The Supreme Elders are currently dealing with the foreign races. After I deal with the Gemini and Aquarius clans, I'll have to join forces with the foreign races to deal with the Supreme Elders. I hope that we can eliminate the Supreme Elders. Otherwise, it would be troublesome in the future." Jinsong and Speaker Feng quickly returned the courtesy and said, "Mr. can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded. Then his figure flashed as he disappeared from the Winged Pegasus clan's palace. When Zhao Hai returned to the space, Laura and the others immediately greeted him with a smile. Although they were currently fighting against the Gemini clan and the Aquarius clan, the situation was now under their control. Because of this, Lizzie and Megan didn't have to stare at the monitor all the time, they could finally relax. When Laura saw Zhao Hai, she immediately smiled and said, "That's great, Brother Hai. I didn't think that this matter would be solved like this. That fellow Shan is really good." At the critical moment, he was still able to be ruthless. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That fellow is very good. Alright, let's not worry about them. There are only two things we need to do now. First, we need to deal with the Gemini tribe and the Aquarius tribe. Lizzie and the others, remember that the most important thing is to get some of the Aquarius tribe's potion formulas." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Good." Lizzie nodded, then Zhao Hai continued, "Second, we need to lead the O'Neill family to the Winged Pegasus clan. I think that Shan's migration to the space wouldn't go smoothly. We need to have the O'Neill family provoke them." Zhao Hai nodded, then he continued, "Second, we need to lead the O'Neill family to the Winged Pegasus clan." Laura and the others stared. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big Brother Hai, are you serious? They wouldn't dare, right? Didn't the Winged Pegasus clan agree?" Zhao Hai sneered and said, "Agree? That's because they're afraid. However, the majority of the Winged Pegasus clan still aren't willing to move. Do you really think that Jinsong's words would work?" At this point, only a small number of the Winged Pegasus clan agreed to move. And Jinsong and the others are outsiders, so they wouldn't be able to speak to the Winged Pegasus clan. At the same time, Shan has too little experience. If he drags on, then he wouldn't be able to do anything. Today, I made the 9 Supreme Elders retreat. This made the Winged Pegasus clan even angrier. They think that I have the ability to save them, but I didn't. Because of this, they would hate me even more. If you don't make these people suffer, then they wouldn't believe you." Lizzie and Megan nodded. They were the ones in charge of commanding the battle. Because of this, the two of them were responsible for leading the O'Neill family to the Winged Pegasus clan. Zhao Hai continued, "Third, we need to support the foreign races. The Supreme Elders of the Divine Race wouldn't be polite when dealing with the foreign races. We need to take advantage of this opportunity to collect all of the Divine Race's combat suits. Even if we don't deal with the Supreme Elders, we still need to find a way to get our hands on the foreign race's combat suits." The group nodded. However, the third condition didn't have anything to do with Lizzie and the others. Lizzie and the others only needed to direct the battle. The matter of dealing with the 9 Supreme Elders would be handed over to Zhao Hai. At this time, Laura opened her mouth and said, "Brother Hai, since we have time, shouldn't we combine the 7-star Heaven Lock with the Hell King ship? This would make the ship's fighting strength more formidable. This would make it easier for us to deal with Elder Star and the others." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, I forgot about this matter. Right, let's put the 7-star Heaven Locks formation disk into the space and see if there are any prompts. After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as the 7-star Heaven Locks formation disk appeared in the space. However, what surprised Zhao Hai was that there were no prompts from the space. This made Zhao Hai stare. However, Zhao Hai still decided to put the 7-star Heaven Locks formation disk into the Universal Analyzer to analyze it. After thinking about it, Zhao Hai immediately placed the 7-star Heaven Locks formation disk into the Universal Analyzer. After a set of procedures was done, a voice was heard from the Universal Analyzer, discovered 7-star Heaven Locks formation disk. Would you like to proceed with further analysis? If further analysis is required, 100,000 gold coins will be deducted as the cost. Zhao Hai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He turned to Laura and the others and said, "You said that I'm a money grubber. But look, there's someone who's more money grubber than me." Laura and the others chuckled. Zhao Hai said, "Immediately analyze it." 100,000 gold coins were instantly deducted. Before long, the Universal Analyzer's voice was heard, analysis complete. 7-star Heaven Locks formation disk. This object is unique to the cultivation realm. Grade, low. Raw materials used, gold essence, silver essence, soul enchanting stone. Ratio, 130. 5. Forging method, basic refining method of the cultivation realm. Contains 49 sets of formations. The formations are, enlarging formation, shrinking formation, floating formation. Does the host want to allow the space to extract the minerals that the 7-star Heaven Locks formation disk doesn't have? If the host wants to extract the minerals and produce the ore mother, 10 million gold coins will be deducted. Does the host want to extract the 7-star Heaven Locks formation disk? If the host wants to extract the formation disk, 1 million gold coins will be deducted. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. Then he turned to Laura and the others. Laura and the others understood what Zhao Hai meant, the space wants money again. Seeing Zhao Hai's bitter expression, Laura and the others couldn't help but chuckle. Fortunately, the space had a lot of money saved up. With the addition of the gold mines in the Demon Realm as well as Rian's business in the Ark continent, the space wasn't short on money. Zhao Hai sighed and said, "Deduct it, you can't deduct it anymore." Under Zhao Hai's command, 11 million gold coins were deducted once again. Zhao Hai sighed, then with an intention, he sent the Hell King's ship to the space. Just as the ship entered the space, a prompt was heard, the 7-star Heaven Locks formation disk can be merged with the Hell King's ship. The Hell King's ship can increase its fighting strength while the Hell King's ship can increase its trapping ability. Does the host wish to merge? Zhao Hai stared, he thought that he would need to spend money again. He didn't expect the space to not mention money this time. Zhao Hai was overjoyed, he immediately said, "Merge." Under Zhao Hai's command, the 7-star Heaven Locks formation disk immediately flew towards the Hell King's ship. When it got close to the ship, the formation disk slowly merged with the ship. The ship flashed with a dazzling white light. After the white light disappeared, Zhao Hai looked at the Hell King's ship and saw that it had changed. On each side of the ship, there were 4 disks. These 8 disks looked like 8 wheels as they stood on both sides of the ship. These 8 disks were naturally the disks of the 7-star Heaven Lock. Now that they were placed on both sides of the Hell King's ship, the disks were constantly rotating. The entire ship suddenly felt like it was floating. It seemed like it was stationary, but at the same time, it didn't seem like it was stationary. This made people unable to see its exact position. Zhao Hai knew that this was the result of the formation. With the addition of these 7 disks, the Hell King's ship looked even more mysterious. Zhao Hai's mind moved and the Hell King's ship came out of the space. The group didn't board the ship, they just stood outside and looked at the ship. In the past, the Hell King's ship gave people the feeling of a golden wall. But now, the Hell King's ship had an ethereal temperament. It floated there like a phantom, like a mirage. Laura's eyes shone as she said, "Good, this is really good. It's beautiful." Zhao Hai smiled faintly as the Hell King's ship appeared in front of him. Laura stood on the ship and looked around. However, she couldn't help but feel discouraged. The ship didn't look any different, it was really boring. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, don't worry about him. Let's go, we need to carry out our plan." Lizzie, Megan, I'll leave the Gemini and Aquarius realms to you. Deal with them as soon as possible. Don't forget the prescription. The two nodded before they turned around and entered the room. Xiaohai looked at the two and smiled. Then he turned to Laura and said, when we're done with our plan, we'll inform Binjia and the others. They've been cultivating on the ship for the past few days. Laura smiled and said, if you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about them. When the Hell King's ship merged with the discs, they didn't come out. Will they be all right? Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, they'll be fine. Don't worry, we don't want them to hear anything from the outside. We can't let Sean and the others hear what we said. It's better if they don't know. Laura nodded and said, right, it's good that they don't know. I can see that they're becoming more and more loyal to you. However, they're still very concerned about the matters of their clans. If they were to know about this, they would certainly inform their clans. Who knows, they might even have some bad ideas. Xiaohai nodded. Xiaohai sighed and said, I don't have any other way. I feel that the 13 divine artifacts of the divine race would be of great help to us if we were to gather them. Laura nodded, then she comforted Xiaohai and said, Brother Hai, don't think too much about it. After we ascend, there are still enemies waiting for us. If an accident happens to us, then the people inside the space would be finished. Xiaohai nodded and comforted Laura. Xiaohai sighed and said, right, our safety is no longer our own matter. We need to be careful. Laura nodded and said, Brother Hai, if we can choose where we ascend, would we choose the Atlanta Plain or the underworld? Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, if we have to choose, then we'll go to the Atlanta Plain. The underworld is full of undead. Even if we ascend, it wouldn't be a good place. Laura nodded and said, then we need to learn more about the O'Neill family. Right, Brother Hai, should we release the O'Neill family's undead and ask them if there are any legends of ascension in the Atlanta Plain? Xiaohai nodded. Xiaohai stared, then he nodded and said, right, I didn't think of that. Alright, let's ask them. After he said that, he waved his hand as the three O'Neill family's undead magic armor pilots appeared in front of him. They bowed and said, we have seen the young master. Xiaohai had already asked them about magic armors before, so this wasn't the first time they met. Xiaohai nodded and said, have you heard about ascension in the Atlanta Plain? The three undead nodded at the same time. Xiaohai's spirit shook as he said, tell me about the legends of ascension in the Atlanta Plain. The undead nodded and said, yes, young master. In the Atlanta Plain, there are 3 types of legends about ascension, corresponding to our 3 continents. I heard that as long as one cultivates to a certain degree, they can use their own battle chi to break through space and ascend to the divine realm. The same is true for the magic armor continent. The situation here is special, the people here cultivate spiritual force. Moreover, our ascension is different from the magic armor continent and the warrior continent. If the people of the magic armor continent want to ascend, they must borrow the power of magic armors. In the magic armor continent, there are several very powerful magic armors. These magic armors are called ascension magic armors. These magic armors are different from the magic armors we use. Their attack power is much stronger, and they are also more difficult to operate. Whenever someone feels that they can operate one, they can apply to the several great clans. The clans will test them and let them operate the best magic armors in the continent. Only those who pass the test are qualified to operate the magic armors. If they don't have enough strength, then they won't be able to operate the magic armors. Once they succeed in operating the magic armors, they will be greeted with heavenly tribulation. As long as they can survive the tribulation, then they will be able to ascend. I heard that they will only ascend as a person, while the magic armors will remain behind. The undead nodded and said, yes, young master. In the Atlanta Plain, there are 3 types of legends about ascension, which correspond to our 3 continents. The people of the magic armor continent are said to be able to use their battle chi to break through space and ascend to the divine realm. The same is true for the magic armor continent. As long as they cultivate to a certain degree, then they can use their magic to break through space and ascend. Xiaohai nodded, then he turned to the other 2 and said, do you have anything to add? The other 2 shook their heads. Xiaohai waved his hand and sent them back to the space. Laura looked at Xiaohai and said, it seems like we need to go to the Atlanta Plain. If we want to ascend, I'm afraid we'll need to go to the mage continent or the warrior continent. Zhao Hai nodded and said, right, but it won't be easy. It seems like ascension isn't as simple as I thought. If we have time, we'll have to go to the Atlanta plain. Laura nodded, then she turned to Zhao Fa and said, Big Brother Hai, can we go to the Atria continent and see if we can get our hands on those ascension magic armors? If you can, then you can ascend. As long as you ascend, then all of us would ascend as well. What do you think? Zhao Fa nodded, then he turned to Zhao Fa and said, let's go to the Atria continent and see if we can get our hands on those ascension magic armors. When Zhao Hai heard Laura, his eyes couldn't help but light up as he said, that's a good idea. How come I didn't think of it? Good idea, good. Once we're done here, we'll go and see if we can steal the ascending magic armors from the magic armor continent. If we can steal those magic armors, then that would be even better. If we can succeed, then that would be great. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai. Laura nodded and said, I didn't think that there would be so many ways to ascend. Zhao Hai nodded and said, this might be related to one's cultivation method. Different cultivation methods would lead to different methods of ascension. Laura nodded, then Zhao Hai entered the room. Axe sat quietly inside the war chariot as he looked at the large expanse of land outside the base. He can see that the land was very fertile. The air here was much better compared to the Ark continent. Axe was happy, but at the same time, he was also somewhat annoyed. They didn't encounter any resistance in the canyon. However, ever since they sent people to scout the surroundings, the scouting teams had been attacked by undead. This situation made Axe worried, but it also made him annoyed. There weren't a lot of undead, but they were very fast. Moreover, they were well directed. Once they fought with Axe's group, they would immediately retreat. To be honest, this attack wasn't a big threat to Axe's group. However, it was a big hindrance to Axe's scouting plan. After several failed reconnaissance attempts, Axe finally gave up. He gave up on his plans to scout the outside world and focused on building a base. Strangely enough, the undead didn't attack them even though they were building a base here. This made Axe puzzled, so he told his father about it. Axe also heard from his father that there were powerful undead in the dark mist in the north of the Ark continent. Therefore, the family decided to shift their focus to this area. Moreover, in the near future, Axe's father would bring the important people of the family to Ark continent. When Axe heard this news, he was both worried and happy. He was worried about the situation in the dark mist. At the same time, he was happy that the family was shifting their development to the dark mist. This was equal to making a great contribution to the family. This was definitely a good thing for him. While Axe was thinking about these things, someone knocked on his war chariot's door. Axe turned his head and saw George. He opened the door and looked at George. George, what happened? Why are you here? Axe's war chariot was currently parked outside the base. He had only come out to relax. Therefore, when he saw George, Axe was surprised. He had already instructed his subordinates not to disturb him if there was nothing important. He would return in a while. George bowed to Axe and said, Young lord, the family's elders have arrived. This time, they came under the orders of the patriarch to inspect our place. As long as they finish their inspection, the patriarch might move to our place. When Axe heard George, he gave a salute. He nodded and said, all right, let's go back. Then he jumped down from the tank and walked towards the base. Actually, this inspection was just a formality. The O'Neill family's elders were very clear about the current situation the family was facing. The north wasn't peaceful and the family didn't have a good way to deal with it. Therefore, moving south was inevitable. Additionally, the Taurus continent's environment was very good. Although this place had experienced war, it had been several months since then. Although the land was left unattended, the grass was still growing very well. This natural appearance made the place even more attractive. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he looked at the Taurus continent. The elders didn't stay for long. They needed to immediately report the situation to the patriarch. After they left, Axe immediately gave orders to expand the base. While Axe was busy expanding the base, there were movements in the underworld's dark mist. The expansion of the dark mist had slowed down a lot. Moreover, at night, the undead would take the initiative to move out of the dark mist. Moreover, their range of activity was getting bigger and bigger. In this case, the O'Neill family had no choice but to retreat. Relocation was now imminent. The O'Neill family's patriarch had already decided to move immediately. Fortunately, the Ark continent wasn't their home. Because of this, they were able to prepare quickly. However, they didn't withdraw the relay stations that they built. The O'Neill family's patriarch wanted to use them to monitor the Dark Mist's movements. While the O'Neill family was preparing to move, the war between Xianxia and the Gemini continent and the Aquarius continent was nearing its end. In fact, the war on the Aquarius continent had already ended. The potions that the people of the Aquarius continent used were useless against the undead. Because of this, the Aquarius continent's losses were much faster. At this point, only the people of the Gemini continent were still holding on. At the same time, the war between the Leo continent and the foreign races was still going on. The foreign races' momentum was very fierce at the beginning. However, the Leo continent managed to block their attacks, dragging the foreign races into the quagmire of war. The foreign races wanted to take advantage of Zhao Hai's attack on the divines so that they could send troops to take advantage of the situation. However, they didn't expect to encounter the Leo divines. Their attacks were blocked by the Leo divines. Now that the Leo divines were able to withstand the foreign races' attacks, things became much more difficult. The foreign races weren't close to the Leo divines, so their logistical supplies had to be transported from the rear. In this situation, it was inevitable that there would be problems with their supplies. Moreover, their costs had also increased. The foreign races didn't have a good way to deal with this situation. If they don't fight this war, then all of their previous investments would be wasted. The losses would be too great if they give up. But if they continue to fight, then they wouldn't be able to take the Leo divines in a short time. In fact, when the Leo divines started to fight, the foreign races felt that something was wrong. The Leo divines seemed to be prepared for war. Moreover, the Leo divines didn't care about their own lives. This caused the foreign races to suffer a lot of losses. This was the main reason why the foreign races weren't in a good position. Zhao Hai was also paying attention to the situation here. He already knew that the Supreme Elders had gone to the foreign races. He wanted to see how the foreign races would react when they hear this news. Zhao Hai was also paying attention to the situation here. While Zhao Hai and the others were busy with these matters, the O'Neill family's migration had officially begun. All of the O'Neill family's people in the Ark continent began to gather towards the Taurus continent. Naturally, Zhao Hai was aware of this situation. However, he didn't take any action at this time. As long as the O'Neill family settled down, then they wouldn't stay in their base. As long as they expand, then Zhao Hai would be able to lead the O'Neill family to the Winged Pegasus clan. The Winged Pegasus clan's migration wasn't very smooth. Just like what Zhao Hai said before, the Winged Pegasus were still angry with him. Although they agreed to move under his threat, the speed at which they moved was still a pain in the ass. Naturally, Shan was aware of this situation. However, he didn't want to trouble Zhao Hai. Moreover, this time, he was the one who asked for Zhao Hai's help. Zhao Hai had already done everything he could. If Shan couldn't deal with this matter, then he wouldn't have any face in front of Zhao Hai. Naturally, Zhao Hai was also aware of the Winged Pegasus clan's situation. However, he didn't make a move to deal with the Winged Pegasus clan. He knew that force wouldn't work. If he did, then the Winged Pegasus clan would be even more disgusted with him. Zhao Hai didn't want this to happen. After 3 days, the people from the Gemini continent were finally dealt with by Zhao Hai. This made Zhao Hai relax. He was now waiting for news to arrive. He wanted to see when the Supreme Elders would make a move against the foreign races. Zhao Hai believed that once the Supreme Elders make a move against the foreign races, then the foreign races would certainly inform Xianxia and the others. At that time, he would naturally know. The Supreme Elders didn't make Zhao Hai wait for too long. 2 days after Zhao Hai dealt with the people from the Gemini continent, Xianxia suddenly came to see Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai let Xianxia in. Xianxia immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, please help us." Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia and knew what he was thinking. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Xianxia, what's wrong? Did something happen?" Don't worry, speak slowly. Binjia stabilized his emotions and said, Mister, I don't know why, but the supreme elders of the divine race suddenly attacked the foreign race's territory. Their attack was very fierce. Our 3 supreme elders are currently resisting. I asked Mister to help us. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, I understand. We'll set off immediately. Binjia happily nodded before he turned around and left. As soon as Binjia left, Lizzie immediately turned on the monitor. The monitor showed the situation of the Leo continent. The foreign races didn't have any reaction at all. Zhao Hai looked at the monitor, then he turned to Lizzie and said, could it be that the foreign races haven't received the news? Are they not going to go back? Lizzie shook her head and said, that shouldn't be the case. The foreign races should also have messenger fishes. It's impossible for them to send their troops without messenger fishes. I think they should have received the news that the Supreme Elders were attacking them. However, they didn't go back. At this time, Binjia came to save us. I think the foreign races are planning to have us and their 3 Supreme Elders attack while leaving the Supreme Elders behind. Then they would use this opportunity to have the Leo continent clean up the Leo continent in one fell swoop. Zhao Hai stared, then he smiled and said, so the foreign races want me to work for them for free. Ha ha ha. Interesting. They're actually scheming against me. Zhao Hai smiled and said, ha ha ha. Lizzie looked at Zhao Hai and said, Big Brother Hai, what do you think we should do now? Are we still going to help the foreign races? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, why wouldn't we help them? Not only do we need to help them, we need to help them to the end. We need to make sure that the Supreme Elders stay with the foreign races. We can use this opportunity to get rid of the Supreme Elders. Don't forget, our goal is only the combat suits. Nothing else is important. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, of course not. Lizzie nodded and said, all right, I understand. Big Brother Hai, are we going to let the foreign races take advantage of us? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, the Leo continent doesn't have anything that we need. If they want something, then we can just give it to them. This way, they'll owe us a favor. So if we borrow their combat suits for a few days, they shouldn't object, right? When Lizzie and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. The foreign races were really crafty this time. They wanted Zhao Hai to work for free while Zhao Hai wanted to use this opportunity to make the foreign races owe him a favor. Then he would borrow their combat suits for 2 days. In this case, the foreign races wouldn't refuse. If it was someone else, then even if they borrowed the combat suits, they wouldn't be able to do anything. However, Zhao Hai was different. He had the space. As long as he borrowed the combat suits, then he could store them inside the space and produce a seed. Once the seed is produced, then he could return the combat suits to the foreign races. This way, they would be able to take advantage of the situation. After thinking about this, Lizzie and the others couldn't help but smile. Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, Big Brother Hai, should we head to the foreign races continent now? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, don't worry, we're already heading to the foreign races continent. You don't need to worry. Alright, you can take a rest. I'll go out and take a look. Binjia and the others should be outside right now. After saying that, Zhao Hai walked outside. Sure enough, Binjia and the others were standing outside. They didn't return to their rooms. Binjia and the others were very worried this time. They didn't think that the Supreme Elders would suddenly attack the foreign races continent. For them, this wasn't good news. Binjia and the others had already seen how strong the Supreme Elders were. Even someone as strong as Zhao Hai didn't dare to confront them, let alone other people. Although the foreign races also had 3 Supreme Elders and their ultimate weapons were the same as the Divine Race's Supreme Elders, the foreign races were still at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Moreover, Binjia and the others also discovered that it was impossible to deal with people of Zhao Hai's level by relying on numbers. Only people of the same level would be able to deal with them. Because of this, Binjia and the others were very worried. Although the 9 Supreme Elders didn't bring many people, their combined strength was enough to deal with the foreign races. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled, why didn't you go inside and rest? Don't worry, it'll be fine. I haven't been to the foreign races before, so I can't use spatial teleportation. We can only travel slowly. Although Zhao Hai said that they would travel slowly, their speed wasn't slow at all. After fusing with the 7-point heaven lock, the Hell King's ship's speed became even faster. However, Binjie and the others didn't notice this. When they heard Binjie's voice, they turned their heads and saw Zhao Hai. They immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Mr." Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled and said, "All right, there's no need to worry too much. The troops you sent to attack the Leo continent haven't been withdrawn yet. It seems like the attack of the Supreme Elders isn't very fierce. You don't need to worry." When Binjie heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but flash with surprise. He didn't know if Zhao Hai's words were unintentional or not. In fact, Binjie and the others already knew what the clan was planning. The people didn't hide it from them. Although Binjie and the others thought that using Zhao Hai like this wasn't good, they didn't say anything for the sake of their clansmen. However, they didn't expect Zhao Hai to expose them. Binjie looked at Zhao Hai with some unease. Zhao Hai's smile didn't seem any different from usual. However, Binjie didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he felt that Zhao Hai's eyes flashed. Binjie felt cold sweat dripping down his back. However, he still bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Yes. But Mr. should know that in order to deal with the Supreme Elders, it would be useless to rely on ordinary troops. Even if they returned, they would still be useless." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Hai looked at Binjie with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, "Is that so? I didn't think of that. All right, let's not talk about this. With our current speed, how many days will it take to reach the foreign race's continent?" Binjie immediately replied, "With our current speed, we should be able to reach the foreign race's continent in less than 3 days. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Send a message to your people, tell them to keep the 9 Supreme Elders busy." The Supreme Elders suddenly went to deal with the foreign races. They must know that you've sent troops to deal with them. They went to deal with the foreign races in order to force your troops to retreat. If they find out that your troops didn't retreat, then they might return to the Leo continent at any time. At that time, we would lose the opportunity to annihilate them in one fell swoop. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. When Binjie heard Zhao Hai, he knew that Zhao Hai was aware of their plan. He even guessed the Supreme Elder's plan. Binjie couldn't help but feel ashamed. He bowed his head and said, "Yes, Mr. I'll immediately inform my clansmen." After that, Binjie and the others returned to their rooms. Zhao Hai looked at the 3 and smiled faintly. The reason why he said so much was because he wanted to beat Binjie. Secondly, he wanted to use Binjie's mouth to tell the foreign races that he already knew about their plan. He wanted the foreign races to know that he already knew about their plan. It wasn't that Zhao Hai liked to show off, but there were times when it was necessary to do so. If you don't let the other party know about their plan, then they would just treat you as a fool and not be grateful. However, if you tell them that you know about their plan and that you're here to help them, then they would certainly be grateful. This was what Zhao Hai did. As soon as Binjie returned to his room, he immediately took out his messenger fish and said, Patriarch, are you there?" A deep voice was heard, "Binjie, what's the matter? Did Zhao Hai agree?" Binjie's heart couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. When he heard the Patriarch talking about Zhao Hai, there was no trace of respect in his voice. This made Binjie feel uncomfortable. However, Binjie still replied, "Patriarch, Mr. Zhao seems to know about our plan. He just said that the people who attacked the Leo continent haven't retreated. Moreover, it seems like he's trying to threaten me. However, he still decided to help us and is now rushing towards us. He also said that you must entangle the Supreme Elders. The reason why the Supreme Elders attacked us this time is to force us to retreat. If we don't retreat, then the Supreme Elders might withdraw at any time. If that happens, then we would lose the opportunity to deal with the Supreme Elders." Binjie didn't expect the Patriarch to coldly snort and said, "I don't need you to teach me how to do things. Just tell Mr. Zhao Hai to rest assured that the Supreme Elders will be entangled here." Binjie's expression sank, but he still complied and said, "Yes, Patriarch. I'll pass on your message." Then Binjie received his messenger fish. The conversation between Binjie and the Patriarch was also heard by Ryder and Yetta. Their expressions weren't good at all. The 3 of them were now one body. If the patriarch was impolite to Binjia, then naturally he would be impolite to them as well. This made them feel like they had lost face. The three of them had been with Zhao Hai for a long time. They had made a lot of contributions to the patriarchs. The three of them thought that they were important people in the patriarchs. But now, it seems like they were still nothing in the eyes of the patriarchs. What made the three of them angry was that even though Zhao Hai was very strong, he was still very polite to them. Moreover, Zhao Hai didn't use excessive words to his subordinates. Even his undead subordinates were treasured by Zhao Hai. Compared to Zhao Hai, their patriarch's reaction made them feel cold. After some time, Binjia turned his head to Ryder and Yetta, then he sighed and said, "The patriarch really overestimated himself. He really thought that he could scheme against Mr. I think that Mr. already knew about their plan." Ryder smiled bitterly and said, "If Mr. was someone who would be easily schemed against, then I'm afraid that he wouldn't be alive today. I hope that the patriarchs wouldn't do anything excessive. Otherwise, the foreign races would be in trouble. I'm afraid that they would follow in the footsteps of the divine race." Binjia sighed and said, "All right, let's not talk about this. In any case, we've already done what Mr. asked us to do. We don't need to worry about what happens next." Ryder smiled bitterly and said, "We want to manage it. Unfortunately, we don't have the ability to do so. Forget it, let nature take its course." Yetta, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "If one day, Mr. and the patriarchs become hostile, would you help the patriarchs or Mr.?" If this question was asked earlier, then Binjia and the others would immediately say that they would help the patriarchs. But now that Yetta asked, Binjia and the others didn't know what to say. To be honest, their hearts were still with the patriarchs. However, the way the patriarchs handled things had disappointed them. Moreover, they had seen what Zhao Hai did in the past few days. Although Zhao Hai's actions didn't seem to have anything to do with the foreign races, he had actually helped the foreign races a lot. In this case, not only did the patriarchs not thank Zhao Hai, they even treated Zhao Hai like a fool. This was something that Binjia and the others couldn't accept. When Yetta saw that the two were silent, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. To be honest, she didn't have an answer. It was precisely because she didn't have an answer that she asked Binjia and Binjia. However, she didn't expect to get an answer from them. The three of them were silent for a while. Their mood was very complicated. They only hoped that Zhao Hai would never become enemies with their patriarchs. Zhao Hai knew what Binjia and the others were talking about. Originally, Zhao Hai wouldn't monitor Binjia and the others. But at this time, Zhao Hai had no choice but to do so. Seeing the three turn silent, Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and said, "Laura, what do you think about this matter?" Laura smiled faintly and said, "It's a good thing. From this matter, it can be seen that the three of them are now on Brother Hai's side. It's just that they can't let go of their clansmen." However, the attitude of Binjia's patriarch made the three feel uncomfortable. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I didn't think that the foreign races would actually think of themselves as important. They even dared to scheme against me. Interesting." Lizzie angrily said, "Big Brother Hai, what should we do next? We shouldn't help these people." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "In any case, we already know about their plan. Now that they know that we know, we can't change the plan. In any case, we don't need to stop the plan. In any case, we're using them to deal with the Supreme Elders. Our ultimate goal is the combat suits. Originally, I wanted to see if we could bring them to the space. No matter what, they are still related to us. Moreover, they are of the same race as the three races of the Ark continent. But looking at their current state, I'm afraid that even if we wanted to help them, they wouldn't agree." Lizzie nodded and said, "Big Brother Hai, you're too soft-hearted. We shouldn't care about these people at all. Just look at the Winged Pegasus clan. Just looking at them makes me angry." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly but didn't say anything. He knew that Lizzie was right, he was indeed soft-hearted. Naturally, this soft-heartedness was only relative. Laura smiled and said, "All right, Lizzie, there's no need to complain. If Brother Hai is a person with a heart of stone, then he wouldn't be Zhao Hai. Brother Hai, now that the O'Neill family has begun to move towards the Taurus continent, shouldn't we make a move?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, let them settle down first. In any case, we've already made X and the others know that there are enemies in the Taurus continent. Laura nodded and said, then let's have them prepare for some time. I can see that the Winged Pegasus clan aren't in a hurry. I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to complete their migration in a few months. In any case, we have enough time. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He knew that Laura was still angry. The Winged Pegasus clan had taken the phrase outwardly complying but inwardly opposing to the extreme. Their relocation speed could even be described as the speed of a turtle. For the next 2 days, everything went smoothly. The foreign races and the Leo continent's army were still in a stalemate. Both sides couldn't do anything to the other. On the other hand, Zhao Hai and the others spent the next 2 days on the road. The Hell King's ship was very fast. They arrived at the foreign race's continent a day earlier than Binjia expected. The first place they arrived was the Ares continent. This was where the Beastman race was located, Binjia's clan. Zhao Hai stood on the Hell King's ship and looked at the boundless continent in the distance. He couldn't help but smile. He wanted to know how the Beastman divines would treat him. Binjia's group as well as Laura and the others stood by Zhao Hai's side. Laura and the others were curiously looking at the continent. On the other hand, Binjia and the others were somewhat nervous. It has been almost a year since they left the continent. During this time, they had been with Zhao Hai and didn't return to their clans. They didn't know how their clans were doing right now. However, when he thought about the patriarch's attitude towards them, Binjia and the others couldn't help but feel gloomy. They were getting closer and closer to the continent. They had already arrived at the continent's security zone. Normally, the people in the continent should have already discovered them. However, nobody was there. Whether it was to greet them or to be on guard, nobody was there. Binjia's expression turned ugly. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, I'm sorry, mister. It might be because the Supreme Elders have eliminated all the sentry posts in the continent. Therefore, they didn't discover us. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He already knew that it wasn't that the Beastman divines didn't discover them. However, it seems like the Beastman divines wanted to show off their strength. Therefore, nobody came out to greet them. Sure enough, just as Zhao Hai thought, when the Hell King's ship entered the Ares continent, a large group of people flew up from the ground. These people formed a circle around the Hell King's ship. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. He didn't rush forward, he just stopped the Hell King's ship and looked at the Beastman divines as if he was watching a play. It really was the Beastman divines. They weren't much different from the Beastman divines. The only difference was that they were stronger. Binjia and the others weren't fools. When they saw this situation, they immediately understood what the Beastman divines were planning. Binjia and the others' expressions changed. They didn't expect the Beastman divines to do such a thing. This was clearly a slap to Zhao Hai's face. After thinking about this, Binjia couldn't help but turn his head to look at Zhao Hai. However, he could see a trace of playfulness in Zhao Hai's eyes. Upon noticing Zhao Hai's expression, Binjia's heart couldn't help but sink. It wasn't Binjia's first time seeing Zhao Hai's expression. This was something that Zhao Hai would show when facing an enemy. Every time Zhao Hai showed this expression, his enemy wouldn't have a good time. After thinking about this, Binjia immediately turned his head to the Beastman divines and said, Everyone, are you here to greet Mr. Zhao Hai? I'm Binjia from the wolf race. Nice to meet you. Binjia said this in order to make the Beastman divines follow his words. This would give Zhao Hai face as well as the Beastman divines. Binjia's thoughts were good. However, it was a pity that he didn't have much face in the wolf race. Wanting the Beastman divines to give Zhao Hai face was simply a joke. Because of this, when Binjia said this, the Beastman divines didn't disperse. Instead, they took a few steps closer to the Hell King's ship. Then a lion divines walked out. This person was wearing leather armor and had a greatsword in his hand. He had a huge lion head and looked extraordinary. However, his eyes had a trace of disdain when he looked at Binjia. On the other hand, his eyes had a trace of playfulness when he looked at Zhao Hai. The lion divine stood there as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, We are under the orders of the Patriarch to inspect suspicious people. Anyone who wants to enter the Beastman continent must be inspected. Naturally, this place was the Aries continent. However, after the beastmen occupied this place, they called it the Beastman continent. Because of this, the lion divines said that anyone who wants to enter the Beastman continent must be inspected. Zhao Hai looked at the lion divines and smiled faintly. Then he said, so the Beastman continent has such a rule. I didn't know about this and offended you. I don't want to enter the Beastman continent. I'll be taking my leave. After he said that, the beastmen suddenly discovered that the Hell King's ship had disappeared from their encirclement. When the ship reappeared, it was already outside the Beastman continent. Seeing Zhao Hai's actions, the lion beastman couldn't help but stare. Then he panicked. He thought that Zhao Hai would react in a lot of ways, such as anger or resignation. However, he didn't think that Zhao Hai would just turn around and leave. Moreover, he left their encirclement. This made the script that the lion beastman prepared lose its usefulness. Most importantly, Zhao Hai came to help them. However, the patriarchs of the three foreign races wanted to have the upper hand in dealing with Zhao Hai. Because of this, they prepared to deal with Zhao Hai. But now that Zhao Hai turned around and left, they would have to face the Supreme Elders alone. To be honest, the three foreign races couldn't stop the Supreme Elders. After Zhao Hai left the encirclement, he immediately turned around and flew back. However, the ship's speed wasn't very fast. As for Laura and the others, they couldn't help but laugh when they saw Zhao Hai leaving the encirclement. Zhao Hai's unexpected move was something that the beastman didn't expect. Binjia and the others looked awkwardly at Laura and the others. At this time, they didn't know what to say. At the same time, their hearts were filled with anger. It was the patriarch who told them to ask for Zhao Hai's help. Now that Zhao Hai was here, Binjia couldn't help but feel embarrassed. If it wasn't for the hair covering his face, then Zhao Hai would have noticed that Binjia's face looked like a ripe tomato. Ryder and Yetta were also embarrassed. They knew that this matter wasn't the beastman's idea. It was certain that the three clans had discussed this matter beforehand. They wanted to give Zhao Hai a show of strength. Because of this, the two's faces were quite ugly. Zhao Hai looked at the three, then he smiled faintly and said, "All right, you three don't need to have that kind of expression. I know that this matter has nothing to do with you, so you don't need to feel embarrassed. Now, I want to know what kind of people the patriarchs of your three clans are. How did they come up with such a brilliant idea?" Ha 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 ha. Although Zhao Hai was laughing at their patriarchs, Binjia and the others weren't angry at Zhao Hai at all. Instead, they were angry at their clans, especially the patriarchs. Laura and the others also stopped laughing. Laura smiled and said, "Brother Hai, do you think that the three patriarchs will ask us for help?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's hard to say. It depends on how strong the 9 Supreme Elders are. If the 9 Supreme Elders aren't strong enough to block them, then they would certainly come to us. If the 9 Supreme Elders don't do anything, then they wouldn't come to us." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's hard to say. It depends on how strong the 9 Supreme Elders are." Laura smiled and said, "How could they not exert themselves? The 9 Supreme Elders are currently suppressing their anger. Moreover, they want to attack the 3 continents so that their armies can return. Therefore, I think that they wouldn't hold back." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I also think so. Actually, the 9 Supreme Elders made the right move this time. If they attack the foreign races, then the 3 Supreme Elders can't stop them, then they can only order their elite soldiers to return. This way, the Leo continent's crisis would be solved. But if the foreign races don't allow them to return, then the Supreme Elders would immediately kill their way back to the Leo continent. With the 9 Supreme Elders and the Divines in the Leo continent, they would be able to eliminate the foreign races' army. This way, the Leo continent's crisis would be solved. Moreover, the foreign races would also suffer a great loss. It's just that they didn't count me in, which made me somewhat puzzled." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's right." Laura smiled faintly and said, "Maybe they think that you're entangled with the other continents and don't have time to deal with them. Because of this, they decided to do this." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's possible. In any case, this is a good opportunity to deal with the 9 Supreme Elders. If we miss this opportunity, then I'm afraid it would be difficult to find another one in the future." Laura nodded and said, right, the 9 Supreme Elders have become smart. They know that we aren't easy to deal with. Because of this, they wouldn't act alone. It wouldn't be easy for us to deal with them. Xiaohai nodded and said, right. It seems like the Supreme Elders really want to preserve the divine race's bloodline. They're brave enough to cut off their wrists. Xiaohai nodded and said, that's right. It seems like the Supreme Elders want to preserve the bloodline of the divine race. While Xiaohai and the others were talking, they continued to fly forward. On the other hand, Binjie and the others were anxiously looking towards the Aries continent. They were waiting for people from their clans to pick up Xiaohai and invite Xiaohai back. However, they were disappointed. The people from their clans didn't come out. It seems like Xiaohai's departure had nothing to do with them. Xiaohai didn't care about this. He waved his hand as the Hell King's ship slowly descended. In the end, it fell into the sea and stayed there like an ordinary ship. Xiaohai turned to Laura and the others and said, it's been a long time since we've had a good rest. Let's rest here for a few days and relax. What do you think? Laura smiled faintly and said, all right, it's been a long time since we've had a good rest. Sister Meg, go prepare some dishes so that we can have a drink with Big Brother Hai. Meg nodded before she turned around and ran into the room. Seeing Xiaohai's performance, Binjie and the others didn't know whether to be happy or worried. They were happy because although Xiaohai left the Aries continent, he didn't go too far. This place was very close to the Aries continent. No matter what happened, Xiaohai would be able to rescue them at any time. Binjie and the others understood that this was an opportunity given by Xiaohai. If they didn't know what to do, then Xiaohai wouldn't care about them anymore. On the other hand, they were worried because their clans didn't seem to care about Xiaohai's arrival. Xiaohai had left the Aries continent for a long time, but they didn't send anyone to look for him. This was unreasonable. Binjie and the others were afraid that Xiaohai would get angry. However, if they were to deal with this matter, then the foreign races would suffer a big loss. Xiaohai also saw the expressions of Binjie and the others. However, Xiaohai didn't say anything. He just greeted Binjie and the others as they sat down on the deck. Before long, Meg came out of the room and took out all kinds of food and placed them on the table. Xiaohai poured wine for Meg and the others. After Meg and the others sat down, Xiaohai raised his glass to Binjie and said, Binjie, today's situation has been seen. You can't blame me for this. But no matter what, I won't let the Supreme Elders off. You can rest assured. Binjie and the others couldn't say anything, they could only smile bitterly. To be honest, Xiaohai didn't say that he wouldn't care about the foreign races from now on. This was already giving them a lot of face. Anyone who received this kind of treatment wouldn't be in a good mood. After drinking a glass of wine, Xiaohai said, we're not only waiting for the foreign races to come to us, we're also waiting for the Supreme Elders to leave. This is the only way to reach the Leo continent. As long as we wait here, the Supreme Elders wouldn't be able to escape. Even if they give up on attacking the foreign races, we can still stop them here. Xiaohai nodded and said, all right, all right. Binjie nodded, then he raised his glass to Xiaohai and said, Mister, I'm sorry. I didn't know that this would happen. I hope Mister can forgive me. Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, forget it, this wasn't your idea. I don't think a kid like you would come up with such a brainless idea. Alright, let's eat. You've been cultivating these past few days, how is it going? Upon hearing Xiaohai, the three couldn't help but shake their spirits. What made them the happiest was their cultivation. They had now reached the peak of god rank and were half a step into the realm. However, there weren't a lot of people in their clans who knew about this. Xiaohai's eyes lit up when he heard Xiaohai's words. Xiaohai's eyes lit up. It must be said that following Xiaohai brought them a lot of benefits. At the very least, their cultivation speed was much faster than when they were in their own clans. The three also knew that it was impossible for them to cultivate peacefully in the clan like they did on the Hell King's ship. There were also all kinds of things to do in the clan. There were missions that squad captains like them had to accept. Every time they accepted a mission, it would delay their cultivation time. However, these missions couldn't be ignored, otherwise they would be punished. But things were different for Xiaohai. They didn't have anything else to do except to communicate with Xiaohai. This way, they would have a lot of time to cultivate. This was a good thing for them. After eating their meal, Xianxia and the others returned to their rooms. They wanted to communicate with their clans and ask them why today's incident happened. Xiaohai didn't care about them. After eating, he returned to the space and sat there drinking tea while looking at the monitor. The monitor wasn't showing the situation in the foreign race's continent, it was showing the O'Neill family's base. The O'Neill family's base was being built very quickly. Although they couldn't use magic, they still had a lot of special magic armors. These magic armors were specially designed for construction. Because of this, it was very convenient for them to do this work. The base they built was very huge. The site had already been flattened. Besides the base that Axe had built in advance, the other places were still in their initial stages. This was for the future. All of the O'Neill family's materials began to move towards the Taurus continent. Fortunately, the spatial rift was in the Radiant Empire. Because of this, the O'Neill family was able to move easily. The O'Neill family's patriarch didn't immediately leave. He was still in the Rosen Empire. He wanted to wait until the migration was almost complete before he left. After all, it wasn't easy for a great family to make a strategic move. Laura sat beside Zhao Hai and took a sip of tea. Then she turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, are we just going to wait here? Are we not doing anything?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We don't need to do anything right now. We just need to wait here. To be honest, there are fewer and fewer things that can catch our eyes right now." Laura nodded. Right now, whether it was the Divine Realm or other places, there was nothing that could catch their eyes. They were waiting here for the 11 combat suits as well as the star-fixing disc. As long as they can get their hands on these things, there would be nothing left in the Divine Realm that could catch their attention. Lizzie was also looking at the O'Neill family's actions. After some time, she turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, do you think that the O'Neill family has the soaring magic armors?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't know yet. But right now, they are only dealing with God rank and below magic armors. These magic armors are already useless to us. They are all the same. Moreover, the materials used to make them aren't special. After all, the higher the grade of the magic armor, the higher the requirements." Laura nodded and said, "Right, we have a lot of magic formations stored in the space. We still haven't been able to digest all of them. If we want to use all of them, it wouldn't be as easy as having magic armors." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "After dealing with the Supreme Elders, we only have one goal left, the Atlanta Plains soaring magic armors." Laura nodded, "Right, I also think that we should go to the Atlanta Plain first. If the Ascension magic armor is useful to us, then that would be the best. If not, then the magic armor would certainly be useful to us." Zhao Hai nodded, "That's right. I also think that we should go to the Atlanta Plain first." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, I also think the same. The reason why I didn't go to the underworld first is because I feel that the underworld is strange. The Skeleton King that I met before might be nothing in the underworld. However, the Atlanta Plain is different. Because of this, I decided to go to the Atlanta Plain first." Megan was puzzled, she frowned and said, "Big Brother Hai, you mean that the Skeleton King isn't a peak existence in the underworld? But didn't you say that the Skeleton King's strength isn't any worse than the Supreme Elders of the Divine Race? If the underworld has that many experts, then would it still be a lower realm than the Cultivation realm?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't know about this. I just feel that the underworld isn't that simple. Because of this, I don't want to go there before I'm fully prepared. I feel that the underworld isn't any worse than the Cultivation realm, it might even be more dangerous." When Megan and the others heard Zhao Hai, their expressions couldn't help but turn serious. Although Zhao Hai said that it was just a feeling, they knew that Zhao Hai's feelings were very accurate. Laura nodded and said, "All right, then after we're done here, we'll go to the Atlanta Plain and take a look. Big Brother Hai, when should we make our move and lead the O'Neill family to the Winged Pegasus clan? I'm very angry right now." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Forget it, if you don't want to see them, there's no need to be angry. Alright, take a good rest. If we face the Divine Race in a few days, then it would certainly be a tough battle." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Alright, let's forget about it. Laura smiled and said, even if it's a tough battle, there's no need for us to make a move. You can deal with it by yourself. Alright, Brother Hai, go take a rest. We'll keep an eye on things here. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, alright, then I'll go take a bath and have a good rest. After he said that, Zhao Hai turned around and walked towards the hot spring. Unlike Zhao Hai's leisurely appearance, the foreign races weren't as calm. The patriarchs of the three races had gathered together to discuss how to deal with the situation. The Beastman patriarch looked at the other two patriarchs and said, what do you think about this matter? What does Zhao Hai mean by this? The dwarf patriarch replied, I already said that our plan wouldn't work. This time, Zhao Hai came to help us, but you insisted on giving him a show of strength. Now that he's gone, I can't do anything about it. The dwarf patriarch nodded and said, I've already said that our plan wouldn't work. This time, Zhao Hai came to help us. The elven patriarch looked at the dwarf patriarch and said, alright, what's the use of saying this now? We need Zhao Hai to help us deal with the 9 supreme elders. But if Zhao Hai isn't here, then would the 9 supreme elders attack us? Also, the 9 supreme elders' biggest enemy isn't us, but Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai is about to exterminate the divine race. The 9 supreme elders attacked us in order to force Zhao Hai to show himself. Shouldn't he show himself? The dwarf patriarch said, I want to know, what did we do to help Zhao Hai? Why does he have to help us? Yes, it was us who contacted the vassal races and had them rebel together. But you should know that the result of the rebellion was a lot of noise and little rain. Even if Zhao Hai doesn't need our help, he can still deal with the divine race. In this case, do you think that Zhao Hai would care about us? The Beastman patriarch coldly snorted and said, alright, there's no need to boost other people's morale. Now that things have happened, we should think about how to get Zhao Hai to help us. I think that this is a good opportunity, Zhao Hai wouldn't give it up. Zhao Hai also understands that the 9 supreme elders are his biggest enemy. In order to deal with this enemy, he can give up a lot of things. Because of this, when he knew about our plan, he still came to support us. So as long as we ask Zhao Hai, he would definitely come back. The elven patriarch knit his brows and said, how about this, we should ask Yetta and the others about Zhao Hai's current situation. Then we'll see if we can still invite Zhao Hai back. What do you think? The Beastman patriarch nodded and said, we should ask them. The 3 of them have been with Zhao Hai for a long time. Zhao Hai shouldn't do anything to them. The other 2 nodded as well. At this time, the Beastman patriarch's messenger fish sent a message. The Beastman patriarch stared for a moment before he took out his messenger fish and saw Binjia's. The Beastman patriarch quickly said, Binjia, what's going on? Did something happen? When Binjia heard the patriarch, he almost fainted from anger. Binjia replied, Patriarch, I want to know why Mr. Zhao Hai is being treated like this today. He's very angry. When the patriarch heard Binjia's tone, his expression couldn't help but sink. Binjia, you need to know your identity. You are a beast man, you should be thinking about the people of your clan and not helping an outsider. Binjia angrily replied, is the patriarch being responsible for the clan? Mr. Zhao said that the reason why the Supreme Elders sent troops to attack us was because we attacked the Leo continent. Now that the Divines only have the Leo continent left, they wanted us to attack the Leo continent. If we don't go back, then the Supreme Elders might return to the Leo continent and wipe us out. How much losses would this bring to the Divines? Zhao Hai said, Mr. Zhao, you're right. The Supreme Elders sent troops to attack the Leo continent because of this. Patriarch, have you thought about this? Binjia's words turned into a roar. Usually, he wouldn't have such courage. The hierarchy of the Beastman race was very strict. If he dared to speak to the patriarch like this, then it would be a capital offense. However, Binjia was very angry at this time, so he was very agitated. The Beastman patriarch and the other 2 patriarchs stared at Binjia's roar. Then their expressions couldn't help but change. They knew that if what Binjia said was true, then it wouldn't be strange for the Supreme Elders to go all out against them. However, the Beastman patriarch recovered and immediately said, Binjia, don't talk about useless things. How is Zhao Hai right now? Does he really not want to help us? When Binjia heard the patriarch, he replied, that shouldn't be the case. As long as the patriarch asks Mr. to go back, then Mr. would certainly return. But patriarch, you must be quick. Otherwise, if Mr. Zhao Hai leaves in anger, then our losses would be great. When the patriarch heard Binjia, he said, "All right, wait for my news." Then he received his messenger fish and turned to the other two patriarchs. "What do you think about this matter?" The dwarf patriarch replied, "What else can we do? Go and ask him. With Zhao Hai's strength, asking him isn't shameful. If Zhao Hai doesn't care about this matter, then we would be the ones to suffer losses. Moreover, the Supreme Elders couldn't do anything. Do you think that the foreign races could fight against Zhao Hai? If we really push him to the opposite side, it will only do us more harm than good." Although the elven patriarch was arrogant, she wasn't an idiot. She nodded and said, "Our actions this time were indeed excessive. Nothing is more important than the lives of our people. Moreover, as long as we have Zhao Hai's help, then we can delay the 9 Supreme Elders while our people deal with the Leo continent. At the same time, the vassal races of the other continents would be on good terms with us. In the end, we can have our vassal races infiltrate the other continents. In the end, those continents would be ours. There's nothing to be afraid of." The elven patriarch nodded and said, "All right." The beastman patriarch nodded and said, "All right, then we'll go and ask him. In any case, we'll be the ones to gain the most benefits this time." The dwarf patriarch didn't speak. Although he wasn't happy, he also knew that they were doing this for the sake of their brave clansmen. He wouldn't oppose something that was good for his people. When the beastman patriarch saw that the two didn't say anything, he nodded and said, "All right, then we'll prepare first. I'll contact Binjia and ask him about their specific location. Then we'll go and find them." The dwarven and elven patriarchs nodded before they left the beastman patriarch's room. When the two returned to their rooms, they immediately took out their messenger fish. They wanted to ask if Zhao Hai's situation was like what Binjia said. However, they didn't expect Binjia and the others to be as good as one person. When Binjia and the beastman patriarch were talking through their messenger fish, Ryder and Yetta were sitting next to Binjia. Naturally, they were able to hear what Binjia and the beastman patriarch were talking about. Naturally, the two didn't say anything. However, their expressions weren't very good. After the two received their messenger fish, they looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh. Binjia looked at the two and said, "This is really unexpected. I always thought that our 3 clans were very close. I didn't think that we would be exposed in such a small matter." Ryder sighed, then he turned to the two and said, "To be honest, after this operation, I'm not going to return to the clan. I'm going to stay by Mr.'s side and take my family with me. I think that staying by Mr.'s side is more comfortable than staying in the clan. At the very least, Mr. won't talk to me in a condescending tone. Moreover, he won't be scheming against me." Ryder's words made Binjia and Yetta stare. The 3 of them had some fame in their clans and were called geniuses. However, they knew that there were a lot of geniuses like them in their clans. The reason why these geniuses didn't become famous wasn't because they weren't willing to work hard, nor because they couldn't endure hardships. Moreover, it wasn't because of the attacks of the divine race or the magic beasts. Most of the geniuses of their clans died because of the schemes of their own people. Ryder and the others didn't think that this world would be this dark. However, the more they came into contact with this world, the more they understood. Because of this, they were always cautious in their actions. They didn't dare to be too outstanding, lest they be hated by others. If they were to be schemed against, then they would be finished. To be honest, for those who were ambitious, they might think of these schemes as a fun game. If you win, you can get promoted and get rich. If you lose, then you can only die. On the other hand, Ryder and the others weren't such people. They were nationalistic youths who wanted their clans to grow stronger. Because of this, they weren't used to these kinds of schemes. They had already had enough of this kind of scheming life. However, they had no way to break away from this life. This was because they had already stepped into this circle. There was only one kind of people who could break away from this circle, the dead. Even if you have a high position, as long as you enter this circle, you wouldn't be able to guarantee that you would be able to leave unscathed. Those who could leave were all dead. However, Ryder now understood that there was an opportunity for him to break away from this life. And that was to follow Zhao Hai. With Zhao Hai's strength, there was no need for him to fear the retaliation of the foreign races. Moreover, Ryder and the others had been following Zhao Hai for some time. They believed that they had a good understanding of Zhao Hai. Because of this, Ryder said those words to Binjia and Yetta. Binjia looked at Ryder and said, "You should think about it. Do you know what this means? If you do this, not to mention whether your clans would let you go, whether Mr. would accept you, and whether he would offend the dwarves. Have you thought about these things?" Ryder nodded and said, "I've thought about it. I'll talk to Mr. about this matter tomorrow. If Mr. agrees, then I'll think of a way to deal with the clan." Binjia looked at Ryder and said, "All right, I'll talk to Mr. about this matter. Yetta, do you want to join in as well?" Yetta looked at the two and smiled faintly. "All right, I'll join in as well. How can this matter be separated from us? I don't think we need to wait until tomorrow. Let's go see Mr. now." Just as her voice fell, Zhao Hai's voice was heard. "Ha ha ha, there's no need to look for me. I've been waiting for this day for a long time." The three stared, then they saw Zhao Hai walking in from outside. The three stared, then they quickly stood up and bowed to Zhao Hai as they said, "Mister, why did you come?" Zhao Hai looked at the three and smiled faintly. "I came after hearing what you said." "What's wrong? Are you surprised? Don't forget, you're currently on the Hell King's ship. As long as I want, nothing can escape my notice." When the three heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Zhao Hai looked at the three and smiled. "I don't often eavesdrop on your conversations. But today is an exception. I know that you'll be contacting your patriarchs. I just want to know what your clan's attitude is. To be honest, I'm a bit disappointed. However, I'm very happy that you're willing to follow me." Binjia and the others were embarrassed as they said, "So does Mr. agree to us following you?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I agree, of course I agree. After this battle, you can bring your families to the ship. I'll take care of them. Don't worry." Binjia looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, can I ask you where you've arranged the demons and the divines? From what I heard, it seems like you didn't arrange for them to go to the Ark continent. So where did they go?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This is our biggest secret. Since you've asked, I'll tell you. I've arranged for them to go to a safe place that only I know about. If you want to go, I can have someone take you there. However, you need to make an oath to your heart's demon. Without my permission, you can't tell anyone about this." Zhao Hai also found out that when one's strength reached their level, the binding power of the blood oath was very low. But fortunately, he knew about this heart demon oath. This heart demon oath was very restrictive. As long as one was a cultivator, as long as they made this heart demon oath, then if they violated it, then they would go crazy and die. Naturally, this oath wasn't very secure. The most important part of this oath was that the person making the oath had to be of a lower level than the person making the oath. Once the person's level was higher than the person making the oath could be broken at any time. Because of this, the oath wasn't perfect. However, this oath was very useful for Zhao Hai. With the space, as long as Binjia and the others enter the space for a while, they wouldn't betray him. Because of the space, Zhao Hai dared to use this oath to restrain them. This heart's demon oath wasn't a product of the divines. It was a technique that Lu Wei gave to the divines. This technique required both the person making the oath and the person receiving the oath to use it at the same time. Otherwise, it wouldn't have any effect. This was also one of the methods that Lu Wei used to control the divines. Besides calling Lu Wei a god, the divines couldn't reveal anything about Lu Wei. Lu Wei used this oath to the divines. Since the divines were bound by the laws of space, they would never be able to become stronger than Lu Wei. Because of this, the divines had to keep all of Lu Wei's secrets, including the matter of him collecting faith power. Only a few people in the divine realm knew that Lu Wei was collecting faith power from them. However, although most of the divines didn't know what Lu Wei was doing in the divine realm, this heart's demon oath had been passed down. Because of this, a lot of people in the divine realm knew about it. Naturally, Binjia and the others also knew about this. However, they didn't expect Zhao Hai to let them know about this oath. Although this oath had a strong binding effect on those who were weaker than them, it wouldn't make them 100% obedient. In other words, as long as they did what they swore, everything else wouldn't matter. For example, if you swore to keep a secret for someone, then as long as you don't reveal the secret, you would be completely free. That person wouldn't have the authority to command you. Even if you kill that person, you wouldn't be affected by the oath. This was also a way to remove the oath. It can be said that this oath was both useful and flawed. Bingjie and the others didn't expect Xiao Hai to use this oath to restrain them. To be honest, this oath seemed to be too loose. Xiao Hai looked at Bingjie and the others and smiled. What's wrong? You're not willing? Bingjie quickly shook his head and said, no, I'm willing. Mr. can rest assured. Ryder and Yetta also nodded. Xiao Hai looked at the three, then he smiled faintly and said, all right, make the oath. After you make the oath, you'll be part of my Buddha clan. I'll have Laura and the others take you to the place where you'll be arranged. Bingjie and the others nodded and immediately began to chant the incantation. At the same time, Xiao Hai also began to chant. Slowly, the voices of the four merged together. Before long, Bingjie and the others began to recite the oath. The oath turned into words that slowly floated above their heads. At the same time, 3 little devils flew out of Xiao Hai's body. The 3 little devils were covered in green flames as they directly rushed towards the words. Before long, the words were sucked into their stomachs. Then the little devils slowly entered Bingjie and the others' bodies, completing the oath. This was the first time that Laura and the others saw such a scene. They couldn't help but stare. But now that the oath was completed, they recovered. Xiao Hai looked at Bingjie and the others and said, from now on, you'll be part of my Buddha clan. From today onwards, you can call me young master. Laura, take the 3 of them to the space. Don't hide anything from them. Laura nodded, then she turned to the 3 and said, you 3, come with us. The 3 nodded. Xiao Hai waved his hand as a spatial rift appeared. Then the group went in. Seeing the group go in, Xiao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly. To be honest, he didn't expect Bingjie and the others to follow him in this situation. However, this was also a good thing. Xiao Hai can see that these 3 were capable. Moreover, they weren't only capable. As for why they didn't show it, Xiao Hai didn't know. However, this wasn't important as long as they were willing to become his subordinates. Xiao Hai turned around and returned to his room. He believed that the beastmen would certainly come looking for him. Although the beastmen weren't very smart, they were able to fight against the divine race for a long time. They weren't fools. After weighing the pros and cons, they would certainly come looking for Xiao Hai. Laura and the others were currently leading Bingjie and the others to the space. Naturally, the first place they went to was the Ark space. Just like Xiao Hai said, Laura gave Bingjie and the others a detailed introduction to the space. She also had the 3 of them visit the 3 foreign races and see their current living conditions. Bingjie and the others stared blankly at the space. They didn't think that there would be such a magical place. This was the utopia in their hearts. Xiao Hai was calmly sitting in his room, looking at the O'Neill family on the monitor. From time to time, he would look at the Leo continent. He believed that the foreign races who attacked the Leo continent were already aware of the war. From their movements, one could see the decision of the foreign races. The foreign race army in the Leo continent didn't make any movements. They didn't attack nor did they retreat. Instead, they just defended the cities that they seized. Upon seeing this, Xiao Hai knew that the foreign races would certainly come looking for him. If they didn't, then they would certainly have their army retreat. Otherwise, when the 9 Supreme Elders return, their army would be finished. Since the foreign races didn't move, this meant that the foreign races were confident in dealing with the 9 Supreme Elders. With the current strength of the foreign races, there was only one way to deal with the 9 Supreme Elders, and that was to ask Xiao Hai to come out. Although Xiao Hai's strength wasn't something that could be solved with numbers, even if they were besieged by hundreds of millions of troops, they would still be able to kill their way through. However, one shouldn't forget that there were still 3 Supreme Elders beside the 9 Supreme Elders. As long as the 9 Supreme Elders were entangled by the foreign races, then as long as the foreign races didn't care about casualties, it was still possible for them to kill the Supreme Elders. However, the most elite troops of the foreign races were currently attacking the Leo continent. It was impossible for ordinary troops to delay the 9 Supreme Elders. Not to mention strength, the strength of one's willpower would directly affect the outcome of the battle. Moreover, Zhao Hai also believed that if the three foreign races had a brain, then they wouldn't use this method. They would certainly cooperate with him. This was because the casualties of this method were too high. Moreover, it was impossible for them to kill the 9 Supreme Elders. In the future, the divines would retaliate endlessly. The surviving Supreme Elders would become their nightmares. However, if they asked Zhao Hai to make a move, then it would be different. With Zhao Hai's strength and the 3 Supreme Elders of the foreign races, they would be able to completely remove the poisonous thorn that was the Supreme Elders. This way, even a fool would know what to do. Moreover, Zhao Hai also calculated that the foreign races would come looking for them in the near future. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stroke his staff. His staff currently had the Devil constellation symbol on it. He hoped that his staff would have the symbol of the 12 devil constellations. After a few hours, Laura led Binjia and the others out of the space. Binjia and the others were now more respectful towards Zhao Hai. They had already seen the Ark space, the Demon space, the Fishman space, the Goblin space, and the Divine space. At the same time, Laura told the three that the reason why Zhao Hai didn't accompany them was because Zhao Hai couldn't stay in the space for too long. Otherwise, he would ascend the moment he came out. When they heard this, Binjia and the others were startled. Although there were a lot of rumors about ascension in the divine realm, none of them had actually seen it happen. Now that they heard that Zhao Hai was about to ascend, they couldn't help but be startled. Originally, Zhao Hai wanted Binjia and the others to stay in the space. However, Binjia and the others came out this time because they had something to discuss with Zhao Hai. The Beastman Patriarch had contacted Binjia through a messenger fish. He asked about Zhao Hai's current location. It seems like he was going to meet Zhao Hai personally. Because of this information, Binjia and the others came out of the space. After Binjia finished talking, Zhao Hai turned to Binjia and smiled. "Did you tell me where I am?" Binjia nodded and said, "You didn't tell me where I am right now." Binjia nodded and said, "I did. But I didn't say where you are. I said that the young master is currently heading towards the Taurus continent. I believe that they will go there to look for the young master." Zhao Hai nodded with satisfaction and said, good job. Hee, how was your tour of the space? Do you have any places you like? In the future, when your family comes, you can arrange for them to stay there. Binjia smiled and said, "Young master, I want to arrange for my people to stay in Wild Dragon Island. They might be able to help a bit. What do you think?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, you can arrange them there. Although Wild Dragon Island is very relaxed, they don't raise idlers. As long as they find something they like to do, then they'll be fine." Binjia nodded and said, "Young master can rest assured about this. Our family members aren't high-ranking officials, nor are they nobles. If we don't have anything to do, then they won't be happy." Zhao smiled and said, "In fact, you should have already discovered that in the space city, working is a way to kill time. Even if people don't want to work, they can still eat and wear warm clothes. But if you want to live a better life, you have to work. This is an action, and also a kind of spur. Otherwise, wouldn't it be like raising a pig?" Zhao smiled and said, "Actually, you should have already discovered that in the space city, working is a way to kill time." Binjia and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai turned to the three and said, "You want to bring your family to the space? If that's the case, then I can give you 3 tokens so that you can pick up your family. After you arrive at your family, you just need to use the tokens to open a spatial rift and bring your family to the space. What do you think?" Binjia and the others stared. Then they bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, we have another request." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Go ahead." Zhao Hai had already guessed Binjia and the others' request. After seeing the situation inside the space, Binjia and the others wanted more clansmen to enter the space. After all, the environment inside the space was very good. And just as Zhao Hai thought, Binjia and the others bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, we want to bring more people to the space. What do you think?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm not against letting more people enter the space. However, this would offend the patriarchs of your 3 clans. In this case, I don't want to have any conflicts with them. So don't make too much noise." At the very least, don't make too much noise while we're dealing with the Supreme Elders. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, all right. The three were happy as they nodded. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he waved his hand and said, go and rest. You'll have to stay on the ship for the next few days. The three nodded before they left Zhao Hai's room and returned to their own rooms. After the three left, Laura turned to Zhao Hai and smiled. Congratulations, Brother Hai. You've gained a pair of helpers. These three's strength is good, and their ability to handle matters is also good. If you train them well, they'll become good talents. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, that's not what I care about. Actually, there are a lot of people like them in the space. I just want them to help me bring more foreign races into the space. Laura and the others nodded. At this time, there were too many races in Zhao Hai's space. The Ark continent, the Fishman continent, and the Demon continent were all under Zhao Hai's command. As long as Zhao Hai gives an order, there would be no lack of people. However, in order to bring more foreign races into the space, there were only two ways. One was to have Binjia and the others pull them in. The other was to have the undead do it. Zhao Hai was currently using the former method. The second method was also something that Zhao Hai would use when necessary. When Binjia told Zhao Hai that he would send the foreign races to the Taurus continent, the Hell King's ship had already turned towards that route. Zhao Hai wanted to go there and wait for the three foreign race patriarchs. Fortunately, the two routes weren't far. And with the Hell King's ship speed, it didn't take long before Zhao Hai arrived at the route to the Taurus continent. Then he stopped the ship and quietly waited for the three foreign race patriarchs. Unfortunately, Zhao Hai waited until the sky turned dark, but the three foreign race patriarchs still didn't arrive. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. In any case, the route from the Leo continent to the foreign races continent was already recorded in the space's map. Even if the 9 Supreme Elders wanted to escape, they wouldn't be able to. Zhao was calmly sitting on a deck chair. He had deliberately made this chair. Next to the chair was a small table with a cup of tea on it. Zhao was reading a book in his hand. It was an indescribable feeling of carefreeness. This chair was made by Zhao Hai using his cane. He always felt that it was very comfortable to sit on. Now that he was sitting on it, the foreign races would know that he wasn't worried about that matter. Laura and the others weren't standing outside. Instead, it was Binjia and the others who were respectfully standing on the side. The three of them were getting more and more respectful towards Zhao Hai. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to have such a magical space. To be honest, they couldn't wait to move their entire clan into the space. At this time, a smile suddenly appeared on Zhao Hai's face. The book he was reading was a book about magic formations. It wasn't anything special. The reason why Zhao Hai was reading it was to show the three foreign race patriarchs. The reason why Zhao Hai smiled was because he knew that the three patriarchs had arrived. However, Zhao Hai didn't get up. He was still half lying on the deck with a book in his hand. It seems like he didn't know that people were coming. Before long, a group of people flew over. Binjia looked at them and then turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, they're here." This was something that Zhao Hai had told them in advance. Zhao Hai didn't think about retaliating against the foreign races because of the previous matter. He just wanted to teach them a lesson. There was no need to be so relentless. After all, Zhao Hai still wanted to cooperate with them. Before reaching their goal, Zhao Hai wouldn't go too far. But once they reached their goal, it would be hard to say what would happen. Zhao Hai placed the book on the table and stood up. Then he looked at the direction of the three foreign races. At this point, the three foreign races were very close. Zhao Hai waved his hand as the Hell King's ship immediately flew up to meet the group of foreign races. Zhao Hai's ship immediately flew up to meet them. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived in front of the foreign races. There were three foreign races in the lead. The one in the middle was a lion, on his left was a dwarf, and on his right was an elf. The three were sizing up Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was also looking at the three. Both sides didn't speak. After some time, the lion beast man gave a slight bow to Zhao Hai. His waist seemed to be made of steel, every centimeter he bent was very strenuous. It can be said that the lion beast man gave a slight bow to Zhao Hai and said, "Beastman Patriarch Ode to Grace has seen Mr. Zhao Hai." Compared to the lion beast man, the dwarf was very polite. He bowed to Zhao Hai and said, Dwarf Ligadoril has seen Mr. Zhao Hai. The elf woman also bowed to Zhao Hai and said, Yurdo has seen Mr. Zhao Hai. The elf queen's attitude towards Zhao Hai was much better compared to the beastman patriarch. However, her attitude towards Zhao Hai was worse compared to the dwarf patriarch. This made Zhao Hai confused. Zhao Hai can see from the attitudes of the three that he was closer to. However, Zhao Hai didn't have a good impression of the dwarf patriarch. It was impossible to separate the three foreign races at this point in time. Zhao Hai didn't think that this was a good opportunity for the dwarf patriarch. Zhao Hai also bowed to the three and said, Zhao Hai has seen the three of you. I didn't expect the three of you to come in person. Please come on board and have a drink. After he said that, Zhao Hai turned to the side and invited the three to board the ship. The three looked at Zhao Hai and then nodded before they landed on the Hell King's ship. Upon arriving on the ship, Zhao Hai waved his hand as chairs appeared on the deck. Zhao Hai invited them to sit down. Then the door opened as Laura and the others came out. Each of them was holding a tray with food and wine on it. Upon seeing this, the three foreign race patriarchs couldn't help but stare. It was obvious that this was prepared beforehand. The three couldn't help but turn their heads towards Benjia and the others. Benjia and the others gently shook their heads. The three couldn't help but have a heavy expression as they turned their heads towards Zhao Hai. Naturally, Zhao Hai saw their actions. Zhao Hai looked at the three and smiled faintly. Three patriarchs, I want to apologize to the three of you. Last time, when I was in the foreign race's territory, I was angry and left. When I left, I immediately regretted it. However, I was too embarrassed to go back. I didn't expect the three patriarchs to personally come today. This Zhao Hai is ashamed. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I'm sorry. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Ode to Grace's face was filled with pride, Ligadoril's face was filled with shame, and Yurdo's face was expressionless. However, a trace of slyness could be seen in her eyes. Looking at the expressions of the three, Zhao Hai understood what was going on. When Ode to Grace heard Zhao Hai, she thought that Zhao Hai was admitting defeat. On the other hand, when Ligadoril heard Zhao Hai, he thought that Zhao Hai was mocking them. As for Yurdo, Zhao Hai couldn't guess what she was thinking. Solomon looked at Zhao Hai arrogantly and said, Mr. Zhao Hai came to help us this time. Originally, we shouldn't have gone too far. But because of the divine race's actions, we had to be extra careful. This caused Mr. to misunderstand. Solomon would like to apologize to Mr. Although Solomon was apologizing, his face was filled with arrogance, making it seem like he was apologizing. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Mr. Zhao, you've come to help us this time. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, the patriarch is also thinking about safety. This Zhao Hai can understand. So why did the patriarch come looking for me this time? Ode to Grace's eyes flashed with anger. He thought that his apology was already giving Zhao Hai face. Now that Zhao Hai was still playing dumb with him, he really shouldn't have done so. However, Ode to Grace also knew that this wasn't the time to offend Zhao Hai. Therefore, he said, the three of us came this time to ask Mr. to go to the foreign race continent and join forces with our clansmen to deal with the 9 supreme elders. What do you think? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, naturally I agree. This time, I came here to deal with the supreme elders. But before that, I have a request that I want the three of you to agree to. What do you think? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, all right. The three of them looked at each other. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would talk about conditions with them at this time. Ode to Grace was even angrier. However, he still suppressed his temper as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mister, please tell us the truth. Zhao Hai replied, it's like this. This time, we'll deal with the supreme elders. If we kill them, then their ultimate weapons would become ownerless. I won't be greedy. Whoever kills the supreme elders will get their ultimate weapons. I think the three of you wouldn't object to this, right? Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. The three of them looked at each other before they nodded. Although they also wanted to obtain the ultimate weapons of the supreme elders, they also knew that if they don't agree to Zhao Hai's condition, then Zhao Hai wouldn't cooperate with them. Therefore, the three of them agreed to Zhao Hai's request. However, the three also knew that this wasn't Zhao Hai's request. His request wasn't that simple. Sure enough, Zhao Hai continued, I like to study these things, including the divine race's ultimate weapons. What I mean is, if I manage to obtain a few ultimate weapons in this battle, then I would like to ask the three of you to exchange them for research. Naturally, this includes the ultimate weapons of your clans as well as the devil race's ultimate weapon that I have. If you agree, then after I research these ultimate weapons, I would like to give them to you. I won't keep any of them, including the devil race's ultimate weapon. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, I'm very fond of researching these things, including the devil race's ultimate weapons. Naturally, this includes the ultimate weapons of your clans as well as the devil race's ultimate weapon. If you agree, then after I research these ultimate weapons, I would like to give them to you. After saying that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as an ultimate weapon appeared on the deck. It was the devil race's combat armor. Although Zhao Hai's words were very awkward, Ode to Grace and the others still understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai wanted to have the 13 ultimate weapons in his hands. This originally made the three of them feel awkward. But when they thought about Zhao Hai's condition, the three of them felt that this was a good deal. This was because Zhao Hai was giving away all of his combat armors. One must know that Zhao Hai had the demon eunuch combat armor. This was something that the three of them knew. Even if Zhao Hai didn't obtain any combat armor in this battle, the combat armor in his hands would be enough. Ode to Grace looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mr. wants to study all of the ultimate weapons for a few days. Do you want to study all of them together? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, Of course not. I can study them one by one. This will depend on how many ultimate weapons I have. If I can't kill an elder, then I'll use my ultimate weapon as a countermeasure. If I kill an elder, then I'll use my 2 ultimate weapons as a countermeasure. And so on and so forth. No matter how many combat suits I have, I wouldn't be able to study them for more than 3 days. What do you think? Zhao Hai nodded and said, Alright, I'll be able to study them one by one. If I can't kill an elder, then I'll use my 2 ultimate weapons as a countermeasure. Tempting, this proposal was really tempting. Ode to Grace and the others did some calculations and discovered that this was a profitable business. How could they let go of this opportunity? The three looked at each other before they looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mister, are you serious? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'm not lying. The three of you can rest assured. In any case, you have at least 3 combat armors in your hands. What do you need to be afraid of? The three nodded at the same time. Ode to Grace looked at the two, and the two nodded as well. Then Ode to Grace said, Then we'll do as Mr. says. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Alright, since the 3 of you have agreed, then we'll leave immediately. Don't let the divine race escape. I ask the 3 of you to bring your guards to the ship as well. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Alright, since the 3 of you have agreed, then I'll leave immediately. Don't let the divine race escape. The 3 looked at Zhao Hai, then they looked at their guards. The 3 of them had a total of 30,000 guards. How could 3 of them board the ship? Can Zhao Hai's ship hold all of them? Zhao Hai saw the doubts in the 3's eyes, so he smiled and said, Please give your orders. Rest assured, my ship can hold all of them. The 3 nodded, then they waved their hands and had their guards board the ship. Under the stunned gazes of the 3, the Hell King's ship was like a bottomless pit as it took in the 30,000 people. The 3 curiously looked at the place where the guards were placed. Unexpectedly, each of them had their own room. This made them very surprised. While Ode to Grace and the others were looking at the Hell King's ship, the ship had already set off. By the time Ode to Grace and the others came out of their rooms, Zhao Hai and the others had already arrived at the Ares continent. When Ode to Grace and the others saw this, they couldn't help but look at each other. They couldn't help but reevaluate Zhao Hai's strength. They didn't have a direct understanding of Zhao Hai's strength before. But since Zhao Hai was able to arrive at the Ares continent in such a short time, they had an idea of Zhao Hai's strength. When Zhao Hai arrived outside the Ares continent, he didn't immediately enter. Instead, he turned to Ode to Grace and the others and said, 3 patriarchs, where are we going? Ode to Grace looked at Zhao Hai and said, Turn around, we're going to the Liber continent. Zhao Hai turned the ship's bow and headed towards the Liber continent. The Hell King's ship speed was now at its limit. However, the ship was still calm, as if it was docked on the sea. Moreover, there was a slight breeze. This made Ode to Grace and the others have a deep impression of the ship. As the ship moved forward, Zhao Hai turned to Ode to Grace and the others and said, "Three patriarchs, I don't know much about the foreign races. Can you help me explain?" Ode to Grace and the others looked at each other. Then Ode to Grace and Yurdo took a step back, leaving only Li Jadoril behind. Naturally, they wanted Li Jadoril to explain to Zhao Hai. When Li Jadoril saw this, he smiled awkwardly and said, "Then I'll explain to Mr. Zhao Hai." Ode to Grace nodded, then she turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, we want to take a rest. Lai Hua will be here. What do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Binjia and said, "Binjia, I'll have to ask you to take Patriarch Ode to Grace and Patriarch Yurdo to your room." Binjia and the others nodded. Then they led Solomon and Yurd to their room. Yurd could see that their room was the second best room on the ship. However, it wasn't just their room. There were many other rooms that were similar to theirs. Yurd nodded and led Solomon and Yurd to their room. After the group went down, Zhao Hai clapped his hands as Laura and the others brought a table full of food and wine. This time, the wine was also good. Zhao Hai personally poured a cup for Li Jadoril and then poured himself a cup. Then he raised his cup to Li Jadoril and said, "Patriarch Lai, I can see that you're the only one who thinks highly of me." This Zhao Hai has nothing else to say. "Come, let's have a toast." When Lear heard this, his face couldn't help but flash with embarrassment. He also felt that Solomon's attitude today was a bit excessive. However, he still raised his glass and said, "Actually, Solomon and Yurd don't have any bad intentions. They have always been like this. Mister, please don't be offended." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Actually, Solomon and Yurd don't have any bad intentions." Zhao Hai pretended to be angry as he said, "If it wasn't for the fact that I can't deal with the 9 Supreme Elders, then I wouldn't have endured such humiliation. Alright, let's not talk about this. Patriarch Lai and I have a good temper. Let's get along well in the future." Lear smiled and said, "Mr. is praising me too much. It's my honor to be your friend. If Mr. meets my dwarven divine race in the future, please don't hesitate to tell us." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Mister, don't think too highly of me." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Actually, it's strange. When I was in the Ark continent, my relationship with the other races was very good. Whether it was the dwarves, the beast men, or the elves, my relationship with them was very good. However, I can see that the beast men and the elves don't seem to be optimistic about me." Li Jadoril smiled bitterly. He was very clear that Ode to Grace and the others didn't like Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was like a destroyer of order. He broke the balance of the divine race. Ode to Grace and the others were afraid of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's strength was too strong. Just him alone was enough to destroy the entire divine race. Moreover, the divine race was a lot stronger than the foreign races. If Zhao Hai were to attack them one day, then they wouldn't even have the chance to fight back. It was because of these reasons that Ode to Grace didn't want to have any contact with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Li Jadoril and smiled faintly, "Actually, I can't stay in the divine race for a long time. I don't belong here. There are a lot of things waiting for me to do. The reason why I dealt with the divine race was because I wanted to take revenge for the people of the Ark continent. To be honest, my revenge is almost complete. If I wasn't afraid that the 9 Supreme Elders would bring trouble to you, then I would have already left." Li Jadoril looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, "Why does Mr. say that? Now that the divine race's strength has been greatly reduced, even if the 9 Supreme Elders return, it wouldn't have any effect on us." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "No, it's the opposite. If the 9 Supreme Elders return, then your days would be even more difficult." Lear looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. Zhao Hai explained, "The reason why you were able to block the divine race's attack in the past was because the divine race weren't united. Instead, they were divided into 10 divine races. Each divine race had their own supreme elders. Because of this, they couldn't go all out in their attacks. On the other hand, each divine race had fewer supreme elders compared to you. Because of this, you were able to block the divine race's attack. But this time all of the divine race's supreme elders would be gathered in the Leo continent. This is equal to concentrating all of their strength. When the time comes, they would have more supreme elders compared to the foreign races. Even if they have fewer troops compared to you, they would still be able to gain the upper hand in the battle. Lear looked at Zhao Hai and said, the reason why you were able to block the divine race's attack is because the divine race wasn't united. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Li Jidoril couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. They really didn't think about this aspect. Now that he heard Zhao Hai, Li Jidoril discovered that things weren't as good as they thought. Zhao Hai looked at Lear's expression and said, actually, dealing with the Supreme Elders wouldn't be beneficial for me. In the past, the Supreme Elders wanted to use the Thunder Clan and the others to threaten me. But because I was too ruthless with the other divines, they discovered that if they didn't help the Leo divines, then the divines would perish. Because of this, they decided to make you withdraw your troops. In this case, they wouldn't have the time to look for trouble with me, nor would they dare. Therefore, I don't need to deal with them anymore. I can just pat my butt and walk away. But I didn't do that, so would they let you off? In any case, you have helped me in dealing with the divine race. Additionally, you are a foreign race from the Ark continent. In the past, you have given them divine artifacts. This can be considered as a great favor to the foreign races. At the same time, I have a good relationship with the Ark continent. I'm a Beastman prince as well as an elder of the elves and dwarves. Because of this, I don't want to see you being attacked by the divine race. Therefore, I decided to help you this time. Li Jidoril quietly listened to Zhao Hai. He discovered that what Zhao Hai said was true. Looking at Zhao Hai's appearance, it seems like he really didn't want to rule the divine race. Otherwise, he wouldn't have exterminated all of the divines. If Zhao Hai really wanted to leave, then there was no need for him to get involved in this muddy water. Zhao Hai looked at Li Jidoril, then he smiled faintly and said, Patriarch Li Jidoril, you're a patriarch. You should be familiar with this word, right? Li Jidoril was already dizzy from hearing Zhao Hai's words. Now that he heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but shake his head and said, what word? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Ascension. When Li Jidoril heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare, Ascension? You want to ascend? As a patriarch, naturally he wasn't unfamiliar with this word. However, he didn't expect that Zhao Hai didn't want to ascend. Zhao Hai looked at Li Jidoril, then he smiled faintly and said, do you think that the divine realm can accommodate me? Lear stared, then he smiled bitterly and muttered, right, even the 9 supreme elders of the divine realm can't do anything to you. With your current strength, the divine realm can't accommodate you. You can only ascend. Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled bitterly and muttered, right, the 9 supreme elders of the divine realm can't deal with you. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, right, I'm ascending. Once I'm done here, I'll ascend. Therefore, the future of the divine realm will depend on the foreign races. It has nothing to do with me. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, all right, I'll ascend. Li Jidoril smiled bitterly. He really felt bad for Ode to Grace and the others. Ode to Grace and the others were still worried that Zhao Hai would snatch the divine realm's territory. Zhao Hai was about to ascend, he simply didn't care about the divine realm. After thinking about this, Li Jidoril couldn't help but sigh. Then he took a glass of wine and drank it. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, I heard that Mr. has subdued the demons? Zhao Hai nodded and said, correct. The demons, the Ark Continent's people, as well as the goblins, have all been subdued by me. They are now in a safe place. Maybe when I ascend, I'll take them with me. When Li Jidoril heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai and said, take them with you? How is that possible? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, what if I have a ship like the Hell King's ship? Li Jidoril's eyes shone, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, is what Mr. said true? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, if you believe me, then it's true. If you don't, then it's false. Those who believe me will have eternal life. Ha 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 ha. After he said that, Zhao Hai drank the wine in his glass. Then he turned his head to look at the distant clouds. Li Jidoril stood up as he stared at Zhao Hai. Then he gasped for breath and said, is Mr. willing to take us with you? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'm afraid this matter isn't something that you can decide on your own. In any case, I won't be leaving for a while. You can take your time to think about it. However, I hope that Patriarch Lai won't tell Patriarch Ode to Grace and Patriarch Yurdo about this. As soon as Li Jadoril said those words, he immediately regretted it. He also knew that he wasn't the only one in charge of the family. Because of this, when he heard Zhao Hai, he didn't say anything else. At this time, Ode to Grace and the others also came out of the room. However, Ode to Grace had a smile on his face as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Ode to Grace congratulates you. I didn't think that Mr. would ascend. It's really enviable." When Li Jadoril heard Ode to Grace, he couldn't help but be startled. He turned his head to look at Zhao Hai. He thought that Zhao Hai was the only one who knew about ascension. But now, it seems like that wasn't the case. Zhao Hai smiled faintly at Lear, giving him a reassuring look. Then he turned to Solomon and said, "I still don't know if I can ascend." Patriarch Solomon's congratulations are too early. Solomon nodded and said, "I'm not sure if I can ascend." Ode to Grace smiled and said, it's not early at all. How can the divine realm accommodate Mr.? When Mr. ascends, you must inform me. Also, let us attend the ceremony. If I can see the scene of your ascension, then this Ode to Grace wouldn't have lived in vain. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course. If I ascend, then I'll inform the patriarch. Please rest assured." When Li Jadoril heard the conversation between Zhao Hai and Ode to Grace, his eyes couldn't help but shine. Then he turned his head and looked thoughtfully at Binjie and the others who were standing behind Ode to Grace and Yurdo. He now understood that when Ode to Grace called Binjie and the others to the room, she must have asked them about Zhao Hai. At the same time, Binjie and the others also told Ode to Grace that Zhao Hai was about to ascend. This was why Ode to Grace's attitude towards Zhao Hai had changed. However, after listening to Ode to Grace, Binjie and the others only told Ode to Grace that Zhao Hai was about to ascend. However, they didn't tell Ode to Grace that Zhao Hai could ascend with people. Was this because Binjie and the others didn't know, or was it because Binjie and the others knew but didn't say anything? If Binjie and the others didn't know, then it wouldn't be strange. But if they knew but didn't say anything, then there was only one possibility. Binjie and the others were already Zhao Hai's people. While thinking about these things, Li Jadoril couldn't help but take another sip of wine. When he put down his glass, he was shocked. He was sure that Binjie and the others were Zhao Hai's people. When Li Jadoril put down his glass, he finally understood something. Zhao Hai only drank with him once and he already felt close to him. He even felt dissatisfied with Ode to Grace and Yurdo. Moreover, Binjie and the others had been with Zhao Hai for a long time. With Zhao Hai's means, how could they not submit to him? And with the bait of ascension, it was impossible for Binjie and the others to not submit to Zhao Hai. After thinking about this, Li Jadoril couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai, who was chatting and laughing with Ode to Grace. He discovered that Zhao Hai was really terrifying. He seemed to have a purpose in every step he took. And even if you knew what his purpose was, there was no way to stop him. This was because Zhao Hai's actions were only beneficial to you. He pulled everyone who knew about him into his circle of benefits. As long as he had benefits, everyone would get a share of it. Because of this, no one would be able to stop him. Because of this, those who found out about his purpose wouldn't stop him, instead, they would help him. And this was because they were his allies. If they were his enemies, how would they feel? When he thought about the 9 Supreme Elders, Lear couldn't help but shudder. As the patriarch of the divine race, he wasn't unfamiliar with the Supreme Elders. However, when he saw the 9 Supreme Elders, he couldn't help but be startled. If Elder Star and the others didn't use their ultimate weapons, then Lear wouldn't have believed that the 9 Supreme Elders were the divine race's Supreme Elders. They had already been tortured by Zhao Hai to the point where they didn't even look human anymore. After thinking about this, Li Jadoril immediately decided that no matter what, he couldn't become Zhao Hai's enemy. After thinking about this, Li Jadoril couldn't help but turn his head to look at Ode to Grace, who was talking to Zhao Hai. At the same time, Yurdo was also standing on the side with a relaxed smile. Li Jadoril knew that it was impossible for Zhao Hai to treat these two as friends. At this point, Li Jadoril could only be regarded as a friend that Zhao Hai was testing. If Li Jadoril can help Zhao Hai keep this secret, then Li Jadoril would certainly make him a friend. If Li Jadoril couldn't help but help keep this secret, then he wouldn't be a friend of Zhao Hai. Li Jadoril let out a long breath. Then he poured Zhao Hai a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. Then he laughed and said, Mister's wine is really good. I wonder if Mister can give me some. If I don't drink Mister's wine in the future, then I'm afraid that I won't be able to sleep at night. Although these words sounded like he was asking for wine, there was a sense of closeness in his words. If he didn't treat Xiao Hai as a friend, then why would he ask Xiao Hai for wine? Would you ask a stranger for wine? Li Jidoril wanted to use this method to tell Xiao Hai his attitude. He believed that Xiao Hai would understand because Xiao Hai was a smart person. Sure enough, when Xiao Hai heard Li Jidoril, the smile on his face couldn't help but deepen. Then he laughed and said, since Patriarch Lai likes it, then I'll give you more. This wine isn't anything good. Ode to Grace and Yurdo didn't suspect anything. This was because they knew that dwarfs were drunkards. Moreover, Li Jidoril's attitude towards Xiao Hai was very good. Therefore, it wasn't a big deal for him to ask for some wine. At this time, a continent appeared on the horizon. It was lush and green, causing people to feel refreshed. Lear stood up, then he pointed towards the distant continent and said, Mister, that's the Libra continent. It's the richest place in the entire divine realm. The reason why the Supreme Elders attacked us was because the weapons used by the beast men and the elves were made by us. As long as they deal with us, then it would be much easier for them to deal with the other two races. Xiao Hai nodded, then he looked at Lear and said, that's the Libra continent. Li Jidoril's words didn't make sense to Ode to Grace and Yurdo. This was because Li Jidoril was right. The three foreign races were interdependent. The elves produced food, the dwarfs produced weapons, and the beast men produced mounts, meat, and protective gear. Because of this, the three races were very dependent on each other. However, the dwarves were still the most important. This was because whether it was the dwarves or the beast men, they were basically self-sufficient in food. And because they were experts of the divine race, ordinary protective gear wouldn't be of much use to them. However, a good weapon would help them a lot, allowing them to kill more enemies. Because of this, the divine race would always attack the dwarfs first. However, the three races weren't far from each other. Because of this, as long as the dwarfs were in trouble, the other two races would immediately come to their aid. Because of this, the dwarfs were still safe. Xiao Hai nodded and said, I know about the dwarfs' weapons, they're very good. Back in the Ark continent, I've done a lot of business with the dwarves. At that time, because of the instigation of the Radiant Church, the three races didn't have much interaction with each other. In the end, I made a good business deal. I took the dwarves' weapons to the prairie and traded them for beastman milk wine. I also used the elven artwork to trade with the humans for some daily necessities. These daily necessities were then traded to the beastman prairie and the dwarfs for ironware. Hee hee. Upon hearing Xiao Hai, Li Jidoril and the others couldn't help but stare. They didn't know about Xiao Hai's business in the Ark continent. Now that they heard Xiao Hai, they felt that Xiao Hai was a merchant. I don't only do business with humans, I also do business with the beastmen, the elves, the dwarves, and the fishmen. In the entire Ark continent, there are only two races that I haven't done business with. The first is the Radiant Church, they can also be considered as humans. However, I haven't done business with them because I'm a dark mage. If I do business with them, they would want to burn me to death. The second is the dragons, because the dragons are the dogs of the divine race, I haven't done business with them. The third is the magic beasts, because they don't have anything to do with me. Li Jidoril and the others smiled. However, they were even more curious about Xiao Hai's identity back in the Ark continent. How could a merchant have such a status? How could he have such strength? In the end, how did he do it? While they were thinking about this, the group had already entered the Libra continent. Xiao Hai looked around and saw that the continent was very calm. It seems like there was no fighting going on. He couldn't help but be puzzled as he looked at Li Jidoril and the others and said, how come I don't see the Supreme Elders? Are they not here? Li Jidoril smiled bitterly and said, of course they're here. However, our dwarven race is the same as the dwarfs back in the Ark continent. We're used to living in caves. After the Supreme Elders arrived in the Libra continent, they had already destroyed several of our mountain cities. But because they were in caves, they couldn't be seen from the outside. Ode to Grace also said, they've never done this before. The Supreme Elders are very arrogant. In the past, they wouldn't even bother to go to caves. but this time, they're completely different. The Supreme Elders were fighting in the caves. Because of this, most of the fighting happened in the caves. Zhao Hai nodded and said they had no other choice. This time only 9 of them came. The others didn't come. They had no choice but to do this. Moreover, they didn't want to waste too much energy. Therefore, killing people in caves was the best way. The group nodded. This time, the Supreme Elder's way of fighting had changed a lot. It seems like they had suffered a lot in Zhao Hai's hands. Just as he was thinking about this, a mountain in the distance suddenly exploded with a bang. Then, several human figures flew out from the mountain. Zhao Hai looked at them and immediately said, "It's the Supreme Elders and the Supreme Elders of the 3 clans. Please get off the ship. I won't be able to take care of you in the upcoming battle." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand. Ode to Grace and the others got off the ship. Binjia and the others also went down. Even their 30,000 guards went down. They didn't see how the guards got off the ship. While they were still in a daze, Zhao Hai had already rushed towards the battlefield. The 2 sides who were fighting naturally saw Zhao Hai. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, the 3 Supreme Elders couldn't help but be happy. They were currently besieged by Elder Star and the others. Now that Zhao Hai was here, they would be able to rescue them. When Elder Star and the others saw Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then their expressions changed as they immediately gathered together to deal with Zhao Hai. At the same time, the attitude of the 3 Supreme Elders who got away from the battle was somewhat strange. They stayed away from Elder Star and the others, but they didn't approach Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. These foreign race Supreme Elders were really stupid. In the face of the enemy, they still made such a display. Wasn't this telling the enemy that they weren't on the same side? This was something that could be exploited. Sure enough, just as Zhao Hai thought, when Elder Star saw the actions of the Supreme Elders, his eyes lit up. A trace of joy could be seen in his calm eyes. Zhao Hai slowed down the Hell King's ship and stopped 100 meters away from Elder Star and the others. The 3 Supreme Elders stopped between Zhao Hai's group and Elder Star's group. The 3 groups formed a triangle in midair. Elder Star looked at Zhao Hai, his eyes were brimming with hatred as he said, "Zhao Hai, I didn't think that you would actually appear. Someone as hateful as you actually came to help the foreign races. This really surprised me. You didn't even make a move when the Thunder Clan was exterminated. Why did you come to help the foreign races this time?" Elder Star looked at Zhao Hai, his eyes were filled with hatred. Elder Star's words couldn't be described as not poisonous. His words were telling the foreign races that Zhao Hai was a ruthless person. Zhao Hai looked at the Thunder Clan being exterminated by the foreign races and didn't make a move to save them. Now that he came to save the foreign races, he must have a purpose. Zhao Hai looked at Elder Star and smiled faintly as he said, "I know that I can't beat you, but I still went to fight you. Isn't that stupid? But now, the situation is different. With me and the 3 Supreme Elders of the foreign races, I'm confident that I can keep you here. Your days of running amok in the divine world have come to an end. From now on, the divine world belongs to the foreign races." This battle of words was purely a battle of words. Elder Star wanted to sow discord between Zhao Hai and the foreign races. Zhao Hai turned around and told the foreign races to deal with the 9 Supreme Elders. In the future, the foreign races would be able to run amok in the divine realm. Elder Star wanted to sow discord between Zhao Hai and the foreign races. Elder Star sneered as he said, "Is that so? Why do I feel like once you deal with us, the divine realm will belong to you, Zhao Hai?" Elder Star wasn't someone easy to deal with. He immediately sent out another stab. Zhao Hai understood what Elder Star meant. Elder Star wanted to remind the foreign race elders that if Zhao Hai were to kill them, then dealing with the 3 of them would be much easier. Check and balance. Check and balance was generally a method used by a superior. Almost all superiors would use this method. A superior who didn't know how to check and balance would never be a successful superior. As a supreme elder of the Central Continent, Elder Star was very familiar with this method. Naturally, he was very familiar with this method. Sure enough, when Elder Star said these words, the 3 foreign race supreme elders looked at Zhao Hai with strange expressions. Naturally, they understood what Elder Star meant. Otherwise, after seeing Zhao Hai, they wouldn't have come to Zhao Hai's side. Instead, they would have kept a distance from Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the foreign race Supreme Elders and couldn't help but smile. Then he turned to Elder Star and said, "There's no need for Elder Star to worry about this. I've already told the patriarchs of the three races the reason. Once I eliminate you, I'll be able to leave the divine realm. Moreover, I have a reason to leave." Zhao Hai's words pushed back Elder Star's words. The three Supreme Elders couldn't help but feel relieved. Zhao Hai looked at the three Supreme Elders and said, "If we lose this opportunity to deal with them, then we might never get another one. I have a reason to leave the divine realm. When the time comes, I'm afraid that the three Supreme Elders would have to deal with the 9 Supreme Elders." Elder Star nodded and said, "I'm afraid that the three Supreme Elders would have to deal with them." When the three Supreme Elders heard Zhao Hai, their expressions couldn't help but change. To be honest, Zhao Hai's words had hit their biggest weakness. Zhao Hai wasn't a threat to them. After all, Zhao Hai was their ally. Moreover, if Zhao Hai were to leave, then the entire divine race would be theirs. However, the divine race had always been their enemy. After tens of thousands of years of hostility, the hatred between the two races had already seeped into their bones. If they don't use this opportunity to eliminate them, then once Zhao Hai leaves, then they would have to face the foreign race Supreme Elders alone. When Elder Star heard Zhao Hai, he knew that the situation wasn't good. His eyes narrowed as he shouted, "Attack!" Then he immediately launched the star disk with all his strength. The star disk floating above Zhao Hai's head fiercely moved. The star disk quickly rotated. As Zhao Hai turned his head, a white light shot out from the star disk. Then Zhao Hai felt his surroundings change as he once again appeared in the starry sky. Zhao Hai didn't panic. He looked around and discovered that he was back in the starry sky. There were several constellations floating in the distance. What made Zhao Hai feel strange was that there were more constellations in the star disk. Looking at the constellations, Zhao Hai understood that these constellations were the constellations that the three foreign race Great Elders were wearing. They were the Aries constellation, Libra constellation, and Nymphus constellation Saint Robe. However, Zhao Hai didn't know if it was just his imagination or not, but Zhao Hai felt that the three constellations were gray. Moreover, the three constellations seemed to be struggling. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Elder Star, I already knew that you would use this move. However, it's useless against me this time. Did you forget? I've broken this move before." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as the Tao Lotus appeared. This time, Zhao Hai went all out. With the help of the Tao Lotus, a loud bang was heard as the starry sky illusory image completely disappeared. Although the starry sky illusion disappeared, Zhao Hai discovered that the situation wasn't good. The three foreign race Supreme Elders seemed to have been controlled by Elder Star's star disk. They stood there motionless, but their bodies were gently trembling. Zhao Hai knew that the three foreign race Supreme Elders had been suppressed by Elder Star's star disk. They were now trying to break free. However, before they could break free, Zhao Hai would have to face the 9 Supreme Elders alone. Elder Star looked at Zhao Hai and laughed, "Zhao Hai, not attacking us as soon as we met was your biggest mistake. Now that the 3 of them have been suppressed, you have to face us alone. Let's see what you can do." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "What's wrong? Don't think that I'm afraid of you." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as a huge red scorpion came out of his staff. The scorpion shook its head and swung its tail towards the divine race elders. When the elders saw the scorpion, their complexion couldn't help but change. Naturally, they recognized that this was the Capricorn race's battle armor. They didn't dare underestimate it, so Gold Ben immediately went forward and engaged the scorpion in battle. Gold Ben's eyes lit up as he looked at the scorpion. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to Gold Ben as he immediately drove the Hell King's ship towards Elder Star. At the same time, besides Elder Star, the other Supreme Elders also rushed towards Zhao Hai, using all kinds of big moves at the same time. At this time, Zhao Hai had already sent Laura and the others to the space. Then he had the Hell King's ship shrink. Then he handed the ship over to Kai and the others. Then he waved his staff as he rushed towards the Lion Supreme Elders. The staff in his hand turned into a sledgehammer as he smashed towards the Lion Supreme Elders. Elder Mingdassel of the Pisces race and Elder Jiayu of the Cancer race immediately came over to help. The group clashed for a while, but no one was able to do anything to the other. However, since Zhao Hai couldn't use his full strength, he was slowly being pushed back. However, he wasn't in any danger for a while. On the other hand, Elder Star had his eyes closed. His forehead was sweating as he suppressed the 3 foreign race Supreme Elders. The 3 foreign race Supreme Elders had forgotten one thing: Elder Star's star disk can suppress them to a certain extent. The reason why Elder Star didn't use this move before was because it wasn't easy to suppress them with the star disk. The star disk needed a lot of energy to suppress them. Moreover, it would also have a certain effect on the user's body. The 13 ultimate weapons were a set. If they were to face an enemy together, then their might would naturally be very formidable. However, if they were to kill each other, then they would have to pay a huge price. It was just like a person: if you ask him to hit himself with his left hand, then the one who would suffer the most would be himself. The logic was the same. Solomon and the others couldn't help but stare blankly from afar. This battle was too terrifying. Although they were fighting in the sky, the aftermath of the battle destroyed all the trees on the mountain below. Moreover, the mountain was shaken by the aftermath. It looked like it would fall at any time. Solomon and the others were stunned. Although they were fighting in the sky, the aftermath of the battle destroyed all the trees on the mountain below. In the sky, transparent energy ripples distorted the light. What Ode to Grace and the others saw was distorted. At this time, Gold Ben and the Scorpion were fighting fiercely. At the same time, the Hell King's ship was entangled with the 4 Supreme Elders. Meanwhile, the Supreme Elders of the Leo, Pisces, and Cancer races were attacking Zhao Hai with all their strength. They knew that as long as they eliminate Zhao Hai, then the Hell King's ship would be useless. However, Zhao Hai wasn't easy to deal with. Although Jiayu and the others had the upper hand, Zhao Hai was still able to counterattack. Protecting himself wasn't a problem. At this time, Zhao Hai's entire body had turned into a crystal. The staff in his hand was constantly changing. It could turn into 1 or 2 weapons at any time. Even under the siege of the 3, he still didn't show any signs of defeat. Jiayu and the others couldn't help but be anxious. They knew that it would be impossible for them to suppress the 3 Supreme Elders for a long time. If they couldn't deal with Zhao Hai as soon as possible, then the 3 Supreme Elders would be able to break free. At that time, they would be finished. Jiayu and the others didn't know how strong Zhao Hai was. But now, they knew that they underestimated Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's strength was too formidable. As time passed by, Jiayu and the others became more and more anxious. Elder Star's forehead was sweating more and more. At the same time, the 3 Supreme Elders were trembling more and more violently. However, Zhao Hai felt that something was wrong. Although he was in a disadvantageous position and was hit by Jiayu and the others, he wasn't injured. Moreover, he was paying attention to the battlefield. Although the Hell King's ship was entangled with the 4 Supreme Elders, it wasn't impossible for them to leave the battlefield. As long as the 3 Supreme Elders blocked them, they would be able to leave the battlefield for a short period of time. They could use this time to eliminate the 3 Supreme Elders who were trapped by Elder Star. This way, they would be able to eliminate all future troubles. But why didn't they do so? Suddenly, Zhao Hai thought of a possibility. He decided to give it a try. He immediately gave an order to Kai. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's order, Kai immediately complied. While Zhao Hai and the others were busy fighting, Jiayu and the others suddenly saw a large group of undead appear beside Elder Star. Jiayu and the others didn't show any signs of fear. Instead, they looked at Zhao Hai with ridicule. They thought that Zhao Hai wanted to use these undead to deal with Elder Star. However, what surprised them was that the undead weren't going to deal with Elder Star. Instead, they turned around and rushed towards the 3 Supreme Elders. Upon seeing the movement of the undead, Jiayu and the others' expressions couldn't help but change. However, it was already impossible for them to stop the undead. The undead had already set up their domains as they rushed towards the 3 Supreme Elders. Upon seeing this, the expressions of Ode to Grace and the others changed. They didn't understand why Zhao Hai would attack their Supreme Elders at this time. However, an unexpected scene occurred. When the undead attacked the Supreme Elders, a loud bang was heard. The Supreme Elders' bodies shook before they slowly opened their eyes. Elder Star's body also shook before a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. This change caused Ode to Grace and the others to stare. They didn't understand what happened. But at this moment, Jiao Hai laughed like a madman. End of chapter 962. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.